Chapter 41. In the lounge, Bai Yi was reading the feedback sent to him by the Supermanager AI, which was given by several large planting bases that had long-term cooperation with Luyuan after planting water-red fruit seeds. Not ideal. This was the conclusion Bai Yi came to after reading all the feedback. Generally speaking, several large planting bases said that the germination rate of water-red fruit seeds was extremely low. Even two of them were basically supported by Luyuan to grow large planting bases. They adopted the method of soaking seeds before sowing and refrigerating germination proposed by Bai Yi, which did improve the germination rate of water-red fruit seeds to a certain extent, but they also reported new problems. After germination, when the plants grew to about 30 centimeters in height, ulcer-like yellow spots suddenly appeared on the leaves. Just like an infectious disease, at first only one or two plants showed such symptoms, but soon the entire planting shed was infected with the symptoms of the red fruit seedlings. The temperature, humidity, and nutrient dosage were all within the optimal planting range recommended by Green Source, but the red fruit seedlings still withered and died after being infected with the yellow spots. Bai Yi turned his eyes away from the electronic feedback document, frowned slightly, and let out a sigh of relief. The problem of the difficulty of planting red fruit was actually reflected in its breeding stage. The breeding base affiliated to the Green Source Biological Research Center has the most advanced environmental mimicry equipment and planting experts hired by Gaoxin with certain planting experience. Even so, when the breeding base was breeding for red fruit, it gave feedback to Bai Yi, saying that the yield of red fruit was very low and it might be difficult to achieve the expected breeding quantity. In the end, the breeding quantity statistics table that Bai Yi got showed that the total seed quantity was indeed far less than his estimate. Originally, according to the mutation stability of the water-red fruit seeds, it could be put on the market in batches. Although it is still a new product, the mutation selection is very good and the safety is high. Whether it is a small or medium-sized planting base or an individual, it can basically be planted without worries. Unfortunately, because the breeding quantity of water-red fruit seeds is far from meeting the standard, Green Source can only give priority to supplying seeds to large planting bases with long-term cooperation. In other words, water-red fruit seeds are not available on the market for the time being. Bai Yi thought that it was also because the breeding quantity of water-red fruit was small, and it was not really put on the market. Otherwise, based on its germination rate and planting difficulty, it would probably hit the enthusiasm of many ordinary people to plant. In recent years, everyone has finally come out of the shadow of mutant plants and started to take an interest in planting. Personal planting of fruits, vegetables, flowers, and plants has just begun to show signs. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but think of the girl in the wheelchair. The other party always seems to have some unexpected and effective ideas when planting. If it were her, how would she solve the current difficulty in planting water-red fruit seeds? Bai Yi closed his eyes and rested, then turned on the communicator and sent a message to Xia Yujia, who had returned to District 3. After sending the message, Bai Yi did not turn off the communicator as usual, but went to Filan to check his private messages. The private message chat interface between him and Wei Rui was still at Wei Rui's sentence, "I think about it again." Bai Yi stared at the sentence for 3 full seconds, until the communicator vibrated and Xia Yujia called him, then he looked away and answered the call. When he received Bai Yi's message, Xia Yujia was in the middle of a fierce battle in the game. Lu Qingqing's matter made him depressed for several days, and only in the illusory game world could he barely raise some interest. Xia Yujia set a special reminder tone for Bai Yi. Although this special sound effect only sounds twice a year, it has been ringing quite frequently recently. Xia Yujia disconnected the game directly after hearing the special reminder tone. He didn't even need to click on Bai Yi's message to guess what the other party would send. It was nothing more than asking him again whether Lin Wei had given a reply to the matter of working at Luyuan. "I say, when I mentioned it to you before, didn't you look like you didn't care? Why are you so anxious now?" Xia Yujia lay on his back on the bed, crossed his legs, and didn't miss this rare opportunity to tease Bai Yi. Bai Yi didn't respond at all, and his voice didn't show any emotion. "Did you ask?" "I asked?" Xia Yujia dragged his voice. "How dare I not follow the instructions of your boss, Bai Yi? You ask every day, without missing a day. I feel that if I keep asking like this, I might be blocked by Lin Wei." Bai Yi was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and continued to ask, "Have you explained the position, salary, and benefits to her?" "Yes, I told her about the part-time and full-time consultants, and the salary and benefits were also mentioned. She still replied that she was considering it," Xia Yujia said, thinking of the voice calls he made to Lin Wei in the past 2 days. Lin Wei often said a few words to him, and he could hear the other party laughing softly with another girl. There was nothing special about it. Sometimes they were just watering the fruits and vegetables. Lin Wei was teaching the girl named Xiao Xiao how to take care of the fruits and vegetables. As she was talking, she started to laugh. He, who was eavesdropping for no reason, felt better for some reason. Xia Yujia then said, Lin Wei's friend, the one you helped to guarantee before, has been living at her house recently. I feel that Lin Wei may still want to spend more time with her friend recently, and doesn't want to talk about work. Bai Yi listened and responded with a without commenting. Xia Yujia seemed to have thought of something and asked, besides me, have you asked someone from Luyuan to contact her? Lin Wei said that someone sent her a private message on Phylon, also asking her to work at Luyuan. The relevant position and treatment are similar to what I said. Xia Yujia added. The voice communication fell into a brief silence. Bai Yi, It was not someone else from Luyuan, but himself. Xia Yujia laughed out loud when he heard Bai Yi's affirmative answer. Look at you. I said before that Lin Wei is a rare talent, and you pretended not to care, but then you did this in private, and asked me to ask, and asked my subordinates to ask. You are doing it on two fronts. Bai Yi, He couldn't explain to Xia Yujia. At first, he didn't know that Lin Wei and Wei Rui were the same person, and he couldn't explain it truthfully, because that would only make Xia Yujia react more, and he would probably receive endless teasing from Xia Yujia for a long time. Xia Yujia couldn't see Bai Yi's expression through the voice communication, and couldn't guess what he was thinking. At this moment, he was saying, but speaking of which, I didn't know Lin Wei was actually quite popular on Phylon. The number of hits on her planting videos has almost exceeded 10 million. TSK, I don't know what she was thinking. She actually made all her planting methods into videos and released them. You know, Bai Yi, her planting methods are very effective. Do you think she is stupid? Just find a planting base, and her methods can be sold for a good price. Bai Yi just said coldly, she's not stupid. He then said, I have something else to do, I hang up first. Immediately, before Xia Yujia could say anything else, the voice communication was directly hung up. Even though he knew Bai Yi's style of doing things early in the morning, Xia Yujia still deeply despised Bai Yi's behavior of throwing things away after use. At the same time, Lin Wei was holding a palm-sized coaster in one hand. Under Xiao Xiao's puzzled eyes from time to time, she fanned the gardenia seedlings with the strength of a fan, just like a maid. Yes, this is exactly the strange demand of the gardenia seedlings entering the bottleneck period of vegetative metamorphosis. To say that this gardenia seedling is indeed very different in many aspects. In addition to the two items in its vegetative metamorphosis option box with upward arrows, it is different from the other seedlings, which all fell leaves and became half-dead after Lin Wei made mutation selections for them. This gardenia seedling has been growing well from beginning to end, without falling leaves or withering. Its leaves are even growing denser and denser, and now they have grown into a cluster green and lush. Lin Wei has always been worried about the specialness of the gardenia seedling. You must know that the more special and extraordinary it is, the more difficult it is to deal with in the end. Lin Wei is afraid that the gardenia seedling will ask her to reach the moon in the sky and catch turtles in the 5 oceans. She is sitting in a wheelchair and can't do it. Then just now, the depressed little face above the gardenia seedling suddenly changed into a white man with a proud face. An antique small round fan appeared next to the head of the proud white man. No one was fanning it, but it was also fanning the wind. Lin Wei was delighted when she saw it, thinking that she had misunderstood the gardenia seedlings. It was just fanning. Compared with the electric shock of rose seedling number 1, the exciting music of rose seedling number 2, and the colorful piles of stones of Luyuan, it was really conscientious and simple. At that time, Xiao Xiao was curled up on the sofa watching an online performance course, and saw Lin Wei suddenly push the wheelchair over, and took the coaster on the coffee table, and then took the coaster to fan the potted plants on the terrace that were growing particularly well. Xiao Xiao didn't understand, but Xiao Xiao guessed that this might be the secret of Lin Wei's ability to grow high-quality potted plants, since it was a secret. Lin Wei was a good person, and didn't avoid her at all. But she had to be aware of avoiding it, right? So, Xiao Xiao suppressed her doubts and curiosity, and didn't ask too many questions, but a pair of eyes seemed to have their own ideas. They were not controlled by Xiao Xiao's will, and they always glanced over accidentally. Xiao Xiao saw Lin Wei there, fanning vigorously with a coaster, then letting go and fanning very lightly, fanning diagonally, then moving directly above the potted plant to fan. Is this also with strong and small wind control and wind direction adjustment? Does it take so many skills to fan a potted plant? Xiao Xiao watched Lin Wei busy fanning the potted plant for a long time without stopping, and felt very emotional. Planting potted plants is really difficult and troublesome. On the other side, Lin Wei fanned the gardenia seedlings, and her forehead was covered with sweat. She decided to take back her idea that the requirements of gardenia seedlings were simpler than those of rose seedlings number 1 and number 2, and Luyuan. She was wrong, very wrong. The transformation requirements of gardenia seedlings are indeed simple, but its various small requirements are really extraordinary. Although rose seedling number 1 and Luyuan wanted things that Lin Wei didn't have at the time, at least she could buy them, and after buying them, she could give them to them. As for rose seedling number 2's hobby for explosive music, it just turned up the volume with a little effort. Unlike the gardenia seedling, it complained about the wind being too strong, then too little, and then shook its hand, and disliked Lin Wei fanning it diagonally. When the coaster was moved directly above it, it fanned it for only a few times, and then disliked the fan on its head. It was extremely difficult to serve. Lin Wei couldn't raise her right hand for a long time at this moment, and her left hand would get sore after fanning for a long time. The gardenia seedling was tossing and turning again. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like it would allow her to retreat and rest in a short time. Lin Wei had no choice but to ask Xiao Xiao for help. Not long after, Lin Wei's voice rang out in the small capsule apartment. "Hey, fan gently." "Yes, that's it, keep it up." Okay, now fan this side, fan hard. Change to this side, control the strength, about medium wind, about right." After Lin Wei's more than an hour, and Xiao Xiao's more than half an hour of hard fanning, the arrogant white man above the gardenia seedlings, and the small round fan next to his head finally disappeared. Seeing the arrogant white man sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Wei hurriedly pulled Xiao Xiao and said, Okay, it's enough, take a break." Xiao Xiao also sweated all over her forehead from fanning. When she heard Lin Wei say that it was time to take a break, she immediately put the coaster in her hand on the coffee table, and then pinched her right hand with her left hand, and her left hand with her right hand to massage her sore arm. Lin Wei observed the status of the gardenia seedlings for a while, and after confirming that there was no problem, he turned around and said to Xiao Xiao apologetically, "You've worked hard, wipe your sweat quickly." Xiao Xiao finished pinching her own arm, and squatted down to pinch Lin Wei's arm. Lin Wei waved her hand to indicate that it was not necessary, but still could not stop Xiao Xiao from helping her massage. Xiao Xiao pinched Lin Wei's arm while looking at the nearby gardenia seedlings. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously, was it too hot just now? So they needed to keep fanning? Lin Wei looked at Xiao Xiao, who was massaging her hand seriously. She could answer yes, and then make up a few lies to fool Xiao Xiao. With her understanding of plants in that world, she could even make up very convincing lies. But Lin Wei didn't want to fool Xiao Xiao anymore. After she came to this world, she didn't make any friends except Xiao Xiao. After all, she is not a native of this world. Even though Lin Wei has decided to live a good life in this world, there is always a vague barrier when talking to the natives of this world, which makes it difficult for her to really relax. "Xiao Xiao," Lin Wei suddenly called out. Xiao Xiao looked up and looked at Lin Wei in surprise, because Lin Wei's tone of calling her sounded so serious. Lin Wei said, "If I tell you that I can sense the needs of these fruits, vegetables, flowers and plants, do you believe it?" Xiao Xiao blinked slowly, stunned for a moment, and nodded, "Believe it." Then she tilted her head to look at Lin Wei and asked, "Really?" Lin Wei gave her a nod of confirmation. Xiao Xiao laughed, with sweat on her round apple face. She said, "No wonder you grow fruits and vegetables so well, and can grow high-quality potted plants. So that's how it is." "Yeah." Xiao Xiao was careful. She immediately thought of something and said, "You can't sense it from the beginning, right?" Lin Wei tilted her head like her, looked at her and asked with a smile, "Why do you say that?" Xiao Xiao thought for a while and said, "Because when I first lived with you, I didn't know how to grow shallots, but you didn't say anything. At that time, you wanted to make money by live streaming, and you didn't seem to have any interest in growing things." Xiao Xiao said again, "You don't know when you look at them." She pointed to indicate that they were referring to the fruits, vegetables, flowers and plants on the terrace. "There is light in your eyes. Even though it was troublesome to fan it just now, I feel that you still like it very much, right?" Lin Wei glanced at the gardenia seedlings and snorted unhappily, but did not deny Xiao Xiao's words. Lin Wei thought that when she first connected with the green ecosystem, she didn't really like those flowers and plants at first. At that time, she was thinking more about how to use these flowers and plants to make her life better as soon as possible. But as time went by, she didn't know when it started. It seemed very sudden, and it seemed that it was destined to be so. Her life and flowers became inseparable. Lin Wei looked at the flowers and plants around her and said softly, "Well, you guessed right. It was not there at the beginning. It was probably after the live broadcast accident. Xiao Xiao understood. Lin Wei had indeed changed a lot after the live broadcast accident. She patted Lin Wei's hand. When Lin Wei's eyes fell on her, she raised her fingers to make a silent gesture, and then whispered, "I know, you have the ability to sense their needs. It sounds magical, but it's not weird. There are many talented people in this world. You are just one of them. You are not very special. It's not weird at all." Lin Wei heard that Xiao Xiao was comforting her, asking her not to think of herself as a weirdo because of her special abilities. Although Lin Wei told Xiao Xiao about her peculiarities because she trusted her, she was still warmed and moved by her soft words. Lin Wei pulled Xiao Xiao's apple face and said to herself that you are really a kind little angel, and said, "Yes, I am just an ordinary person." Since she had already talked to Xiao Xiao, Lin Wei didn't hide it anymore. She pulled Xiao Xiao and pushed the wheelchair to the flower pot of rose seedling number 1. She turned her head and gave Xiao Xiao a shot of prevention. "Don't be afraid of what you see later." Xiao Xiao didn't understand, but nodded seriously. Lin Wei stretched out his left foot and touched it with the tip of his left foot. Half of the sharp thorn vine was hanging on the edge of the flower pot. Rose seedling number 1 was pretending to be an ordinary plant. "Don't you want to move? Move now." Rose seedling number 1. Click, click, click. Lin Wei looked at the yellow-faced little white horse in the status bubble emoticon package, which seemed to be aggrieved and a little angry. It felt that its wrinkled yellow face was as if saying, "Don't let me move, and then let me move, don't I have any face?" Lin Wei also knew that he had been wrong during this period. Previously, Rose seedling number 1 would always move from time to time, and Lin Wei was afraid that it would scare Xiao Xiao, so he warned it again. Later, Lin Wei found that Rose seedling number 1 always moved disobediently, not because it was naughty, but because it began to grow branches. From the dense thorns, a little bit of the bud tip was difficult to poke out. Lin Wei looked at it, and thought it might be similar to a child's teething, just uncomfortable, itchy, and painful, and wanted to grind and move. Thinking of something, Lin Wei said to Xiao Xiao, who was still in a daze behind him, "Help me turn on the music player on the optical computer, and bring the wireless speaker by the way." Xiao Xiao did as he was told. When she brought the wireless speaker over, Xiao Xiao realized it later and said, "So that time when you turned up the music in the dormitory so loudly, it wasn't because you wanted to listen to the music, but because Meow Meow wanted to listen to it." Lin Wei turned on the wireless speaker and placed it next to Rose seedling number 1, and at the same time praised Xiao Xiao. "So smart." She raised her hand and pointed to the lush rose seedling number 2 next to her, saying, "It's this guy who likes exciting music." Xiao Xiao just thought it was interesting. She squatted down and got closer to look at rose seedling number 2. She was so brave that she touched the leaves with her hands and muttered, "If you like exciting music so much, can you dance?" After that, she giggled again, probably because she felt that her idea was too silly and naive. Her shoulder was patted, and Lin Wei used her eyes to signal Xiao Xiao to look at the flower pot next to her. Xiao Xiao didn't doubt it. Then Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and she pointed at rose seedling number 1, which was twisting and turning to the music, with a look of disbelief on her face. It's dancing." At this time, rose seedling number 1 suddenly raised its front end with 3 leaves, as if it wanted to play with Xiao Xiao, and pushed at the finger that Xiao Xiao pointed at it. Xiao Xiao almost instinctively retracted her finger and looked at Lin Wei in panic. She didn't know what to say at all, but to be honest, Xiao Xiao didn't feel that scared, but was eager to try. Lin Wei encouraged her gently, "It's okay, it just wants to play with you. Just be careful not to be pricked by its thorns." Xiao Xiao responded with an "oh," and the panic on her face had disappeared, leaving only a strong interest. Lin Wei watched Xiao Xiao play with rose seedling number 1 in a short while, and she felt relieved. The reason why Lin Wei quickly shared rose seedling number 1 with Xiao Xiao was that it was really uncomfortable for number 1 to grow branches. She was afraid that if she didn't share it again, this guy would be unable to hold back and give her a big one day. The next day, near noon, the sunflower seedlings and iris seedlings number 2 had transformation requirements. The transformation requirements of iris seedling number 2 were simple, the same colored stones as Luyuan. Lin Wei bought 2 bags of colored piled stones on the shopping app and got it done. The sunflower seedlings requirements were just like its name, they needed light, strong light. Lin Wei looked at it and was about to say that it was simple. Thinking of the fanning of the gardenia seedlings the day before, she thought it was simple at first, but what was the result? Lin Wei was worried and asked Xiao Xiao to help move the sunflower seedlings from the scattered light on the terrace to the direct sunlight. Then, the sunflower seedling's needs were met. Its sunny and energetic white man sat cross-legged under the bright sun. Lin Wei looked at the white man of the sunflower seedlings, who seemed to be sitting on the ground and becoming an immortal. It's no exaggeration to say that she was almost moved to tears. It's so simple. How great it would be if the needs of every transformed seedling were so simple and clear. Of course, Lin Wei also knew that this was just her extravagant wish. But then again, Lin Wei suddenly had a bold guess in her mind. Assuming that the potted plants must be of high quality after successful transformation, or to be more precise, assuming that only potted plants that have completed transformation can be of high quality. Then, some growers who grow high-quality potted plants and are not as lucky as Lin Wei may not have such superb planting skills, but just because they encountered a very rare potted plant that chose to transform itself, and at the same time, they were lucky, and the needs of this potted plant were very easy to meet. Low probability plus low probability. This is why high-quality potted plants are so scarce in this world. Chapter 42. When Xiao Qiao's agent called, she and Lin Wei were busy installing Misha's core processor. Lin Wei had asked the cargo robot to deliver the core processor of the newly purchased nursing robot to the attending Dr. Wei Yang on the day it was disassembled. Unfortunately, the attending doctor happened to be attending a medical meeting outside those 2 days, and was not at the Luyuan medical station. So, Misha's core processor was not delivered until today. While sending a message to Lin Wei to inform her that the things had been sent, the attending doctor also reminded Lin Wei to go to the medical center in District 8 for a physical examination. Lin Wei informed the attending doctor of this the day before she moved out of the Luyuan trainee dormitory. The medical station where the attending doctor worked was owned by Luyuan Media. Since Lin Wei would not stay at Luyuan in the future, he would naturally not be able to go to Luyuan's medical station for treatment. Fortunately, the attending doctor had a wide network of contacts. Lin Wei had taught him many tips on growing fruits and vegetables before, and he also remembered Lin Wei's kindness. He had a friend who was a doctor in the same department as Lin Wei at the District 8 Medical Center, so he passed Lin Wei's medical records and various physical data to his friend. You can go directly to the medical center to find him. If you need negative ion repair fluid, tell me in advance and I ask my friend to send it to you. The price is still the same. The attending doctor said it lightly at the time, but Lin Wei knew the trouble of asking for favors and connections. If there was no help from the attending doctor, she would have to handle the transfer procedures and purchase negative ion repair fluid by herself, which would not only be troublesome, but also cost a lot of money. Lin Wei accepted the favor from the attending doctor, but she didn't express her gratitude. She was thinking that the attending doctor was a plant lover. In this world, giving potted plants as a thank you would be too heavy a gift. So Lin Wei decided to give 5 pots of water spinach that were too lush. When you return to Luyuan after the holiday, bring 2 round white plants and 2 pots of green vines. One of the pots of green vines, please give it to Dr. Wei Yang at the medical station for me. In this room, Lin Wei was nagging at Xiao Qiao, who was helping him, while pulling the line of the nursing robot. Xiao Qiao's communicator vibrated at this time. Go back? Now? Ask me to shoot an advertisement? Green Hung Mobility Flying Car. Green Hung, it seems to be a big brand. Ah? Green Source Biology. No, I don't know anyone. Well, okay, I go back as soon as possible. When Lin Wei heard Xiao Qiao say she was going back, he stopped the work in his hands. After hearing Xiao Qiao pronounce Green Source Bio, Lin Wei looked over. It wasn't that she was sensitive, but the name of this company had almost penetrated her life recently. Xiao Yujia almost never missed a day, either calling or sending messages, asking her if she was willing to work for Green Source, whether she had made up her mind, how long she would have to consider, etc. Those who didn't know would think that he was pimping for Green Source Bio, which was simply too attentive. Lin Wei also asked Xiao Yujia why he was so serious, asking every day. I don't want to either, but I have no choice, I was entrusted by someone. So just give me a definite answer, are you going or not, or how long you will have to consider? After Lin Wei asked in detail, she found out that the man named Bai Yi, who guaranteed Xiao Qiao that day, was the one who asked Xiao Yujia to ask questions. He was also the current general chairman of Green Source Biotechnology. What a young general chairman. This was the first reaction in Lin Wei's mind after she learned of the other party's identity. According to Xiao Yujia, Bai Yi admired her planting talent very much. He not only asked Xiao Yujia to be a lobbyist, but also the private message that Lin Wei received on Phylon was sent to Lin Wei by his subordinates. It can be said that he was full of sincerity to recruit Lin Wei to join Green Source Biotechnology. Lin Wei had not given Xiao Yujia a definite answer before because of many concerns. One of them was that judging from Xiao Yujia's usual style of doing things, Lin Wei felt that he was not so reliable. Therefore, she naturally labeled the job introduced by Xiao Yujia as unreliable. Furthermore, Lin Wei also knew about green source biology, which is one of the largest companies in the Star Federation. Any large company will definitely have a lot of requirements for new employees. Lin Wei was also weighing the pros and cons. After the auction of Luyuan, the auction house had paid the balance 2 days ago. As soon as she got the balance, Lin Wei integrated the funds in her hands, took out 10.8 million, and submitted it to the online service office of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau together with the application form that had been reviewed and approved. Now she has done everything she should do, and she still has some money left, which is not small, enough for her daily life. In addition, she has potted plants, fruits and vegetables, and planting videos that are increasing in playback volume every day. In short, she is not short of money, and as long as she wants, she can undoubtedly become richer. So under this premise, is it really necessary for her to join Luyuan, do a job with bound in hands and feet, and receive a salary and benefits that look good but not that good? Of course, these were Lin Wei's thoughts before she knew that it was actually Bai Yi, the general chairman of Luyuan, who wanted to recruit her. Now, since the real boss of Luyuan intends to recruit her, the nature is different. Lin Wei thought of the city full of green plant projection illusions that she had seen on the flying car before. Her ambition is not big, but she also has her own vision. Lin Wei only hopes that the city and planet where she will live in the future, the real fragrant green plants can cover those high-tech hypocritical projections. Because of this, Lin Wei gave Xiao Yujia the exact words he wanted. My body is still in the recovery period. I will go to the medical center for a checkup in about a week. I should have a second dose of negative ion repair fluid injection. After the end, I will go to Luyuan to find Bai Yi and talk about work in person. Xiao Yujia, who got the exact words and had an explanation, finally stopped for the past 2 days. On this side, after ending the voice communication with her agent, Xiao returned to Lin Wei with a conflicted look on her face. Lin Wei came back to her senses and saw that she looked a little happy but very reluctant, so she said, I have to go back. Xiao sniffed and nodded. My agent said that there is an advertisement for me, for Luyuan's new scooter. Luyuan is a big brand. Although the scooter is just the most inconspicuous one among its many high-end scooters, it is already very rare for a newcomer like me. My agent told me to seize this opportunity. After hearing this, Lin Wei was very happy for Xiao. Xiao said that she didn't care and wasn't afraid, but Lin Wei could see that Xiao was actually worried all the time. She worked so hard and was determined to be a good actor, so how could she not worry? After all, Xiao was involved in an addictive drug incident that was very sensitive to both ordinary Star citizens and the government. Even if there was a negative test report, the brand or film and television drama parties, who valued influence and reputation, would have some concerns. After all, there were too many options to replace Xiao, an inexperienced newcomer in the entertainment industry. But now it's good. From what Xiao said, this green hung should be a national brand of the Star Federation. Xiao's agent was right. Xiao had to seize this rare opportunity. Being able to shoot an advertisement for a national brand also indirectly confirmed that she had nothing to do with the addictive drug incident. Lin Wei told Xiao what she was thinking, and Xiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will work hard. She pouted her lips, squatted down and hugged Lin Wei. I just can't bear to leave you, and Mao. Mao is the nickname Xiao gave to Rose Seedling No. 1, because Lin Wei once called Rose Seedling No. 1 a caterpillar in front of Xiao. Lin Wei smiled and said, wait until you finish shooting the commercial, and have a vacation before you come. Anyway, beauty massage beds are ready now. Xiao left in a hurry. For cabbages, Lin Wei was afraid that they would grow old and not taste good, so he harvested them early and stored them in the freezer. Now that Xiao was leaving, Lin Wei took out 2 cabbages as a gift. Xiao loved to eat round white cabbages, so she didn't hesitate to be polite to Lin Wei. When Lin Wei gave them to her, she accepted them. But Lin Wei wanted to give her a green creeper, but Xiao refused to accept it no matter what. After I go back, I will definitely go to shoot a commercial soon, so I won't have time to take care of it. And there is a new roommate in the dormitory. 2 days after Lin Wei moved out, Xiao had a new roommate, of course not Ling Man. Xiao's relationship with her new roommate was average, just a nodding acquaintance, and she was completely incomparable to Lin Wei. After hearing what Xiao said, Lin Wei realized that it was not right, so she gave up. In the end, when Xiao Xiao left, she took 2 round white vines and a pot of green creeper that Lin Wei asked her to give to Dr. Wei Yang at the medical station. After seeing Xiao Xiao off, Lin Wei felt a little lonely for no reason even though music was still playing in the room. Lin Wei. A strange electronic voice sounded in her ears. Lin Wei looked up and saw that the new nursing robot she bought had been installed with Misha's core processor. After several hours of data reading, it seemed to have finally restarted. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair forward and tentatively called out to the tall nursing robot, "Misha?" The nursing robot responded immediately, "I'm here." Lin Wei's depression caused by Xiao Xiao's departure instantly dissipated. She raised the corners of her mouth, as if she was facing an old friend, and said, "Long time no see, welcome to my home, of course. This will also be your home in the future." Misha replied in a toneless electronic voice, "Long time no see, Lin Wei, I miss you very much." After that, she walked forward and gave Lin Wei a gentle hug with a rich metallic texture. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had done a similar thing to Misha at the medical station last time. Obviously, Misha still remembered and learned it in a very good way. Lin Wei raised his arms and hugged Misha back. The next day, Lin Wei came to the terrace to work after breakfast as usual. The Morning Glory seedlings and Iris seedling number 3 had already passed the high incidence period of mutation. They showed no signs of mutation and obviously would not mutate in the future. The 2 seedlings that did not undergo mutation selection grew much better than the seedlings that had just completed metamorphosis, of course, excluding the special gardenia seedlings here. The growth of the gardenia seedlings has always been constant at a horizontal line and is not affected by mutation selection and vegetative metamorphosis. Thinking of the gardenia seedling, Lin Wei's forehead was unconsciously popped with blue veins. She had never seen a potted plant that could be more troublesome than the gardenia seedlings. Even Mao Mao looked particularly well behaved in front of Lin Wei when facing the gardenia seedlings. The white people of the same period, Iris seedling number 2 and sunflower seedlings, were all cute and begging for food from Lin Wei after they finished meditating. The white people of the gardenia seedlings looked proud, like a peerless immortal after they stood up. Fortunately, it was just a simple drawing without nostrils on its face, otherwise Lin Wei felt that she would probably see an expression pack with nostrils facing the sky. After the peerless immortal stood up, he did not ask Lin Wei for food or water immediately. He raised his hand like a king, first brushing his left shoulder, then his right shoulder, and then staring coldly at Lin Wei with his pair of ink-dotted eyes. Lin Wei, Although it was easy to understand what this thing wanted to express, I just didn't want to satisfy it. After enduring the killing stare of the immortal king for most of the day, Lin Wei, whose scalp was numb from being stared at, finally compromised. Working tirelessly, she used kitchen paper dipped in clean water to carefully wipe each waxed leaf of the gardenia seedling. Yes, this gardenia seedling was not only very demanding during its transformation, but also transformed itself into a germaphobe after the transformation. Lin Wei now has to wipe the leaves of the gardenia seedling at least once a day, otherwise she will have to prepare to face the death gaze of the immortal king. Of course, Lin Wei could have given this arduous task to Misha, but she didn't. Probably just like Xiao Xiao said, although she occasionally felt speechless and helpless, Lin Wei actually enjoyed the process of taking care of flowers and plants. The vines of the Morning Glory seedlings have grown very long, and Lin Wei felt that it was not very beautiful to let it grow creeping in the flower pot, so she did it herself, using a small stick of synthetic material bought on the internet, to build a small rack for the Morning Glory seedlings for it to climb and grow. Lin Wei originally had many ideas for this rack, and wanted to make it more beautiful and exquisite, but her hands-on ability was really limited, so the rack she finally built was the same as the mini simple grape rack. Lin Wei had already done quality tests on the Morning Glory seedlings and Iris seedlings number 3, which were growing very well. The quality of the two was the same, both were mediocre and medium quality. This also confirmed Lin Wei's previous conjecture that potted plants without signs of mutation were probably really difficult to achieve higher quality. After taking care of the flowers and plants, Lin Wei turned on the tracking camera. While taking care of the fruits and vegetables, she must not forget to record useful materials. The cabbage and lettuce seeds sown before have sprouted and grown to the point where they should be divided into pots and replanted. In addition, although the survival rate and germination rate of seed buckthorn and raspberry seeds are not high, Lin Wei decided to change the pots and replant them considering that they are shrubs and bushes. Fortunately, Lin Wei now has Misha to help, so although there are many fruits and vegetables to be replanted in pots, it is not as tiring as when she did it alone before. After all the fruits and vegetables were replanted in pots, Lin Wei looked at the large and small flower pots on the terrace, as well as the vigorous fruit and vegetable seedlings in the pots. Although it was a bit messy, she still felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Wei's house is not big, so the area of the terrace is naturally limited. Originally, considering that she still had to plant more, Lin Wei thought of asking Xiaoyujia to help her order the long flower trough that could save space, and then buy a stepped hollow rack. When the time comes, put the flower trough on the rack, and the terrace will not look as messy as it is now. But Lin Wei thought that she might join Green Source Bio in a while, and she would probably move to District 1 at that time, so the order of the flower trough was temporarily put on hold. After washing her hands, Lin Wei came to the optical computer and searched and logged into the homepage of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. Huh? The efficiency of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau is really worrying. Lin Wei submitted the application 4 or 5 days ago and transferred the money. After that, Lin Wei would log in every day to check the progress of the case. However, every time Lin Wei checked, the result was under review. But today was different. The words under review that made Lin Wei a little annoyed were gone, and turned into under investigation. Lin Wei clicked to view the details. The investigator has intervened in the investigation of the case. Please wait patiently. This is what I saw. These few words made Lin Wei frown. Regardless of whether the Bureau of Investigation of Undocumented Cases is really as magical as the rumors say, Lin Wei believes that evil will be punished, and Lin Fay will eventually pay the price for everything he has done. After closing the homepage of the Bureau of Investigation of Undocumented Cases, Lin Wei went to Phylon. On Phylon, Lin Wei has posted the 5th video of planting. In the 5th video, which was just released 2 days ago, Lin Wei mainly shared with everyone the thinning and replanting of vegetables. Lin Wei clicked on the comment area below the video to check, but found that it was always harmonious, and the comment area for videos sharing recent planting results had different voices this time. Woo 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 my bai ching ching. It was growing well, but after thinning and replanting according to the video, it became like this. Picture, same, I have fainted in the toilet crying. Picture. Picture, my Yuan bye bye is also. Picture, it died miserably. Ha ha, my green vine is fine, the video is fine, it must be your technique. Let me show you my green vine after replanting. Picture. Picture, fork out the front. Seeing this, Lin Wei realized her negligence. Thinning and replanting is indeed a simple matter for her, but it is not so easy for ordinary people in this world who lack planting experience. For example, vegetables such as pak choi and Chinese cabbage, which have relatively weak root systems during the seedling period, may die if they are not careful when thinning and replanting. In comparison, water spinach has strong vitality and can even survive directly by cuttings, so the requirements for the integrity of the root system are naturally not so high. Lin Wei responded to one of the comments, writing, "If Bai Qingqing and Yuan Bai Bai have paid attention to the density of seeds when sowing, then thinning and replanting are not necessary. However, Bai Qingqing and Yuan Bai Bai that have not experienced thinning and replanting may be lacking in growth. In addition, the taste of them in the end may not be as good as those that have been thinned and replanted. I was careless. I should remind everyone that when thinning and replanting, you should pay special attention not to damage the roots of the seedlings. I will pay attention to it in the future. Thank you for your support." After replying, Lin Wei did not look at the high-rise building that was immediately built under her comment. Her video quality is not bad. Judging from the video content and the form of Easter eggs, she seems to be a lively and approachable person. But in fact, after Lin Wei posted the video, she rarely interacted with netizens in the comment area. It is precisely because of this that her rare reply instantly triggered a huge response in the comment area. Bai Yi, who was watching the video in the lounge, happened to witness this scene. Seeing that Lin Wei's Phylon account was still online, Bai Yi immediately opened the private message and sent a message. So Bai Yi still played Phylon too little, otherwise he should know that with the popularity of Lin Wei's videos, she received thousands of private messages every day, if not tens of thousands. He rashly sent private messages, and most of them fell into the sea. But Bai Yi was lucky, he met the careful Lin Wei. He learned from Xiaoyujia that the previous private message was sent by the staff of Luyuan. Thinking that he might become a part of Luyuan in the future, Lin Wei pulled the account with the initial garbled name out of the private message contacts one day and gave it a special group. Because it is a special group, when a private message is sent, the message box will pop up directly if Lin Wei's Phylon account is online. Lin Wei saw the private message sent to her by Bai Yi just like that. 403-9127, "Hello, I am Bai Yi." The private message window that popped up unexpectedly made Lin Wei stun for a moment. Lin Wei naturally still remembered Bai Yi, or rather, this person's presence in Lin Wei's heart was too strong recently, and Lin Wei couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. Not only because the other party guaranteed Xiao Qiao, and later asked Xia Yujia to ask her about her work intentions, the advertisement of Luyuan commuting speed car that Xiao Qiao suddenly received seemed to be operated by this person behind the scenes. At that time, when Xiao Qiao was talking to her agent on voice, Lin Wei overheard it. Curious about why they mentioned Luyuan biology, Lin Wei asked casually. My agent asked me if I knew anyone working at Green Source Biotechnology. Only after he told me did I know that Green Hung flying car actually belonged to Green Source Biotechnology. At that time, Lin Wei had not had time to tell Xiao Qiao that Bai Yi, who had previously guaranteed her, was the general chairman of Green Source Biotechnology. Wei Rui, hello, what do you want to do for me? After sending the message, Lin Wei thought of Xia Yujia's previous daily questions, which were interested by this person. Wei Rui, I have already talked to Xia Yujia about work. I think he should have told you about it, right? 4039127. Yes, he told me everything. Health is indeed more important. Let's talk about joining Green Source after you get better. 4039127. Excuse me, I want to ask you to do me a favor today. Lin Wei raised her eyebrows. Wei Rui, what favor? As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Not to mention that the other party helped Xiao Qiao a lot by guaranteeing her, and the advertising matter might be just a small matter for Bai Yi, but it was indeed a rare opportunity for Xiao Qiao. Putting Xiao Qiao aside, if she joins Luyuan in the future, then the other party will be her future boss, isn't it? Chapter 43. That day, after ending the voice call with Xia Yujia, Bai Yi reflected deeply and felt for the first time that some of Xia Yujia's words were right. Lin Wei's friend had just experienced an accident not long ago. The two girls had been worried for a long time. Now they live together, lean on each other, and comfort each other. At this time, they really shouldn't use work to ruin the atmosphere. However, the problem of Shui Hongwu is imminent. After thinking about it, Bai Yi finally thought of only arranging a job for Lin Wei's friend in the entertainment industry to get rid of him. In this way, he would not be ruining the atmosphere when he talked to Lin Wei about work again. It was fortunate that Lin Wei had no way of knowing Bai Yi's mental journey. Otherwise, she would probably have to reconsider joining Luyuan. After all, her immediate boss is a workaholic who can work hard for work. The work environment and work intensity after she joins the company are mostly difficult. Lin Wei read the private message Bai Yi sent her. The favor the other party wanted to ask her for was actually simple. A new fruit seed selected by Luyuan had some problems in planting. Bai Yi hoped that Lin Wei could try to plant a seed of this kind to see if those problems could be solved or improved. New fruit seeds. In the context of the extreme shortage of fruit varieties in the entire Star Federation, not to mention helping Bai Yi, Lin Wei herself was very excited about the good thing of trying to plant new varieties. Lin Wei agreed to help Bai Yi without hesitation. Since the private message chat system on the Filan platform was not so safe, Bai Yi asked for Lin Wei's private contact number. The two parties quickly added each other as friends. Bai Yi sent Lin Wei all the information about the fruit called Shuhongguo, and the problems reported by the planting base in the form of electronic documents. Lin Wei did not click to view it immediately, but made a rare joke in a good mood. Lin Wei, is this considered a professional ability assessment before I join the company? Bai Yi, no. Whether you can solve the problem of Shuhongguo or not, Luyuan welcomes you to join at any time. Lin Wei was surprised to see this message. If I remember correctly, Xia Yujia once said that Bai Yi sincerely invited her to join Luyuan because he valued her planting ability. But if she can't solve the planting problem of Shuhongguo and messes it up, doesn't it mean that her planting ability is limited? Her impression of Bai Yi should be greatly reduced. Lin Wei, can I ask why? You are so persistent in letting me join Luyuan. It's a daily question, and it's a two-pronged approach. Even if Lin Wei has shown some talent in planting, a well-run large company like Luyuan wouldn't be so eager to recruit talents, right? Bai Yi stared at Lin Wei's message and pondered for a while. He wanted to reply to Lin Wei, because I think we might be the same kind of people, but it was presumptuous. Bai Yi, then can I ask, how did you think of publishing those planting videos? Lin Wei did not hide it. Lin Wei, to make money, to cure diseases. Bai Yi, but after the Luyuan auction, you continue to publish. Lin Wei thought, well, this general chairman of Luyuan seems to be quite free, and he actually has time to find out the time when her planting videos were released. Lin Wei, you may find it ridiculous if I tell you. Bai Yi, don't laugh. We don't have a video, so even if I laugh, You can't see it. This overly honest answer made Lin Wei laugh. Lin Wei was very puzzled. So how could such a serious Bai Yi be friends with Xia Yujia, who was always unruly? It was really strange. Lin Wei, my original intention of posting those planting videos was indeed to make money to treat diseases, but at the same time, I had a dream in my heart. I hope that one day real green plants can cover the false projections on this planet, even if they are not flowers and plants, but just fruits and vegetables. In a place where Lin Wei couldn't see, Bai Yi's breathing stagnated because of her message, and he unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture to be more upright. Many years ago, someone also said similar words in Bai Yi's ear, and it had a profound impact on him. That person was Bai Yi's father. Bai Yi read Lin Wei's message over and over again, and the corners of his always straight mouth rose. Bai Yi, it just so happens that I also have the same dream as you. Lin Wei was stunned. She is not a native of this world, so it is not surprising for her to have such a dream. It can only be said to be naive and ridiculous. But Bai Yi is different. As the general chairman of Green Source, he grew up in a world where plants mutate, potted plants are expensive, and fruits and vegetables are scarce. He has such a dream. In fact, it is also a kind of alternative heresy, right? Thinking of this, Lin Wei couldn't help but snort and laugh. No wonder Bai Yi became friends with Xia Yujia. Compared with Xia Yujia, who can only be regarded as different from ordinary people, Bai Yi is the real natural rebel. However, as Bai Yi said, it just so happens that there is such a natural rebellious boss, so Lin Wei can rest assured to join Green Source in the future. I just hope that the other party is not just talking. Bai Yi was busy, and the communication between the two ended after they agreed on the trial planting of water red fruit. After closing the message chat interface, Lin Wei clicked on the water red fruit information sent to her by Bai Yi. When she saw the three-dimensional photo of the complete water red fruit plant on the first page, Lin Wei's eyes lit up. What is this? Tomato. Lin Wei laughed happily. She was even a little excited, because Lin Wei loved to eat tomatoes since she was a child. When she was young, still in the orphanage, Lin Wei looked forward to the arrival of summer every year, because in summer, the cooking aunt in the orphanage cafeteria would cook delicious tomato egg drop soup for them. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes are also very delicious, and sweet and sour pork with white sugar and tomato sauce is also delicious. Thinking about it, Lin Wei was so greedy that she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Because she particularly likes tomatoes, Lin Wei has planted countless different types of tomatoes in the world where she lived in the past. The feedback that Bai Yi sent to her about the planting water red fruit was obviously sorted out, and the content was very concise and clear. Lin Wei glanced at it, and had an idea in her mind. In fact, with Lin Wei's rich experience in planting tomatoes, Lin Wei can help Bai Yi solve all the planting problems reported by all the planting bases right now. It's just a pity that Lin Wei has the ability, but she can't do it. After all, for most ordinary people in this world, they have never seen tomatoes, and Lin Wei should have been one of these ordinary people. Bai Yi hasn't even sent the tomato seeds yet. If Lin Wei solves all the problems of planting water red fruit now, then in the eyes of others, she is not talented in planting, but weird. While Lin Wei was looking through the information about the water red fruit, she was thinking about how to pass on the correct planting method of the water red fruit to Bai Yi in the fastest and most reasonable way. That night, the seeds of the water red fruit were delivered. Perhaps fearing that Lin Wei would also be troubled by the low germination rate of the water red fruit, Bai Yi sent her 3 packages, 30 seeds in each package, a total of 90 water red fruit seeds. Lin Wei tore open one of the bags and took a look at the seeds. Bai Yi was right. Luyuan did a really good job in the selection and breeding of the water red fruit. Lin Wei only took a rough look and knew that the survival rate of this package of water red fruit seeds should be close to 70%. Such survival data would not be bad even in the world where Lin Wei lived in the past. What Lin Wei didn't know was that in fact, the survival rate of fruit and vegetable seeds produced by Luyuan could basically reach this value. The reason why the survival rates of fruit and vegetable seeds sold on the market are uneven is mainly due to the distributors. Distributors will open bags and mix dead seeds into genuine green source seeds. This is almost an open secret in the seed sales industry, and is tacitly allowed by the industry. Lin Wei did not waste time thinking too much. After turning on the tracking camera, she began to deal with the water red fruit seeds. Fortunately, the growth rate of plants in this world is doubled, and Lin Wei does not need to wait until the tomatoes are fully mature before submitting her homework to Bai Yi. She only needs to reasonably solve the problems reported by the planting base, and then show Bai Yi that after solving the problems, it will start to bloom and bear fruit, and still let the water red fruit plants be healthy. Generally speaking, It takes about 50 days for a tomato seed to germinate and grow leaves and bloom and bear fruit. It takes about 50 days for a tomato fruit to grow from a small green to a ripe red. Obviously, compared with the growth rate of the plant, the ripening process of tomato fruit is quite time-consuming. Lin Wei only needed to shoot the early growth of the water-red fruit, and with the blessing of the growth speed, it took less than half a month for Lin Wei to hand in the homework to Bai Yi. While handing in the homework, Lin Wei also generously gave Bai Yi, the future boss, who was born with a rebellious nature, a little trick for vegetable planting. That day was the first real video communication between Lin Wei and Bai Yi since they met. After handing in the homework, Lin Wei took out a transparent long-neck bottle filled with water in front of Bai Yi, and a very fresh green branch was inserted into the bottle mouth. The green leaves stretched out and swayed gently with Lin Wei's movements. "This is a green vine." Lin Wei pointed to the green branch. Bai Yi hummed, and he didn't think Lin Wei would be aimless. He stared at the bottle and the vine carefully. After a while, Bai Yi's eyes widened slightly, and he said in an almost amazed tone, "Roots?" The part of the green vine that was inserted into the water actually grew white roots. Because of the holographic screen, the roots were still very short, so Bai Yi could not find them at the first time. Lin Wei nodded with curved eyes. "Yes, it has taken root." She then told Bai Yi, "I found that the vitality of the green vine is very tenacious. It only needs some water, some nutrients, sunlight, and suitable temperature to grow well. In addition, the green vine planted in the ground or potted, as long as it is not uprooted, and its new leaves and tender shoots are simply harvested, it can grow new ones." Although Bai Yi's expression did not change much, his breathing rate was obviously unbalanced under Lin Wei's narration. It was only after Lin Wei read the various water-red fruit materials sent to her by Bai Yi that she realized that the planting method in this world was so simple and crude. Take the water-red fruit for example. Luyuan will collect, analyze, and record all the information about the area where the water-red fruit plants are found in the wild, including temperature, humidity, soil composition, and the angle of the sun. Then, Luyuan's extremely high-end environmental mimicry equipment will be used to simulate it exactly for planting and breeding water-red fruit. In this regard, Lin Wei wanted to sigh helplessly, but also felt a little funny. In the final analysis, Luyuan or this world is just high-tech, but extremely lacking in knowledge and relevant experience about plants and planting. After listening to Lin Wei's popular science, Bai Yi's mind instantly flashed with countless thoughts. The reason why the price of fruits and vegetables is difficult to lower is that there are few varieties of fruits and vegetables, and the output is relatively limited. Another reason is that the strong electromagnetic storm that almost destroyed the world not only affected the plants, but also the soil. The soil for growing fruits and vegetables in the planting base is piled up little by little with purchased sterile soil, not the soil of the planet itself, which undoubtedly greatly increases the cost of growing fruits and vegetables. Now Lin Wei has proposed a method of planting with water. If it is really feasible, and can be popularized, then at least the price of vegetables such as green vines will soon fall. In addition, there is the issue of harvesting green vines mentioned by Lin Wei, which is also a point worth exploring. In fact, there are many things to say, but in the end, facing Lin Wei's curved eyebrows in the video, Bai Yi just restrained and said, "I know, thank you." Seeing that Lin Wei was still in a wheelchair, Bai Yi paused, as if he realized something, and added, "Whether it is Shuangguo or Levine, once your suggestions and ideas are adopted, there will be relevant project shares and bonuses." Lin Wei was happy when she heard it. This is a salary before she even started working. But it's what she deserves, and she won't refuse. Speaking of which, during the half-month of filming the video for Shuangguo, Lin Wei took time to go to the medical center in District 8 for a full-body examination, and injected the second dose of negative ion repair fluid without any surprise. Now Lin Wei's right hand, her upper right body is basically fine, but her waist and legs are still a little tired. Of course, if Lin Wei wants to stand now, she can get up directly. The only problem is that when she walks, her right leg will have a very obvious lame feeling. In short, it's walking with a limp, not looking so healthy, and there is no image to speak of. Dr. Wei Yang's friend, the attending doctor at the medical center in District 8, expressed regret to Lin Wei. Lin Wei's condition obviously left sequelae. It shouldn't affect her normal walking, but running and jumping may not work. The attending physician of District 8 said so. After getting over the initial period of frustration, Lin Wei let it go. Anyway, as long as she walked slowly enough, her right foot was not so lame. If she really couldn't stand the fact that she was lame, then she could just sit in the wheelchair all the time. She was used to it, wasn't she? Bai Yi mentioned Lin Wei's employment again. You told Xia Yujia before that you would come to Luyuan to talk to me about work after you finished your physical examination in a week. Now it has been half a month. Lin Wei helplessly said, General Director, please be reasonable. Yes, I forgot the 1-week deadline. But don't you know what I have been busy with in the past half month? Bai Yi couldn't help but curl his lips slightly and said, I don't mean to urge you, but I just want to remind you not to forget that you have worked hard in the past half month. Lin Wei thought for a while and said, I have too many things, and it's a bit troublesome to pack them up. I think, considering the potted vegetables and fruits on the terrace, Lin Wei's desire to move full-time to Green Source was somewhat extinguished. Bai Yi didn't wait for Lin Wei to finish his words and said, You have a nursing robot to help you clean up. If it's not enough, Green Source can help you hire 2 more moving robots. Lin Wei also knew that his excuse for the difficulty of moving was perfunctory, so he said, I know, just these 2 days. In fact, Lin Wei didn't hesitate much in his heart. He just felt that he had just gotten used to this new home. Now he had to move again. Moving to a brand new place, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant and repulsive. Bai Yi, who got the promise, had a clear look of satisfaction in his eyes. He nodded and said, Then I wait for you at Luyuan. Lin Wei thought of something. By the way, I want to see the employee capsule apartments provided by Luyuan. Half jokingly and half seriously he said, If the housing conditions are too bad, then I will reconsider joining the company. Bai Yi said seriously, Okay, I asked them to arrange the best for you. Lin Wei looked at his serious face, thought of his strict personality, and waved his hand and said, No, I'm just kidding. I live in the same place as normal employees. After finishing the video call with Bai Yi, Lin Wei, who was in a good mood, went to the homepage of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau to check the progress of the case. Seeing that it was still under investigation, Lin Wei's good mood was gone. Although she had guessed that the efficiency of this department would not be very high, it has been almost half a month, and it is still under investigation. Lin Wei has not received any feedback from this side. This is a bit unreasonable. The main reason is that this department is too remote. How they operate and how they handle cases, Lin Wei has no idea at all, and there is no reliable and useful information on the internet. It seems that there is no choice but to wait. After all, she has paid 10.8 million star yuan. Lin Wei, who closed the page, felt very unhappy when she thought about it. If she had known this earlier, she would have directly used the more than 10 million star yuan to hire a killer, which should be enough. Of course, Lin Wei was just thinking about it. She couldn't do such illegal things. So, what are the investigators of the Unlicensed Case Investigation Bureau doing now? In the black market of Luyuan Star, small shops without business licenses are lined up on both sides of the gray streets. The streets are crowded with people, and the pedestrians have different expressions, but most of them are hurried and vigilant. A plainclothes investigator went against the flow of people, and came to the door of a grocery store without a sign. Not long after, several plainclothes investigators came to the door of the grocery store. Obviously, this place should be a gathering point they had set in advance. An investigator whispered, Boss, this black market is not right. What he said was actually ridiculous. Since it is a black market, it would be strange if everything is right and there is no problem. But the words of this investigator were recognized by other investigators. No, the people in this black market are too vigilant. We have been here for a few days, but whenever I ask one more question, the way they look at me changes immediately. In order to investigate cases, these people travel all over the country all year round. They have been to all kinds of black markets, and they can still get along well in them. They can get any information they want. However, in this black market, the eyes of some people inadvertently revealed are not like those of simple illegal vendors, but rather like desperados. The person who was respectfully called the boss by the investigators was Lu Jian, the current deputy director of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. After listening to the feedback of several investigators, Lu Jian, who was holding an e-cigarette, said, We only investigate that kid. As for whether the others are right or wrong, that is the business of the Law Enforcement Bureau. It has nothing to do with us. Don't get involved. The investigators knew the interests involved and nodded in agreement. Lu Jian secretly observed the surroundings, not ignoring the flashing eyes from time to time. It was obvious that they had been targeted. Originally, the poisoning case applied by Lin Wei was not qualified for review. Because from Lin Wei's medical records, her body was recovering and she was no longer seriously disabled. The reason why it was finally passed was mainly because it was unheard of to see that the suspect could think of using 2 kinds of fruits to poison and kill people. Since the suspect was still young, Luyuan and a group of investigators suspected that he had the possibility of becoming a high IQ criminal. Thinking that the vicious teeth should be nipped in the bud, Luyuan applied to the director and passed the review. But after some investigation, Luyuan found that they were wrong. Lin Fay could never be a high IQ criminal, because according to their investigation of Lin Fay from childhood to adulthood, he didn't have the brains. The other party probably heard somewhere, or from someone, that eating two kinds of fruits together could kill people, and then used it in a fit of anger. In short, it was an impulse crime. It was a very boring case, but since it was accepted, it had to be investigated, and the applicant, who paid a high commission, had a good result. To say that their undocumented case investigation bureau was definitely not as evil as what was uploaded on Skynet, they did not have the ability to read minds, and the reason why they could understand the suspect more thoroughly than he did was mainly because of the investigation, meticulous investigation, and not letting go of any clues. However, they did have a very special instrument, but unfortunately, a part of the instrument was made of a special material and has now disappeared, which means that the instrument is used once and then it is gone. Because of this, the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau will not use the instrument easily unless it is absolutely necessary. At the same time, if you want to use the instrument, you need the approval and signature of the President of the Star Federation. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Luyuan turned off the e-cigarette and said, "If there is still no clue after another day of investigation, we can only arrest people for interrogation." At the end of the black market, in a seemingly ordinary villa, the man with a sharp scar on his cheek reported, "Brother Lee, the market has not been very peaceful these 2 days. The people below told me that it seems that." Without saying what came, the scarred man gently tapped his eyebrows with his index and middle fingers. That was the daily salute gesture of the Star Federation law enforcement officers. The man called Brotherly had no expression on his face, and only said coldly, "Tell them to keep an eye on it, and don't ship it recently." The scarred man nodded and said, "The goods from the Capital Star have been destroyed." If the singer hadn't died in time, the dream death place would have almost. Brotherly listened to the scarred man's words without saying a word. After a moment of silence, he warned, "Whoever makes a mistake will." The last word of death was interrupted by a weak voice of Dad in his ear. The cruelty on Brother Lee's face disappeared in an instant. He waved away the scarred man, stood up and walked towards an almost sealed small room in the villa. Through the window of the small room, you can see a small bed in the middle of the room. A little girl who is only 5 or 6 years old is lying on the bed. She is so thin that she has almost no sense of existence. Li Gu looked at the girl in the room and asked softly, "Baby, wake up. Do you feel better today?" The girl's every breath seemed very laborious, and it took a long time to hear her response, "Yeah." Li Ji's eyes were unusually soft at this moment. He wanted to open the door and go in to hug his daughter. Unfortunately, the concentration of green oxygen in this room was too high, and he could not go in without wearing a special protective mask. Li Gu talked to his daughter through the window for a while. Of course, he was the only one talking most of the time. Hearing the change in his daughter's breathing frequency, knowing that she should want to sleep, Li Gu hummed a lullaby softly. While humming, Li Gu looked around his daughter's room. It looked like a very ordinary children's room, and the only special thing was probably one of the walls of this room. On the beige wall, there were green gems of all sizes. Chapter 44. Inside the poison analysis room of the District 1 Law Enforcement Bureau, a young intern was flipping through the analysis report on the new addictive drug that has been making the rounds recently. As he watched, the intern couldn't help but sigh in confusion. This production process is too crude, it's just some ordinary addictive relievers plus green oxygen. It's not as technical as the small drug manufacturing den that was busted by the Law Enforcement Bureau last time. The addictive powder that makes people hallucinate is more technical. Ouch! The intern was hit on the head, neither lightly nor heavily. He covered his head and frowned. When he saw that it was the researcher who took action, he immediately called out respectfully, "Teacher." The researcher took the electronic notebook from the intern, took a look, and nodded in agreement. It really doesn't have much technical content. He then looked at the intern and asked, "Then do you know why so many people are still addicted to this thing?" The intern thought and murmured his analysis, the effect of addictive relievers on the nerves. The dependence is not strong, it should not be difficult to quit. In that case, why are there so many people who don't care about their bodies and indulge in this kind of thing? The intern couldn't figure it out for a while. He shook his head honestly. The researcher handed over the electronic notebook, pointed to the green oxygen content data on it, and said, "It is because of this that the government prohibits the private sale of green oxygen for a reason." The intern listened carefully, and even took out an electronic pen to take notes. Seeing this, the researcher smiled knowingly and began to explain in detail. Here, the researcher pointed to his chest, indicating the lungs and respiratory system, affected by the environment. It is born imperfect. It has an instinctive desire for green oxygen. Indeed, scientifically formulated green oxygen can relieve our hypoxia very well. At this time, green oxygen is a good medicine for us to cure diseases. But if it is abused, especially high concentrations of green oxygen. The researcher paused here, as if thinking about the wording. Let me give you an example. Here, the researcher pointed to his chest again, is like a poor household on a three-line star, and green oxygen is the star element that can save them from the water and fire. A small amount of star element can improve the lives of poor households, but if they are given tens of millions or hundreds of millions of star elements at once, how strong the happiness of the poor will be when they suddenly become rich is hard for you and me to imagine. Under such a premise, if it were you, do you think you could return to the poor life of the original poor household? The intern looked suddenly enlightened. So, the real addictive thing about this new addictive product is not the soothing agent, but the green oxygen. Yes. The researcher sighed and said, although our respiratory system is born broken, it has been trying to adapt to the harsh environment around us for our survival. Although the high-purity green oxygen will bring it a short-term and strong sense of comfort, it will also stimulate it, making it sensitive to the air it has already adapted to, thus inducing acute hypoxia. The researcher finally concluded, this is the real cause of death of the popular female singer Lu Qingqing. In the Lin Waste Electronic Recycling Store in District 3 of Luochen Star, Zhang Shuwan is showing off her jadeite earrings to a neighbor who comes to sell waste. Our Fei bought it for me, and said it cost more than 2,000 star dollars. Hey, this kid finally made some money, and he just wanted to buy this, and that for me and his father. Although this neighbor lived a distance away from the Lin family, she also watched Lin Fay grow up. How could she not know what Lin Fay was like? The neighbor was willing to listen to people saying that he was lazy and troublemaking. Saying that Lin Fay could make money and was filial? The neighbor thought, this is to think that she is blind and deaf. A while ago, the debt collectors came to the Lin family to collect debts, and there was a loud noise. Who on this street didn't know that Lin Fay owed a lot of debts in the black market? Zhang Shuwan was still boasting non-stop, and the neighbor felt annoyed after hearing it. He rolled his eyes and said, I heard from my bower that your Lin Wei seems to post videos on that Fay, and it is said to be very popular. She can make a lot of money, right? Zhang Shuwan choked when she heard it. Thinking of Lin Wei's 380,000 star yuan that disappeared, she felt indignant, and her tone changed. She said with disgust and pretended to be indifferent. Our Fei said that for that kind of video, only a few star yuan are given for 10,000 views. Don't look at the millions of views of that dead girl's video. In fact, it's not much money. How can it be compared with our Fei? When the neighbor heard it, she was going to start talking about Lin Fay again, so she waved her hand to indicate that she had to go back to make lunch. After a few words with Zhang Shuwan about the price of scraps, she hurried away. As soon as the neighbor left, Zhang Shuwan spat at the neighbor's back. Because the neighbor mentioned Lin Wei, I felt suffocated when I thought about the 380,000 yuan that I didn't get. She wanted to get the 380,000 yuan, but she was still under the traffic restriction order, and Lin Xiuan was unwilling to go to the capital star to ask Lin Wei for money because of face. The most important thing is that even her son Lin Fay doesn't support her now. Mom, you also saw what she looked like when she was brought in. She was lying in bed and couldn't move. I guess the 380,000 yuan was used by her to treat her illness and buy medicine. She must be having a hard time now. If we go to find her now, we won't get any money, and we may have to pay for her medical expenses. If she wants to come back, we have to take her back, and you will have to take care of her at that time. Thinking of Lin Fay's words of persuasion, Zhang Shuwan felt better. What her son said was right. It's not worth it to bring a burden home without getting the money. Recently, the black market couldn't get any goods. Lin Fay, who had nothing to do, strolled around the street and prepared to go home for lunch. Lin Fay was originally upset because he couldn't get the goods and couldn't make money. But after reading the news and learning from Xiaopeng that the goods on the Capital Star were all sold out, Lin Fay felt relieved. He had thought about going to the Capital Star to check it out after the restriction on his movement was lifted. Fortunately, he didn't go because of the restriction, and now, even if the Capital Star's popularity is over, he will never go. It's true that the Capital Star is prosperous and there are many rich people, but the Law Enforcement Bureau there is also strict. It's still better for them. Luochen Star, the third-tier star has less control. It's convenient for him to get and ship goods, and he makes a lot of money. Thinking of this, Lin Fay has already walked to his door. Mom! He just opened his mouth to shout, and suddenly several tall and strong strangers rushed up from all sides, and without saying a word, they grabbed his arms behind his back. Lin Fay was frightened for a moment, and then he asked loudly, "Who are you?" "Let me go!" Zhang Shuwan ran out when she heard the noise, and was also shocked by the scene in front of her, but that was her son, her most beloved son. Zhang Shuwan didn't care who the other party was. She rushed over and pushed him. "Let go of Fei, let go! Who are you? In broad daylight, how dare you?" No matter how fierce Zhang Shuwan was, no matter how fearless she was for her son, she was just an ordinary middle-aged woman. How could she pull a truly well-trained investigator? But her voice was loud and clear enough, and a few cries for help with a crying tone immediately attracted the whole street to watch. Debt collector? Is Lin Fay causing trouble outside again? Oh, they arrested him this time. It seems that Lin Fay owes a lot of money outside. That Zhang Shuwan praises Lin Fay for making money every day. TSK. There were discussions all around, but no one came forward to help Zhang Shuwan. Most of them stood at their own doorsteps to watch the show. The investigators were originally worried that Zhang Shuwan would cause trouble because of her shouting. Now, although they didn't show it on their faces, they were quite interested in the neighborhood relationship of the suspect's family. However, their department is special after all. It is not a law enforcement bureau that can handle cases and arrest people openly. Luyuan showed his ID to Zhang Shuwan. "We are special investigators from the Law Enforcement Bureau. We are investigating Ms. Lin Wei's poisoning at her request. Lin Fay is the key suspect in this case. We are taking him back for questioning. Please do not interfere with our investigation." Because the name of the undocumented case investigation bureau is too obscure, most people on third-tier stars, like Luyuan star, know nothing about it. In order to avoid the investigation of the case being blocked, Luyuan could only bring up the reputation of the Law Enforcement Bureau to deter ordinary people. Of course, he had already informed the local Law Enforcement Bureau, so even if someone did not believe it and went to the Law Enforcement Bureau to ask, they would not reveal the truth in a short time. When Zhang Shuwan heard that it was someone from the Law Enforcement Bureau, she was scared and did not dare to cry and push. The investigators did not say much nonsense and directly took Lin Fay to their speeding car. Then, without giving Zhang Shuwan time to react, they drove away directly. Zhang Shuwan was covered in dust by the speeding car and stood there for a long time. Lin Wei. Suddenly, she shouted, almost gritting her teeth, and the neighbors watching on the street were shocked. Some people were curious about Lin Wei and the poisoning case, and wanted to ask Zhang Shuwan, but when they saw Zhang Shuwan's red eyes and crazy look, they immediately stopped thinking. The atmosphere at the breeding base affiliated to the Green Source Biological Research Center that day was quite unusual. Originally, both the growers and the planting experts were busy with their own work in their own breeding fields. But on this day, they all received a notice from above, asking them to gather in the meeting room of the breeding base, which was rarely used. After sitting down in the meeting room, some young growers couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's the matter?" "I'm busy. Please tell me if you have something to say." "Yes. Where is the person in charge? Why did you call us all here?" Someone who was well informed revealed, "I heard that it seems to be related to the water-red fruit. It seems that Mr. Baiyi asked someone to solve all the problems of water-red fruit planting." When these words came out, all the growers gasped. God knows they have been almost overwhelmed by the problem of planting water-red fruit recently. "Really?" While the questioner asked, his eyes drifted to the three planting experts sitting in a row next to him. Water-red fruit is difficult to plant and breed. Even the three senior planting experts are helpless. Could it be that the person Mr. Baiyi found is the rumored green plant apostle? Otherwise, the other party should have come into contact with the seeds of water-red fruit later than them, and the planting experts, but he was able to solve the problem before them. This planting talent is amazing. The three planting experts are much older than the planters, so they are naturally more patient. However, after hearing the discussion of the planters, the oldest planting expert in the middle snorted with an unclear meaning. He obviously didn't believe that anyone could solve the problem of planting water-red fruit in such a short time. Sitting on his right, a planting expert of the same age as him suddenly spoke up, not without flattery. "Mr. Wu's breeding volume of this batch of water-red fruit seems to be more than 1/3 higher than mine. It seems that you have almost mastered the breeding tricks of water-red fruit." "Alas, I can't do it. I plant the same old things over and over again." The planting expert called Mr. Wu, upon hearing this, relaxed his brows and said with a high attitude, "Thank you, thank you. I just figured out a little bit of the rules." As he said that, he turned his head to look at another planting expert who had not spoken. "I heard that Xiaolu's breeding volume is not low." No, I was just lucky this time. I really can't do anything about this water-red fruit. I haven't figured out any clues yet." The planting expert Luku, who was named, had a fat face full of helplessness. It didn't look like he was being modest, but he really didn't know how to grow water-red fruit well. As they were talking, the head of the base came late. Sorry, I've delayed everyone's time." The head of the base apologized. He only had the title of head, but in fact he could only be regarded as the administrator of this base at most, and he dared not offend these talented growers easily. It was Mr. Baiye's idea to gather everyone here today. Mr. Baiye got a solution to the problem of water-red fruit planting, which is a video. He wanted everyone to see it. Maybe it would be helpful for everyone in the planting and breeding of water-red fruit. Okay, let's not talk too much. Let's watch the video. After the head of the base made some operations, the video's screen was enlarged and projected on a white wall in the conference room. A young girl with a high ponytail and sitting in a wheelchair appeared in the video's screen. Some growers who liked to browse the flyer recognized Lin Wei at once and cried out softly, "Wei Rui!" And more growers and planting experts who didn't know Lin Wei or Wei Rui frowned when they saw the young girl. It's not that you have to compete for qualifications and age in the planting business, but the girl in the video is too young. She looks less than 20 years old, and her image is too beautiful. She doesn't look like someone who can bury her head in dirty sterile mud and do planting well. She looks like a little star in the entertainment industry. If he hadn't heard that Baiye spent many years in the laboratory and was obsessed with work, and knew that the other party should not be blinded by lust, I'm afraid that Mr. Wu would have left as soon as he saw the young girl in the video. The grower who had watched Lin Wei's planting video was excitedly whispering to his colleagues, "I've watched her planting video. Although I haven't tried the planting method she came up with, judging from the comments and barrage feedback, those methods should be useful. Anyway, I feel that she is quite good at planting." In the video, Lin Wei first greeted everyone with a smile, "Hello, everyone." Then she got straight to the point and said, "Regarding the problem of low germination rate of water-red fruit seeds, my solution is what I call soaking seeds in warm water." As she spoke, Lin Wei moved a small heated soup pot from the side. She filled the soup pot with water and set the heating temperature to 55 degrees. "These are the water-red fruit seeds that I have soaked in clear water for 1 hour." Lin Wei showed everyone a small white plate with 5 water-red fruit seeds that were a little swollen because of soaking in water. After the demonstration, the green light of the soup pot happened to flash, indicating that the water temperature in the pot had reached 55 degrees. Lin Wei pressed the keep warm button of the soup pot, and under the incredible gaze of the planting experts of Green Source, he poured all the 5 red fruit seeds in a small dish into the soup pot. Lin Wei in the video was just an image, so naturally he could not really interact with the audience and spectators in real time, and he had no way of knowing that at this moment he was being looked at as if he were a fool. Lin Wei smiled peacefully and explained, "After pouring the seeds into the soup pot, you must stir them quickly to heat them evenly. This is also the most important thing about soaking seeds in warm soup." When the video was played to this point, Mr. Wu suddenly stood up angrily. "What a joke. I have never seen anyone treat seeds like this. Is this treating seeds? This is clearly using seeds to make soup." After that, Mr. Wu ignored the person in charge's repeated attempts to retain him and walked away. Because of Mr. Wu's words making soup, many growers couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's just making soup. Can the content of this video really help them solve the problem of planting water-red fruit? Why does it look like a joke? As soon as Mr. Wu left, some growers who believed that the content of the video was useless also left the meeting room one after another. Leaving? The planting expert, who had flattered Mr. Wu before, turned around and asked the passerby who had an empty seat between him and Mr. Zhou. "Is Mr. Zhou leaving too?" the passerby asked instead of answering. Mr. Zhou smiled and said, "I am not like Mr. Wu, who has already figured out the rules. Even if I go back to the breeding field, I can't do anything with those seeds. Since Mr. Baiye asked me to look at it, let's take a look." Luku also smiled and said, "I have the same idea as you, Mr. Zhou." Lin Wei in the video was still explaining softly. "Soak in warm water for 15 minutes, take out the seeds, and soak them in clean water for 3 to 4 hours. After that, repeat the warm water again, and then we can sow them." The video screen suddenly changed at this time. The soup pot and seeds disappeared, and it became a flower pot held in the girl's hand. The girl showed the flower pot under the camera, These are the 5 water red fruit seeds that were sown yesterday and soaked in warm water. You can see that 4 of them have germinated. Here, Lin Wei did not use her plug-in. She randomly grabbed these 5 seeds in the seed bag with her eyes closed in order to get a relatively realistic germination rate. After Mr. Wu left, not many people stayed to continue watching the video. There were only 8 people in total, including the planter and 2 planting experts. At this time, the 8 people stared at the flower pot shown by the girl in the video. 4 out of 5 seeds germinated, and the germination rate was incredibly high. Is it true? Because it was too incredible, there would always be people who questioned it because of unbelievable. Could it be that she actually planted dozens of seeds secretly? Some people suspected conspiracy theories. The planter, who was considered a fan of Wei Rui, rolled his eyes and said, "You can think of it. Can't Mr. Bai think of it? Forget it. Keep watching. I believe Wei Rui will not fake it." The 4 water red fruit seedlings grew better and better as time passed in the video, and grew taller and taller. Luca looked at the 4 water red fruit plants that had grown more than 30 centimeters in the video and couldn't help but exclaimed, "They are growing really well. Looking at their branches, they feel much stronger and healthier than the ones I planted." Mr. Zhou nodded in agreement. The 4 water red fruit plants in the video not only have good branches, but also look particularly green, unlike the ones he planted, which have thin branches and sparse leaves and look sickly. Due to the rush of time, I didn't have time to make a comparison video. Obviously, this is Lin Wei's excuse for herself, compared with other seed germination methods, such as water germination and cold storage germination. I found that the water red fruit plants grown after warm soup germination are better and healthier than direct sowing or sowing with other germination methods. The 2 planting experts heard this and thought to themselves, as expected. They were not mistaken. The 4 water red fruits were growing much better than the average ones. Lin Wei added, "Regarding the yellow spot disease of the water red fruit leaves, it seems that it can also be solved by soaking the seeds in warm water. Anyway, the water red fruits I planted did not have the problem of yellow spot disease. I personally think that the yellow spot disease of the water red fruit leaves is likely caused by the low temperature during the germination or germination stage of the seeds." The time in the video passed quickly, and the 4 water red fruits grew almost as tall as the girl in the wheelchair in front of everyone's eyes. The girl suddenly reached out and grabbed a branch of the water red fruit, and then broke off several small branches in a row in a very neat and clean manner. The 2 planting experts felt distressed when they saw this. "What is this for? Why did the good branches get broken?" Lin Wei broke off 2 small branches of the water red fruit, and also left 2. "From my observation, these small branches are useless. On the contrary, they may be the culprit for the difficulty of the water red fruit to bloom and produce few fruits." Lin Wei pinched a small green branch and said, "Their large growth will lead to insufficient nutrition of the water red fruit plant." Everyone look! 2 days have passed in the video. The 2 water red fruits, whose small branches were broken off, actually sprouted clusters of inflorescences, while the leaves of the 2 water red fruits that did not have their branches broken off grew more luxuriantly, but there was no sign of inflorescences. The 2 planting experts looked at each other at this time, revealing a feeling of benefiting a lot. The video is almost over. After the girl broke off the branches of the other 2 water red fruits, the next day, the 2 water red fruits also sprouted inflorescences. The flowers of the water red fruit are yellow umbrella-shaped. The girl held a small brush in her hand and gently brushed the flower umbrella, explaining, "Touching them more like this can make them produce more red fruits. In fact, it is artificial pollination, but this concept does not exist in this world. In this world, perhaps because of the shadow of mutant plants, people rarely study plants. Of course, it may also be because normal plants are scarce, and if you want to study them, you must break through the siege of mutant plants to obtain them first." But Lin Wei thought about it carefully later and felt that it was right. With the mutation probability of plants in this world, before there is a perfect solution to plant mutation, it seems that studying how normal plants bloom and bear fruit does not seem to have much meaning. In the conference room, when the girl brushed the flower umbrella with a small brush and spit out the words that it can produce more fruits, Mr. Zhou's face changed drastically, and he suddenly stood up. Luca called out in confusion, "Mr. Zhou?" Without getting any response, Mr. Zhou seemed to be greatly frightened, and seemed to have something urgent to do. Without saying a word, he hurried out of the conference room. Chapter 45. Lin Wei, who was busy with the move, had no idea about the reactions caused by the Shuangguo video at the green garden planting base. Lin Wei was worried. She still didn't have much personal luggage, but she had a lot more potted plants than the last time she moved. Even though Lin Wei had harvested all the vegetables that could be harvested in advance, such as the second batch of Chinese cabbage and lettuce she planted, which had been eaten up by her, the problem was that Lin Wei also planted the third batch. Remember the first batch of Chinese cabbage that Lin Wei planted? She didn't harvest and eat all of them, leaving 2 behind to see if they really had no seeds, as the rumors on Skynet said. Similarly, Lin Wei actually left 2 celery plants. Practice makes perfect, and the facts prove that the rumors on Skynet were wrong. Those conspiracy theories that Green Source used genetic means to prevent fruits and vegetables from producing seeds were refuted by Lin Wei's personal practice. Lin Wei harvested some seeds of both Chinese cabbage and celery. It is true that the quality of these seeds is average, and the survival rate is low, but Lin Wei thinks that this should be due to the general environment. As for the gossip on the internet, Lin Wei later thought that he was quite stupid and actually took it seriously. How many netizens on the internet are really serious about growing fruits and vegetables, and how many of them can grow fruits and vegetables well, and make them bloom and bear fruit? The fact is that most netizens can't even handle the most basic step of germination of fruits and vegetables, let alone bloom and bear fruit. Lin Wei planted all the Chinese cabbage seeds and celery seeds he harvested. Now it has been 2 days since he divided the pots and turned the seeds over. The growth is just right, but it has not grown to the extent that it can be harvested and eaten. Because of this, Lin Wei now has 6 pots of Chinese cabbage and celery, 2 pots of seed buckthorn, 1 pot of raspberry, 4 pots of water spinach, and 2 vases of water spinach grown by Lin Wei in water culture. In addition, there are 4 tall and big tomato trees with fruits. And these are just the fruits and vegetables that Lin Wei has, and the potted flowers and plants are another. In the half month, when Lin Wei was busy shooting and making the water red fruit video, the potted morning glory has unknowingly climbed all over the small grape rack built by Lin Wei for it. Lin Wei was so busy that he didn't pay attention to the specific day it bloomed. It seemed that one morning after Lin Wei got up and went to the terrace for a routine inspection, and then he found that its green leaves were dotted with small trumpets. The trumpet-shaped morning glory is not beautiful, but the colors are mostly bright and eye-catching. Lin Wei's morning glory has a crimson gradient color, and the edge is stained with a circle of water-like lines, which is very beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful it is, the morning glory potted plant, with its flower pot and its small rack, occupies a considerable area. When Lin Wei and Bai Yi communicated via video earlier, Bai Yi also mentioned that he would hire 2 more moving robots for Lin Wei in the name of Luyuan. But the reality is that with Lin Wei's current belongings, moving robots alone are obviously not enough, and a cargo flying car with larger storage space must be used. After all, Lin Wei's morning glory potted plant alone can basically fill the chest storage compartment of a moving robot. The sunflower potted plant has now grown to about 50 centimeters in height, and this is the height that Lin Wei has deliberately controlled. Usually, the growth height of ground-planted sunflowers is higher than that of hollyhocks, and the highest can even reach 3 meters. The stem of the sunflower is thick, and like the hollyhock, it is straight and stands out. Speaking of hollyhock, the hollyhock that Lin Wei sold to Xiaoyujia was probably because the upper half of the hollyhock withered before, which eventually hurt the root. After it was transplanted into a new flower pot, although the stems and leaves slowly recovered, it never showed any sign of blooming. Fortunately, the hollyhock, which was completely recovered and growing vigorously, finally bloomed 2 days ago. Xiaoyujia was very happy when the hollyhock bloomed. Similar to the growth pattern of hollyhock leaves, the flowers of hollyhock are also dotted on its thick stems, from bottom to top, in large clusters, and at most more than a dozen can bloom at once. The color of Xiaoyujia's hollyhock is the most common peach-pink gradient, with a golden center. If it were placed in the world where Lin Wei used to live, this would be the most common home flower on the roadside in the countryside. But it is Xiaoyujia's treasure. On the day when the hollyhocks bloomed, Lin Wei received another 18,888 red envelope from Xiaoyujia, along with dozens of beautiful photos of hollyhocks from multiple angles. Ah. Who would have thought that this was just a medium-quality one? A medium-quality potted plant could actually grow so beautiful. There's no need to measure the beauty of its flower shape. I bet it's definitely above 3+. Ha. My friends are so envious of me. They don't believe that this is just a potted plant worth 350,000. Wow, ha. It's obvious from the message Xiaoyujia sent to Lin Wei that day that the other party was so happy that he almost fainted. The sunflower potted plant also grew buds in the past 2 days, a large and full one, heavily on the top of its stem, and a little of its golden petals can be seen. It seems that it is about to bloom. When Lin Wei handed the sunflower pot to the moving robot, she specifically asked him to transport it as smoothly as possible, because the sunflower pot was somewhat top-heavy, and Lin Wei was worried that it would break if not transported properly. Iris number 2 and number 3 have both bloomed and withered, and are now growing a second round of buds. Lin Wei tested the quality of iris number 2, which had completed its vegetative transformation, and it was a high-quality product without any surprise. Lin Wei did not auction iris number 2 like Luyuan did, because she was not in a hurry to use the money, and because Lin Wei had her own plans in mind. In addition to sowing and propagation, irises are more commonly propagated by division. If a high-quality potted iris is propagated by division, will it become many high-quality potted plants? Lin Wei is very much looking forward to this result. The sunflower pot is also a high-quality product, and the cleanliness-obsessed gardenia pot is also a high-quality product. In this way, Lin Wei can basically be sure that some of her previous guesses about high-quality potted plants are correct. After the potted plants complete the plant metamorphosis, the quality will be greatly improved. The cleanliness gardenia potted plant has not yet produced flower buds, but its branches have already shown obvious lignification and lush leaves. In Lin Wei's original world, gardenias are rarely propagated by sowing. They are usually propagated by cuttings, layering and division. Lin Wei plans to wait until the gardenia grows longer, and then try cuttings to see if one pot of high-quality products can be turned into multiple pots. The same is true for rose number 2. Its common propagation method is the same as that of gardenias. Sowing is the last option for roses. As Lin Wei gradually understands this world, he also realizes that this world is still in its infancy, whether it is planting potted plants or growing fruits and vegetables. You can get some understanding by just looking at their vegetable stalls, and the single fruit and vegetable varieties in the fruit rows. Because they were just starting out, and their knowledge was superficial, it seemed that they only knew about the way plants reproduce, that is, seeds take root. Since Lin Wei had a lot of fruits, vegetables, and potted plants, some of them still needed to be handled with caution, so the noise of moving them back and forth was inevitable. So, when Lin Wei was busy and had no idea, her neighbors, who had never met, secretly filmed some of her moving process. When Lin Wei got on the flying car that Luyuan helped her rent, a video on the internet called "I Never Thought That My Neighbor Was Actually a Potted Plant Tycoon" was gradually fermenting. Because it was secretly filmed, the picture quality was poor and the perspective was seriously shaken, so this video did not attract much attention when it was first uploaded. It was not until a Phylon Weirway fan saw this video and circled Weirway to ask if the neighbor, who could only see the back in the video, was Weirway, that a group of netizens who were watching Weirway's planting video ran to send heat. It was Weirway. Identification completed. I am dying of laughter. Do I need to identify this? Although I can only see the back, Weirway's wheelchair is too obvious. Okay, no wonder she asked for leave to stop updating videos. It turns out she was busy moving. Because Lin Wei was busy making the Shuangguo video, she posted a note on Phylon in advance asking for leave to temporarily stop updating videos due to personal matters. To be honest, there are really many potted plants. I am so jealous. They are not potted plants, but the vegetables and fruits that Weirway planted for the video. Anyway, I just seemed to see a familiar green vine. So some people who said that Weirway planted fake plants for the video can take a break. Huh? What are those 4 pots that were moved at the end? I haven't seen them in Weirway's video. There are more than just those 4 pots that I haven't seen. I feel like I haven't seen several pots, but they are blocked by the moving robot, and I can't see them clearly. By the way, look carefully at the last 4 pots, there are surprises. Ah, I see, are those round ones fruits? Right, gala fruit? Do the branches and leaves of gala fruit look like this? I'm confused. After Lin Wei got on the express train, she was bored. So she turned on the holographic screen of the communicator and prepared to browse Phylon to kill time. After entering her Phylon homepage, Lin Wei found that the number of comments on the leave request she posted had increased by nearly double compared to the previous day. What happened? Lin Wei suspiciously clicked on the comment area, and then saw that the most popular comment ranked first had a video, and the following were all asking what the last 4 pots were. Lin Wei was a little confused for a while, and when she clicked on the video, she found that someone had secretly filmed her moving process. What the netizens were madly posting was about, and they were asking about the 4 pots of water red fruit that Lin Wei finally asked the moving robot to move onto the freight car. Lin Wei curled her lips at the comments section, which were still constantly posting about what the last 4 pots were, but did not respond immediately. She first contacted her former neighbor, who secretly filmed her, and uploaded the video. Because of the serious air problem in this world, people rarely go out unless they have nothing to do. In addition, the internet industry is developed, and basically food, clothing and daily necessities can be solved online without leaving home. So not to mention that Lin Wei herself did not live in her new home for a long time, it is not strange in this world that the neighbors have not met for many years. Lin Wei has carefully watched the video uploaded by the former neighbor secretly. She didn't show her face, only her back. Most of the flowers and potted plants were not photographed because of the camera angle. Only one pot of green vines, and 4 pots of red fruit were fully exposed. However, Lin Wei still contacted the former neighbor, hoping that the other party would delete the video as soon as possible. There was no other reason, simply because Lin Wei didn't like being secretly photographed. The former neighbor didn't expect that his neighbor was not only a potted plant tycoon, but also a celebrity on Phylon. Although he was reluctant to give up the popularity of this video, he also understood that all this popularity was brought to him by Wei Rui. It was relatively straightforward, so he agreed to Lin Wei's request to delete the video. After confirming that the secretly filmed video was deleted, Lin Wei returned to his Phylon homepage and responded to questions from netizens. The last 4 pots are a new fruit. The seeds are not available on the market for the time being, so I am trying to plant them in advance. After I move and settle down, I will make a related video for everyone, so stay tuned. Oh, by the way, this new fruit is called shuahongguo, and it should taste pretty good. Lin Wei had asked Bai Yi before if he could post the shuahongguo video on the internet. The other party's answer was affirmative without any hesitation. Lin Wei also teased him at the time. I see you seem to be eager for me to post the shuahongguo planting video as soon as possible? Yeah. Bai Ye's reply was still affirmative, brief but powerful. Lin Wei thought to herself at the time, okay, her future boss said that he had the same dream as her. It seems that it was not empty talk, and the other party really wanted to put his unorthodoxy into practice. But it is obvious that Lin Wei has not yet posted the shuahongguo planting video. Lin Wei's main considerations were that the seeds of the water red fruit were not on the market yet, and the other was that the water red fruit planting video she made for Luyuan was too teaching-oriented, with no background music or light and shadow adjustment, and the rhythm of the entire video was monotonous and boring. Lin Wei then thought that after the seeds of the water red fruit were on the market, she would re-edit a version of the water red fruit planting video, a version that would be consistent with the tone of her past planting videos and more suitable for the video works of Phylon, an entertainment platform. Then again, Lin Wei suddenly thought that if she had not agreed to join Luyuan, the process of simply making a water red fruit video for Luyuan and posting it to Phylon would actually be the same as when she was an internet celebrity in the past, and took on the brand's new product promotion. This was an unconscious return to the old business. Lin Wei hadn't been browsing Phylon for a long time when, in the corner of her eye, the potted plant Mau Mau placed on her legs had faint signs of restlessness. A string of musical notes appeared on the head of the yellow-faced pony, as if silently shouting at Lin Wei, I want music. Give me music. Lin Wei plucked the top leaf of it, signaling it to stop being naughty. It takes a full 20 hours to take the express train from District 8, where Lin Wei lives, to District 1, where Green Source is located. Of course, Lin Wei doesn't want to take the train with a flower pot in her arms. How tiring. But she is even more worried about Mau Mau, who has a bad temper. Mau Mau doesn't like the cold metal robot to touch it, which Lin Wei discovered when she asked Misha to help move the flower pot. Whenever Misha's mechanical body touches Mau Mau, it immediately seems to be attacked, swinging its ugly sharp thorn vine to whip it back fiercely. You can say that this is Mau Mau's territorial awareness, and it and Xiao Xiao play well together. Lin Wei could only think that maybe Mau Mau really gained the ability to perceive human emotions during the transformation process. It could obviously shrink back because Lin Wei was angry, and could play with Xiao Xiao because Xiao Xiao quickly accepted it and showed that she liked it. But robots, even the smartest robots with emotional feedback, are just a complex program, which is completely different from human emotions. Imagine that a strange behemoth that is completely beyond your perception suddenly touches you, and it seems understandable that you will have a stress reaction like Mau Mau. But because of this, in order to prevent Mau Mau from making a big noise when he comes into contact with a moving robot in an unfamiliar environment, Lin Wei can only take the express train with its flower pot. Now this guy is still clamoring to listen to music. He is so ungrateful, unable to resist the repeated requests of the yellow-faced short-legged horse. Lin Wei turned his head and said to Misha beside him, "Just play a song, Misha." Misha immediately responded, "Okay." In a moment, soothing music filled the car. Mau Mau was watching Lin Wei and didn't dare to make big movements, but the leaves on the top of it slightly closed with the music. Misha obviously had figured out Lin Wei's preferences, and played a folk song that Lin Wei usually listened to at home. Lin Wei curled his eyes at Misha beside him. Generally speaking, when people in this world move, whether it is a robot butler or an expensive nursing robot, they will cut off the power supply and then treat them as ordinary large pieces of furniture. But Lin Wei didn't want to treat Misha like this, didn't want to treat Misha as just an ordinary piece of furniture. She asked Misha to ride the express train with her, just like a companion, just like a family. But because of this, Lin Wei had to pay an extra 200 star yuan to the car rental company. As a robot, Misha was overweight. Humming music, Lin Wei looked at the sky outside the car window. In addition to the blazing sun, there were some black stars in the sky. Lin Wei initially thought that those black spots were some kind of aircraft or detectors in this world, until Xiao Xiao went to Baiye's Green Branch Star Island to shoot a music short film. Once she communicated with Xiao Xiao by voice, Xiao Xiao said that if she missed her, she would look at the sky. Lin Wei then knew that those black spots were actually star islands. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, the rich had private islands, most of which were on the sea and in large lakes. In this world, the rich have star islands, and these star islands are all suspended high in the sky. In the city and planets, whether it is the developed capital planet or the poor third-tier planet, there is no soil in the public areas, and there is no trace of plant life. Lin Wei thought that the strong electromagnetic storm that occurred in this world many years ago must have been very terrible. The mutant plants at that time must have scared humans, otherwise why would the city scenery that Lin Wei saw today still look like a strict defense against mutant plants? Sitting in the express train, Lin Wei was thinking wildly and sleeping and waking up. On the other side, Baiyi woke up in his capsule apartment very rarely that day. Usually because of his busy work, Baiyi often just took a short nap in the lounge next to the laboratory and then continued to work. This day was obviously different. The express train that Lin Wei took was rented by Baiyi with the help of the super manager AI, and he could check Lin Wei's journey. Of course, Baiyi would check Lin Wei's journey record, not to spy, but simply to make sure that Lin Wei had no accidents during the journey and the approximate time of Lin Wei's arrival. Early in the morning, Baiyi followed his biological clock and got up before 6 o'clock. After exercising, washing, and eating a simple meal, Baiyi glanced at the time. Lin Wei would probably arrive at the employee accommodation area of the Green Source Biological Research Center at 8 o'clock. It was only 7 o'clock now, and he still had plenty of time. But facing his wardrobe, Baiyi was troubled by his outfit for the first time. Beta, evaluate my current outfit and give a score. After carefully dressing up, Baiyi came to the butler robot and adjusted his collar like looking in the mirror. The butler robot named Beta scanned Baiyi from head to toe, and then said in a playful electronic voice, "Your outfit today is 80 points, quite energetic and handsome. Please keep this good condition every day." Baiyi, who was praised by the robot butler for being energetic and handsome, cleared his throat as if embarrassed. He rarely returned to the capsule apartment, so this butler robot was rarely turned on. It was a birthday gift from Baiye's father to his mother, and then was given to Baiyi by Baiye's mother. This butler robot was installed with a special evaluation program specially written by Baiye's father. It is said that it can integrate the trend and public aesthetics on the internet in real time, and then give the owner a score for his daily outfit and makeup, and give useful suggestions. Undoubtedly, this small program is a little fun for the loving life of Baiye's father and mother. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Baiyi has asked the housekeeper robot Beta about his dressing score since he was a child. 80 points is already a pretty good dressing score, but it is obviously not enough for Baiyi, who pursues perfection in everything. Baiyi coughed dryly and asked, "I want to improve my dressing score. Do you have any suggestions, Beta?" Beta said playfully with a bulky body, "Maybe you can match your top with a beautiful tie clip, comb your hair back, and reveal your full forehead. This will make your facial features look more three-dimensional, and give others a completely different feeling." Baiyi did as he was told, and then got a score that satisfied him, and then he pushed the door and walked out with a steady step. A little after 8 o'clock, an express car landed at the entrance of the employee accommodation area of the Green Source Biological Research Center. It was the peak time for employees to go to work, and there was a constant flow of people at the entrance of the accommodation area. However, almost every 10 employees who passed through the gate would be stunned because they noticed someone standing by and waiting. Unlike most employees at the Green Source Biotech headquarters, who had never seen the general chairman, almost all the employees at the Green Source Biotech Research Center were very familiar with their general chairman. "The one next to you just now was the general chairman, right?" Right. Someone turned around and confirmed herself repeatedly, and did not forget to confirm with her companions. And her companions were obviously as unbelievable as she was. Yes, right? Is the general chairman going to the headquarters to attend an important meeting today? Why is he dressed so, I couldn't find the right adjective for a moment. Perhaps it was because someone who always dressed very simply suddenly became complicated, solemn, and even a little bit fancy. In short, the employees, who were used to the black formal style of the general chairman, were a little uncomfortable. Under the eyes of some employees secretly observing, their general chairman suddenly stepped forward to meet an express car that had just landed. Lin Wei was half asleep, and when she heard the electronic prompt sound saying that the destination had arrived, she looked out and was frightened by the crowds of people. This is just the employee accommodation area of the Green Source Biological Research Center. As far as Lin Wei knows, Green Source also has a headquarters in District 1, and it seems that there are branch offices in other districts. Green Source Biotechnology Company is really a behemoth. No wonder only one of Green Source's subsidiaries, Green Hung Flying Car, can be called a national brand. Thinking of Green Hung Flying Car, Lin Wei couldn't help but think of Qiao Qiao. She told Qiao Qiao about joining Green Source and moving, so naturally she got a lot of good words and blessings from the other party. Dong dong. The car window was knocked. When Lin Wei saw the person outside the car window, she was stunned. Bai Yi, although Bai Yi didn't wear a mask on his face, his clothes, his hairstyle and his shiny feather-shaped collar clip all made Lin Wei a little unfamiliar. Considering that the other party is the general chairman of such a large company as Luyuan, it seems that there is nothing wrong with dressing like this. Anyway, it's pretty good, Lin Wei commented in her heart. The car door was opened, and Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair and slowly got out of the car. I could faintly hear the sound of discussion about her, probably wondering about her identity, why the general chairman would come to pick her up in person. It was not until this time that Lin Wei realized that she seemed to have some social phobia. It was probably because she hadn't gone out for a long time and really met outsiders. The faint voice in her ear made her nervous for no reason. Make way, we're in a hurry." Accompanied by a sudden shout, a young man, driving a mobility scooter, rushed straight towards Lin Wei from the side. Seeing this, Bai Yi reacted very quickly and reached out to pull the armrest of Lin Wei's wheelchair, trying to pull Lin Wei and the wheelchair away from danger. Unexpectedly, in a hurry, he grabbed Lin Wei's hand that was pushing the wheelchair. He was very strong, and Lin Wei was caught off guard. With this pull, Lin Wei was pulled up from the wheelchair. The speeding mobility scooter just brushed Lin Wei's back and knocked Lin Wei's wheelchair to the ground. Bai Yi looked at Lin Wei standing straight in front of him and was stunned. "You?" Lin Wei glanced at the overturned wheelchair behind her, then looked at Bai Yi in front of her. She just cares about her image and doesn't want to walk with a limp. Is there a problem?" Before the two of them could see what was going on, there was a muffled bang and a commotion not far away. Lin Wei and Bai Yi looked sideways at the same time, and it turned out to be the young man who almost hit Lin Wei. For some reason, he drove his mobility scooter and crashed into the projection tree beside the street. Although the tree was just a projection illusion, probably to try to make it look real, there was indeed a thick pole made of synthetic material standing there. The young man crashed into the thick pole. Chapter 46. Looking at the uniform worn by the young man who had the accident, we knew that he was also an employee of Green Source. Since he was a colleague, some passers-by who were not in a hurry to work and punch in would inevitably gather around to watch the fun. "Are you okay? Can you get up? Do you want me to notify the medical center? During rush hour, you drove so fast, it's very dangerous." "That's right, it's too dangerous. How do you drive a speeding car? Are you a novice? This projection tree is so far away from the main road, how can you hit it?" I don't know who said this, and the onlookers noticed the problem with the young man's route. The projection tree is on the left side of the main road, and they should go to the right to work. The onlookers looked at the young man who was sitting on the ground as if he had fallen and fell, and they all had the same evaluation in their hearts that this person's driving skills were worrying and he was a road killer. The young man seemed to have just come back to his senses after falling down. He shook his head and explained in a puzzled manner, "Just now, I don't know why, my eyes suddenly went dark and I couldn't see anything." He shook his arm in front of everyone, "This arm too, I suddenly couldn't move, I couldn't use any strength at all." He said this with a puzzled look on his face, and laughed dryly. "It's really strange, it's fine now." Hearing this, the other employees who were watching said in unison, "Are you too busy recently and tired? Didn't you sleep well last night? I stayed up all night, and my eyes would be dark and my body would feel numb the next day." The incident was not far from Lin Wei and the others, so they heard everything clearly. whether it was the discussion of the onlookers or the words of the young man. When the young man said that his eyes suddenly turned black and his arms could not move, Lin Wei lowered her eyes and glanced at the flower pot that she had just held in her arms in a hurry, staring at a long caterpillar in the flower pot that was looking innocent. "Is it you?" Lin Wei glared at Mao Mao unhappily. When cleaning the terrace before, Lin Wei was pricked by Mao Mao's sharp thorns. Just a small blood spot made Lin Wei's eyes turn black for nearly 3 seconds, and the place where he was pricked had a very obvious but short-term paralysis. At that time, Lin Wei couldn't help but think of the description in the option box of Mao Mao's animal transformation: venomous thorns, strangulation by thorns. Although the poison of Mao Mao is not considered to be highly toxic at the moment, there is no guarantee that it will grow further. Right? Lin Wei was also very conflicted. Mao Mao has shown obvious characteristics of a mutant plant. According to the rules of this world, she should not condone it. Even if Mao Mao does not hurt her now, no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Let's take a step back and say that Mao Mao attacked her secretly. Lin Wei knew that Mao Mao did this to protect her, but if others noticed it or the young man went to the medical center for a physical examination and was found to have unmetabolized toxins belonging to Mao Mao in his body, then even if she wanted to save Mao Mao, it would be difficult. Thinking of this, Lin Wei sighed secretly in her heart. "Go over and take a look," Lin Wei suggested, and took back the hand that was held by Bai Yi. It was still a bit difficult to hold Mao Mao's flower pot with one hand, so Lin Wei chose to hold it with both hands. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment when his hand was empty, and then nodded with a normal expression. He bent down to help Lin Wei's overturned wheelchair. Lin Wei saw it and said, "Forget it, don't sit, just walk over." After a pause, Lin Wei, who pays attention to his image, couldn't help but add, "It's just that I may walk a little ugly. Don't laugh at me when you see me." Bai Yi said seriously, "Okay, don't laugh." The young man had stood up at this time. He was wearing protective gear. Although the speed of the car was fast, it was not flying high, so his collision was just a bit miserable for the speeding car, but he himself was not in big trouble. The onlookers saw that the young man was fine. After all, they were in a hurry to go to work, so most of them dispersed. The few employees who stayed were still persuading the young man to go to the medical center for a full body check, just in case. Your body is your own, and any minor illnesses cannot be ignored. If you delay, it may cause serious problems. Lin Wei and Bai Yi walked into the crowd. In fact, it was only a few steps away, but in order to control his unruly right foot, Lin Wei walked out of the jogging panting. "Are you okay?" When asking this, Lin Wei seemed to casually glance at the young man's exposed hands and face skin. His eyes fixed on the back of the young man's right hand. There were 2 short, not obvious, cat-claw-like marks there. Lin Wei knew what was going on. The young man, who had packed up and was rushing to work, was stunned when he saw Lin Wei's face. He stared at Lin Wei, looking up and down without concealing his eyes, as if confirming something. Bai Yi stepped forward, half of his body blocked Lin Wei behind him, and said lightly, "Article 10 of the employee brochure states that riding is not allowed during rush hour in the accommodation area. Don't you know?" The young man then noticed Bai Yi, and his face changed almost instantly. General Chairman Yu." The expression on his face, which was originally that of being caught doing something wrong, changed again when his eyes swept towards Lin Wei again. The young man looked at Bai Yi and then at Lin Wei, as if he had discovered some incredible secret, which made him forget that he would definitely be punished if he was found to have violated the rules by the general chairman. He said to Lin Wei with a look of sudden realization, "You are Wei Rui, I will not admit my mistake. You are Wei Rui from Phylon, right? So, you were hired by the general chairman to work at Luyuan?" "That's right, this person is the planter in the Luyuan breeding base, who has watched Lin Wei's planting video, and can barely be considered a fan of Wei Rui. I had just watched Wei Rui's water red fruit planting video 2 days ago, and today I ran into the protagonist in the video on my way to work." The young man was also smart, and he guessed that Lin Wei was about to join Luyuan. It's just that his way of speaking was too jumpy, and people who didn't know would only feel confused. Lin Wei looked up at the excited young man in front of her. She didn't expect that she had fans in Luyuan. It seems that her Phylon Weirui account is really popular. "I am Phylon Weirui, my name is Lin Wei. We will be colleagues from now on, hello." Lin Wei admitted her identity, and confirmed the other party's guess. The young man became more excited after hearing this, saying hello repeatedly and introducing himself. "My name is Jiangyan, and I am a planter at the breeding base." Bai Yi, who was ignored at the side, repeated the young man's self-introduction at this time. "Planter at the breeding base, Jiangyan." It was a very calm tone, but to the bystanders, Bai Yi seemed to be saying, "Okay, I take note, you wait for the punishment." Jiangyan's face fell instantly. Then the general chairman, "Mr. Bai Yi, please listen to my explanation." Then he looked at Lin Wei again, and suddenly changed the topic. "I watched your water red fruit planting video carefully, and I am trying your method of soaking seeds in warm water." This time he jumped back to the topic in time. "I didn't deliberately violate the traffic rules. I soaked the seeds in warm water too late last night, and then forgot to adjust the humidity of the breeding field. I only remembered it this morning. I was really in a hurry." Lin Wei's reason for him. He expressed his understanding, but still warned him. "But what you did just now is really dangerous, and it is easy to hurt others and yourself." Jiangyan scratched his head awkwardly. "I won't do it again in the future." He then looked at Bai Yi and whispered, "Mr. Bai Yi, I promise that I will never do it again in the future. Please let me go this time. Or you can deduct my salary, but don't fire me. I really like planting." Bai Yi glanced at Lin Wei, who happened to take her eyes off Jiangyan and met Bai Yi's eyes, and smiled at him, saying that it was okay. After all, the other party's accident was caused by her Mau. If the other party had not worn protective gear, the collision just now might have caused the other party to be injured. Of course, Jiangyan's own responsibility for violating the rules is still greater. Bai Yi said, "This month's salary will be halved. This is just this time, and it will not happen again." Jiangyan pursed his lips when he heard that his salary was halved, but he also knew that he was indeed wrong this time, so he quickly cheered up. "Aren't you always in a wheelchair?" Jiangyan was obviously very curious about Lin Wei or Lin Wei. "Are you well?" Lin Wei nodded, almost recovered. Jiangyan recalled that he had almost hit Lin Wei in a wheelchair when he was speeding past, so he apologized. "I almost hit you just now, sorry." Before Jiangyan asked Lin Wei anything else, Bai Yi reminded him, "The humidity of your breeding field has not been adjusted yet, and you are going to be late." Jiangyan was immediately startled, and he said "oh" twice, picked up the broken speeding car with one hand, and only had time to leave a sentence, "I'm leaving first." He ran away in a hurry. When Jiangyan's figure disappeared at the end of the field of vision, Lin Wei and Bai Yi walked back side by side. As Bai Yi said, this time is the life and death line for Green Source employees to clock in at work, so no matter how curious they are about the identity of the young girl walking next to the general chairman, they can only suppress it and focus on work. At the entrance of the accommodation area, which was crowded not long ago, only Lin Wei and Bai Yi were left in a short while. Bai Yi asked, "Shall I take you to see your capsule apartment first?" Lin Wei nodded halfway, thought about it, glanced at his communicator, and said, "Forget it, the luggage has not arrived yet, and I can't pack it. Can you take me to visit the research center or breeding base first?" Bai Yi said, "Okay." The express train had already left, and Misha, who had not received Lin Wei's instructions, supported Lin Wei's wheelchair and waited there. Lin Wei took a few bumpy steps forward, and did not embarrass himself again, and sat back in the wheelchair. Lin Wei said frankly, "I walk too slowly, so I'd better take a wheelchair." Bai Yi was restrained and polite, and did not pay special attention to Lin Wei's walking posture. However, as Lin Wei said, she did walk very slowly, and seemed to be struggling. Bai Yi walked to Misha, who was about to push the wheelchair, and said, "I push it." Lin Wei looked up at Bai Yi, and then at Misha. She didn't care who would help her push the wheelchair. She just asked, "Can I take them with me to visit?" The "they" naturally refers to Misha and Mau in her arms. Bai Yi responded, "Yes." Being pushed all the way to the research center, Lin Wei looked around the surrounding scenery, and looked up to notice that Bai Yi was not wearing a mask. Then she realized that she had forgotten to wear a mask when she got off the car just now, and she was not choked by the bad air. In addition, there were some of the Green Source employees, who seemed to be not wearing masks, but Jiangyan did not wear one. Lin Wei then said, "The air quality here seems to be better." Bai Yi explained, "Large-scale directional air filtration equipment is installed throughout the Green Source Research Center, so the air quality is relatively better than other places." After a pause, he took out 2 masks from his pocket, and handed one to Lin Wei. "Put it on." Lin Wei took the mask and smiled and said, "So you didn't wear a mask just now, are you afraid that I can't recognize you?" Bai Yi did not deny, "Yeah." Lin Wei's smile deepened. "I wonder if I'm too big a star?" Bai Yi didn't understand. "What?" Lin Wei said jokingly, "On the first day of the new employee's employment, the general chairman personally received and accompanied me. Well, I haven't even really joined the company yet, but I have such special treatment. Isn't it a big star?" In fact, Lin Wei originally thought that it would be good enough for Bai Yi to find a subordinate to help her arrange work and guide her. Unexpectedly, the other party would actually come in person, And the way he spoke to her, and the way he got along with her were not like a superior or a subordinate at the work level, but more like a friend or a like-minded partner. This is good, Lin Wei thought, even better than she expected. Bai Yi still said in his usual serious tone, "It's not a big name, it's a match for your ability, and you deserve the treatment." Jiangyan adjusted the humidity of his breeding field and carefully looked at the water-red fruit seeds that had sprouted in the field after one night. Wei Rui's warm soup soaking was indeed effective. Looking at the water-red fruit seeds in the field whose germination rate had obviously increased by more than one time, Jiangyan was ecstatic. This was the result of him not adjusting the humidity properly last night. If there hadn't been this mistake, the germination rate of the water-red fruit seeds would have definitely been improved. Jiangyan praised Wei Rui in his heart. Wei Rui was simply a genius in planting, and he was so selfless. Although he didn't know how much the chairman spent on Wei Rui to buy the water-red fruit planting video, the planting videos Wei Rui posted on Phylon were all free, and the planting techniques mentioned in them were obviously useful. Thinking of this, Jiangyan quickly boarded Phylon and downloaded every video posted by Wei Rui to his communicator. He had to take a good look and study it carefully. While downloading the video, Jiangyan did not forget to contribute his own little bit of strength, and gave all the money in his Phylon account to Wei Rui in one go. It wasn't much, and compared to the priceless planting skills that couldn't be measured with Star Yuan, it was nothing. Looking at the downloaded videos one by one, Jiangyan felt that even if he could only eat instant nutrition bars for the next month, it was worth it. Seeing Jiangyan's teeth were full of laughter, his colleagues asked curiously, "What's the matter? Why are you so happy?" Jiangyan told his colleagues about seeing Lin Wei and Bai Yi together in the morning, and that Lin Wei was about to join Green Source. The colleague was surprised and said, "The chairman personally came to greet us. That's amazing. Is she the girl in the red fruit video? She looks very young. But she's too young. I'm afraid she can't handle the situation." Jiangyan was dissatisfied with his colleague's criticism of Lin Wei's age, and frowned slightly and said, "What's wrong with being young? Isn't it enough for her to have planting technology and planting skills?" The colleague waved his hand to signal Jiangyan not to get angry, but said, "You also said that she made a video of her planting skills and posted it on the internet. Then everyone saw it and learned it. What else can she do? So I say, she is still too young." Jiangyan was at a loss for a moment after hearing what his colleague said. Coming back to his senses, Jiangyan was about to open his mouth to argue again, and heard someone calling his name from afar. Jiangyan turned his head to check, but saw that the person calling him was Lu Ke, a road planting expert. Jiangyan ran forward. "Expert Lu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Ke smiled at him and said, "I seem to have heard you say before that the girl who made the video of the red fruit also posted other planting videos on the internet, right?" Jiangyan nodded, and he already knew what Expert Lu was here for. At this moment, Jiangyan suddenly realized that his colleague might be right. When they all watched and learned the planting techniques in Lin Wei's planting video, then these planting techniques no longer belonged to Lin Wei, but to everyone. Then she... "Jiangyan? Did you hear me?" Expert Lu patted Jiangyan on the shoulder, and Jiangyan came back to his senses. "You want to see her other planting videos, right?" "Yes." Jiangyan played the holographic screen of his communicator and showed Expert Lu how to enter Phylon and how to search for Lin Wei's planting videos, but he couldn't help but worry about Lin Wei in his heart. On the other hand, since watching the planting video of the red fruit, Mr. Zhou's face has never been bright. Like Jiangyan, he has tried the warm soup soaking in the video, and it has been very effective. However, seeing that the germination rate of the water-red fruit seeds in the breeding field has increased by nearly 2 times, Mr. Zhou's attempt came earlier than Jiangyan, so the water-red fruit seedlings in his breeding field have grown half a finger high. The swaying and vigorous young leaves of the water-red fruit seedlings did not make Mr. Zhou feel better. Almost all experienced growers know that after fruits and vegetables bloom, they need to increase airflow so that they can bear fruit. But Mr. Zhou discovered many years ago that for some fruits and vegetables, it is not enough to just increase airflow. If you want them to bear more fruit and seeds, you need to touch their flowers more. Yes, it is the water-red fruit planting video that the girl said without any concealment that touching them more can make them bear more fruit. Of course, this kind of frequent touching is not applicable to all fruits and vegetables. The flowers of some fruits and vegetables are very fragile. Airflow will not harm them, but if you touch them, they may fall off and wither. But in any case, it was with this secret that Mr. Zhou ranked first in breeding volume among all growers. He was also rated as a planting expert because he had this secret in hand. Now, this secret that he has kept for many years has been exposed to everyone by a little girl. How can Mr. Zhou not be afraid and frightened? In the future, his secret will no longer be a secret, but a basic planting technique mastered by all growers. How can he continue to be an expert and gain a foothold in the breeding base of green source? At this time, the girl who made Jiangyan worried and made Mr. Zhou frightened was visiting the research center under the leadership of their general chairman. The girl pushed into the door by the general director. Even if you ignore Lin Wei's wheelchair, the flower pot she held in her arms, the strange plant in the flower pot, and the nursing robot following behind them, are enough to attract the attention of all the research center employees. Lin Wei, who is still a little socially anxious, felt uncomfortable at first because of the secretly watching eyes, but soon she was attracted by the high-tech equipment and by Ye's explanation. At this time, Lin Wei was in a special laboratory, staring at a cylindrical transparent container. There were some seeds at the bottom of this transparent container, and from time to time, a burst of electric light would appear in the container. And the seeds were baptized by the electric light again and again. After watching for a while, Lin Wei asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Those seeds looked like carrot seeds to her. Bai Yi explained to the girl in a simple and easy-to-understand way without any impatience. The mutation of plants is due to the strong electromagnetic storm many years ago. If we assume that electromagnetic storm is a positive electromagnetic storm, then what you see now is the reverse electromagnetic storm we simulated. Bai Yi paused at the right time, waiting for Lin Wei to understand and digest. After a while, he continued, "We use the reverse electromagnetic storm to correct the mutant genes of plant seeds caused by the positive electromagnetic storm that year." Lin Wei didn't understand it very well, but she always felt that the scene of the lightning hitting the seeds made her feel familiar. She lowered her eyes and looked at Mao Mao, who became extremely well-behaved after entering this laboratory, and even her expressions were particularly well-behaved. Laser oscillator. What? Bai Yi didn't hear Lin Wei's mumbling like talking to herself. Lin Wei shook her head, nothing. Then asked, "Are the seeds here the new varieties to be selected and bred next?" "Yes." "Number 00009, it has no name yet." Bai Yi operated the instrument next to him, and soon, a three-dimensional image appeared in front of Lin Wei. Bai Yi looked at the three-dimensional image and said, "This is the image of the complete plant of 00009 in the wild." Lin Wei stared at the three-dimensional image of 00009 for a while, thinking that he was not mistaken. It was really a radish. Bai Yi continued to explain, "Toxic tests have been done. 00009 is non-toxic to humans, and the tasters have also confirmed that the edible part of 00009 is its root, which can be eaten raw or cooked." Lin Wei couldn't help but look at Bai Yi in surprise. "Taster? Are there tasters in this world?" Bai Yi obviously didn't understand why Lin Wei was surprised. "What's wrong?" Lin Wei immediately said, "No, it's okay, you continue." Bai Yi pushed Lin Wei to a display curtain wall. Half of the curtain wall was numbered from 00001 to 00008, and above each number was a 3D picture of a vegetable. The other side of the curtain wall was numbered from 10,001 to 10007, and similarly, above each number was a 3D picture of a fruit. Lin Wei looked at the fruits and vegetables one by one and said, "Are these the fruits and vegetables that Green Source has successfully bred at this stage?" Although it was a questioning sentence, the tone was firm. Lin Wei looked at the variety of fruits and vegetables on the curtain wall, and couldn't help sighing, "Too few." Bai Yi glanced at her. After looking at the curtain wall, Bai Yi pushed Lin Wei to his laboratory and introduced the precision instruments in the laboratory and their operation methods to Lin Wei one by one. After a long time without getting a response from Lin Wei, Bai Yi couldn't help but keep silent. From his angle, he could only see the girl leaning against the back of the wheelchair with her head tilted to one side. Bai Yi walked lightly and walked around to the front of the wheelchair. Sure enough, the girl with her head tilted had fallen asleep. Squatting down and looking at the girl, who was sleeping without any defense, Bai Yi's eyes flashed a faint smile. Chapter 47. Lin Wei was awakened by the vibrating communicator on her wrist. She glanced at the communicator with sleepiness and found that it was an unknown contact number. Yawning, Lin Wei hung up without hesitation. The most familiar and common point between this world and the world she lived in the past was the pervasive telephone marketing such as selling insurance and selling houses. After hanging up the strange call, Lin Wei realized that the environment she was in was a little strange. Recalling what happened before she fell asleep, Lin Wei was embarrassed. She fell asleep while Bai Yi was introducing the mini instruments in the laboratory. Bai Yi's introduction to various high-precision instruments was easy to understand and detailed. He undoubtedly spoke very well. But the problem was that Lin Wei was not engaged in scientific research. She felt confused just by the names of those instruments, not to mention their cumbersome operation methods. The instruments were densely packed with colorful buttons, almost every one of which had different functions and uses. Lin Wei understood every word Bai Yi said, but putting them together made it difficult for Lin Wei to understand and digest. It felt like Lin Wei had just entered college, went to the wrong classroom, and attended a high-level mathematics class in the mathematics department. Anyway, as she listened, Lin Wei's mind was left with only a cloud of fog. In addition, she had been on the express train for nearly 20 hours. Although she slept for a while in the car, her body was still tired, so she fell asleep without paying attention. Lin Wei held her forehead and smiled helplessly. She still remembered some of Bai Ye's words before she fell asleep. From what he said, it seemed that he was going to arrange a laboratory for her. Lin Wei thought to herself, really, it's not necessary. Compared to staying in a completely unfamiliar laboratory, learning everything from scratch and studying the monitoring data of various plants day after day, Lin Wei felt that she, who had a special plug-in, was more suitable for dealing with plants face to face. The communicator vibrated again at this time, interrupting Lin Wei's thoughts. Lin Wei lowered her eyes, and saw that it was still the anonymous strange contact number just now. So persistent? Just as she was about to hang up again, Lin Wei noticed that the location of this strange contact number was Liqingxing, her hometown. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lin Wei answered the call. Zhang Xuan, who was far away in District 3 of Liqingxing, was so hoarse and her tears were almost dry because of her son Lin Fay's sudden arrest. On the day Lin Fay was arrested, Zhang Xuan dragged Lin Xuan to the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 3 to ask for justice. Our Fei Fei is still young, not yet an adult. What did he do that you want to arrest him for? Don't just listen to that heartless guy. She accidentally ate something bad. What does it have to do with Fei Fei? Let Fei Fei go. Let me see him. The Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau and the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 3 of Luochen Star had contacted each other, but they didn't elaborate on why they wanted to arrest Lin Fay. They just said that they had a case on hand that required Lin Fay's cooperation in the investigation. Although the status of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau has always been awkward, it is a department established on the capital Star and directly under the jurisdiction of the Star Federation government. It is not the same as their Law Enforcement Bureau established on the third-tier Star. Because of this, when Zhang Xuan came to make trouble, the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 3 always adopted a perfunctory attitude at the beginning. But Zhang Xuan was really good at making a scene. Her ear-piercing cries never stopped from morning to night. The 3rd District Law Enforcement Bureau was also at a loss. They had wanted to intimidate her, but in the end, they only intimidated the silent Lin Xuan. Zhang Xuan was not afraid of the law enforcement officers for her son Lin Fay. Let me tell you this. It's not us who arrested Lin Fay, and your son is not with us now. It's our superior department who arrested him. It's useless for you to make a scene with us. The law enforcement officer, who was forcibly sent to appease Zhang Xuan, said half-truthfully, instead of making a scene here, you might as well find a way to coax your daughter. You said we are all family, right? There is no need to make such a scene. The law enforcement officer did not know who applied for the case investigation at first, and it was Zhang Xuan who cried and shouted it out. He had limited qualifications, and did not know how harsh the conditions were for the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau to open a case investigation. After listening to Zhang Xuan's crying for 3 consecutive days, the law enforcement officer heard that the adopted daughter was poisoned by the food she ate, and suspected that her son had poisoned her, and then reported her brother to the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. Things must not be that simple. The law enforcement officer is inexperienced but not stupid. It's just that his main task now is to appease Zhang Xuan and let her calm down and stop making trouble, rather than to seek justice for the adopted daughter. When Zhang Xuan heard the law enforcement officer say that her son was not in the District 3 Law Enforcement Bureau, and might even no longer be in Luochen, she was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. She didn't cry, but just sat at the door of the Law Enforcement Bureau to digest what the law enforcement officer said to her. Coax your daughter and let her withdraw the case application. Zhang Xuan, who had figured it out, stood up from the ground and rushed straight home. Seeing this, the law enforcement officer breathed a sigh of relief, finally having peace. Since Zhang Xuan and Lin Xuan's contact numbers had been blocked by Lin Wei, if Zhang Xuan wanted to contact Lin Wei as quickly as possible, she could only borrow a neighbor's communicator to call Lin Wei. But these days, communicators are vital personal belongings for everyone, and are related to personal privacy and property. Family and friends may not be willing to lend communicators easily unless they are close friends, let alone those neighbors, who have a very ordinary relationship with the Lin family. Zhang Shuwan borrowed from several families in a row, but they were all rejected without any room for negotiation. Lin Xiuan was embarrassed and pulled her home. Zhang Shuwan was worried about her son's affairs for several days. She was not afraid of the law enforcement officers, who usually took detours, let alone Lin Xiuan. Lin Xiuan asked her to go home, but she turned around and yelled at Lin Xiuan, spitting and asking why he didn't go to the capital star to find Lin Wei. Is Lin Fay just her son? If Fei can't come back safely this time, Lin Xiuan, I will never let you go. Lin Xiuan was yelled at until his face turned red, but he didn't say a word in the end and left in disgrace. Lin Xiuan was not unhurried about his son's matter. He didn't agree to Zhang Shuwan to go to the capital star to find Lin Wei. In addition to the reason that he felt embarrassed before, there was also the fact that he had lived most of his life in Luyuan, a third-tier star. If you asked him to go to the capital star alone to find Lin Wei, he would be scared as soon as he thought of the unfamiliar prosperity of the first-tier capital star. As soon as Lin Xiuan left, Zhang Shuwan stared at the door of the neighbor's house in front of her and gritted her teeth. As the door was opened, Zhang Shuwan knelt down with a thud. The person who opened the door was the neighbor aunt who came to Lin's house to sell scrap that day. She was about the same age as Zhang Shuwan. The neighbor aunt usually disliked Zhang Shuwan's way of dealing with people, and she didn't like Lin Fay either. But Lin Fay was arrested for no reason, and Zhang Shuwan lost a lot of weight and looked haggard because of Lin Fay's matter. The neighbor aunt couldn't help but feel soft-hearted, mainly because she had seen Lin Wei's video at her daughter's place. Although Lin Wei was in a wheelchair, her spirit and energy looked even better than when she was at Lin's house, and she looked like she was in good health. The neighbor aunt thought about it, and finally sympathized with the parents in the world, so she lent her communicator to Zhang Shuwan. At the same time, she did not forget to remind Zhang Shuwan, you should talk to Lin Wei, she is obedient and sensible, you should say something soft to her, she will listen to you. Zhang Shuwan knew that the neighbor aunt was right, so she suppressed her anger and dialed Lin Wei's contact number. As a result, she was hung up. The neighbor aunt saw that Zhang Shuwan's face was not right, and she was still persuading, this is normal, it's an unfamiliar contact number, I don't usually answer it, just call a few more times. Zhang Shuwan also told herself so in her heart. But when the communication was connected, Lin Wei on the other side only said a shallow hello, which was like a fuse that ignited Zhang Shuwan's endless anger, and almost instantly broke Zhang Shuwan's patience. You are a black-hearted person, who has lost his conscience. How can you sue your brother? I really raised you in vain. I should have. As expected, the call was hung up again. Zhang Shuwan tried to call again under the indescribable gaze of her neighbor's aunt, but how could she get through? It was obvious that even the neighbor's aunt's contact number had been blocked by Lin Wei. On the other side, Lin Wei, who was scolded for no reason just for answering a call, did not show any displeasure on his face, but instead had a smile in his eyes. The person who called just now should be Zhang Shuwan. Lin Wei was not familiar with Zhang Shuwan's voice, only a few impressions of her original body remained, and the voice in the call just now was still hoarse. Lin Wei judged that the other party was Zhang Shuwan, mainly relying on the words such as younger brother that appeared in the other party's scolding. Lin Wei, in a good mood, hummed a little song. It seems that the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau is not just taking money and not doing anything. Mao Mao, which was placed on the table next to it, felt the tune and quietly raised its front end. Misha, who was standing against the wall, ended her hibernation at the same time as Lin Wei woke up, but Lin Wei did not speak to give it instructions, so it just stood there quietly. At this moment, Misha, who received Lin Wei's humming and had emotional feedback, asked, Lin Wei is in a good mood now, is there anything happy? Lin Wei took Mama's flower pot, gently plucked its leaves, and smiled and replied, yes, I just found out something that makes me very happy, but the final result is still unknown. Lin Wei checked the homepage of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. The progress of the case investigation is still under investigation, which means that they probably just arrested Lin Fay and are probably still interrogating him. There is no evidence, and it is unknown how they are going to interrogate Lin Fay. Lin Wei guessed that most of the mysterious supernatural powers and instruments rumored on the internet were fake, so it depends on the real ability of those investigators. Misha said, this is Mr. Baye's lounge. He is working outside. He asked me to tell him when you wake up. Lin Wei raised his eyebrows and said, you didn't tell him. Misha said in a smooth electronic voice, yes. Without your approval, I can't receive and complete the instructions he gave me. I downloaded the code of conduct for the robot butler for myself. I am now your home robot, belonging only to you. If you don't authorize my authority to others, I will only obey your instructions." After hearing this, Lin Wei nodded in shock and thought, it is worthy of being an intelligent robot, and it can regulate its own words and deeds. However, this kind of thing or Misha's words can be regarded as half a person in Lin Wei, and the feeling of belonging to oneself completely is still very good. After chatting with Misha for a while, Lin Wei put Mama on her lap, pushed the wheelchair, and gently opened the door of the lounge. This lounge is connected to Bai Ye's laboratory. As soon as she opened the door, Lin Wei saw Bai Ye with his back to her. Probably for the convenience of work, the other party has changed into a relatively light outfit. It seems that she is staring at some important data, and she is so devoted that Lin Wei just stared at him for a long time, and Bai Ye didn't notice her existence. Lin Wei waited for a while without making any sound, until Bai Ye's eyes moved away from those complicated data, as if he was going to do something else. Then Lin Wei cleared her throat and coughed. Bai Ye heard the voice and turned back suddenly. "Are you awake?" Thinking of the point where she fell asleep just now, Lin Wei pursed her lips somewhat embarrassedly. "Yeah." Bai Ye asked, "Continue to show you around?" While asking, Bai Ye closed the electronic notebook at hand and put away the electronic pen. Lin Wei hurriedly shook her head and said, No, you do your thing. My luggage has arrived. I will go back to the apartment to pack it up." Bai Ye paused and said, "Okay." Looking at Lin Wei again, he seemed a little hesitant. "You go back to the apartment by yourself, is it okay?" Lin Wei pointed behind her. "I have Misha, it's okay. After all, she is an adult. Even if she is a little blind and her right foot is not very flexible, she doesn't need someone to take care of her for everything." Before leaving the laboratory, Lin Wei remembered something and said to Bai Ye, "No need to prepare a laboratory for me. I want to go to the breeding base." Bai Ye looked at her and said, "Okay, I have someone take you to the breeding base tomorrow." After a pause, he said, "When you have any requests or ideas, you can directly raise them." On the way back to the accommodation area from the research center, Lin Wei couldn't help thinking about her conversation with Bai Ye. It seemed that no matter what she said, the other party's answer was good. As an orphan who had experienced abandonment and retirement, Lin Wei's life in the world she lived in the past was always full of all kinds of cold eyes and different treatments before she encountered the system without plugins. Because she only had herself and no other support, many of her reasonable demands would be ignored for no reason, not to mention experiencing what it means to get whatever you want and have whatever you ask for. Bai Ye's words and his attitude were undoubtedly new to Lin Wei. Lin Wei didn't know how to describe that feeling yet. After all, she didn't reject it, and even secretly enjoyed it. Although they were both capsule apartments, Luyuan's capsule apartment was much larger than Lin Wei's home. After Lin Wei entered the house, she took a look around. The room was also a one-bedroom, one living room, kitchen and bathroom, but the interior space was much more spacious, about 90 square meters, and it also came with a large terrace. It was very troublesome to clean up the new home, especially since Lin Wei didn't have much stuff, but there were a lot of odds and ends related to planting. For example, Lin Wei had been saving eggshells, bone powder, simple compost made with vegetable leaves, fruit peels, and sterile soil, and homemade urea nitrogen fertilizer that had been fermented for a while after being bottled but still had a bit of an unpleasant smell. Fortunately, it was still working hours. When Lin Wei was moving these things, especially the big bottle of nitrogen fertilizer, she didn't run into anyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't be photographed again, but it would definitely attract a lot of attention and discussion. Finally, the new home was packed up, and it was already late. Lin Wei looked out through the terrace window, and saw groups of Green Source employees returning from get-off work. The apartment has good sound insulation, and Lin Wei lives on the top floor. In theory, she shouldn't hear any sound. But looking at the waves of people downstairs, Lin Wei really felt the noisy atmosphere of life. Compared with the cold and deserted life when she lived in District 8, she could only feel a hint of fresh popularity when communicating with Xiao Xiao. Lin Wei was still very satisfied with her new home. After sitting on the terrace and watching people for a while, Lin Wei got up and walked slowly to the entrance, looking at the door opposite through the video doorbell. This apartment building is designed with 2 households per elevator, so Lin Wei has a neighbor opposite. But it may not be the case. After all, most of the employees have gone off work at this time, and there is still no movement in her door. Lin Wei thought, maybe no one has been arranged to live there yet. After a simple dinner, Lin Wei worked hard to wipe every leaf of the misophobic gardenia, and then fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Lin Wei had just finished inspecting the fruits, vegetables, flowers, and plants on the terrace when she received a message. The other party came straight to the point and introduced himself as Li Bin, the director of the logistics department of the Green Source breeding base, and also came to take Lin Wei to visit the breeding base in response to Baiye's temporary arrangement. After receiving the message, Lin Wei learned that the other party was waiting downstairs, so he immediately changed his clothes and went downstairs. Before leaving, Lin Wei struggled for 3 seconds whether to walk on 2 legs or continue to use the wheelchair. Finally, she chose a wheelchair. It was only after Lin Wei entered the door of her new residence that she discovered a brand new smart wheelchair inside. Unlike the ordinary wheelchair that Lin Wei was used to, this smart wheelchair looked more like a single-seat convertible with a touch control panel. This was obviously another thoughtfulness of Baiye. After all, the other party probably didn't know that Lin Wei could barely walk before yesterday. Lin Wei had used the new wheelchair last night, and it was very easy to operate. Pressing the touch panel with your finger for a long time meant moving forward. Leaving the touch panel meant stopping, and turning only required sliding your finger. In addition to considering the image of a new employee, Lin Wei chose to sit in a wheelchair mainly because she felt that she walked too slowly and was likely to waste other people's time. When Li Bin saw Lin Wei in a wheelchair, he was slightly stunned, but he quickly adjusted himself and smiled and introduced himself to Lin Wei again. Lin Wei also introduced himself. Li Bin is a talkative person. Although it was just the first time he met Lin Wei, he made sure that they didn't have any awkward silences on the way to the breeding base. He briefly told Lin Wei about the situation of the breeding base. The structure of our breeding base is very simple, mainly logistics and planting. Of course, there are also security and mechanical maintenance, etc., but these personnel are few. Lin Wei listened carefully and nodded in response from time to time. There are now 3 planting experts and 100 or so planting staff in the planting department, and the rest are large tracts of breeding fields. I am in charge of the logistics department, and the nutrients and sterile mud needed by the planting department are all obtained from our department. I heard from Mr. Baiye that you want to work in the breeding base. What kind of work do you want to do specifically? Lin Wei thought for a while and said, planting, breeding. Li Bin nodded when he heard it. He thought that Mr. Baiye asked him to bring people with him because he wanted to arrange for him to work in the logistics department. But now it seems that the other party clearly wants to go to the planting department. However, when he arrived at the breeding base and saw the person in charge of the base and the breeding field manager from the planting department coming out, Li Bin roughly understood Mr. Baiye's intention of arranging him to pick up people. He has always disliked disputes. When he reached middle age, he did things more harmoniously. He was also recognized as a good guy in the entire planting base. Of course, he had another greater advantage, that is, he was talkative and never dull. While greeting and introducing the head of the base and the breeding field manager, Li Bin secretly looked at Miss Lin, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Li Bin, who retracted his gaze, couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Miss Lin, who looked a little frail, was probably not simple. Lin Wei's water red fruit video has been thoroughly fermented in the breeding base in the past 2 days. Perhaps only Li Bin, who stays in the logistics department all day, is relatively unfamiliar with Lin Wei. For example, the head of the base and the breeding field manager, they have not only watched the water red fruit video, but also seen that some planters have tried the methods in the video, and the results are indeed significant. The germination rate of water red fruit seeds has increased by more than 2 times. You know, before this, those planters were really worried about increasing the germination rate of water red fruit. Even the 3 planting experts were helpless against water red fruit. Because there was the water red fruit video in front and Mr. Baiye's personal instructions behind, the attitude of the head of the base and the breeding field manager towards Lin Wei can be said to be too enthusiastic. Lin Wei was a little uncomfortable with the excessive enthusiasm of the 2 people, and it was Li Bin who spoke up to help her out. Let's put aside the other things for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to talk about it later. Let's talk about business first. Lin Wei wants to plant and breed, so we have to arrange a breeding field for her first. The breeding field manager hurriedly said, yes, let's talk about business first. He took out an electronic map and showed it to Lin Wei, pointing to the area that was still lit on the electronic map. These are all idle breeding fields, you can pick one. Lin Wei thought that he would arrange it for her directly, but she didn't expect that she could choose. Let's take this one. Lin Wei pointed to a piece at random on the corner. It's just a field anyway, she doesn't care which one to plant. The breeding farm manager took a look at the field Lin Wei had chosen, nodded and said, okay, I take you there now? You still need to record your fingerprints and scan your irises. The base manager next to him said, Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I gather everyone together so we can get to know each other later. Although everyone who had watched the Shuangguo video was familiar with Lin Wei, she still had to follow the procedures. Lin Wei had her own breeding farm in a daze. Afterwards, she met her new colleagues under the arrangement of the head of the base. Although she felt like she was being pushed around the whole time, when she saw the breeding farm that belonged to her and was as large as half an acre, Lin Wei instantly became motivated. Chapter 48. The brief meeting arranged by the head of the base for Lin Wei may just be a chance for Lin Wei to get to know her new colleagues, but for her new colleagues, it means something different. After the meeting, several planters from adjacent breeding fields walked together. A planter suddenly asked, "Hey, what do you think this planting consultant is?" The other planters were attracted by this topic and said, "Who knows?" The head didn't explain the functions in detail, he just introduced a job title. "We have always divided planting experts and planters in our planting department. What planting consultant is this?" The speaker shook his head, looking pessimistic. "And he is in a wheelchair. How can he go out? He relies on robots to do it, not himself?" It turned out that at the meeting just now, the head of the base introduced Lin Wei's position as a planting consultant according to Bai Ye's instructions. Since the position of planting consultant was a new position in the breeding base, Bai Ye only told the head of the base about this position, but did not specify the main responsibilities of this position. Lin Wei made it clear to the head of the base that what she wanted to do next was planting and breeding, which was the same work as planting experts and planters. The head of the base was very smart, and did not forcefully explain this position to everyone. From the tone of Mr. Bai Ye, when he talked to Miss Lin Wei, the head of the base vaguely understood some of the meaning. This Miss Lin Wei should have real skills, not just planting red fruits. When she came to the breeding base, she was different from those planting experts and planters. She did not come to the breeding base simply to work. On the contrary, if Miss Lin Wei had any ideas or made any requests, the entire breeding base, whether it was people or resources, would be at her disposal. This was what the head of the base heard from Mr. Bai Ye's words. He believed that not only him, but also the director of the logistics department and the breeding field manager, who had rarely been contacted by Mr. Bai Ye, should have understood some clues. Jiangyan heard other planners talking about Lin Wei's words, and couldn't help but said angrily, "Haven't you watched the water red fruit planting video?" "I have. I have watched it, and her method is indeed useful, but..." Before the planter could finish his but, Jiangyan interrupted and said, "Planting consultant? What does consultant mean? Isn't it clear enough? Isn't it that if we don't understand anything in planting or encounter any trouble, we can go and ask Wei Rui?" Hearing this, the other planners looked at each other, all with a look of disbelief. "Can we ask her questions about planting? Can she help us? She looks so young. Is she 20? Could her planting experience be richer than that of planting experts?" A planter whispered, "Planting experience and planting skills are so valuable, experts keep them secret." "She is so good? And she comes to answer our questions?" Jiangyan was so angry that he laughed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and said directly, "Go to Filan and search Wei Rui to check out the planting videos she released publicly. Her planting experience is definitely richer than yours." After saying that, Jiangyan quickened his pace and left behind the bewildered planters behind him. Planting consultant? Mr. Zhou didn't go either? After listening to what his apprentice told him about the meeting, Mr. Wu looked thoughtful. He and Mr. Zhou were both veterans of the Green Source breeding base. They had been working here since Bai Ye's father was the general chairman of Green Source. This time, Lao Dou and I are on the same page for once. Old Wu sneered and said, "What planting consultant? It's quite a show. I've only heard of juniors coming to pay respects to seniors, but I've never heard of seniors taking the initiative to meet juniors." "Did Luke go?" The apprentice replied, "Yes. After the meeting, I saw him go up and talk to the new planting consultant." Old Wu looked disdainful, but didn't say much. He changed the subject and asked in a low voice, "Did you store enough dead leaves during this period?" The apprentice immediately said, "Yes, the amount this time is more than the last time." Old Wu then relaxed his face and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Wei, who was looking around in her breeding field studio at this time, knew nothing about the evaluation of her new colleagues, who were still unfamiliar to her. Of course, according to Lin Wei's personality, she probably wouldn't want to know. In Lin Wei's opinion, the breeding field should actually be called a breeding greenhouse. It is a high-tech greenhouse with fingerprint iris locks, built-in temperature and humidity control, lighting and other devices. The breeding greenhouse selected by Lin Wei is estimated to be half an acre in size. There are also larger ones. When Lin Wei visited with the head of the base, the breeding field manager, and the newly joined planting expert named Luyuan, he saw 1 acre in size, and even 2 acres in size. The 2-acre breeding greenhouse has been occupied. It is a mixed orchard managed by several growers. During the visit, Lin Wei found that most of the breeding greenhouses in use had their doors closed, and it was obvious that outsiders were not welcome to visit. However, the 2-acre mixed orchard was an exception. There is still a big difference between fruit breeding and vegetable breeding. After all, fruit trees are almost all perennials, and even shrub fruit trees such as sea buckthorn and raspberry are perennials. They are not like vegetables, which will die naturally after flowering and fruiting. If vegetables want to get more seeds, they have to be planted in batches continuously, while fruit trees only need to be planted in batches, and then properly managed, they can continuously produce new seeds. In addition, precisely because of the difference in the growth cycle of fruits and vegetables, the demand for vegetable seeds in the planting base outside is obviously much greater than that for fruit seeds. While visiting, Lin Wei touched the thick trunks of the fruit trees and listened to the detailed introduction of the base manager to her. According to the head of the base, the number of various fruit seeds produced by this mixed orchard alone is enough to supply the large, medium, and small fruit planting bases outside. From this point, it can be seen that there are still very few fruit planting bases in the entire Star Federation. It is no wonder that the fruits in the fruit market are sold so expensively. In order to obtain higher quality fruit seeds, the fruits of the fruit trees in the mixed orchard are generally not picked casually. They are all picked up by robots that are responsible for this part of the work after they ripen and fall off. When Lin Wei visited, he saw the fruits that fell on the ground. Several robots with round bellies and less than half a meter high shuttled through the fruit forest and picked them up non-stop. Lin Wei also leaned over and picked up a ripe orange. It was really overripe, soft and rotten to the touch. With a gentle squeeze, juice overflowed from the rotten peel, and the smell of fermented fruit wine filled her nose. Handing the rotten orange to the passing robot, Lin Wei turned her head and asked, after taking the seeds, how are the peels and flesh of these fruits handled? The Luyuan planting expert with a round and smiling face said, the robot will send the collected fruits to the logistics department, where there are special people to handle these fruits. Usually after taking the seeds, the remaining residues will be sent for degradation. Degradation? Lin Wei looked regretful. She could still understand degradation, which basically means processing without leaving any traces. Seeing Lin Wei's expression, Luyuan thought she felt that the fruits were wasted because they were degraded. Thinking of how he had similar feelings to Lin Wei when he first arrived and heard about this, he comforted her by saying, these fruits for seeding are already ripe, and they can't be eaten even if they are not degraded. Lin Wei glanced at the friendly planting expert and hesitated. In the end, he just nodded, without directly explaining to the other party that what he regretted was not eating, but that these ripe and almost rotten fruits could have other uses and their surplus value. In addition, there were also those fallen leaves from fruit trees that were swept away by the hard-working robots as soon as they fell. Lin Wei thought that their fate was probably the same as that of the fruits, and they were all sent to be degraded. What a pity! Li Bin, the head of the logistics department, did not accompany Lin Wei on the tour because the logistics department had something to do temporarily. However, Lin Wei has added a private contact number with the other party, and the other party also said that if Lin Wei needs anything during the planting and breeding process, no matter what it is, she can contact him and let him know. He will definitely try his best to get it done for Lin Wei. When Li Bin said these words to Lin Wei, he did not use the kind of official and formal tone that was said casually, but was very serious and determined. Lin Wei had a good idea about this. Bai Yi said that she could put forward any ideas and needs, and it was obvious that it had been passed down from top to bottom. Look, this is the benefit of having the support of a big boss. You don't need to worry about anything you do, anyway, there is someone above to cover the bottom. Lin Wei pursed her lips and smiled, thinking, I can finally let go of farming. It's so cool. Each breeding greenhouse has a connected studio, or it can also be called a lounge. The space of this studio is not large, and many planting tools are stored in it. At this time, Lin Wei is checking in front of a seed cabinet that looks like a medicine cabinet. The seed cabinet contains all the fruit and vegetable seeds that Luyuan has selected and bred at this stage. Lin Wei opened the drawers one by one and looked carefully. There were not many seeds in them, but they were enough for her to plant. According to the introduction of the person in charge of the base, who has left, robots will add seeds every day according to the amount of seeds in the seed cabinet. Planting consumables such as sterile soil and nutrients are also replenished by robots every day. If Lin Wei has any special or urgent needs at the moment, She can also use the pager next to her to call the robot or contact the operator of the logistics department. Of course, Lin Wei has the contact information of the head of the logistics department, and she can also contact Lin directly to solve the problem. Finally, there is an electronic reminder board next to the seed cabinet. The seeds that are in short supply at the Green Source Seed Sales Department will be displayed on this electronic board in real time. Lin Wei has already scanned the electronic board. The most scarce seeds at present must be water red fruit without any surprise. In addition, there is another relatively scarce red root vegetable, that is, spinach seeds. Lin Wei does not like to eat spinach, so she has never bought spinach seeds before and planted them in pots on the terrace. But if it is just breeding, then obviously one should abandon one's personal preferences. Lin Wei took water red fruit seeds and spinach seeds from the seed cabinet. Compared with water red fruit seeds that need to be soaked in warm water and normal temperature water to germinate better, spinach seeds are much easier to handle. Generally speaking, as long as the field is watered enough before sowing, spinach seeds do not even need to be soaked. However, Lin Wei did not sow the spinach seeds immediately, but soaked a handful of water red fruit seeds in clean water first. Turning on the communicator, Lin Wei contacted Misha, who was on standby at home, and assigned it some tasks. What Lin Wei didn't expect was that just such a small matter would make her once again the focus of discussion in the entire breeding base, just 2 hours after the meeting. The electronic reminder sound of the main gate security resounded throughout the base. Employee Lin Wei, your home robot is at the main gate of the base. Since the items it carries with it cannot pass the security inspection, please come and claim it and send it back. Employee Lin Wei. As if afraid that Lin Wei couldn't hear it, the reminder sound with an echo effect rang 3 times, which made Lin Wei, who was in the breeding field, directing the robot to rake the soil, feel numb. While using the wheelchair as a convertible supercar and rushing towards the main gate of the base at full speed, Lin Wei was still wondering in her heart. She didn't ask Misha to bring any dangerous goods, just some homemade fertilizers. How could it fail the safety inspection? Some curious growers poked their heads out of the breeding greenhouse to check. What is she trying to get into our planting base? Who knows? Generally, things that cannot pass the safety inspection are either dangerous or valuable items. She wouldn't let the household robot send her jewelry? I can understand that girls love to be beautiful, but now that they have come to the breeding base, how can they go to the fields with jewelry? Jiangyan didn't think Wei Rui would be such a girl without manners. Wei Rui never wears jewelry in the video, and often goes out without makeup. At the meeting just now, Jiangyan saw that she was also dressed very simply and plainly. But Jiangyan was really curious. What on earth did Wei Rui want to get into the breeding base? When the meeting was over, Jiangyan wanted to go up and talk to Lin Wei, but Lin Wei was surrounded by a group of bigwigs from the breeding base, so he couldn't get in at all. At this moment, Lin Wei rushed to the main gate of the base and happened to pass by his breeding greenhouse, so Jiangyan ran to follow him. The gate of the base is not only guarded by programmed robots, but also by staff on duty, who can make appropriate adjustments to the entry and exit standards within the regulations. At this time, the staff was pinching their noses, as if they were determined to stay as far away from the household robot that was stopped as possible. Staring vigilantly at the large bottle held in the robot's arms, the light beige liquid swaying slightly in the bottle, and a layer of unknown stuff floating on it, the staff couldn't help but complain in a muffled voice. What on earth is this? It stinks. The head of the base, whose office was near the main gate of the base, rushed to the gate to understand the situation before Lin Wei. Although the base management had roughly understood Lin Wei's specialness, the people below were still not clear. As soon as the head of the base heard the electronic prompt sound, he couldn't sit still, fearing that there would be unnecessary conflicts and make Lin Wei unhappy. As soon as he walked near the gate, the head of the base smelled a strange smell, and at the same time, the complaints of the gate staff rang in his ears. Glancing at the robot and the smelly bottle, the head of the base did not behave as exaggeratedly as the gate staff. It was indeed a bit smelly, but it was still within his tolerance. What's going on? Dangerous items? The head of the base asked. The gate staff immediately let go of his hand that was pinching his nose, and explained the situation to the head of the base in detail. After hearing this, the head of the base said, "So it's not a dangerous item. You just stopped it because it gave off an unpleasant smell." The gatekeeper did not deny, yes. He did not think he was wrong. He was doing his duty. Even if the bottle was not a dangerous item, it was so smelly. If it was put into the base, it might make their base dirty and smelly. Lin Wei also rushed over at this time, and heard some of the words of the head of the base. She immediately explained apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is something I made myself." Plant nutrients do have some unpleasant smells. But I really need it now. I will try my best to handle it properly, so as not to affect others. To be honest, Lin Wei really didn't expect that her homemade urea nitrogen would be stopped by the gate because of the smell. Her bottle of urea nitrogen has been fermenting for a while, and she added orange peels, so the smell is much better than it was at the beginning. If she can't stand even such a little smell, then she still wants to make manure. Forget it, Lin Wei thought. Never mind, she will do her own thing, unless the big boss Bai Yi says no, otherwise she will follow her own ideas to the end. After all, in this world, planting has only been popular for a short time, and the spotless planting method they are now pursuing is something that Lin Wei can't do anyway. When the head of the base heard Lin Wei say that the bottle of weird smell was her homemade plant nutrient, his heart jumped. Hearing Lin Wei's assurance that it would not affect other people, he just felt that Lin Wei had a really good temper. So, the head of the base waved his hand and let the gate pass. Lin Wei took Misha back to his breeding greenhouse. Jiangyan finally found a chance to come over. Lin Wei, do you remember me? Lin Wei looked at him, smiled politely and nodded. Yes, Jiangyan. Jiangyan was obviously very happy that Lin Wei still remembered him. He said a little quickly, I watched the planting video you posted on filing carefully and downloaded it. By the way, the Jiangyan on your reward list is me. Lin Wei recalled that she rarely looked at the reward list, so she didn't remember the name Jiangyan. But she still thanked him. Thank you for the expense. Jiangyan shook his head and said, compared with the dry goods in your planting video, my little reward is nothing. After a pause, Jiangyan asked tentatively, will you post planting videos on Phylon in the future? Lin Wei said without hesitation, yes. Didn't I announce that I will post a planting video of water red fruit later, but it will be an entertainment version. Oh! Jiangyan asked again, what about after that, will you post it again? Lin Wei looked at Jiangyan with some surprise, thinking that the other party might have asked this question because he saw that he had joined Green Source. So he said, I will post it when I have time, and the update frequency may not be as high as before, mainly because editing and making videos is quite time-consuming. Jiangyan said happily, looked forward to it. What he thought in his heart was that Lin Wei really had other planting tips, and he didn't need to worry about her at all. As they were talking, they had already arrived in front of Lin Wei's breeding greenhouse. Lin Wei operated the wheelchair and entered the studio with Misha. Jiangyan saw that the door of Lin Wei's planting greenhouse was not closed, so he stopped outside the studio door. Yes, the breeding greenhouse actually has two doors. One is the main entrance of the studio, and the other is the back door connected to the breeding field. Lin Wei noticed that Jiangyan did not follow, turned around to check, and asked in confusion, aren't you coming in? Jiangyan confirmed with Lin Wei, is it okay? Lin Wei asked back, what's wrong with that? She thought, wasn't this guy just secretly looking at the urea nitrogen in Misha's arms, and he was obviously curious. Why is he so shy now? Thinking of those breeding greenhouses with closed doors that obviously do not welcome outsiders to visit, Lin Wei vaguely understood why Jiangyan was shy. Lin Wei said, come in. As long as someone is truly passionate about planting, even if he is a stupid student, she will not reject him. On this side, Lin Wei entered the studio and started to get busy. She opened the bottle of urea nitrogen, and the strange smell instantly became strong and occupied the entire studio in an instant. But neither Lin Wei nor Jiangyan responded to the smell. Jiangyan's nose twitched slightly when the bottle cap was opened. Lin Wei took some urea nitrogen and poured it into the water tank of the sprinkler next to her. Although her bottle of urea nitrogen had been fermented for a while, it still felt not enough. Generally speaking, this kind of homemade fertilizer fermented with urine is most suitable for watering at a ratio of 1 to 100. But Lin Wei was worried that some urine would not be fully fermented and would damage the spinach to be sown later, so she made it more diluted. Jiangyan watched carefully until Lin Wei finished his work and asked the robot to water the field that had just been raked. Then he asked, you are the planting consultant of the breeding base. Does that mean I can ask you any questions about planting? Lin Wei raised his eyelids to look at him, and said, theoretically that's right. Jiangyan, who got the answer, chuckled twice and continued to ask, can I ask how this homemade nutrient is made? I saw you mixed it in water, and now you are spraying it directly into the field, but it seems that the field has not been planted with seeds yet? Lin Wei did not hide it, and told Jiangyan the complete method of making urea nitrogen. Wait! Jiangyan was shocked and unbelievable. You just said this homemade nutrient, what is it made of? That expression was almost written on his face, that I must have heard it wrong. Lin Wei didn't think it was embarrassing to use urine as fertilizer, but the expression on Jiangyan's face was a little too exaggerated. causing her to wonder if she had really said something shocking or embarrassing. Lin Wei looked at Jiangyan with an indifferent face, and said in a calm tone, "You heard it right. It's urine, the kind of excrement you have every day." On this day, Jiangyan directly refreshed his understanding of planting, since he was born with Lin Wei. Not only urine, but also rotten fruit peels, and rotten vegetable leaves, and completely rotten fish bones, and internal organs that still smelled fishy. These things that were filthy, and had nothing to do with planting in Jiangyan's eyes, were all made into fertilizers for planting by Lin Wei. Jiangyan was still in a daze, until he stepped out of Lin Wei's breeding studio. Chapter 49. After Jiangyan, the second person, who was shocked by Lin Wei, was undoubtedly Li Bin, the head of the logistics department. He told Lin Wei that he could tell him anything he wanted in terms of planting, but Li Bin didn't expect Lin Wei's communication to come so quickly, and the things he wanted were still so weird. Eggshells? Bones? Hearing the content of the communication, Li Bin couldn't help but sit up straighter in his office chair. Getting some eggshells and bones is not a big problem for Li Bin. Luyuan has several food processing factories. Li Bin only needs to give a heads up to the factories in advance, and ask them to transport some of the processing residues to the breeding base. Li Bin just agreed, but then he didn't know what Lin Wei said on the other end of the communication. Li Bin, who was sitting, straightened his back and his eyes widened a little. "You just said you want animal manure?" The female voice on the other end of the line was still calm and steady. "Yes, I need some animal manure. It would be even better if there is animal manure that has been stored for a relatively long time." Li Bin swallowed his saliva after hearing this. He was not Jiangyan, and he had experienced some storms, so he quickly calmed down. "How much do you need?" After the other party gave a number, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was not much, and said, "I will arrange it for you as soon as possible." With animal manure in front, when Lin Wei mentioned what he wanted again, Li Bin was just slightly stunned for a moment and agreed. After hanging up the call with Lin Wei, Li Bin relaxed his back, crossed his hands on his abdomen, and leaned back in his chair with a little laziness. Lin Wei wanted animal manure, which really shocked Li Bin. Fortunately, the other party didn't want much, only 10 kilograms, and their Luyuan family was large and powerful, so they must have a breeding base. In fact, there were several small breeding farms on Mr. Baiye's private Xingyu. Therefore, it was not difficult for Li Bin to get animal manure, but the difficult part was the one Lin Wei added. What she wanted was to store animal manure that had been stored for a period of time, which was a bit difficult. Whether it was Luyuan's breeding base or Mr. Baiye's private breeding farm, almost all of them had special cleaning robots that were regularly and frequently taken care of. If you want to find animal manure that has been accumulated for a long time and has not been cleaned, there is only one word: difficult. They certainly couldn't find animal manure that met Lin Wei's requirements in their Luyuan breeding base, but the breeding bases outside, especially some third-tier star breeding farms, had old equipment and poor management, so they might really be able to find some. When Li Bin thought of this, he had a plan in his mind. He found a capable logistics officer under his command and explained the matter of finding animal manure in detail, and did not forget to repeatedly remind the other party to hurry up. Although Lin Wei did not say that it was so urgent in the communication, she only said that it would be best if she could find it, and if she couldn't find it, fresh animal manure would be fine. However, for Li Bin, it doesn't matter whether it is Lin Wei who wants something, as long as it is related to planting, their logistics department can do it, then it must be done. But then again, Lin Wei's request for animal manure is indeed a bit shocking, but the waves it caused in Li Bin's heart were short-lived. If you really count it, it was the last few things that Lin Wei mentioned to him that made Li Bin's heart jump. Dead branches and leaves, rotten peels and pulp after seed removal. Let's not talk about the latter, but the former dead branches and leaves made Li Bin feel a little amused. Their logistics department basically runs errands for the planting department in the entire breeding base. But it is precisely these errand runners with little presence that can see all the secrets that some people in the planting department think are well hidden. It's not that they deliberately snooped, but who in the planting department used more, what was used less, and what was suddenly needed. Their logistics department has records. After seeing too much, it is inevitable to see some clues. Let's talk about the dead branches and leaves. The elderly Wu planting expert may still think that he did it quietly, and it is difficult for anyone to notice. Yes, he did not go through their logistics department, but only let his apprentices collect it secretly. But that planting expert Wu probably didn't know that, for someone like him who had worked in the logistics department for decades, he knew how many leaves a fruit tree would drop every day, and how much weight the vegetables that died naturally after fruiting in a breeding field weighed. He knew all of these things. The planting tricks that planting expert Wu mastered were obviously related to dead branches and leaves, but I don't know if the planting tricks that Lin Wei suddenly asked him for dead branches and leaves were the same or similar to those that Wu had. Li Bin suddenly felt a little excited. If that planting expert Wu, who had painstakingly hidden his planting tricks, knew that Lin Wei was also using the same planting tricks as him, then that planting expert Wu, who had always been arrogant, would definitely look very happy. Li Bin was kind to others and handled things smoothly, and he had a good reputation in the entire breeding base. In addition, he was the director of the logistics department, so even the Wu planting expert, who never looked down on others, was still very polite to him. But he was just like that to him. It was normal for him to order other staff members of the logistics department around. Although Li Bin didn't say it, he was actually fed up with Wu's style. What expert or not? If he really had the ability, could he stay at the breeding base of Luyuan and get a fixed salary? I'm afraid he would have gone to Beixiangjing and Hailan too long ago. The efficiency of the logistics department is really high. Lin Wei hung up the call. It was just lunchtime. At Jiang Yan's invitation, she went to the staff cafeteria of the breeding base with him to eat. Here, Lin Wei would like to solemnly praise that the food in the staff cafeteria of the Luyuan breeding base is really delicious. Meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruits, as well as some snacks made from synthetic ingredients that Lin Wei had never tried before, are all very delicious. Of course, the main reason is that Lin Wei's cooking skills are quite average. In the past, with Xiao Qiao around, she could still have a few good meals, but now that she is alone, most of the time she just has to deal with meals. After lunch, she returned to the breeding greenhouse. Jiangyan did not come with her this time, as he also had his own things to do. Lin Wei saw the logistics robot parked at the door of the studio at a glance. Behind the logistics robot was a metal cart. There were 2 large barrels with lids on the cart. Lin Wei stepped forward and opened the lids of the 2 barrels to take a look, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on her face. One of the 2 barrels was filled with the ashes left after the burning of dead branches and leaves, that is, wood ash, and the other was mainly filled with the peels and pulps after the seeds were taken. Lin Wei specifically asked Li Bin to help burn the wood ash. Although there were many planting tools in her breeding studio, there was no tool that could be used for ignition. Besides, it was not appropriate for Lin Wei to set fire in the planting department. Lin Wei also asked Li Bin to help deal with the peel and pulp. It was probably a layer of peel and pulp and a layer of sterile mud, stacked on top of each other in a large barrel. Lin Wei asked Misha and the logistics robot to move the 2 large barrels into her studio. The peel and pulp needed time to ferment and could not be used now, but the wood ash came at the right time and Lin Wei was using it now. Lin Wei asked the robot to help clean up a field in her breeding field. The field was about 1 meter wide and more than 10 meters long. Lin Wei had asked the robot to irrigate it with clean water mixed with urea nitrogen before lunch. At this time, the surface of the field was wet, but there was no water accumulation. Lin Wei evenly spread the spinach seeds on the field, and then sprinkled a thin layer of wood ash. Wood ash contains a lot of potassium, which is beneficial to the germination and rooting of spinach. After spreading the wood ash, Lin Wei clapped his hands and went to warm the water for the water-red fruit seeds again. After immersing the water-red fruit seeds in normal temperature water again, Lin Wei took a small hoe, got up from the wheelchair, and went to the breeding field. Using a small hoe to dig a field of about 1 meter square, Lin Wei called Misha and took out the eggshell bone powder and fermented kitchen waste humus from her small storage box. After all, Lin Wei's output alone is limited, so whether it is eggshell bone powder or kitchen waste humus, the quantity is not much, only 2 small bags. Lin Wei poured all the 2 small bags of homemade fertilizer into the dug field, mixed them with sterile mud, and then covered the previously dug soil again. Finally, she called the robot responsible for watering, and asked it to water the 1 meter square field thoroughly. In this way, Lin Wei's tomato seedling pot was ready. After the water-red fruit seeds were soaked, Lin Wei planted them in the seedling pot, and it was time for her to get off work. Lin Wei's working hours at the Green Source breeding base are from 9 to 12 in the morning, followed by a 2-hour lunch break, and then from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. You can get off work as soon as 5 o'clock. It's a very comfortable 6-hour work system, but there is no holiday all year round, but Lin Wei can still accept it. Just as Lin Wei was packing up and preparing to get off work, the logistics officer, who was sent by the head of the logistics department, Li Bin, to find animal manure for Lin Wei had already shown some results with his extremely high efficiency. Following Li Bin's suggestion, He went directly to the small farms in the corners of the 3-line stars. Of course, he was still in the capital star, and he didn't rush around, but found the contact numbers of the owners of those small farms through various channels. So on this day, a couple who owned a small farm on a 3-line star received such a strange communication. The other party asked directly whether there was any untreated animal manure stored in their small farm. The couple initially thought that this person was from the relevant department to check the sanitation and safety of their farm. Of course, he denied it without hesitation. No, although our farm is small, the sanitation and safety are absolutely up to standard. The other party said, don't be nervous, and don't deny it in a hurry. I'm not a special commissioner to investigate health and safety. I'm here to discuss business with you. Hearing this, the couple looked at each other. Business. When the other party made it clear what the business was going to talk about, the couple had a stiff expression on their faces, thinking that they were probably joking. However, the tone of the person on the call was very serious. As they listened, the couple, who wanted to hang up, hesitated. What do you buy those dirty things for? The couple couldn't help asking. The logistics staff thought, I'm just an office worker, how can I know what those dirty things are used for? He said calmly and cryptically, this has nothing to do with you. Just say whether you have it or not, and whether you will sell it or not. The price offered by the other party was not high, but the couple couldn't help but be tempted. You know, they have to pay for those dirty things when they ask the cleaning robot to deal with them. The couple looked at each other, and finally the husband gritted his teeth and said, sell. How much do you want? The logistics officer thought about it. When the minister told him, he had to get at least 10 kilograms. It doesn't matter if it's more, but it must not be less. So he said, I take as much as you have, but it must be stockpiled for a while, don't use fresh ones to make up the number. The logistics officer hung up the call, exhaled deeply, and then couldn't help laughing at himself. I never thought that one day I would actually argue with others about the freshness of animal manure. In addition, several planting bases supported by Green Source have temporarily stopped the planting of water-red fruit due to the difficulty of planting. However, on this day, the heads of several planting bases received a planting plan from Green Source. The content of the plan had nothing to do with the frustrated water-red fruit, but was about the green vine, which already had a fairly systematic planting method. Green vine? Several heads looked at the title on the cover of the plan with doubts. After opening the planting plan and taking a closer look, several heads took a breath of cold air at the same time. The planting plan clearly stated the word hydroponics, and detailed how to cultivate green vines with water, the proportion of clean water and nutrients, the adjustment of light and temperature, etc. The most important point is that this new hydroponics method, which is free from the expensive sterile mud, does not require the use of green vine seeds, or more accurately, you only need to sow a green vine in the ground. When its vines grow to maturity, you can break off its vines for hydroponics. The planting plan also mentioned that even without hydroponics, the green vine can be cultivated with its vines in the ground. Hydroponics does not require sterile soil, and almost only a few green vine seeds are needed. When the heads of several companies thought of this, they all took a deep breath. If Luyuan's hydroponics method is indeed feasible, then the cost of their green vine planting will be greatly reduced, and the planting plan also suggested that the planting base can order some multi-layer water storage racks, so that even the planting area will be greatly reduced. Luyuan's hydroponics plan for green vines is too detailed. While the heads of several companies found it incredible, they also believe that Luyuan would not use such a thing to make fun of him. They are all supported by Luyuan. Rather than a cooperative relationship, it is better to say that they are born as a subsidiary of Luyuan. Luyuan deceived them, and the greater loss was also Luyuan. Therefore, this hydroponic green vine plan can basically be confirmed to be feasible. The heads of several companies became more and more excited as they thought about it. They didn't know which capable person came up with such a great idea. The depressed mood they had suffered from the frustration of growing water-red fruit in recent days was swept away. The capable Lin Wei returned to her capsule apartment. Although she worked for a day, she actually just gave instructions to the robot most of the time. There were not many parts that she really needed to do herself. So Lin Wei didn't feel tired at the moment. But she didn't feel tired from work, which didn't mean she wanted to be tired in other ways. Looking at the messy terrace, Lin Wei sighed helplessly. Without her watching, Mao Mao would go to heaven. Lin Wei guessed that it must be dancing in groups again. This guy can entertain himself without music now. Look at the terrace. With its flower pot as the center, the splattered dirt can tell how much fun it was having. While cleaning, Lin Wei glared at Mao Mao, who was pretending to be an innocent plant. He thought, It was fortunate that Mau Mau was still a plant after all, and could not leave its flower pot, and its branches grew slowly. Otherwise, Lin Wei estimated that what he would face every day after get off work when he got home would be the ruins of several huskies passing by. After cleaning the dirt on the terrace, Lin Wei patiently wiped the dirt-stained leaves of the gardenia, and watered and sprayed nutrients on the flowers, plants, and fruit and vegetable pots one by one. After doing all this, Lin Wei, who was not tired at first, became tired, so she had a perfunctory dinner. In fact, she was happy to work overtime, provided that the green source breeding base provided her with dinner. There was a muffled bang at the door, and Lin Wei, who was washing dishes, paused and looked over. The doorbell did not ring, and the muffled sound sounded like something heavy hitting the door. Lin Wei wiped her hands and limped to the entrance. She looked at Lin Wei outside the door through the video doorbell, and her face suddenly changed. From the screen of the video doorbell, it can be seen that Bai Yi fell at the door, and the expression on his face seemed to be very painful. Lin Wei immediately opened the door and leaned over anxiously to check. "What's wrong with you, Bai Yi? Can you hear me?" As soon as the door of Lin Wei's apartment was opened, Bai Yi's hand holding his clothes on his chest loosened a little. A large amount of fresh air rich in green oxygen poured out from the apartment, effectively relieving the tightness and spasm of Bai Yi's respiratory tract and lungs due to hypoxia. Bai Yi panted and said, "I'm fine." He held the door frame with one hand and tried to get up. Seeing this, Lin Wei immediately held his arm to lend him strength. Because of this support, the distance between the two was very close. When Bai Yi barely stood up, Lin Wei, who was holding his arm, looked like she was leaning on his arms. A faint, fragrant scent of grass and trees emanated from the person in front of him, lingering in his nose, and Bai Yi's figure could not help but stiffen. Seeing that Bai Yi could stand on his own, Lin Wei let go of his hand and distanced himself from Bai Yi. Lin Wei slightly raised his head and checked Bai Yi's face. What was that just now? Hypoxia? Bai Yi did not deny, well, probably a little tired from work. Bai Yi did not expect this. He has always been proud of his physical fitness. It is not to say that he has never had hypoxia. In fact, Bai Yi had an attack when he was a child, but he has been under control since then. Before, he stayed up all night for 3 days for Shui Honghua and nothing happened. This time, he only stayed up all night, plus the workload during the day was relatively heavy, and he did not expect to have a rare attack. He just felt that Lin Wei had just moved into the staff apartment, and as a neighbor, he was not there on the first day and the second day, which seemed not good, so he compressed part of the workload and finished it at the normal time of getting off work. "I live next door to you," Bai Yi said lightly. He hurried back just to say this to Lin Wei, and there was nothing else. Lin Wei nodded to show that she understood, and noticed the faint dark circles under Bai Yi's eyes. "There is no end to work, your body is your own, don't work too hard." Bai Yi looked down at Lin Wei and replied, "Yes." Lin Wei was still a little worried, so she suggested, "Why don't you go to the medical center to have a look?" She knew about the horror of hypoxia in this world. When it is a minor attack, it is really nothing, it will be fine after a slow recovery, but once it is an acute attack or a continuous attack, it will be fatal. Bai Yi said, "No, I always have first aid supplies in my apartment. I will be fine after a good night's rest." "Okay." Lin Wei did not force it. Everyone is an adult, and should know their own physical condition. Then you should rest early. Lin Wei, who said this, was not urging Bai Yi to leave quickly. She was really worried about Bai Yi's health, so she asked her to rest quickly. After saying that, Lin Wei was ready to close the door, but she saw that Bai Yi was standing there motionless, as if he had no intention of returning to his apartment. Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi in confusion. "Is there anything else?" Bai Yi pursed his lips, glanced through Lin Wei at the room behind her, and hesitated. "Can I go in and take a look?" Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, raised her eyes in surprise, and hummed in her heart, "Huh?" In Lin Wei's place, she had a very good impression of Bai Yi as a boss. Although the other party looked a little cold, he was calm and proper in doing things, and he was very sensible in dealing with people. Because of this, Lin Wei was surprised when Bai Yi suddenly made such an inappropriate request. Late at night, a man asked to go into a single girl's room to take a look, which was not appropriate anyway. Lin Wei was not conservative and old-fashioned, but because of some childhood experiences, she would always subconsciously keep a distance from people she was not familiar with. Lin Wei's brief silence made Bai Yi realize his transgression. He slowed down his rapid breathing due to hypoxia, coughed and said, "Sorry. My hypoxia was relieved after you opened the door just now. The air in your room smells very comfortable. Are there high-quality potted plants?" Lin Wei realized that he had misunderstood Bai Yi and said hurriedly, "Yes, there are several pots. Come in, green oxygen can relieve hypoxia. Are you still uncomfortable now?" Bai Yi shook his head slightly and said, "I just think the green oxygen content in your room may be a little too high. Is this bad for your health?" Lin Wei couldn't understand what Bai Yi said for a moment. Isn't it said that green oxygen is good for the body? How can it be harmful to health? Bai Yi saw her confusion and explained to her carefully, the space of the capsule apartment is too small, and the air filter can only filter out harmful gases. If there are too many high-quality potted plants in your house, the green oxygen content will be too high. Bai Yi pointed to his lungs that were just cramping. Your ear will find it difficult to adapt to the poor air quality outside, and it will easily induce hypoxia over time. Lin Wei suddenly thought of the experience of being choked by the air outside every time she went out. So that's it. Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi gratefully. "I know. Thank you for your reminder." Chapter 50. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Bai Yi got up on time. As soon as he opened his eyes, Bai Yi saw 3 potted plants placed by the bedroom window. Although it was not obvious on his face, Bai Yi's eyes were particularly soft when he looked at the 3 potted plants. Thinking of last night, after he reminded Lin Wei of the harm of high concentration of green oxygen, Lin Wei showed a brief hesitant expression on his face. As if she had pondered and waited in her heart, the girl did not say a word and suddenly turned back to the house. When the girl came back, she had a potted plant in her hand, and the household robot following behind the girl was holding 2 more in its arms. The flower pot was not small, and the plants were growing well. The girl was obviously struggling to hold them, but she still introduced them to him with a smile. "This is an iris, this is a sunflower, and this is a morning glory." Bai Yi, who was still a little confused at the time, nodded slightly after listening to the introduction and praised, "They are all growing well, you are very good at planting potted plants." The girl was still smiling, and then under Bai Yi's surprised gaze, she directly handed the potted plants in her hand to Bai Yi. Although Bai Yi took it subconsciously, the doubt in his eyes was very obvious. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile faintly when he thought of the girl's last words last night. "Since too much green oxygen is not good for health, I would like to ask the general chairman to help me share it. Helping each other can also make our neighborhood relationship more harmonious." The girl smiled cunningly and said, "Just put your side aside for the time being. I think the general chairman of Green Source should not embezzle my potted plants." Bai Yi no longer remembers how he responded last night. Even now, when he recalls it, the most profound thing in his mind is still the curved eyebrows and the smart smile on the girl's face. Asking him to help share the green oxygen may be just one of the reasons, and the other reason is to take into account his physical condition after the onset of hypoxia. The morning sun shines in through the curtains that have never been closed tightly. Bai Yi, who is looking at the 3 potted plants with soft eyes, unexpectedly witnesses a very beautiful scene. The potted plant named Sunflower introduced by Lin Wei is bathed in the morning sun. The huge flower bud on the top slowly raises its head from a slightly drooping state, and the golden tongue-shaped petals are right in front of Bai Yi, unfolding one by one. When the sunflower is fully bloomed, it looks like another sun, rooted in the soil, with the unique fragrance of plants, in the form of a flower. At the same time, next to the sunflower, the potted plant with a cute simple stand, its vines have filled the stand, and the leaves are lush. The scarlet flower buds dotted among them, when Bai Yi first saw them, felt that they had bloomed and were about to wither. But now, the morning sun has revived them again. The petals with crimson edges and water ripples swelled and expanded, forming large, wide-mouthed flowers. The shape of the flower was familiar to Bai Yi, and he thought about it before remembering where he had seen it. It was Mirabilis jalapa. The flowers of the Mirabilis jalapa pot that Lin Wei sold to Xiaoyujia were also similar in shape. But compared to Mirabilis jalapa, the flowers of the morning glory pot in front of him were larger, and the colors of the flowers were more varied and beautiful. Bai Yi just quietly looked at the flowers in the bedroom for more than half an hour. He changed his previous behavior after getting up, like a set program of artificial intelligence, and washed, exercised, had breakfast, and then went out. Lin Wei's biological clock wakes up at 7:30 in the morning. As usual, after getting up and washing, she goes to the terrace to take care of the flowers, fruits and vegetables, and picks a handful of fresh lettuce for breakfast. At 8:30, with the sound of the door clicking, Lin Wei went out to work. "I'm leaving, Misha. Take good care of the house." As soon as the voice fell, the familiar sound of the door clicking rang in her ears. Lin Wei turned her head, and saw that the door of the neighbor's house opened. Bai Yi, who was wearing the same black work clothes of Green Source as her, appeared at the door. Lin Wei thought it was a coincidence, and greeted, "Good morning." Bai Yi glanced at Lin Wei's work uniform, which was the same as his, without leaving a trace, "Good morning." Since they happened to meet, the two naturally went downstairs to work together. On the way to work, thinking of Bai Yi's uncomfortable state when he suffered from hypoxia last night, Lin Wei couldn't help but ask with concern, "Have you recovered? Do you need to rest more?" "It's fine," Bai Yi said. "Your potted plants have helped me a lot." Lin Wei laughed and said, "Then let them stay with you for a few more days. Anyway, I don't want to sell them so much." Bai Yi originally wanted to say that it would be better to sell them all to him and let him handle them. There is still a lot of space in his flower room of Huayishingyu, but in the end, looking at the girl who bowed her head to control the wheelchair, with soft lines on her white face, he just hummed in response. After a moment of silence, Lin Wei asked casually, "You are so busy because of the radish. 00009 seeds?" Bai Yi looked at her and gave a positive answer. "This afternoon, 00009 will be planted in the experimental field to start the first round of breeding process." Lin Wei turned her head with a curious look on her face and asked, "Can I go and watch?" Since her soul came to this world, Lin Wei has seen the mutation process of flowers and potted plants several times, but she has never seen the mutation of fruits and vegetables. I don't know if the mutation process of the two is the same. Thinking to this point, Lin Wei shook her head secretly in her heart. She felt that most of them should be different. Out of curiosity, Lin Wei used the quality test paper of Green Source to test several pots of fruits and vegetables on the terrace. The result was that there was no reaction on the quality test paper, which means that the quality of fruits and vegetables is similar to that of ungraded potted plants. The definition of ungraded potted plants in this world is that they do not release, or only release a very small amount of green oxygen. And Lin Wei still remembers the definition of green oxygen that she had found before. The so-called green oxygen is the oxygen released by healthy green plants through photosynthesis. Compared, these two definitions are obviously contradictory. Lin Wei thought, either this healthy green plant has a specific reference, such as a potted plant with a grade, or maybe the green oxygen here is different from the oxygen she remembers. But that's right. The oxygen that people in this world breathe in their daily lives comes from the stone of life. Maybe the fruit and vegetable potted plants just don't produce green oxygen, not oxygen, and the people in this world can survive on ordinary oxygen, but they need special green oxygen to slowly heal their deformed bodies. Lin Wei had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but they were just a fleeting flash of inspiration. Bai Yi, who was unaware of Lin Wei's thoughts, said, "Okay. You can go to the research center with me now, and wait in the afternoon." Lin Wei interrupted him before he finished speaking. "No, I come back during lunch break. I planted red fruits and red root vegetables in the breeding field yesterday, and I have to check their germination rate." At that time, the two of them just walked to the fork leading to the research center and the breeding base. Bai Yi paused and said, "Okay." As soon as he entered the breeding base, Lin Wei was stared at. Jiangyan followed Lin Wei's wheelchair like a tail, with a tangled face. He seemed to open his mouth several times, but finally stopped talking. Seeing that his breeding field was almost there, Jiangyan had followed all the way. Lin Wei stopped the wheelchair at the door of his breeding studio with some helplessness, raised his head and stared at Jiangyan. "What do you want to say or ask?" Jiangyan, who only met Lin Wei's eyes for a second and then quickly turned away, felt tangled and guilty. Lin Wei selflessly taught him all the planting techniques she had come up with, but he was picky because of personal reasons and couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Lin Wei looked at his expression and thought of what Jiangyan was still mumbling when he left yesterday. She guessed that the reason why he appeared in front of her and was so shy was probably urine? Lin Wei tentatively uttered this not-so-elegant word. Jiangyan looked at Lin Wei with some uneasiness in his eyes, but more of guilt. He nodded slowly, sighed, and said, "I still can't." Thinking back to the time when he had been preparing himself mentally in the bathroom last night, Jiangyan couldn't accept it as long as he thought that the vegetables he ate were grown from. He can't. That's why he came to the breeding base early to squat with Lin Wei, just to ask, "Do you have to use that? I feel like I didn't use it before, and the fruits and vegetables I grew seem." "That's okay." "Not necessarily." Lin Wei didn't wait for Jiangyan to finish his hesitant words, and said directly, with a relaxed tone. Jiangyan looked at Lin Wei in a daze, opened his mouth, and suddenly realized that his entanglement seemed to have no meaning to Lin Wei. Whether in this world or that world, Lin Wei has always been a primitive planting faction. She shared her planting experience and planting techniques with Jiangyan, because Jiangyan asked her first, didn't he? If the other party really couldn't accept some of her primitive planting methods, she didn't think of forcing them, it was just personal preference. After all, before she came to the green source breeding base, they, the planters and planting experts, were also breeding step by step. There is nothing wrong with the plant nutrients produced by Luyuan. Even if it is brought to the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, this all-in-one special liquid fertilizer, even if it is expensive, will probably attract many primary growers. Lin Wei has always used Luyuan's plant nutrients for potted plants, and there have been no problems, right? The advantage of Luyuan's plant nutrients is very obvious. That is, it is inclusive of novice growers, and its tolerance rate is very high. Basically once a day, the nutrients needed by the plant are enough, and there is no risk of burning the seedlings and leaves. Of course, for Lin Wei, the disadvantage of Luyuan's plant nutrients is also very obvious. That is, its compatibility with sterile mud is somewhat low. Whether it is the breeding base, planting base or private plantation where Lin Wei is now, this world is still in the aftermath of the strong electromagnetic storm, and every field is piled up with treated sterile mud. Lin Wei roughly explored the structure of the breeding field yesterday. The breeding field without sterile mud is roughly like a relatively deep swimming pool. The bottom and edge are isolated from the soil of the planet itself by special metal plates. In this case, looking at the breeding field from another angle, it is actually like the large flower pot that Xia Yujia replaced for the hollyhock, and it is still an oversized flower pot that is stuffy and airtight. Because the sterile mud has been specially treated, it is safe, but it no longer contains any impurities or microorganisms that can loosen the soil. Because of this, it is not impossible to use only clean water and green sources plant nutrients for breeding and planting, but the consumption of nutrients will be relatively large, and the sterile mud also needs to be replaced frequently to ensure the looseness and breathability of the soil. Lin Wei taught Jiang in these original ecological planting methods. Providing nutrition to fruits and vegetables is actually secondary. The main purpose is to fertilize and loosen the soil. This can also reduce the frequency of replacement of sterile mud, extend its service life, and at the same time reduce the use of nutrients to a certain extent, thereby reducing breeding and planting costs. Even if we take a step back, they are breeding now, and the fruits and vegetables grown are not originally for eating. Therefore, Jiangyan's entanglement is really unnecessary in Lin Wei's opinion. However, Lin Wei saw that Jiangyan really liked planting and really wanted to grow the fruits and vegetables in his hands well, so she was still relatively patient and talked about her ideas with Jiangyan. After Jiangyan heard this, it was as if there was an incandescent light bulb above his head, which lit up with a ding. Before leaving, Jiangyan was still thinking that he had made the right decision to come to Lin Wei, because Lin Wei had explained all the points that bothered him. In addition, he also took a look at the situation in Lin Wei's planting field. Because the spinach seeds were still covered with plant ash, Jiangyan could not see the exact germination situation, but the water-red fruit. On that small square piece of land, the water-red fruit seedlings were densely connected. Jiangyan was jealous of the germination rate, and he wished he could go back to his own breeding field immediately and plant such a field according to Lin Wei's method. After watching Lin Wei's video on thinning and planting, Jiangyan was not stupid enough to ask Lin Wei why so many water-red fruit seedlings were planted in such a small piece of land. Obviously, Lin Wei would have to plant and replant the water-red fruit seedlings later. Shortly after seeing Jiangyan off, Lin Wei received a voice call from Li Bin, the head of the logistics department. The other party informed Lin Wei that eggshells, bones, and animal manure would be delivered tomorrow afternoon. This was undoubtedly great news, and Lin Wei hummed a tune with joy. Since the fertilizer would arrive tomorrow, Lin Wei and the robot dug up the breeding fields that would be used to plant and replant the water-red fruit. Lin Wei evenly spread all the remaining wood ash from yesterday into the dug land, clapped his hands after spreading, and Lin Wei looked satisfied. When the fertilizer arrives tomorrow, bury the eggshell bone powder and animal manure in the dug pit, and then water it thoroughly, so that the base fertilizer for planting water-red fruit will be done. However, Lin Wei only asked for 10 kilograms of animal manure, which roughly calculated that it was only enough to be the base fertilizer for half of the planting land. Lin Wei's main consideration was that the livestock in this world seemed to be raised on feed made from cumo. I don't know if the effect of the fermented animal manure can be the same as in the past world. After all, cumo eats everything, but the staple food seems to be stones. Lin Wei couldn't help but think that the feces of the livestock that eat cumo might turn into stones after fermentation. Then we can only throw them away for fun. When lunch break came, Lin Wei first went to the staff canteen of the breeding base for a full meal, and then drove her convertible supercar to the research center without stopping. When she arrived at the gate of the research center, Lin Wei realized that the research center also had a staff canteen. She should have come to the staff canteen of the research center to eat, and she could also compare the dishes to see which one tasted better. TSK, it was a mistake. Lin Wei regretted it secretly for some reason. Bai Yi had taken Lin Wei on a detailed tour of the research center before, so Lin Wei was familiar with the place, and went straight to a large monitoring room located in the basement of the research center. When Lin Wei arrived, she saw a robot transporting radish seeds that had been baptized by the reverse electromagnetic storm for many days. Almost subconsciously, Lin Wei glanced at the vitality status bar of these radish seeds. I remember that the last time she saw them, they were all alive. At that time, Lin Wei tentatively asked Bai Yi and learned that the research center had an instrument to detect the vitality of seeds. Now Lin Wei looked again. Huh? The vitality status bar of the seeds looked like the blood bar on the head of the character in the game, but it was green. It will show different proportions according to the current vitality of the seed, such as full, which means vigorous vitality, and a little blood, which means endangered, and the seed is about to die. But when Lin Wei looked at the radish seed just now, she saw more than just the green vitality status bar. Right below the vitality status bar, Lin Wei also vaguely saw an orange status bar that she had never seen before. However, when Lin Wei blinked and looked again, the orange status bar had disappeared, as if it had never existed. Lin Wei was sure that she was not mistaken. She really saw the orange status bar above the radish seed just now, and the status of those status bars was not good. There were almost no full ones, most of them were half full, and the rest were in a precarious state. Lin Wei was thinking with an inexplicable look on her face. What did the fleeting orange status bar, that she had never seen before, represent? What's wrong? Bai Yi's sudden appearance interrupted Lin Wei's thoughts. Lin Wei sent a message to Bai Yi before coming to the research center. Bai Yi came out to pick up Lin Wei after seeing that message. The transfer robot had already left with the radish seeds. Lin Wei glanced in the direction where the transfer robot left and said nothing. Accompanying Bai Yi, Lin Wei entered the experimental monitoring room. The researcher in the monitoring room noticed the strange girl who came in. He only looked at her curiously, and immediately turned his eyes back to the holographic screen in front of him. Lin Wei couldn't understand the data that scrolled quickly on the holographic screen. That was not her strong point. She felt dizzy after reading it. Fortunately, there were things she could understand here. Through the thick transparent curtain wall, she could see neat ridges of fields. The mechanical arm hanging from above dug small holes on the ridges and planted the radish seeds in them. After the radish seeds were placed in the small holes, Lin Wei saw dazzling lasers falling down. When the lasers ended, the nutrients were sprayed. Lin Wei just turned her head to ask Bai Yi what the lasers were for, and in the corner of her eyes, the radish seeds that were obviously not soaked actually sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Yi tilted his head, leaned close to Lin Wei's ear, and said the name of the laser, a very complicated name. Lin Wei only remembered a short pronunciation similar to karma after that. However, Bai Yi and Lin Wei explained the role of the laser in detail. Simply put, it is to promote birth. With the powerful nutrients sprayed afterwards, the seeds can take root, germinate, and grow quickly. In addition, the plants stimulated to grow in this way will have a higher fruit-bearing rate than normal growth. It's just a pity that both lasers and powerful nutrients are difficult to promote. The cost is too high. When Bai Yi said this, there was a hint of regret in his eyes. The plant nutrients currently sold by Luyuan are a substitute for this kind of powerful nutrients. The cost is indeed reduced, but the difference in effectiveness is also obvious. Lin Wei whispered, "It is already very useful." The tone is sincere. Bai Yi's explanation of laser and powerful nutrients undoubtedly solved a doubt that had been lingering in Lin Wei's mind for some time. How did Luyuan complete the breeding of water red fruit without solving the problem of water red fruit planting? The breeding process also involves planting and breeding. Since Luyuan has completed the breeding of water red fruit, why did it find the problem of water red fruit difficult to plant and bear fruit in the subsequent breeding stage of water red fruit? Now all these questions have answers. Laser-enhanced nutrients allow researchers involved in breeding to not worry about planting and breeding. While thinking, the radish seedlings behind the transparent curtain wall have grown true leaves. Lin Wei used her own plugin, which is very user-friendly. When a large number of plants appear in front of her, only when a certain plant needs it will an emoticon appear. Anyway, there will not be a situation where there are so many emoticons that you can't see the end of it. At present, Lin Wei relies on the plugin to check the emoticons above the radish seedlings one by one. It is a smiling little yellow face, looking very healthy. Just when Lin Wei checked the emoticons of the radish seedlings for more than half, an emoticon suddenly popped up above a radish seedling that she had not checked yet. The originally healthy yellow face turned pale green, and it looked like it was about to vomit, and it looked like it was terminally ill. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, and then she saw the familiar black spots spreading upward from the roots of the radish seedlings. Obviously, the high-intensity stimulant not only accelerated the growth rate of the radish seedlings, but also brought forward their mutation period. The researcher in charge of monitoring also discovered the abnormality of the radish seedling. While recording the data, he operated the mechanical arm behind the glass curtain wall to take a bottle of refrigerant and hung it above the radish seedling. Lin Wei frowned and watched all this, watching the expression package above the radish seedling in pain, watching the black spots completely cover the radish seedling, making it look ominous gray and black. The mutation of fruits and vegetables is obviously different from potted plants. The radish seedling did not show any needs before the signs of mutation appeared. And then, when its leaves grew sharp serrations, Lin Wei was sure that she did not blink during this period, and did not miss any details of the radish seedling mutation. But indeed, she did not see any status option box appear above the radish seedling, and there was no room for her to make a choice. The refrigerant sprayed, and the radish seedlings that showed the initial mutation characteristics were directly frozen into ice chips. Lin Wei watched the mechanical arm behind the transparent curtain wall quickly clean up the radish sprouts and ice residue, and sighed silently in her heart. Really, it's different. Chapter 51. Lin Wei was in the experimental monitoring room that day, watching one radish seedling after another mutate and then be processed. Until the evening, a total of 112 samples of radish in the first round of breeding had been processed to only 14, and this was the result after the radish seeds experienced a long period of reverse electromagnetic storm to correct the mutant genes. Lin Wei did not see any disappointment on the faces of Bai Yi and other researchers in the monitoring room. On the contrary, they seemed to be satisfied with the results in front of them. Perhaps the doubts in Lin Wei's eyes were too obvious, and Bai Yi noticed it. He and Lin Wei mentioned the first round of breeding of water-red fruit. 135 samples, and only 3 healthy plants survived stably in the end. In other words, they were almost wiped out. After hearing this, Lin Wei thought it was no wonder. No wonder Bai Yi and the researchers looked so relaxed when they were facing the 14 radish seedlings. Because for them, this was originally a very good result. Regarding the cruelty of fruit and vegetable breeding, Bai Yi left room for it. He only told Lin Wei about the survival of the first breeding of water-red fruit, but did not mention the failures before that. For the first breeding of fruits and vegetables, especially when the number of samples is relatively small, it is normal to be completely wiped out. Once a sample is completely wiped out, the relevant team and seed hunters need to go to the dangerous alien star island to recollect the seeds of the sample. Generally speaking, recollection will be difficult, and the collection process may be very long, and perhaps the breeding of the sample will be left unfinished. Later, Lin Wei learned from Bai Yi about the goals of fruit and vegetable breeding and the difficulties in the breeding process. Eliminating those difficult professional terms, Lin Wei's understanding after simplifying the complex is that Bai Yi and his team need to select the samples with the least possibility of mutation and the most stable genes from the sample plants for subsequent breeding, and the difficulty lies in that they do not have the correct answer. Take the radish that is being bred as an example. Bai Yi and his team have never seen the genetic samples of truly healthy radishes before the strong electromagnetic storm. These samples in their hands, whether they have been mutated and processed, or have survived by luck, are all contaminated samples. It does not mean that the 14 non-mutated radish seedlings in front of us are the correct answer. It is not ruled out that their instability is higher than those that have been mutated and processed, but it is not shown this time. When they bloom and bear fruit, their next generation may give everyone a surprise. The job of Bai Yi and the researchers is to compare countless groups of genetic data, find the group of data that causes the sample to mutate, and then find the correct answer that truly represents stability. Of course, this also involves things like mutation correction and gene reordering. Lin Wei listened, but she didn't understand it at all. The data that Lin Wei saw on a researcher's holographic screen scrolled by quickly, and she felt dizzy after just one look, was the work that Bai Yi and the researchers had to face every day. This is too difficult. Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh until she returned to her capsule apartment. It would be great if there was a correct answer, or if one or even several samples with relatively stable genes could be quickly selected from the samples for targeted cultivation. In this way, at least Bai Yi and the researchers can relax a little, and Bai Yi doesn't need to be busy until he suffers from hypoxia. Before going to bed, Lin Wei had a lot of random thoughts. Probably because she had seen too many mutations of radish seedlings during the day. Lin Wei's dream that night was full of radish seedlings with fangs and claws, and orange status bars on their heads. After having a whole night of strange dreams, Lin Wei woke up the next morning and felt that her eyelids were about to close. After patting her face with cold water in the bathroom, Lin Wei felt a little more energetic. Looking at herself reflected in the crystal mirror, Lin Wei curled her lips and laughed at herself. Even if she has a cheat, don't think of herself as omniscient and omnipotent. She can't intervene in the selection and breeding of radishes, and it doesn't matter. Then she will do what she can, such as breeding, such as improving the existing planting method of breeding fruits and vegetables with seedlings. After preparing herself mentally, Lin Wei winked at herself in the mirror and smiled playfully. However, Lin Wei still cared about the fleeting orange status bar. What did it mean? Why did it suddenly appear and disappear? After breakfast, Lin Wei went out to work. Unexpectedly, when she opened the door, she bumped into Bai Yi, who lived opposite. Lin Wei actually left the research center quite late yesterday, and Bai Yi and the researchers were still busy with the genetic data of radish, and they didn't seem to be ready to leave work. Before leaving, Lin Wei wanted to tell Bai Yi to take care of his health, but seeing that he was fully engaged in his work, she didn't say anything and left silently. She thought Bai Yi would stay up all night in the lab again last night, but now it seems that Bai Yi went back to the capsule apartment to rest last night, but he might have come back very late, and she had already fallen asleep, so she didn't hear anything. Good morning. Lin Wei smiled and greeted, saying, together? Bai Yi nodded and said, okay. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, Bai Yi pursed his lips and said, I will be busy recently. Lin Wei, who was about to drive the wheelchair, looked at him half doubtfully. The other party was busy with radish breeding. She knew this. So what? Bai Yi stared at Lin Wei with his deep amber eyes and said, I may not be able to take care of the potted plants you lent me myself. It is inevitable that there will be omissions if I hand them over to the robot butler to take care of them. Lin Wei understood it after hearing this. She said that Bai Yi looked like he was only working yesterday, and he didn't look like he was going back to the capsule apartment. It turned out that he hurried back because he was worried that no one would take care of the potted plants. Lin Wei was a bit amused. She gave the 3 potted plants to Bai Yi in the name of sharing the overconcentrated green oxygen. Of course, her original intention was good. Seeing that Bai Yi was suffering from hypoxia, she thought that high-quality potted plants might help him to sort things out. Unexpectedly, her good intentions now became a small trouble that disturbed the other party's work. Lin Wei immediately said, in that case, shall I move the potted plants back? In fact, Bai Yi, who had not finished speaking, was stunned and said, moving it back is not good for your health. Lin Wei said, I will contact the auction house as soon as possible, or ask Xia Yujia to help ask his friends if there are any potted plants. Sell a few of them, and it should be fine. Meanwhile, Lin Wei had already begun to think about selling those potted plants. She was going to do cutting and division experiments on rose number 2, iris number 2, and gardenia, and she would definitely not sell them. Then she could only sell sunflower, morning glory, and iris number 3. But the remaining 3 were all high-quality potted plants, and it seemed. Don't bother. If you are sure you want to sell them, I buy them. Bai Yi suddenly said so. Hearing this, Lin Wei looked up at him. Didn't you say you didn't have time to take care of them? Why did you want to buy them again? Because she didn't sleep well. Lin Wei looked confused at the moment. Bai Yi said with a barely visible smile in his eyes, I just wanted to say that when I'm not here, if it's convenient for you, you can come into my apartment to take care of them. Robot housekeepers don't make mistakes most of the time. Lin Wei realized that he had spoken out his doubts, and was suddenly embarrassed. Bai Yi said again, but I want to buy them sincerely, they are all very beautiful. Lin Wei thought about it, and shook her head. No, let's keep the status quo. She didn't know why, but she was a little reluctant to talk to Bai Yi about the sale of potted plants, and the pricing of potted plants. You should help me share the potted plants first. Lin Wei said, if you are too busy to come back to the apartment, send me a message in advance, and I will take care of them. Bai Yi said, okay, let's record your fingerprints. Lin Wei left her fingerprint record on the smart door lock of Bai Yi's apartment, and met Bai Yi's robot butler by the way. What surprised Lin Wei was that Bai Yi, who usually looked serious, spoke in a sweet and playful lowly voice. Facing Lin Wei's surprised and teasing gaze, Bai Yi coughed dryly and explained, this is set by my mother. Lin Wei did not comment, but just smiled and said oh. Walking to the fork in the road between the research center and the breeding base again, Lin Wei, who who was still very concerned about the inexplicably appearing orange status bar, asked, "When is the next round of breeding for number 00009? Bai replied, "Generally in 3 to 5 days, it depends on the growth rate of number 00009 itself to be finally determined." Lin Wei expressed her understanding. Even with lasers and powerful nutrients, the growth of plants still needs to go through a process. It is impossible to say that they will bloom and bear fruit in the blink of an eye. 3 to 5 days should be a fairly extreme growth rate. Lin Wei asked again, "I still want to watch, can I?" "Sure." Bai looked at her and said, "I will inform you by message when the time comes." That afternoon, the logistics department delivered the fertilizer that Lin Wei wanted as agreed. The scene was not big. After all, Lin Wei's breeding field was only half an acre in size, and the amount of fertilizer required was not large, so Lin Wei did not ask for much. Lin Wei told Li Bin that he wanted 20 kilograms of eggshell and bone powder, 5 kilograms of eggshell and bone powder, and 10 kilograms of animal manure. These things were simply packed in boxes and barrels by the logistics department, and it didn't look like much. However, the afternoon was not the time for the logistics department to replenish supplies and tools for the breeding field. Therefore, when they saw the logistics robot carrying boxes and barrels to Lin Wei's breeding field, there were still many curious people who were curious to take a look. "What did you ask the logistics department for again? Didn't you ask for 2 buckets yesterday? Why do you ask again today?" "I don't know what it is." "Does anyone know?" asked Jiangyan. "I see that guy running over there every day. I've asked him before, but he won't tell me. If I want to know, I ask him myself. I don't know what he's doing. There's a weird smell in the studio." The curious people talked a lot, but although they were curious, few of them really went to take a look. Almost all of them who do planting have been subtly indoctrinated since they entered the industry that they can't just spy on other people's planting methods. This is a taboo. However, there are always a few who dare to break through their inner cages, especially when they saw Jiangyan running over again. A few smart planters looked at each other and followed him. Lin Wei was opening the box to check the fertilizer. The eggshells and bones were processed by the logistics department according to Lin Wei's requirements, and they were ground into powder and fragments after drying and sterilization. Lin Wei grabbed a handful of each. The pieces felt very dry, and the powder was very fine. It was what she wanted. Not bad. Looking at the animal manure tightly packed in 3 layers of boxes, Lin Wei did not smell too strong a peculiar smell when she opened the lid. In fact, as long as the fermentation time is long enough, animal manure does not have any special smell. Lin Wei looked at the box of animal manure in front of her with satisfaction. They were obviously fermented very thoroughly and very dry. They looked a bit like dark bran, or also like slightly granular sterile mud. Wow! Jiangyan had studied Lin Wei's videos thoroughly, so he was surprised to see buckets of eggshell bone powder and eggshell bone particles. So much. He had been storing it as Lin Wei said in the video, but the amount was too small. It was okay to plant a potted plant, but it was not enough to nourish even a small corner in the breeding field. Jiangyan couldn't help asking, "Did you ask the logistics department for it? Do they even have it?" Lin Wei said truthfully, "Originally, they didn't have it. After I told them, the logistics department got it for me." Jiangyan looked sober and asked again, "If I ask them for it, will the logistics department get it for me?" "Yes." Lin Wei thought about the efficiency of the logistics department and their proper work, and felt that it was not entirely a special treatment for her alone. After praising the eggshell bone powder and grains, Jiangyan looked at another box, and saw that it was filled with sterile mud-like substances. He even touched it with his hand, looked at Lin Wei eagerly and curiously and asked, "What is this?" Then, he found that Lin Wei's expression when she looked at him seemed a little playful. Animal manure. Jiangyan was stunned, and obviously hadn't reacted yet. When he reacted, Jiangyan's face turned green, especially when he looked at his hand that had touched the animal manure. His face seemed to clearly say, "Oh, this hand is probably useless." Several planters who followed Jiangyan listened to the conversation between Lin Wei and Jiangyan. Some people looked at the box of animal manure with disgust, as if they were disgusted and wanted to leave. Someone stepped forward and greeted Lin Wei. "Hello, my name is Yan Lini." Lin Wei smiled and nodded. "Hello, Lin Wei." Yan Lini looked at the girl sitting in the wheelchair with a gentle smile, and asked tentatively, "Can I ask what these are for?" Lin Wei said, "I plan to use homemade fertilizer as base fertilizer for water-red fruit." A grower who was listening interrupted and asked, "Is it better than nutrient solution?" Lin Wei shook her head and said truthfully, "Personally, they and nutrient solution have their own advantages. Yinlin saw that Lin Wei answered almost every question, so he said, "Can you tell us in detail?" That afternoon, the operator of the logistics department received calls from several growers, all asking her for eggshell bone meal and eggshell bone granules. Lin Wei asked Li Bin directly for what she wanted, so the operator didn't know what eggshell bone meal and granules were. However, the grower said with certainty that the logistics department could get what they wanted, and the operator had no choice but to report to the head of the department, Li Bin. Li Bin was happy when he heard the operator's report. He was also foresight. He only gave Lin Wei as much as she wanted. For example, since Green Source already had eggshell bones, he asked for more without hesitation and processed them according to the method provided by Lin Wei. At this time, whether it was powder or granules, there were plenty of them in the warehouse of their logistics department. However, Li Bin was also puzzled. Why did these growers only want powder and granules, but not animal manure? His capable subordinates were of the same temperament as him. They liked to take precautions before they happened, so they also brought back a lot of animal manure that met Lin Wei's requirements, and now they are piled up in the warehouse. The growers did not ask the operator for animal manure. The reason was very simple, because Lin Wei told them that animal manure was still in the experimental stage and the effect after use was not yet known. As for eggshell bone powder and eggshell bone granules, Lin Wei had personally practiced them and found them useful. In addition, with young and small practice and successful example, the growers naturally believed in their effects. After sending off a group of curious baby growers, Lin Wei, who was thirsty, returned to the studio and drank a large glass of water. This won't work. Lin Wei thought that after sending off this batch, there might be another batch. It would be too troublesome and tiring to explain it in a long speech every time. She had to continue making videos. In fact, there are ready-made videos of eggshell bone powder and eggshell bone particles, but when Lin Wei made them, the video style was more entertainment-oriented and cheerful, which made it look less rigorous and credible. And from the questions of the growers, it can be seen that they are different from the netizens, who will follow the trend of planting after watching the videos on the internet. What they want to know more is why they do this, what are the benefits of doing so, and what is the difference between doing so and simply using nutrients. While Lin Wei and the robot were spreading homemade fertilizer into the dug field, she was thinking about how to make the teaching video. In addition, she had considered before that if she wanted to improve the existing fruit and vegetable planting methods, where should she start? Li Bin, the head of the logistics department, was happily arranging logistics personnel and logistics robots to deliver eggshell bone meal and grains. Just before leaving get off work, he received a voice call from Lin Wei. "What? You mean onion roots? You want onion roots? Okay, I have someone send them to you tomorrow." After hanging up the call, Li Bin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this new planting consultant really had a lot of ideas. This time, the other party wanted to recycle the unwanted onion roots, and he didn't know what he was going to do. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, shallots were rarely planted by sowing, and were generally propagated by division. But in this world, growers seemed to have no awareness of division. Lin Wei had seen the shallots sold at the vegetable stalls, which looked like onion leaves with a section of onion white. Judging from the length of the onion white that was left, it was obvious that the onion roots that could be used for planting again should have been completely destroyed. For shallots, the flowering and fruiting cycle is relatively long. Generally, after fruiting, the leaves of shallots will turn yellow and rot. If the onion roots are not dug out in time and properly handled, the rotten leaves and rotten roots will also rot and hollow out the root balls. Such root balls obviously cannot be used for division. Lin Wei thought that the breeding base only collected seeds, and they would probably dig out the root balls of shallots relatively promptly, and of course, they would definitely be sent for degradation afterwards. So she asked Li Bin if he had any onion roots. If you want to propagate shallots by division, the way to handle the onion roots is very important, but also simple. Cut off the onion leaves on the top, and also remove all the roots at the bottom, and then expose them to the sun for a period of time, so that the seeds can be broken apart and replanted. Of course, for newly grown shallots, i.e. those that have not yet blossomed and borne fruit, usually only the green leaves on the upper part are harvested, and the root balls on the lower part are retained. If fertilization is done properly, the leaves will continue to grow, one crop after another, until a hard stalk appears in the middle of the shallot, which is actually its flower stem. In other words, it is about to blossom and bear fruit, so the only way is to dig out its roots and replant them by dividing the bulbs. Time flies in the busyness. After getting the shallot root balls he wanted from Li Bin, Lin Wei set aside a small area in his breeding field to try to divide and plant shallots. While planting, Lin Wei also brought a tracking camera to shoot the necessary video materials. After the water-red fruit seedlings have grown for 2 days, they can be thinned out and planted. Lin Wei and the robots were busy for most of the day before all the water-red fruit seedlings were planted with a horizontal spacing of 30 centimeters and a vertical spacing of 50 centimeters. A curious baby grower asked Lin Wei, "Why do we need to make a seedling pot? Why do we need to plant again? Wouldn't it be better to measure the distance when sowing?" Lin Wei's answer to this smart grower was, "Based on my personal experience, first of all, if you sow directly in the way you said, there will be a problem of germination rate and a waste of nutrients. We all know that seedlings are fragile in the early stage of germination and need special care and attention. Large-scale sowing is difficult to take care of, and there will be waste when spraying nutrients. As for the seedling pot, the space is small, you can take care of all the seedlings at a glance, and a lot of nutrients can be saved." For days after the first selection of radishes, Lin Wei received a message from Bai Yi that the second selection of radishes was about to begin. Lin Wei rushed to the research center, but this time he came a little late and did not encounter the second-generation radish seeds that had been baptized by the reverse electromagnetic storm in transit. Before the radish seeds were sown, Lin Wei found Bai Yi and asked, "Can I take a look at this batch of seeds number 00009? Bai Yi did not ask any more questions, but took Lin Wei to the back of the experimental field in the monitoring room. Lin Wei saw this batch of radish seeds in the hands of the robotic arm responsible for sowing. Almost all of them were living seeds, and the status bars representing their vitality were of different lengths, but there was no orange status bar that Lin Wei wanted to see. Lin Wei, who returned to the monitoring room with Bai Yi, frowned all the time. Did she really see it wrong that day? Or did only the first batch of seeds collected from the wild have that orange status bar? Lin Wei was thinking too seriously, so he did not notice that Bai Yi beside him was silently looking at her inquiringly. Chapter 52. Without seeing the orange status bar, Lin Wei watched another mutation show of radish seedlings. The second round of radish breeding, judging from the situation before Lin Wei left the research center, was not very optimistic. It seemed that the adjustment direction of mutation correction was wrong. Before leaving, Lin Wei wanted to tell Bai Yi, but seeing that he was talking to several researchers about serious matters, he did not make a sound to disturb them. After returning to the apartment, although he did not receive a message from Bai Yi, Lin Wei felt that he would probably not return to the apartment to rest tonight. After taking care of the fruits, vegetables, flowers and plants on the terrace on his side, Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the opposite door. Bai Yi's apartment seemed to be less popular than Lin Wei's, the newcomer. There were almost no traces of life left on the furniture. Bai Yi's robot butler Beta ended his hibernation when Lin Wei pushed the door and entered the house. Maybe it was because of its lowly voice. Lin Wei always felt that although they were both robots, Beta was more lively and talkative than Misha. In contrast, when doing things, Beta was not as meticulous and steady as Misha. After watering and spraying nutrients on the 3 potted plants that Bai Yi placed in the bedroom, Lin Wei said goodbye to Beta and returned to her apartment. After a simple dinner, Lin Wei was sitting in front of the optical computer and carefully editing and making her improved version of the green onion planting video, when the communicator sounded a special prompt tone. That was the exclusive prompt tone that Lin Wei specially modified for Xiao Xiao. Lin Wei immediately answered the video call. She and Xiao Xiao are both busy now, and they haven't contacted each other for a few days. After Xiao Xiao finished filming the green hung commuter car advertisement, she returned to Yuran as usual and resumed her daily life as a trainee with classes and live broadcasts. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. The music video that Xiao Xiao shot for Lu Qingqing was finally broadcast. But it had nothing to do with Lu Qingqing anymore. Lu Qingqing's agency was nearly bankrupt because of Lu Qingqing's case. In order to reduce losses, they sold the music video with several samples to other agencies. The music video was re-edited, and the male protagonist involved in the drug addiction case was cut to only a back and a few blurred shadows. Xiao Xiao was lucky enough to become the real heroine of this newly packaged music video. The music video was accompanied by a new song by a new singer. Lin Wei had already heard it. It was a fresh first love song, sweet with a hint of sadness, full of the fragrance of girlish feelings, which just fit Xiao Xiao's cute and pure image. Once the new song and music video were released, they received a good response on Tian1. Because of this, Xiao Xiao got another job, a female supporting role in a low-budget drama that has already started filming. Although this female supporting role is actually a female engaged supporting role, not a key role, and not many lines, Xiao Xiao did not dislike it at all. 2 days ago, she happily told Lin Wei that she would soon join the crew. After the video call was connected, Lin Wei noticed that the background environment where Qiao Qiao was located seemed to be Yuran's trainee dormitory. Lin Wei looked at the cute apple-faced girl in the video and asked with a little doubt, "Haven't you joined the crew yet?" Qiao Qiao explained, "I was supposed to leave yesterday, but Luheng asked me to go to shoot 2 close-up shots temporarily, so I was delayed." After a pause, Lin Wei. Qiao Qiao hesitated to speak. Lin Wei saw that Qiao Qiao seemed unhappy, and thought that there was a problem with her work again, so he asked, "Did the crew say anything about your failure to join the crew in time?" Qiao Qiao shook her head and said, "The agent has already communicated." Lin Wei was always very patient with Qiao Qiao. "What happened?" Qiao Qiao took a deep breath and said with some concern, "I told you not to be unhappy." Lin Wei nodded and said, "Okay, tell me." Qiao Qiao closed her eyes and said, "Yesterday afternoon, your adoptive father came to Yuran to find you. But I was not there at that time, so I don't know the specific situation. I just came back and heard other people talking about it." Lin Wei's face was no longer calm when he heard this. The original body's adoptive father, Lin Luyuan, came looking for him? Qiao Qiao saw the unhappy expression on Lin Wei's face and said, "Don't worry, he didn't make a fuss. It seems that he heard that you are no longer in Yuran, so he just wandered around the gate of Yuran for a while and left." Qiao Qiao also said with some comfort, "He doesn't know that you have terminated your contract with Yuran, and he certainly doesn't know that you have moved to District 8, let alone that you are now in District 1 and are still working at Luyuan. Except for me, no one at Yuran knows where you are now. Don't be afraid." Lin Wei is not afraid of Lin Luyuan coming to her house. She just feels annoyed. The relationship with the Lin family cannot be severed. When Lin Fay is convicted, just thinking about Zhang Shujuan's noisy energy, Lin Wei can foresee that her future life will probably be difficult. Thinking here, Lin Wei suddenly remembered that she had been busy at the Luyuan breeding base every day, leaving early and returning late, but forgot to check the progress of the investigation of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. It's been a few days since Lin Fay was arrested. Even if the efficiency of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau is low, they should have found evidence to convict Lin Fay, right? At this moment, the video call between Lin Wei and Qiao Qiao was coming to an end. Qiao Qiao had to get up early to join the crew tomorrow, so Lin Wei asked her to go to bed early. "I'm fine. Just like you said, he can't find me. You should go to bed and join the crew to film. I'm waiting to watch your drama." After hanging up the video call with Qiao Qiao, Lin Wei logged onto the homepage of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau on his laptop. As usual, he checked the progress of the case investigation. When he saw the nearly full page of case investigation results report, Lin Wei couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. The report detailed the details of the investigation of the poisoning case by the Bureau of Undocumented Cases, such as the date of arrival at Liqingsing, the investigation of Lin Fay, how Lin Fay knew that yellow pomegranate and gala fruit could not be eaten together, why he poisoned Lin Wei, and how he planned to poison Lin Wei step by step, etc. Lin Wei was not so interested in these details. She glanced at them casually and jumped directly to the end of the report. Seeing the final conviction of Lin Fay by the Bureau of Undocumented Cases, Lin Wei raised one eyebrow with a playful look. In short, the Bureau of Undocumented Cases has determined that Lin Fay is the real murderer of the poisoning case. However, they cannot convict Lin Fay now, because in the process of investigating the poisoning case, they found that Lin Fay was also involved in another major case. The accurate conviction of Lin Fay may have to wait until the major case is closed, and Lin Fay's final result is likely to be a combination of multiple crimes. In addition, the end of this notice also stated that the 10 million human rights protection funds paid by Lin Wei will be returned to the original account within a week. Lin Wei glanced at the time when the notice was sent. It was the day before yesterday. In other words, her 10 million will be returned soon. Of course, what really made Lin Wei happy was that Lin Fay finally suffered the consequences of his own actions. I don't know how serious the major case involving Lin Fay mentioned in the notice is, and when it will be closed. Lin Wei reopened the video material page while thinking randomly in his mind. Compared with Lin Wei, who was relieved physically and mentally after learning a not-so-good news, he immediately received good news. Lin Luyuan, who came to the capital star alone, was not so good. Her son was arrested for many days, and there was no news, which made Zhang Shujuan completely crazy. She borrowed communicators everywhere to try to call Lin Wei and ask Lin Wei to withdraw the case, but Lin Wei had learned his lesson and did not answer strange contact numbers at all. Zhang Shuan had no choice but to cry and make a fuss at home. Lin Xiwan was also driven crazy by her, and of course, he was also worried about Lin Fay. Although his son did not look like him, but was exactly like his mother, and was not ambitious and made trouble everywhere, he was his only biological son after all. Therefore, Lin Xiwan's trip to the capital star was not completely forced by Zhang Shuan. He also wanted to go there, but if no one forced him, he would inevitably back off in the end. Lin Xiwan's impression of Lin Wei was still the time before she came to the capital star. In his impression, his adopted daughter Lin Wei was always silent, not very talkative, but still obedient and sensible. After Lin Wei signed the contract with Luyuan Media, most of the people who contacted her were Zhang Shuan and Lin Fay. Lin Xiwan only knew some things about this adopted daughter from Zhang Shuan. For example, she was a trainee and could earn more than 2,000 yuan a month. And almost all of this salary went into Zhang Shuan's pocket. That's all. The capital star is really prosperous. Lin Xiwan, who stepped off the spaceship, looked at the unfamiliar street scene and felt timid. After groping for a long time, he found Luyuan Media Company, but was told that his adopted daughter had terminated the contract with the company. No one from Luyuan Media knew where Lin Wei went now. Lin Xiwan paced back and forth at the gate of Luyuan Media in a daze for a long time, before he set off to District 1 of the capital star according to Zhang Shuan's instructions. According to Zhang Shuan, she learned from the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 3 of Luyuan Star that her son Lin Fay was arrested by their superiors. She didn't know which department was the superior of the Law Enforcement Bureau, but Zhang Shuan firmly believed that the Law Enforcement Bureau of Capital Star District 1 was definitely the superior of all the law enforcement bureaus of second and third tier planets. After hearing Lin Xiwan's voice call saying that he couldn't find Lin Wei, Zhang Shuan cried and shouted to Lin Xiwan to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau of Capital Star District 1 to ask. Zhang Shuan didn't ask for anything now. She just wanted to know her son's current situation and take a look at her son. Even if her son made a mistake, even if he poisoned Lin Wei and was arrested, they should be allowed to visit him as parents, right? Yes, Zhang Shuan actually knew in her heart that her son Lin Fay had poisoned his adopted daughter Lin Wei. She was just greedy and short-sighted, not that she didn't have the brain to think about it. The son dragged her to Luyuan Media to ask for a huge insurance money as soon as Lin Wei got into trouble. This matter itself was very strange. The son has always looked down on Lin Wei, so how could he buy expensive gala cake for Lin Wei for no reason? Zhang Shuan knew, but how could her son and adopted daughter be compared? She could only pretend not to know, and even threw dirty water on the adopted daughter to protect her son, and only said to the outside that the adopted daughter was greedy. At that time, the sun was shining, and Lin Xiwan stood hesitantly at the door of the Law Enforcement Bureau in District 1 of the capital star. He looked at the brand new and majestic main gate of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and secretly compared it with the main gate of the Law Enforcement Bureau in District 3 of Luyuan Star in his heart. He thought with great emotion that it was worthy of being the superior of all law enforcement bureaus, and even this door made people feel scared. Because he had been doing an improper side job, Lin Xiwan usually avoided the Law Enforcement Bureau, but today, for the sake of his son, he could only muster up the courage to step in. The person responsible for helping Lin Xiwan solve his problems was a short-haired female law enforcement officer who spoke kindly. At first, when the female law enforcement officer heard Lin Xiwan say that he had traveled thousands of miles from Luyuan Star to Capital Star to find his son, she was still somewhat moved. When Lin Xiwan reported Lin Fay's personal information and began to describe the process of Lin Fay's inexplicable arrest, the female law enforcement officer's emotion faded, and she felt that something was wrong the more she listened. Why did he sound so much like the underage kid who was recently transferred by the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, who poisoned his sister and privately sold new addicted drugs? These young law enforcement officers occasionally gathered together to discuss these 2 days, and even gave the heartless kid a nickname, Poisonous Evil Youngster. When Lin Xiwan was halfway through, the short-haired female law enforcement officer stood up as usual and said, "Wait a moment, I go get you a glass of water." Lin Xiwan didn't suspect anything, thinking that the Law Enforcement Bureau in the capital star was different. The law enforcement officers were all so beautiful, and they were polite and courteous to pour him water. As soon as the short-haired female law enforcement officer went out, she went directly to the director's office and reported Lin Xiwan's situation. The director didn't say much nonsense and waved his hand, "Detain him." The short-haired female law enforcement officer got the order and went out. The director glanced at the document on the holographic screen of the optical computer in front of him, which was the information of the Lin family. He really delivered himself to the door. The director sneered. He was still muttering in his heart before that his parents, who could raise a child like Lin Fay, who was full of 5 evils, would probably not be good. Of course, the director had a reason to arrest Lin Xiwan. Lin Fay was a minor, and his parents should be held responsible for his crime. In addition, leaving aside the poisoning case committed by Lin Fay, the Lin couple, who lived with him, should have cooperated with the investigation and interrogation of the Law Enforcement Bureau just because he privately sold new addicted drugs. If they had not discovered that Luo Qingqing was very likely the nest of new addicted drugs, the director would have been worried about alerting the enemy, and he would have asked the Luo Qingqing Law Enforcement Bureau to arrest the Lin couple. The director's eyes swept across Lin Wei's personal information on the holographic screen. In fact, their Law Enforcement Bureau should also thank this innocent girl who was poisoned. If this girl had not saved enough human rights protection funds through her own efforts and applied to the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau to investigate the poisoning case under the pressure of her family, their Law Enforcement Bureau might still be helpless with new addicted drugs and have no direction for investigation. Since the death of singer Lu Qingqing, the new addicted drug dens that were originally entrenched in the Dream Death Place on Capital Star have been dispersed, and all clues about new addicted drugs have been hidden without a trace. The Enforcement Bureau had finally found some clues on a second-tier star, thinking that it was the nest of the new addicted drug. After mobilizing a lot of manpower and rushing there, they came up empty-handed. It was just a den, and it was a den that had been deserted before them. Those people were also ruthless, and they killed the person who leaked the information directly, including his family. So far, the clues of the new addicted drug have been completely cut off. The director had already given up hope, but he didn't expect that the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau suddenly sent him a great gift of Lin Fay. From the mouth of Lu Jian, the deputy director of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, the director learned the whole story. How to say it? It was very dramatic. It is said that when Lin Fay was first caught by the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, he was still very stubborn. He was sure that he had no evidence of poisoning, so he stiffened his neck and refused to say anything. When Lu Jian was talking about this, he started laughing. He was still a child. We didn't do anything to him. We just starved him for 3 days. After only 3 days, Lin Fay was scared, crying and saying whatever he was asked. The investigators from the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau just asked an extra question because they found that Lin Fay suddenly had a lot of cash flow in his hands during their investigation. The money came too fast. It was not something that a minor like him could easily earn. It must be dirty. At this time, Lin Fay's mouth was like a valve that could not be closed after opening, and he said everything when the investigator asked. What Li Gu, what scarred face, what white atomizer bottle that people can't forget after taking a puff. The investigator felt something was wrong and reported it to Lu Jian immediately. When it comes to a major case of new addicted drugs, there is no question of overstepping authority. You can investigate as you want. Lu Jian not only sent Lin Fay to the Law Enforcement Bureau, but also a lot of useful information. Among them was a video dug out from Lin Fay's brain, which was a fragment of Lin Fay's memory captured by the precious memory imaging device of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. However, the scanning of the memory imaging device will cause certain damage to the brain. Therefore, Lin Fay will probably be paralyzed in bed for 10 days and a half months, which can be regarded as letting him personally experience the pain of his sister being paralyzed by his poison. The director felt familiar with the protagonist in the video as soon as he saw it. After using facial recognition, the answer became clear. That person was the S-level wanted criminal who was roaming outside, Wang Weili, also known as brotherly in Lin Fay's mouth. Xiao Peng, who had always been with Lin Fay, wandered at the door of the Lin family in distress and entanglement. Lin Fay was arrested for some time. Even though he knew that Lin Fay was arrested because he poisoned his sister, Xiao Peng still felt very nervous. Recently, the situation was tense. Scar Brother asked them to behave themselves and report any problems in time. Xiao Peng still kept the fact that Lin Fay was arrested secret and did not dare to report it to Scar Brother. Although Zhang Shuan cried and screamed as if everyone knew about Lin Fay's arrest, it was only in District 3 that there was some noise. The black market is located at the junction of Districts 4 and 5. When you get there, there is no news about Lin Fay. The main reason is that Lin Fay is just an insignificant little follower, and no one in the black market takes him seriously. Xiao Peng now regrets why he brought Lin Fay, a big trouble, into the circle. Because he is related to Scar Brother, he knows more about the things in the circle. For example, the black market on Luochen Star seems to be managed by Scar Brother, But the actual owner is Brotherly. Brotherly is not only the owner of the black market on Luyuan Star, but it is also said that he has a share in the Dream Death Land, the financial entertainment venue on Capital Star. When Xiaopeng knew this, he worshipped Brotherly very much. By chance, he learned from Scar Brother that Brotherly seemed to have a hobby of collecting green singing stones. Xiaopeng was not trying to curry favor with Brotherly, but probably just wanted to do something for his idol. After hearing Lin Fay brag that he had a green singing stone ring with good quality at home, Xiaopeng was tempted. That day, Brotherly happened to have an appointment with someone to do a physical transaction, that is, to exchange their goods with others for weapons, energy stones, etc. At that time, Xiaopeng was lobbying Lin Fay to steal the ring from his home and sell it. As for what he would sell it for, he naturally had to show Lin Fay something that could attract him. When Xiaopeng thought about it now, he felt that he must have lost his mind at that time. Otherwise, why would he take Lin Fay to spy on Li Good doing business with others? Although the distance was far, Lin Fay did see Li Ji's face. Zhang Shuwan couldn't contact Lin Xiuan. Hearing the busy tone from the communicator, Zhang Shuwan was at a loss for a moment, and then turned into anger in an instant. Thinking of Lin Xiuan's repeated excuses when she forced him to go to the Capital Star to find Lin Fay, Zhang Shuwan felt that she couldn't contact Lin Xiuan suddenly, and the other party must be annoyed, and didn't want to care about her and Lin Fay anymore. Zhang Shuwan rushed out the door in a hurry, ready to contact Lin Xiuan by borrowing the communicator to bombard Lin Wei. As soon as she went out, Zhang Shuwan bumped into Xiaopeng, who was wandering at the door. The two staggered to their feet, and Xiaopeng called out to Zhang Shuwan, "Aunt." Zhang Shuwan was already angry, and was even more furious when she was bumped into. But when she saw that the other person was Xiaopeng, she knew that he was usually close to Lin Fay, and had lent her a communicator before. Zhang Shuwan's expression eased, and she said hoarsely. Xiaopeng asked, "Aunt, is there still no news about Lin Fay?" When she heard Lin Fay's name, Zhang Shuwan's face was anxious and helpless. Yes. Yu Guangzhong saw the communicator on Xiaopeng's wrist, and Zhang Shuwan said, "Can you lend it to Aunt again?" Xiaopeng directly unlocked the communicator with his iris, and then stretched out his strong arm in front of Zhang Shuwan. Zhang Shuwan dialed Lin Xiuan's contact number in this posture. It was still a busy tone. Xiaopeng listened to the busy tone, and saw Zhang Shuwan dialing again and again without giving up. His arms were sore, so he couldn't help but say, "Auntie, forget it. Sister Lin Wei didn't answer my contact number last time." Zhang Shuwan said angrily, "I'm not calling that troublemaker. I'm calling your uncle. I asked your uncle to go to Capital Star to find Fei Fei." Xiaopeng listened to the pronunciation of Capital Star. For some reason, he felt uneasy. He asked tentatively, "So uncle can't contact her now?" Zhang Shuwan was only busy dialing, and didn't answer with a gloomy face. Xiaopeng's uneasiness became worse. He decided to take a public taxi back to the black market in a while, and report everything about Lin Fay's arrest to Scar Brother. Lin Wei didn't know that Lin Xiuan had been detained by the Law Enforcement Bureau, and it was impossible for him to come to her. Lin Wei was not afraid of Lin Xiuan coming to her, after learning from Qiao Qiao that Lin Xiuan came to Capital Star. The security of Luyuan, especially the research center and breeding base, is much stricter than that of Yuan Media. Zhang Shuwan and Lin Fay, who were so noisy at the time, were expelled back to Luyuan Star after only 2 days of making trouble outside Yuan Media. Now it's Lin Xiuan, and Lin Wei believes that he dare not come to Luyuan to make trouble. But it's still a pain in Lin Wei's heart that he can't break away from the kinship with the Lin family. Day after day, Lin Xiuan was nowhere to be seen, and Lin Wei put this person behind her. During this period, the green onions planted by Lin Wei have sprouted green leaves, and the leaves of spinach have spread out from the wood ash, looking very healthy and strong with thick green. And the water-red fruit, under the dual nourishment of loose-base fertilizer and nutrient solution, has grown even faster, with thick stems and lush leaves. Lin Wei has been busy breaking the axillary buds of the water-red fruit with the robot these 2 days, preparing to welcome the first batch of inflorescences of the water-red fruit. Then on this day, Lin Wei received another message from Bai Yi. 5 days after the second round of radish breeding, the third round of radish breeding is about to begin. Chapter 53. The researcher was about to command the robot to transport the seeds, but was stopped by Bai Yi. "Wait." The researcher was a little confused. "Wait. Aren't all the preliminary work ready? What else do we need to wait for?" Before the researcher could ask, his colleague secretly supported him with his elbow. The researcher followed his colleague's eyes, and looked at the end of the corridor. "I saw a girl in a wheelchair, controlling the wheelchair, rushing towards them at a very fast speed." The researcher understood and exchanged gossipy glances with his colleague. The intelligent braking performance of the wheelchair is excellent. As soon as Lin Wei released her finger on the control panel, the wheelchair stopped right beside Bai Yi. The inertia of the human body caused by the sudden brake was almost unnoticeable. As soon as the wheelchair stopped, Lin Wei asked in a slightly urgent tone, "Has it started?" Bai Yi looked down at her and said calmly, "It's about to start." Lin Wei let out a breath, and then noticed the radish seed still in the reverse electromagnetic storm container tank. At this time, the researcher cut off the power of the instrument at Bai Yi's signal, and commanded the robot to start transporting the seeds. Lin Wei stared at the seeds taken out of the container tank by the robot without blinking. Suddenly, Lin Wei's eyes widened slightly, and a strange light burst out of her eyes. "See it, orange status bar." She saw it again, in order to facilitate the recording and comparison of lengthy genetic data. Although the radish seeds are small, each one has its own number, which is scattered and evenly arranged in a display frame. And because of this, Lin Wei can relatively clearly see and distinguish the orange status bar of each radish seed. Lin Wei didn't know what the orange status bar meant yet. She just subconsciously memorized the seed numbers, with relatively extreme orange status bars. Like number 18 and number 52, which were almost full, and number 4, number 11, number 25, and number 73, which had only a small orange status bar, or almost no orange status bar. It was not until the robot disappeared from view with the seeds that Lin Wei realized that this time, the orange status bar above the radish seeds seemed to exist for much longer than the first time she saw it. Lin Wei carefully recalled the details of the 3 times she saw the radish seeds. The first and third times, she saw the orange status bar of the seeds when the robot just started to transport them. The second time, she didn't see the orange status bar because she came late, and the seeds had been transported to the experimental field. So, the orange status bar is related to the time of seed transportation? No. Lin Wei immediately denied this guess in her mind. It's not a matter of the time node of the transfer, but... Lin Wei looked up at the empty reverse electromagnetic storm container after the seed was taken out. Whether the orange status bar can be seen or not, the length of time the orange status bar exists should be related to the time when the seed was taken out of the container. In other words, it is related to the time when the seed left the reverse electromagnetic storm. After the seed has experienced the baptism of the reverse electromagnetic storm, the orange status bar will appear for a period of time after leaving the reverse electromagnetic storm and returning to the normal environment. This is the conclusion that Lin Wei has drawn based on the details he knows now. Whether it is correct or not, she will have to wait for her next personal verification. Lin Wei, who entered the monitoring room with Bai Yi, reviewed the seed numbers she had memorized before. As the mechanical arm above the experimental field fell, the seeds were planted one by one, and with the help of lasers and powerful nutrients, they took root and sprouted rapidly. Lin Wei watched the growing radish seedlings one by one, repeating a string of numbers almost subconsciously. While Bai Yi was paying attention to the experimental data in real time, he did not ignore the girls mumbling beside him, but because Lin Wei's voice was too low, he could not hear it clearly. 2 hours passed in a flash in the rapid growth of radish seedlings. Soon it came to the critical moment of this round of breeding, the high incidence period of mutation. The radish seedling numbered 11 was the first to show abnormalities, and Lin Wei saw its painful and green expression. In fact, Lin Wei was curious. If the radish seedlings were completely mutated, what would its expression look like? Do the mutant plants in the wild have expressions? If so, what would they look like? Would it be a yellow-faced dwarf horse like Mao Mao? Or a pure dwarf horse? Undoubtedly, Lin Wei could only speculate at this time, but could not verify it. After all, the experiments in the research center cannot afford to make mistakes. It is impossible to let the radish seedlings completely mutate without taking any action. As for the wild, it is not a place that anyone can go. Lin Wei checked and found that if you want to go to the alien star island full of mutant plants, you need to hold a license approved by the official Star Federation government. Number 4 and number 25 show signs of mutation. A researcher suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Wei's increasingly divergent thoughts. Then, another researcher said, "Number 12, number 73 mutated." Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, thinking, wow, the numbers she wrote down are going to be wiped out so soon. Seeing that the 4 radish seeds with the worst orange status bars showed signs of mutation one after another, and they were almost the first to be processed in this batch of seeds, Lin Wei had some ideas in her mind. Now it depends on whether the remaining number 18 and number 52, whose orange status bars were almost full, are as she expected. This is the 3rd round of radish breeding, but perhaps because of the mistakes in the 2nd round of breeding, the situation of this batch of radish seedlings is still not very good. Lin Wei watched one radish seedling after another being processed because of mutation. Her eyes lingered between number 18 and number 52, which had not shown any abnormality yet, and her hands unconsciously clenched the armrests of the wheelchair. Until nightfall, the data on various instruments showed that the radish seedlings in the experimental field had passed their high mutation period. Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly at the safe and sound radish seedlings number 18 and number 52. Her guess should be correct. The orange status bar is very likely to represent the genetic stability of the seeds. Such a guess is not just Lin Wei's imagination. Bai Yi once introduced the role of the reverse electromagnetic storm instrument to her in detail. He said that it was using the reverse to correct the positive direction, that is, to correct and eliminate the mutant genes of the seeds. Of course, Bai Yi's original words were more rigorous and academic. When Lin Wei guessed that the seeds would only have a short-term orange status bar after leaving the reverse electromagnetic storm and contacting the normal environment, she actually had some ideas about the orange status bar in her mind. In addition, the seeds with a very small orange status bar all mutated without exception after germination and growth, while the seeds with a nearly full orange status bar were safe and sound. Although the possibility of coincidence cannot be completely ruled out, it has confirmed Lin Wei's idea to a certain extent. Lin Wei was somewhat happy. In the selection and breeding of vegetable and fruit seeds, she seemed to be able to help a little. But how should she tell Bai Yi? Lin Wei tilted her head to look at Bai Yi. The other party's complexion was still good, but the dark blue under his eyes was much darker than when she saw him last time. Obviously, Bai Yi stayed up all night again for the selection and breeding of radishes, and he stayed up for more than one night. It was getting late, and Lin Wei should go back to the apartment. The genetic data comparison work of the third round of radish breeding was not something she, a layman, could do. Before leaving, Lin Wei bit her lower lip and hesitated again and again. This time, Lin Wei did not leave silently as before. After all, she chose to disturb the busy Bai Yi. Pushing the wheelchair forward, Lin Wei gently pulled the sleeve of Bai Yi, who was discussing something with several researchers. Lin Wei first apologized to the researchers. "Excuse me." Then, he looked up at Bai Yi. "Come out with me, I have something to tell you." After Lin Wei and Bai Yi walked out of the monitoring room one after another, several researchers showed gossipy, self-evident smiles on their faces. It must be said that since Miss Lin participated in the selection and breeding, although she did not help them much, their working atmosphere has been much better than before. No longer always tense and nervous because of the working atmosphere, occasionally they can relax a little because of the little gossip between Miss Lin and Mr. Bai Yi. Lin Wei, who didn't know she was being gossiped about, was looking up at Bai Yi. As if she had made some important decision silently, Lin Wei took a breath and said directly, "Pay special attention to number 18 and number 52. Lin Wei herself knew that such a thoughtless statement would arouse suspicion. So, when Bai Yi looked at her inquiringly, Lin Wei didn't feel strange, but she didn't know how to explain to Bai Yi. She said this suddenly, "There must be a reason." Lin Wei thought she was still quite good at fooling people. Like now, she could actually prevaricate Bai Yi. "I just think those two seedlings seem to grow better than the others." But Lin Wei couldn't say it. Bai Yi stayed up all night for breeding, and was so tired that he suffered from hypoxia. He was doing his job very seriously and rigorously. Lin Wei felt that if she really perfunctorily dealt with Bai Yi, she would probably feel guilty, and the reason she thought of felt more like a joke to Bai Yi's work. Lin Wei was still struggling, and even had some thoughts of confessing to Bai Yi directly, but at this moment, Bai Yi suddenly said, "Okay, number 18 and number 52, I remember." Lin Wei stared at Bai Yi blankly, and could not see any questions or doubts in Bai Yi's eyes. He seemed to know everything, and seemed to just not want Lin Wei to embarrass himself again. He jumped to the topic and asked, "Do I need to notify you of the next round of breeding?" Lin Wei blinked and answered reflexively, "Yes." Bai Yi, "Yes." "Then you go back to the apartment by yourself, be careful on the road." "I'm going to work." Lin Wei blankly responded with "Okay," and watched Bai Yi's tall figure disappear at the door of the monitoring room. Although Bai Yi took the initiative to change the topic, his tone of saying that he remembered it was very serious, not just a casual remark. Lin Wei lowered her head and chuckled. She herself didn't know what she was laughing at. At that moment, she felt as if something was strange in her heart, just like a high and solid wall, and suddenly there was a rustling of soil falling, loosening without warning. At the breeding base, Mr. Zhou was in a really good mood in the past 2 days. Because he used warm water to soak the seeds of this batch of water-red fruits, the germination rate itself was much higher than before. In addition, he was diligent in taking care of it, and the axillary buds were also neat. The first batch of water-red fruit inflorescences had just fallen, and he was inspecting his breeding field. Hundreds of water-red fruit trees that were as tall as him. Almost every tree was adorned with 2 or 3 still green water-red fruits. Every tree. It was like this. Such a good harvest. Before this, Mr. Zhou would never dare to think about it. Is this still the water-red fruit that is difficult to plant and breed? These 2 days, the apprentices saw the water-red fruit in the breeding field, and they praised it every day, which made Mr. Zhou a little flattered. Looking at the water-red fruit in his breeding field, Mr. Zhou couldn't help thinking that the yield of his water-red fruit should be unmatched in the entire breeding base. After all, they used to plant water-red fruit, dozens of trees, but because they didn't have the awareness of breaking axillary buds, they might not be able to harvest a basket of water-red fruit in the end. Even if the little girl named Lin Wei thought that the touch flower could increase the fruiting rate, what would it matter? Mr. Zhou thought proudly that there are still some differences between touch and touch, such as the strength of touch, the technique of touch, and experience, etc. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhou called his apprentice and told him, "Go and ask the new planting consultant whether the water-red fruit she planted has bloomed and how many water-red fruits each tree has produced." The apprentice responded in a hurry and ran out to ask. As for Mr. Wu, although he scolded Lin Wei for making soup when he watched the water-red fruit planting video, he walked away with a wave of his sleeves. But after hearing the apprentice's report, some planters did improve the germination rate of water-red fruit after using the soup method. Although Mr. Wu always thinks highly of himself, he is not a person who suffers for his reputation. After all, others have used the soup method to improve the germination rate. If he still stubbornly insists on using the old method, he will be the one who is laughed at in the end. Don't say it, this soup method is weird, but it is really useful, Mr. Wu thought, especially when combined with his fallen leaf soil. The germination rate is very high. Mr. Wu's planting trick related to fallen leaves is actually to use a machine to break up the fallen leaves and branches collected. It does not need to be ground into powder, but small pieces will do. Then, soak these small pieces in a water solution made of clean water and nutrients in a certain proportion. It usually takes 1 to 2 nights to soak. When the small pieces are completely softened, they can be fished out and mixed with sterile mud for use. This method can not only increase the germination rate of seeds, but also make the sterile mud loose and easy to use. It will not be like ordinary sterile mud that needs to be replaced after planting once or twice, otherwise it will become hard soil after watering and cannot be planted at all. This is the method that Mr. Wu came up with after many years of planting. It has always been his planting secret that he never revealed to others. Even though he is now old, Mr. Wu has only taught this method to his only most capable and trusted apprentice. At this time, old Wu looked at the water-red fruit trees growing on the fallen leaf soil, which were particularly thriving. He smiled unconsciously as he looked at them. So, the new girl was still too young. She made all her planting methods public, and they all learned them. But how could she know the secret of the fallen leaf soil? Without the fallen leaf soil, old Wu thought that even if the little girl could do more, her water-red fruit trees would never grow better than the ones in front of him. At this time, old Wu's most capable apprentice hurried in. He looked panicked and whispered a few words in old Wu's ear, and then saw old Wu's face suddenly change. What? Old Wu, who was still complacent just now had only shock and disbelief on his wrinkled face. The apprentice saw the expression on old Wu's face and swallowed dryly. He was just like old Wu, shocked and unbelievable. It turned out that Lin Wei had made a teaching video on homemade fertilizer. She originally wanted to give it to the person in charge of the breeding base and let him make it public for everyone to see. But then she thought that this was not a good idea. The planting atmosphere at the breeding base seemed to be relatively closed, and everything was too much. So it became that whoever asked Lin Wei about homemade fertilizer, Lin Wei would send the teaching video on homemade fertilizer to the other party, and let the other party watch and understand it for themselves. And Lin Wei did not forget to tell the other party that it could be shared and passed on, but it could not be used commercially, that is, to make money with her video. Mr. Wu's apprentice also saw Lin Wei's teaching video on homemade fertilizer by accident. The more he watched, the more familiar it felt, and the more he watched, the more he felt it was wrong. Lin Wei's explanation of eggshell bone powder and granules, saying that mixing them with sterile mud can make the sterile mud softer and more breathable, and can extend the service life of the sterile mud. Isn't this the same as the effect of the fallen leaf soil that old Wu told him? And the wood ash, and the method of adding a layer of sterile mud, and a layer of rotten fruit peel and flesh. The more old Wu's apprentice watched and listened, the more his heart beat. This can no longer be said that the other party stole old Wu's fallen leaf soil. If these methods of the other party are really useful, Then it is completely an upgraded version of fallen leaf soil. After listening to the apprentice's words, Old Wu's face sank, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Undoubtedly, these news from the apprentice were like a huge slap, slapping Old Wu's face, who was just complacent. There are so many ways to loosen and nourish sterile mud. What is the fallen leaf soil that he is proud of to the other party? But after all, Old Wu has lived to an old age. It is true that he has a bad temper and is arrogant, but he has not yet failed to recognize the reality. After relaxing his expression, Wu Lao asked in a low voice, "Did you get that video?" The apprentice looked at Wu Lao and nodded honestly. Wu Lao did not blame him, but said, "Show it, let me see it." Lin Wei, who was busy editing and producing the improved version of the scallion planting video, could not say that she knew nothing about the human relations and social customs of the breeding base. For example, Lin Wei knew that there were only 3 planting experts in the base, and at present, only Luca planting expert was interested in making friends with her. As for the other 2 planting experts Wu and Zhou, they probably didn't think much of her. After all, the 2 didn't come to her first meeting before. Occasionally, they met on the way home from get off work or in the staff cafeteria, and they rarely gave her a good face. However, Lin Wei didn't care about these. There are always colleagues who get along well, and those who don't get along well. She just gets along well with those who can get along well. As for those who are difficult to get along with, as long as they don't trip her up and hinder her breeding, Lin Wei won't care about them. Speaking of which, Lu planting expert told Lin Wei a personal planting trick 2 days ago. "Just think of it as my thanks for selflessly teaching me the method of making homemade fertilizers, and I will give you one in return, which is also the only planting trick I have mastered now." Lu planting expert said this embarrassedly at the time. The planting trick that Lu planting expert shared with Lin Wei happened to be what Lin Wei could use now. Dilute the nutrient and the convenient nutrient strips with clean water. As for the ratio, I don't have a relatively accurate value for the time being. It's better to be thin, but never too thick. The road planting expert said, "I found that when the fruits and vegetables are about to fall and set fruit, spraying their flowers with this water solution can increase the fruiting rate to a certain extent." After listening to the planting tips from the road planting expert, Lin Wei was as happy as she looked. In Lin Wei's opinion, this planting tip from the road planting expert is the same as the method of spraying rare earth water solution to increase the fruit setting rate in the world she lived in the past. At this moment, Lin Wei is spraying the water red fruit in her breeding field with the special water solution prepared by the road planting expert. Because of the sufficient nutrients, the water red fruit planted by Lin Wei grows very fast. Now the first batch of inflorescences are about to fall, and it is time to start setting fruit. After spraying all the water red fruit trees, Lin Wei looked at the water red fruit trees that were taller than her and thought for a while. Even though the trunks of her water red fruit trees were very strong. But because it was a breeding method, the ripe water red fruits would not be picked, but would fall off naturally when they were ripe. In this way, batches of water red fruits would inevitably drag down the branches. If the trunks were dragged down, it would not be beautiful. Lin Wei clapped her hands and decided to build a rack. There was no material in the breeding studio to build a rack for the water red fruit, so Lin Wei could only call Li Bin, the head of the logistics department, again. It had only been a few days, and Li Bin had already gotten used to Lin Wei asking him for some strange things from time to time. Materials for the racks. "Please describe to me in detail what you want, and I will help you find them, or make them to order. When you want them." Lin Wei glanced at the thriving water red fruit trees, and without being polite to Li Bin, he said directly, "As soon as possible." The next day, when Jiangyan and Yan Lini came to the door, they saw Lin Wei and the robot inserting long metal poles into the breeding field. Yan Lini originally came to Lin Wei for business, but seeing Lin Wei tinkering with something he couldn't understand in the breeding field, Yan Lini's curiosity was aroused, and he once again became a curious baby with Jiangyan. As they got closer, Jiangyan and Yan Lini could see clearly what Lin Wei and the robot were doing. Lin Wei's water red fruit trees were planted and replanted, so they were lined up and looked very neat. At present, there is a long pole placed horizontally in the middle of each row of water red fruits. Lin Wei and the robot insert a long pole vertically along each water red fruit, and then fix the horizontal and vertical long poles to the trunk of the water red fruit. Jiangyan and Yan Lini are not stupid. They understand the reason why Lin Wei does this without asking. Jiangyan can't help but sigh and praise, "Consultant Lin, you are really smart. Once this bracket is set up, there is no need to worry about the problem of water red fruits falling down." They all have some experience in planting water red fruits before. Although they are not planting well, It is precisely because of the poor planting that even if the water-red fruit trees have few fruits, the main trunk of the water-red fruit is not strong enough. Often you see it is still good the day before, and it falls to the ground after one night. It is not that it will die, but the main trunk is not broken but broken. You dare not lift it up casually, right? You are afraid that you will not be careful and break the main trunk, and it will die. Lin Wei showed them openly. After fixing the last red fruit tree, she raised her head and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chapter 54. How should I put it? Yanlini did have something to ask Lin Wei, but this matter was a problem that needed to be solved urgently for Yanlini. But to Lin Wei, it sounded like someone brought her a pillow when she was sleepy. Yanlini had just arrived at the breeding base that day, and he did not go to his own breeding field, so he went directly to find Jiangyan. He and Jiangyan were not familiar with each other, but during this period of time, the two often met when they asked Lin Wei about planting issues. After chatting a few times, they found that they had similar personalities, and naturally became good friends. "Do you want yellow fruit tree seedlings?" About 3 months old. Yanlini found Jiangyan and asked straight to the point. At this time, in front of Lin Wei, Jiangyan touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, "I planted a lot of things. At that time, I chose a large breeding field, planted a little bit of everything in it, and planted 5 or 6 yellow fruit trees." He also said, "The sales department needs less fruit tree seeds, and the output of the mixed orchard is generally enough. And most growers have planted a few fruit trees in their breeding fields, not to mention the breeding experts." Yanlini took the opportunity to continue, "We thought of you. I remember that you didn't seem to start planting fruit trees in the breeding field." Lin Wei nodded, "Yes, you haven't started planting." But she looked at Yanlini with a slightly inquiring look. "Where did you get so many yellow fruit tree seedlings?" According to Yanlini, he now has nearly 30 half-grown yellow fruit tree seedlings. With such a large amount, it is impossible that Yanlini planted too many by mistake. Yanlini sighed helplessly, and explained the whole story to Lin Wei and Jiangyan. Yanlini has an uncle who has some assets, so he and a few friends rented a private island to grow fruits and vegetables. Yanlini said, "When my uncle first asked me for my opinion, I didn't think he would grow Huang Chengcheng because he is impatient. But he didn't listen to my advice, and planted Huang Chengcheng anyway, seeing that the market price of Huang Chengcheng was high. The result is obvious. It takes at least a year for Huang Chengcheng fruit trees to bloom and bear fruit from sowing. Yanlini's uncle planted them for 3 months, and saw that he only made money, but didn't make any money for 3 months, and his patience was completely exhausted. At this point, Yanlini suddenly lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "But my uncle gave up the planting of yellow fruit trees. In addition to his personal character, there is actually a bigger factor." Lin Wei and Jiangyan were more or less curious about Yanlini's pretentiousness. At Yanlini's beckoning, the two moved closer. "My uncle has some connections. I heard that several large planting bases are using a new planting method to plant green vines recently." After a pause, Yanlini looked at Lin Wei and Jiangyan and said, "He spent a lot of money to buy that planting method from the planting base. At first, I thought he was cheated. Guess what happened?" Jiangyan shook his head honestly, saying that he couldn't guess. When Lin Wei heard about the new planting method of green vines, he was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted, thinking that Baiye's work efficiency was really high. At this time, Lin Wei very cooperatively guessed, "It shouldn't be a scam, otherwise you wouldn't ask Jiangyan and me if we want the yellow fruit tree seedlings." Jiangyan realized it later, "Yes." Yanlini gave Lin Wei a look that said, "You are still smart," and said, "It is indeed not a scam. The planting base that sold my uncle the planting plan has a long-term cooperative relationship with our green source, and the planting plan my uncle bought also has our green source's authorization logo." After saying that, Yanlini looked at Jiangyan and Lin Wei again. Jiangyan seemed to realize something after a while. Authorization from our green source?" Yanlini looked very emotional and said, "You heard it right. The new planting plan of the green vine was authorized by our green source. But it should not come from our breeding base, otherwise there would not be any news. I guess it should be a capable person in the research center who came up with it." Jiangyan lowered his voice after hearing this, and asked curiously, "Have you seen the new planting plan?" Yanlini did not deny it. "I can't say more, after all, it was bought by my uncle. I can only tell you that the method is simple, and not complicated. It is actually a clever idea. Also, if that method is promoted, the breeding of green vines in our breeding base should be greatly reduced." Lin Wei listened silently, hiding her merits and fame. If you say she is a capable person, Lin Wei feels that she is not really one. She just relies on the weak planting foundation of this world to have room to show her skills. But then again, the method of hydroponic water spinach is indeed simple, but it is only limited to this world where almost all planting bases are fully mechanized. In the world where Lin Wei used to live, hydroponic water spinach has long been known to most people, but this method has never been able to replace ground-grown water spinach. The reason is that there are no multifunctional nutrients, no greenhouses that can intelligently adjust temperature, humidity and light, and the most important point is that water spinach is delicious. Not only people love to eat it, but also insects love to eat it. Spraying a large amount of pesticides in hydroponics is much more harmful than planting in the ground. But in this world, because of the mutant plants, there are no plants in the urban areas where people live, and naturally pests are close to zero. So hydroponics water spinach can be safely promoted on a large scale. Of course, with the high technology of this world, Lin Wei thought that if one day the plants recover and the pests return, they should be able to develop pesticides that are non-toxic to the human body. The premise is that the pests here must be the same as the pests in Lin Wei's impression, not all of the level of Cuomo. Consultant Lin, do you want the yellow fruit seedlings? While Lin Wei was thinking, the topic of the new planting method of green vines seemed to end, and Yan Lini got back to the point. After coming to his senses, Lin Wei said in a loud voice, "Yes." "How many?" Yan Lini promoted. "In terms of price, it is absolutely cheap. Anyway, his prodigal uncle is used to losing money." Lin Wei thought about it, and said generously, "I want all of them." "All of them?" Jiang had hurriedly advised. No, there is no need to plant so many. Consultant Lin, your breeding field is small to begin with. If you plant all these nearly 30 yellow fruit tree seedlings, you will not be able to plant anything else when they grow up. Lin Wei waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I have other uses." And confirmed with Yan Lini again, "I want all of your uncle's yellow fruit tree seedlings." Jiangyan and Yanlin stopped trying to persuade Lin Wei when they heard that she had bought all the yellow fruit tree seedlings for other purposes. Before leaving Lin Wei's breeding studio, Jiangyan couldn't help his curiosity and asked, "Consultant Lin, what are you going to use the yellow fruit tree seedlings for?" Lin Wei smiled and said frankly, "I want to try to see if I can make the yellow fruit trees bloom and bear fruit earlier." Jiangyan and Yanlin looked at each other when they heard this, with shock in their eyes, but more of interest. After this period of time together, they have already understood Consultant Lin's character. No matter how shocking the other party's words are, they will not be aimless, and he must have some plans in his mind. It's like the shallots grown from onion roots. No matter what Consultant Lin does, he doesn't prevent them from watching and learning, and is very happy to answer their questions. But how can we make the yellow fruit trees bloom and bear fruit earlier? Jiangyan and Yanlin thought about it for a long time, but they couldn't come up with any clues. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Jiangyan has always been brave enough to give up, wait for Consultant Lin to test the results, and then go and ask directly. Yanlin felt the same way, and sighed. "I feel that Consultant Lin is born to plant, and I don't know how she came up with so many planting methods." It was also a coincidence that the head of the base once again summoned all the planting staff to the conference room that afternoon. Looking at the planting teaching video about hydroponic green vines projected on the wall of the conference room, watching the gentle voice in the video explaining the planting points in detail, and the familiar figure sitting in the wheelchair, Jiangyan and Yanlin cast their resentful eyes at their Consultant Lin. Well, the ingenious idea of hydroponically growing green vines was actually thought up by their Consultant Lin. Yanlin thought of how he had been pretending to be mysterious in front of Consultant Lin before, and now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Lin Wei could only shrug innocently when she met the gazes of the two people. Yanlin had said half of it before, so she couldn't open her mouth even if she wanted to provoke, right? The next day, Yanlini said 28 yellow fruit tree seedlings to Lin Wei. Lin Wei roughly looked at it. The roots of each fruit tree seedling were wrapped with a lot of sterile mud, which was kept very intact. Even the most fragile and easily broken new branches and leaves in the upper part were well protected. Yanlini only charged Lin Wei 60,000 star yuan in total, which is about 2,000 star yuan per fruit tree seedling. This price is really low. When Lin Wei bought raspberry and seed buckthorn seeds, he had seen the price of yellow seeds. The average price of yellow seeds, with the green source logo, was about 2,000 star yuan. There were 10 seeds in a bag. Excluding dead seeds and the relatively lack of planting experience of the growers, it was probably a blessing that 2 or 3 of these 10 seeds could germinate. The fruit tree seedlings that Yanlini sold to Lin Wei were more than 3 months old. This also included the cost of sterile mud, nutrients, and energy stones consumed during the 3-month growth period of the fruit tree seedlings. But Yen Lin insisted on selling at Lin Wei's price. Otherwise, he would not sell it. Here, Yen Lin was suspected of selling well in front of Lin Wei, but this was also normal. After all, the planting experience and planting skills that Lin Wei taught him during this period were priceless to him. Furthermore, even though these fruit tree seedlings are 3 months old and growing well, it is not easy to sell them all at once. Yen Lin does not have the time to sell them one by one on the internet, and storing these fruit tree seedlings is also a big problem. Orchards basically do not accept such half-grown fruit tree seedlings. If they are about to bloom, or have already borne fruit, they will be easy to sell even if a zero is added to the unit price. Orchards generally assume that such half-grown fruit tree seedlings will hardly grow well after transplantation even if they are handled properly. Usually, the flowering and fruiting period will be delayed or even no flowering and fruiting, and the quality of the fruit produced will be relatively poor. Yen Lin's prodigal uncle originally planned to send these fruit tree seedlings directly to be degraded. Anyway, it is a loss no matter how much loss, but Yen Lin couldn't bear to see the good fruit tree seedlings being ruined by his uncle, so he took on this job. Lin Wei was convinced by Yen Lin's reason, and did not refuse. The Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau had already returned 10 million yuan of human rights protection funds. Lin Wei was now a small asset, so she didn't even blink when she spent 60,000 star yuan at once. Lin Wei didn't delay for long. With the help of the robot, she quickly planted all 28 yellow fruit tree seedlings. She planted them densely, and Jiangyan looked puzzled. He wanted to ask, "Consultant Lin, you planted them so densely, have you thought about the living space problem when they grow up?" But when he remembered that Lin Wei said that she had other uses, Jiangyan held back all the words. Although the fruit tree seedlings were handled very well, they had been transplanted after all, and they needed time to adapt to the new environment. Lin Wei was not in a hurry to try the fruit tree seedlings. The news that Lin Wei bought the yellow fruit tree seedlings outside somehow reached the ears of Li Bin, the head of the logistics department. Li Bin called Lin Wei to ask about the details of Lin Wei's purchase of the yellow fruit tree seedlings, and asked Lin Wei for the purchase transfer record. Not long after hanging up the call with Li Bin, Lin Wei received a transfer of 60,000 star yuan from the breeding base. Li Bin said that as long as it was related to planting in the breeding base, Lin Wei could ask him to reimburse. Of course, this is still not a special privilege for Lin Wei alone. The breeding base has the same standard for every breeding staff member, which shows that the welfare benefits that Green Source Biology gives to its employees are indeed not bad. On this day, Lin Wei received a message from Bai Yi again. The 4th round of radish breeding is about to begin. Lin Wei, who arrived at the research center, happened to catch up with the transportation of radish seeds this time. However, when she saw the radish seeds still in the reverse electromagnetic storm container, Lin Wei couldn't help but utter a single sound of doubt. There were actually 2 display cabinets for seeds in the container. Lin Wei had seen the larger one 3 times before, but next to it was a small display cabinet that Lin Wei had never seen before. Lin Wei turned her head and looked at Bai Yi inquiringly. Bai Yi leaned over and reported 2 numbers in a low voice, 1852. Lin Wei understood that the small display cabinet contained the seeds of number 18 and number 52 from the last round of breeding. She asked Bai Yi to pay special attention to it, and it was obvious that Bai Yi not only paid attention to it, but also gave different treatment. The reverse electromagnetic storm instrument was turned off. As Lin Wei expected, the orange status bar appeared when the seeds were taken out of the container after the instrument was turned off. Looking at the orange status bar of the radish seeds in the small display cabinet, Lin Wei's heart was settled. Repeating the steps of the first 3 rounds of breeding, the radish seeds were quickly planted one by the robotic arm. Unlike the first 3 rounds of breeding, this time even the experimental field was divided into 2 pieces. The larger piece, the seed planting pit numbered red, the smaller piece, the seed planting pit numbered green. There were 23 seeds in total for number 18 and number 52 after removing the dead seeds. Naturally, they were sown in the green numbered square. The researchers had no idea why Mr. Bai Yi suddenly divided the seeds. The breeding of number 00009 was still in the early stages, and they could not distinguish the normal gene data and mutant gene data of number 00009 for the time being. In the past, it was not until the late stage of breeding, that is, after dozens of rounds of breeding, that they could roughly determine the normal genetic data, and then they would have group monitoring like now. The researchers did not have their own guesses. Perhaps Mr. Bai Yi had already mastered the normal genetic data of number 00009, but is it possible? This is just the end of the 3rd round of breeding. However, 2 hours later, the samples entered the high-incidence period of mutation. On the red-numbered square, as usual, one sample after another mutated and was disposed of. On the green-numbered square, all samples grew vigorously and flourished, and there was no sign of mutation at all. The researchers monitoring the green-numbered square had already felt signs of accelerated heartbeats. 6 hours later, the high-incidence period of sample mutation was definitely over. Several researchers who were young and not calm enough almost jumped up from their workstations because of the results they saw. The situation on the red-numbered square was actually not too bad. Compared with the previous rounds of breeding, the number of remaining samples was already considerable. However, everything is afraid of a comparison. On the green-numbered square, it was calm from beginning to end. None of the 23 samples mutated, and all were safe and sound. If this is just a coincidence, then this coincidence is too exaggerated. Mr. Bai must. He found the pattern and had mastered the normal gene data of number 00009. It must be like this. An excited researcher turned around and wanted to find Bai to confirm his guess. As a result, Mr. Bai, who was clearly standing behind him just now, had disappeared at this time. His colleague beside him winked at him, pointed to the door of the monitoring room, and said, and Miss Lin went out. A researcher counted the days on his fingers. If the green side is not a coincidence, then the samples on the red side can basically be eliminated. Generally speaking, they will do 2 rounds of breeding with the green offspring. If the breeding results are still the same as today, then the correct answer can be determined. They only need to do a few more rounds of breeding for 00009 in the direction of environmental adaptation, and the breeding of 00009 will be successfully concluded. The researcher who counted the days said, according to the current process, the breeding of 00009 is likely to not exceed 10 rounds. This is too amazing. Another researcher beside her, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. Then we have to take a holiday. The seed hunters who went out this time have not returned yet, and there is no sign of the follow-up number 00010. Even if the seed hunters come back during this period, they may not be able to bring back useful seeds. After hearing what he said, the other researchers also reacted. Yes, they are going to take a holiday. God knows that since they joined the Green Source Biological Research Center, they have always worked overtime day and night. Taking a holiday is a luxury, and they dare not even think about it. Of course, they are willing to work overtime. After all, the salary offered by Green Source is so high that it makes people jealous. For a while, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was unprecedentedly relaxed. And outside the monitoring room, Lin Wei couldn't help but bend her eyebrows when she heard the joyful words of the researchers. However, she couldn't forget the business, so she called Bai out on purpose, and naturally she had something to say. Green number 13, its offspring can be removed from the sample. Number 18 and number 52 in the last round, their orange status bars are close to full. Lin Wei took a glance and found that their offspring are almost full, except for number 13, whose orange status bar is relatively not so full. Even if it has no signs of mutation in this round of breeding, its offspring may not be so full. In fact, except for green number 13, the orange status bars of other green square seeds are not all full. After all, the orange status bar only shows a general status, not an accurate numerical percentage. Even if Lin Wei's eyesight is good, it is still difficult for her to tell the difference between the 98% state and the 99% state with her naked eyes. What's more, the difference may be only a slight difference, like a tiny difference of 0.0001. Obviously, these differences that Lin Wei can't distinguish can only be left to Bai and a group of researchers to tackle. With the previous communication experience, Lin Wei was not so entangled in speaking this time. She didn't need to think so much as before, and even had to do some psychological preparation. Bai's response to her was exactly as Lin Wei expected. Okay. He didn't ask any more questions. To put it bluntly, Lin Wei's abnormality, or her plug-in, was actually half public to Bai, but he knew it but didn't know it. Lin Wei felt that it was good to be self-evident. Anyway, Bai didn't show any rejection of her. To a certain extent, Bai became her shield and covered for her. Before leaving, Lin Wei remembered something and called out to Bai, who was returning to the monitoring room. Have you seen the improved version of the scallion planting video I sent you? Bai said, I have seen it. I have asked someone to write a detailed planting plan and sent it to the planting base under Green Source. Lin Wei said, oh, you are Bai, you are really efficient. Bai said again, the profit share of the Green Vine hydroponic plan should be transferred to your personal account in the near future. Remember to check it. Lin Wei happily responded with a yes. Who doesn't like money? Recently, There are two hot topics on Phylon. One is relatively cheerful, that netizens found that the price of green vines in the vegetable stalls has dropped. The price reduction is not large, but it is enough to make gourmets who like green vines happy. The other is more serious, about the Law Enforcement Bureau finally cracking a new type of addictive drug case and catching the criminals and their dens in one fell swoop. The only regret is that the key figures involved in the case are still at large and have not yet been arrested. Chapter 55. During her lunch break, Lin Wei opened Phylon and saw these two hot topics at a glance. Since the two hot topics were more or less related to her, Lin Wei looked at them with great interest. Because the late singer Lu Qingqing was still popular, the entries about the new addictive drug case directly dominated the top of the list. However, Lin Wei still clicked on the entry of the price reduction of green vines, which barely made it into the top 10. Most of the netizens who commented under this entry were cheering. I love green vines. Green vines are super delicious. I opened the online vegetable stall and found that the price of green vines had dropped. I immediately bought 2 handfuls. Keep dropping, keep dropping. I feel that I am not far away from achieving green vine freedom. Brothers and sisters, the price of green vines has not only been reduced, but also the quantity has been increased. Here, I just bought the green vines from the offline vegetable stall, picture. So, does anyone know why the price of green vines suddenly dropped? According to inside information, this wave of green vine price reduction is because the planting base has changed the planting method of green vines. In addition, this new planting method is said to be provided by Green Source Biology. Share today's new method of green vines picture. You can click on my homepage to watch the complete production video. Lin Wei, who is not good at cooking, saw that some netizens shared cooking videos, so she clicked in with a learning attitude. A minute later, Lin Wei, who was almost stunned, silently forked the video. With her poor hands-on ability, Lin Wei didn't think she could stuff the chopped meat into the thin leaf stems of water spinach, so this water spinach stuffed with meat was destined to be out of her reach. Among the large number of positive comments, there are always a few spoilers. Green vines? What the hell? Can this be popular? What green vines are you eating? All those vegetables and fruits are the same, and taste weird. Are synthetic ingredients not good? They are cheap and delicious. I don't understand the young people nowadays, who keep saying that vegetables and fruits are good. In the past, everyone only ate synthetic foods, and they lived well. Too much money to burn. Lin Wei's eyes swept over these comments, and she felt quite emotional. Lin Wei thought about when she first came to this world, she actually took it for granted. Because in the world where she lived in the past, vegetables and fruits were necessities in people's lives and were indispensable. Therefore, Lin Wei, who had just come to this world, even though she knew that there was a shortage of fruits and vegetables in this world, still thought that fruits and vegetables were also a must for people's 3 meals in this world. Speaking of it, Xiao should also take the blame for Lin Wei's misconception. After all, when Lin Wei opened the freezer, he saw some fruits and vegetables mixed in the ingredients stored by Xiao. At that time, Lin Wei ignored that Xiao would store fruits and vegetables in the freezer, perhaps just because her father worked in a fruit store. Lin Wei gradually realized in his subsequent life in this world that the people in this world had only started to eat fruits and vegetables for a short time, probably only a few dozen or 10 years. Perhaps the human ancestors in this world did eat fruits and vegetables as their staple food, just like Lin Wei. However, after the strong electromagnetic storm broke out and plants became inedible due to mutation, humans changed their diet in the long history in order to survive. For a long time, before fruits and vegetables were back on the human table, synthetic foods extracted and smelted from specific ores and meat products from livestock raised by Kumo were the staple foods of humans in this world. Nowadays, fruits and vegetables have returned and are popular among young people. The key to this is the unremitting efforts of Green Source Biology over the years, the strong publicity and marketing, and the support from the Star Federation government. Although fruits and vegetables have gradually entered the public's field of vision and returned to the table in recent years because of the love of young people. However, for some relatively conservative older generations in this world, fruits and vegetables are probably like some trendy, weird and high-end snacks in the world where Lin Wei lived in the past. Thinking about it, in such a big environment, it is really not easy for Green Source Biology to persist in the selection and breeding of fruits and vegetables, and to expand and strengthen the fruit and vegetable business. Retracting his divergent thoughts, Lin Wei returned to the homepage of Phylon and clicked on the most popular entry about the new addictive drug case. The first thing that caught his eye was a general notice on the new addictive drug case from the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 1 of the capital Star. Because it was not related to him, Lin Wei only glanced at it casually, and his eyes paused on the words Luoqinxing. It turns out that the manufacturing den of the new addictive drug, which is also the hiding place of several key figures involved in the case, is located on Luoqin Star. After the notice, many netizens commented and lamented that who would have thought that the new addictive drug that was rampantly discovered on the capital star would be manufactured on a poor and backward third-tier star. Some netizens also commented and demanded that both the Law Enforcement Bureau of the capital star and the Law Enforcement Bureau of the third-tier star should increase law enforcement efforts and strictly manage their jurisdictions. Addictive drugs are too terrible, and getting involved may ruin your life. Cases like the new addictive drug case must not happen again. Looking down, Lin Wei saw a wanted order marked with an S. The S here is not the same as the English letter S in Lin Wei's cognition. The S here is simply a special grade, a special symbol. The person wanted in the wanted order is the key figure in the new addictive drug case, who is still at large, as mentioned in the official report of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The wanted order states that the person's name is Wang Weili, male, 32 years old, and an extremely dangerous person. Lin Wei glanced at the photo of the other party on the wanted order. It was a man with high cheekbones and sinister eyes. It was obviously just an ordinary photo, but when Lin Wei looked at the narrow eyes of the man in the photo, he felt a chill on his back inexplicably, as if he was stared at by some cold-blooded animal. When he looked away, the chill on his back dissipated. Lin Wei laughed at himself, and thought that the special grade wanted criminal was really scary. He casually clicked on the comment area below the wanted order, and saw a popular science article about Wang Weili. It turns out that Wang Weili was already a wanted criminal before the new drug case, and he had been on the run, and had not been caught. According to Popular Science, this person's resume is quite impressive. Lin Wei was about to take a closer look when she heard someone calling her name outside the breeding studio. Consultant Lin. Consultant Lin, are you there? Lin Wei turned off the holographic screen of the communicator and pushed the door open. Several young growers were standing in a row at the door. Seeing Lin Wei open the door, the growers pushed each other forward. Lin Wei looked at them and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" A grower scratched his head, as if a little embarrassed, and said, We want to see the red water fruit you planted. Is that okay?" Lin Wei was already used to such questions, and just said, "Okay, you can go and see for yourself." The growers cheered a little, and filed into Lin Wei's breeding field. Lin Wei seemed a little helpless, and shook her head slightly. Since the water-red fruit she planted began to bear fruit, under the promotion of Jiangyan and Yanlini, her breeding field has become a popular check-in point. Every day, 3 or 5 growers come to visit and check in. Wow, I didn't believe it when I heard Jiangyan and Yanlini say it before, but I didn't expect it to be true. After seeing Consultant Lin's water-red fruit, who dares to say that the yield of water-red fruit is low now? One tree can produce so many water-red fruits. This is too amazing. Isn't the problem that these water-red fruit trees of Consultant Lin have only opened the first batch of flowers now, and there will be a second batch, a third batch later. TSK TSK TSK. Lin Wei listened to the rainbow farts of the growers inside. Although she was almost tired of listening to them, she was still happy in her heart. The apprentice had already reported to Mr. Zhou about the fruiting of Lin Wei's water-red fruit trees. If Mr. Zhou had been dissatisfied before, after watching Lin Wei's video of hydroponic green vines, his prejudice against Lin Wei had long been gone. If it weren't for his old face, Mr. Zhou would have gone to Lin Wei's breeding field to check in like those growers. Sometimes people just can't help but admit that they are old, and they can't just live a long life and have a natural sense of superiority, thinking that they have rich life experience and don't take young people seriously. The growers who take care of the mixed orchard saw Consultant Lin driving a wheelchair and wandering around the orchard for 2 days in a row, and they couldn't help but feel curious. Today, Lin Wei has gained a certain status in the minds of the staff of the breeding base with his videos of planting water-red fruit, making his own fertilizer, and cultivating hydroponic green vines. And Lin Wei is as kind and easy to talk to as Li Bin, the head of the logistics department, and this has long been known among the people. The curious grower then stepped forward and asked, "Consultant Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Wei looked at the grower, who was walking over, and knew that she was managing a mixed orchard. After thinking for a while, Lin Wei said, "I'm looking for a high-quality yellow fruit tree." "Good quality?" "Yes." Lin Wei added in detail, "The fruit is sweet, and bears a lot of fruits." The grower's eyes lit up and said, "I know this. Consultant Lin, please follow me." On the way, the grower shyly confessed to Lin Wei, "I especially like to eat yellow fruits, so sometimes when I'm tired and thirsty, I will secretly pick a yellow fruit to eat." "Consultant Lin, I'm telling you now, you can't report me. Although the regulations of the breeding base do not state that staff are not allowed to eat breeding fruits and vegetables, everyone generally assumes that they cannot be picked at will. After all, fruits and vegetables are expensive when sold outside. If every staff member doesn't care and eats a little, how can we breed them? Lin Wei smiled and said, I have a bad memory. I forget what I heard. After walking for a while, the grower stopped and pointed to a yellow fruit tree next to Lin Wei. This is it. There are 55 yellow fruit trees planted in the mixed orchard. I have worked here for more than 2 years, and have eaten almost every one of them. This one not only has a lot of fruits, but also large ones, and they are juicy and sweet. Okay. Lin Wei said, thank you. After looking at the yellow fruit tree pointed out by the planter, which happened to be out of flowering and fruiting season, Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the tree. Then, under the planter's surprised eyes, she took out a pair of scissors from the pocket hanging on the wheelchair armrest. Seeing that the cold scissors in Consultant Lin's hand were about to cut the branches of the yellow fruit tree, the planter couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Consultant Lin, what are you doing? Lin Wei didn't stop, and cut off a branch she needed, saying, I use it. After a pause, she comforted the planter, saying, I promise it'd be fine. Since Consultant Lin said so, the planter couldn't stop him anymore. She knew that Consultant Lin always had some strange ideas, and what she saw now was probably one of them. Snap. Snap. Although Lin Wei had promised, the grower felt pain when she heard the sound of pruning. After pruning a dozen branches, Lin Wei stopped at the right time. She was afraid that if she didn't stop, the grower next to her would cry to her. Fortunately, the branches in her hand were barely enough for the scion. With the newly pruned branches of the Huangqingqing fruit tree, Lin Wei left the mixed orchard and returned to her own breeding field to work. What Lin Wei was going to try this time was to graft the Huangqingqing fruit tree seedlings bought from Yanlini. For fruit trees, grafting can make them bloom and bear fruit faster. In fact, it takes more than a year for Huangqingqing to grow from a seedling to bloom and bear fruit. This time is not really long. In the world where Lin Wei lived before, for example, loquat, if you plant loquat by sowing, you have to wait about 7 or 8 years before you can see it bloom and bear fruit. In addition, grafting can better preserve the advantages of high-quality fruit trees and breed them in large quantities without reducing the quality. Lin Wei used scissors to cut the branches in his hand into sections. Each section was about the length of a finger, and each section was guaranteed to have at least one bud point. These are the good signs in grafting. After cutting the branches, Lin Wei got off the wheelchair and went to deal with the yellow fruit seedlings that had been adapted to growing in the breeding field for a period of time. Although Lin Wei called Huangqingqing orange. But in fact, there are some differences between Huangqingqing and orange. In Lin Wei's opinion, Huangqingqing is more like a hybrid of tangerine, pomelo and orange. It is larger than ordinary oranges, and the color of the peel after maturity is closer to the golden yellow pomelo, but the surface of the peel is not as smooth as pomelo, but more like rough orange peel. When Lin Wei first saw Huangqingqing, he thought that if this was a hybrid of the ancestors, then the ancestors had a lot of ideas. The two worlds are still different, whether it is humanities or fruits and vegetables. Just like Gala and Huang Durian, they are fruits that Lin Wei has never seen before. Lin Wei is also completely unfamiliar with the appearance of these fruit trees. But think about it, the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, at least before she crossed over, was just a planet where humans could survive. But what about this world? It's not an orange, but Lin Wei still used the grafting method suitable for oranges for Huangqingqing, that is, approach grafting. Compared with cleft grafting and plug grafting, approach grafting causes the least damage to the rootstock plant. Lin Wei only needs to scrape off a small piece of bark on the trunk of the Huangqingqing fruit tree seedling, and then stick the scion branch with the same small piece of bark scraped off on it, spray it with nutrients, and tie the two tightly together, and it's done. Even if such a grafting fails in the end, at least the Huangqingqing fruit tree seedlings will not die like when grafted by cleft or plug grafting because the growth point and leaf core need to be removed. Perhaps she is addicted to grafting. After finishing the grafting of Huangqingqing fruit tree seedlings at the breeding base, Lin Wei finally got ready to work on her potted flowers and plants when she returned to the apartment. For roses and gardenias, Lin Wei chose to use the cutting method to breed them. The two irises were propagated by division. While moving the irises to Baye's place, Lin Wei did not forget to check the status of Morning Glory and Sunflower. The Morning Glory has bloomed several times. Even if there is no insect pollination, Lin Wei did not deliberately pollinate it, but due to the flower structure of the Morning Glory, it should have more or less fruit after the flowers fall. However, Lin Wei inspected all the shriveled flowers of the Morning Glory, but could not see a single seed pod. Lin Wei frowned, which was obviously abnormal. Looking at the sunflower next to him, Lin Wei's frowned brows relaxed. The sunflowers have withered after these days, and the plump sunflower discs are full of green sunflower seeds. Lin Wei turned his head and looked back at the morning glory, with a little reproach in his eyes. Look, human sunflowers can produce seeds by themselves. Why can't you? The white little man emoticon of the sunflower made a cute and hungry gesture at this time. The morning glory next to it only had a simple yellow round face emoticon, wanting to eat and drink, not as vivid as the white little man, and could only be expressed by huge water drops and steaming white rice. Seeing this, Lin Wei seemed to be touched in his mind, but it was fleeting. After returning to her apartment with the iris potted plants, Lin Wei compared the 2 pots of irises. She lent the high-quality iris number 2 to Bai Yi, and kept the medium-quality iris number 3 with her. To the naked eye, the 2 iris potted plants looked similar in terms of leaves and flower stems left after blooming. They had both bloomed 3 times, so there were 3 hard flower stems stuck in the fan-shaped leaves. Logically, there should be green capsules on the top of their flower stems, but the 3 flower stems of iris number 3 were empty, with only the remains of dried petals, while the 2 flower stems of iris number 2 had swollen green capsules. The string in Lin Wei's mind was touched again. This is the case again. Lin Wei couldn't help but guess in her heart, so only high-quality potted plants that have undergone plant metamorphosis can bear fruit after flowering and reproduce offspring? Flowers and plants that have not undergone metamorphosis are directly sterilized. Lin Wei thought of the pot of Mirabilis jalapa that she sold to Xiao Yujia. It's not that there is anything special about that pot of Mirabilis jalapa. It's just that in Lin Wei's impression, flowers, like Mirabilis jalapa, are more likely to bear fruit after flowering, and the number of fruits is also relatively large. Should I send a message to ask Xiao Yujia if his Mirabilis jalapa has borne fruit? Forget it. Lin Wei immediately rejected this idea. If she wants to verify her guess in her heart, she can wait and see the morning glory and iris number 3, and there is no rush. Now, she should concentrate on completing her action of turning 1 pot into many pots. Then, something happened that made Lin Wei laugh and cry. The division of iris number 3 was relatively smooth. It had a simple yellow round-faced expression pack on it, just like the yellow fruit tree whose branches were pruned by Lin Wei. Its yellow round face was smiling from beginning to end. It was as if they all knew that no matter what Lin Wei did to them, it was for their own good, and Lin Wei would not hurt them. When it came to iris number 2, the situation was different. Lin Wei had just taken iris number 2 out of its flower pot, when the white man on top of it began to sob. Although the sobbing was as fake as Showman's acting, it still made Lin Wei stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but slow down his movements and became much more careful. When Lin Wei broke its rhizome and took out the ramets, the white man had already fallen to the ground, crying, just like a broken rag doll. Seeing this, Lin Wei's eyes twitched fiercely. With this expression pack, those who didn't know would think she had done something crazy. Finally, the 2 ramets of iris number 2 were planted in the flower pot, and iris number 2 was replanted. The white man was still crying like a stepmother, and Lin Wei's expression was indifferent, but his heart was calm. She picked up a bag of colored stones and piled them in the pots of iris number 2 and its branches. Instantly, the white man forgot to cry and played with colored stones happily. With the experience of dealing with iris number 2, Lin Wei turned on the rock music before cutting the branches of rose number 2. At the end of the song, the cuttings were also cut. Lin Wei looked at the white man's expression pack of rose number 2, wearing headphones and shaking his head, obviously not realizing that he was cut. Finally, it was the turn of the fussy gardenia. Lin Wei bought a small multifunctional fan for this guy. In theory, Lin Wei should have turned on the small fan before cutting the gardenia. However, Lin Wei had been holding a grudge against this gardenia for a long time, so she wanted to see how this guy's expression would act out of a bad taste. Snap! A gardenia thorn with leaves was cut off. Lin Wei used the corner of her eye to pay attention to the white man of the gardenia. The white man sat there motionless, and although his black eyes glared at Lin Wei, this was the usual style of this simple drawing fairy, and it was not surprising. Snap! Another thorn was in hand. The white man remained motionless. Lin Wei thought it was strange, this guy who always had the most trouble, actually didn't act. Was he so easy to talk to? At this moment, blood stains suddenly appeared on the white man of the gardenia. Before Lin Wei could react, the simple drawing fairy spit out a mouthful of blood, which splashed everywhere. Lin Wei, well, the acting skills of this simple drawing fairy are probably on par with its fussiness. She was exhausted physically and mentally, completing the operation of turning one pot into many pots. Lin Wei looked at the messy terrace. It was not all caused by her planting flowers. It was mainly because she played the exciting music just now, and Mao Mao also danced wildly to the music. She was too tired to do it, so the task of cleaning the terrace was handed over to Misha. For dinner, Lin Wei had fish noodles and tomatoes. The tomatoes she planted in the breeding field had just borne fruit and were still green, but the 4 tomatoes planted in the terrace pots were already edible. The tomatoes she planted herself tasted different, with more water and sweet and sour taste. Lin Wei was very satisfied. While eating dinner, Lin Wei did not forget to check the homepage of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. Since the Law Enforcement Bureau has reported the new addictive drug case, the punishment of Lin Fay for multiple crimes should have a result. After swallowing the last bite of tomato, Lin Wei raised the corner of her mouth, obviously very satisfied with the result she saw. Chapter 56. The Law Enforcement Bureau's punishment for Lin Fay's multiple crimes is still very heavy. Since Lin Fay is a minor, he will first study and reform in the reformatory until he reaches adulthood, and then be sent to a remote and cold mining planet to serve a full 20 years. Lin Wei thought that the Star Federation's punishment of criminals was quite interesting, so he checked it on Skynet. The Star Federation has the death penalty, but its death penalty is not simply to put the criminal to death, but usually accompanied by a period of hard labor reform. It is probably to squeeze out the last bit of surplus value of the death row prisoner. On the remote mining planet where Lin Fay will be sent to serve his sentence after he becomes an adult, generally speaking, there will be many death row prisoners waiting to be executed. To be honest, Lin Wei did not expect that Lin Fay, at such a young age, would be involved in such a big case as the new addictive drug case. After seeing the notice from the Capital Star District 1 Law Enforcement Bureau, and the words Luo Chinching in the notice, Lin Wei realized something. When he thought about the statement from the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, which said that Lin Fay was involved in a major case, Lin Wei was certain. According to some comments Lin Wei saw on the Skynet, ordinary criminals serving their sentences in labor reform usually go to work in fully enclosed factories. People like Lin Fay serving their sentences on the mining star are obviously given special treatment by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lin Wei looked at the various descriptions of the remote mining star on the Skynet, and thought that Lin Fay's future life should be very exciting. With a good mood that he would be relieved if he was not doing well, Lin Wei fell asleep. What Lin Wei didn't know was that not only would Lin Fay's future life be exciting, but his parents Lin Xuan and Zhang Xuan would also have a very colorful life from then on. After repeated interrogations by the Law Enforcement Bureau, although it can be ruled out that Lin Xuan and Zhang Xuan are also involved in the new drug case, the criminal Lin Fay is their son, and Lin Fay is still a minor, so Lin Xuan and Zhang Xuan need to bear part of the responsibility. During the period when Lin Fay is in the reformatory and cannot serve his sentence, Lin Xuan and Zhang Xuan need to work voluntarily at the public welfare organization designated by the local Law Enforcement Bureau, and go to the Law Enforcement Bureau twice a week to receive legal education. It may not seem like a serious punishment, but at least during this period, they have no way to trouble Lin Wei. Unfortunately, Lin Wei doesn't know this for the time being, so even if she falls asleep, she is still thinking about how to break away from the Lin family. That night, Lin Wei had a dream. To be precise, it was not a dream, but a memory left in Lin Wei's mind by the original body, because Lin Wei's fantasy in her sleep was aroused. It was a sweet memory for the original body. The original body in the memory was about 13 or 14 years old. She was walking on the road and saw Lin Xuan from a distance. She trotted forward and was about to call Dad, but she saw someone standing in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was talking to someone about business. The sensible original body did not move forward, but just stood aside and waited. Lin Wei could see the ground where Lin Xuan was standing through the perspective of the original body. It seemed to be a plantation there, and Lin Wei saw the corner of the familiar planting greenhouse. The person who was talking to Lin Xuan secretly stuffed a bag of things into Lin Xuan's hands, and then saw Lin Xuan, who took the things, smiled flatteringly, and nodded to the other party. Lin Wei tried to see what the bag was, but the perspective of the original body was always fixed on Lin Xuan's face. After that, Lin Xuan noticed the original body. He seemed to say something to the original body, but this conversation, which seemed to be a tricky one to Lin Wei, was insignificant and very vague in the original body's memory. The focus of the original body's memory was that Lin Xuan looked at her with a smile, walked with her to a fruit shop, and bought her a sweet gala fruit. Lin Wei, who woke up, even felt that her mouth was sweet. She held her head and recalled the dream. No matter how she recalled it, it didn't feel right. From the fragmented memories left by the original body to Lin Wei, it can be seen that Lin Xuan is a stingy person. In fact, Lin Xuan's obsession with Xing Yuan is even worse than that of his greedy wife Zhang Xuan. How could such a person suddenly buy gala fruits for his adopted daughter whom he never cared about? You know, gala fruits were much more expensive at that time than they are now. Lin Xuan would never spend this money for no reason. Lin Wei got up and washed, frowning as she thought. However, both the dream and the original memory were too fragmented, and Lin Wei couldn't figure out a clue even if she racked her brains. Pushing open the bedroom door, Lin Wei's thoughts about the Lin family temporarily dissipated, and her attention was focused on the potted plants on the terrace. There was no need for Lin Wei to get close to take a closer look. There were obviously two more emoticon status bubbles on the terrace. Compared with other status bubbles, these two status bubbles are smaller, and they are on top of the two branches of iris number 2. The emoticons are also very interesting. They are two white and fat stick figure baby dolls. One baby doll is relatively quiet, squatting on the ground, sucking innocently on its non-existent fingers. The other baby looked more naughty. With his short legs, he staggered from far to near, and then from near to far. He accidentally fell flat on the ground, sat up in a daze, and then grinned and cried loudly. Although the crying of the emoji package is silent, Lin Wei still felt that her eyes were disturbed when she saw the simple baby crying non-stop. At this moment, the white emoji figure of iris number 2 next to him moved. It was originally kneeling upright, changing its previous immortal style. I don't know if it was Lin Wei's illusion. She actually saw a little maternal brilliance in the white figure. The white figure stood up, walked to the edge of the status bubble, approached the position of the crying baby, and then stretched out his hand and made a gesture of patting the head. Looking at the status bubble of the crying baby, a simple round hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, just covering the top of the baby's head, giving a soothing touch. The baby who was touched on the head burped, with a flat mouth, still looking aggrieved. The round hand stopped touching the head and spread out its palm in front of the baby. The colorful stones in the palm immediately attracted the baby's attention, making it forget about the grievance and crying. The white man of Iris 2 looked at Lin Wei at this time. Lin Wei, who was shocked that the emoji could interact across state bubbles, was slow to receive the white man's blaming gaze. Instantly he understood. Lin Wei opened another bag of colorful stones and piled them in the flower pots of the two branches of Iris 2. Lin Wei tentatively named the branch of the emoji Ananjing as Iris 2.1, and the branch of the emoji Very Naughty and Crying as Iris 2.2. The name was indeed perfunctory, and Lin Wei herself admitted it, but who made her a bad namer, compared to the loving mother and filial son of Iris number 2, when Lin Wei saw the situation of Iris number 3 and its ramets, her eyebrows, which had just been relaxed for a short time, frowned again. No emoticons appeared above the two ramets of Iris number 3, which means that they have not survived independently for the time being. Lin Wei checked the vitality status bar of the two ramets, and the situation was not optimistic. The vitality status bar of the two ramets has dropped by more than half. Lin Wei clearly remembered that when she just planted them yesterday, the vitality status bar of these two ramets was about 80%. After a night of adaptation and growth, the vitality status bar did not rise, but dropped sharply, which is obviously a sign that it cannot survive independently. But how is it possible? Lin Wei was very puzzled. She may not be good at cooking and her hands-on ability is average, but she thinks she is quite good at tending flowers and plants. Not to mention that she has a cheat, it is not difficult to divide irises. Usually, the survival rate of division planting is also very high. As long as you are not born clumsy, even if you are a novice, you can do it well if you do it seriously. And if there is a problem with her division technique, it doesn't make sense that both divisions of Iris 2 survived, but all of them failed when it came to Iris 3. So, it may still be related to the quality of the potted plants. Thinking of this, Lin Wei couldn't help but smacked his lips helplessly. Not only the two divisions are in bad condition, but the mother plant Iris 3 is also not in good condition. The smile on the yellow round face of the emoji pack disappeared, and it became a weak look with a dark shadow under his eyes. Lin Wei checked the vitality status bar of Iris 3, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the vitality status bar of Iris 3 did decline, it did not decline as much as its ramets. If it is taken care of properly, it should be able to recover. I sprayed some nutrients on Iris 3. Lin Wei suddenly thought that if her guess was true, then this potted plant below the best quality would not only not produce seeds, but also not be able to ram it. It was sterilized thoroughly. However, it made sense. If potted plants could easily reproduce in large quantities, How could they be sold at such a high price? Although she thought it through, Lin Wei still watched the surveillance video on the terrace last night at Misha's place. Before going to bed last night, Lin Wei asked Misha to help keep an eye on the potted plants on the terrace. Her original intention was to worry that the cuttings and ramets might move abnormally, like signs of mutation or something. After checking the surveillance video, the black spots that represent the signs of mutation did not appear on the 2 ramets of iris number 3. In other words, the difficulty of these 2 ramets to survive should not be due to mutation. After seeing the 2 irises with completely different results, Lin Wei turned his attention to the cuttings. Cuttings are not like ramets. Ramets carry part of the root system of the mother plant, so the survival rate is generally higher. Cuttings are different. Cuttings only use the branches of the mother plant for reproduction. The vitality status bar of the cuttings will drop sharply the moment it leaves the mother plant, and it will slide to the endangered line. Whether it can recover and turn the tide is not guaranteed by Lin Wei, who has opened a plugin. It depends on whether the cuttings can struggle to grow roots. Lin Wei brought back the nutrient-rich and loose humus soil she made at the breeding base for cuttings. Even so, just one night was not enough for the cuttings to take root. Lin Wei looked at the 5 cuttings of rose number 2 one by one, and then looked at the 5 cuttings of gardenia. The situation is not bad. Although it cannot be guaranteed that all of them can take root and survive, from Lin Wei's point of view, at least the vitality of the cuttings is still there. Even if they are at a loss, they are still struggling to survive. Come on! Lin Wei silently cheered for the 10 cuttings in her heart. After a simple breakfast, Lin Wei had to go to work. After coming to work at Luyuan, day after day, there was new work to do every day, and Lin Wei felt that time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the first batch of water-red fruits planted by Lin Wei in the breeding base changed from green to swollen, and then slowly turned pink, and then from attractive pink to dazzling orange-red and deep red. The fresh fruit fragrance also gradually changed during this period, becoming a rich, decadent smell with a hint of sweetness. Every time the robot went to Lin Wei's breeding field to pick up the ripe water-red fruits, 1 basket was always not enough, and sometimes even 2 baskets were not enough. There were often idle growers who came to watch, and then when they saw the baskets full of ripe water-red fruits, they exclaimed exaggeratedly, "2 baskets again today. This is too amazing. Consultant Lin is too good. The amount of water-red fruits grown by 1 person can match that of several of us." After the exclamation, it was time for the daily routine comparison. "So how much did you harvest today?" Not much, just about half a basket." The grower who answered was modest and low-key, but his face was full of pride and complacency. He certainly couldn't compare with Consultant Lin, but the production of more than half a basket of water-red fruit on this day was already a very good result for this young grower. At least as far as he knew, the production of his neighbors was not as good as his. He asked the other growers around him, "What about you? How much did you harvest?" The answers included half a basket, a small half basket, and of course a large half basket. Until Jiangyan came in, raised his chin but said reservedly, "It's just a small basket, thank you." When the other growers heard this, and looked at Jiangyan's appearance of asking for a beating, they immediately slapped Jiangyan. "Look at how proud you are, come and beat him up. He deserves a beating. Tell me, did you learn some secrets of planting from Consultant Lin? Jiangyan, you really deserve a beating, take my punch." Jiangyan was beaten so hard that he screamed and begged for mercy with a smile. Stop, don't hit me." "What are you talking about? Consultant Lin is so generous, I still need to learn from him." "You are jealous. Yanlini, you are still laughing, are you a friend? Come and help me fight back." Hey, don't hit me." Yanlini also collected a basket today, I counted it, and the total number is 1 more than mine. Ouch. Yanlini hit me too. Jiangyan tried to shift the blame, but it was obviously a failure. Even Yanlini, the only possible ally, was pushed to the enemy camp by him. Mr. Zhou, who was also watching Lin Wei's Tianqiang fruit production, saw the group of growers playing and fighting. At first, his brows were slightly frowned because of the noise, but soon relaxed. Mr. Zhou thought of the past, when Lin Wei had not come to the breeding base before. Whether it was a planting expert or a grower, everyone was busy with their own things, because they had some secrets related to planting in their hearts. Regardless of whether the secret was big or small, or whether it was really useful, everyone was unreasonably defensive when dealing with people. Like now, everyone was open and honest, and the working atmosphere was relaxed and lively. This was something Mr. Zhou had never thought of before. This is really good. Mr. Zhou thought that he was old and always kept secrets in his heart, which was actually very tiring. He guessed that Mr. Wu should think so, and so did Luku. The person in charge of the breeding base was also present that day. He looked at the quarreling planners, then at Mr. Zhou, and finally fixed his sight on Lin Wei, who came out to check in with a wheelchair. The working atmosphere of the breeding base these days is really better than ever before, and the person in charge of the base feels it most clearly. In the past, he would come to mediate conflicts between planners, who had conflicts every few days. Most of those conflicts were trivial, but because they involved secret planting techniques, it was difficult for the person in charge of the base to handle them to the satisfaction of both sides. Recalling the trivialities of handling conflicts in the past, the person in charge of the base felt a headache. Now it's better. The person in charge of the base counted on his fingers, and it seemed that he had not received any reminders of conflicts in the base for 10 days and a half. All this has slowly changed since Lin Wei came. Not only did the young growers get along well, but even the older breeders, who were the most afraid of the base manager and the most difficult to deal with in the past, now seemed like a different person, with a kind face. The base manager knew almost everything that happened in the breeding base. For example, he knew that a few days ago, Luka planting expert followed Lin Wei's example, and made a video of how to increase the fruit and vegetable fruiting rate. Following closely, Wu planting expert also made public the method of deciduous soil he mastered. Although Wu Lao's deciduous soil looked quite similar to the humus soil in the homemade fertilizer announced by Lin Wei before, the preparation method was much simpler than humus soil, and it took less time. Some growers who preferred simple and impatient tempers gave up humus soil and turned to making deciduous soil. The breeding base would certainly not interfere with the choices of the growers. After all, whether it was humus soil or deciduous soil, as long as it was beneficial to planting and breeding, it was a good method. As for Mr. Zhou in front of him, although he did not disclose his planting secrets, the head of the base learned that he had recently taught some growers how to touch the flowers, and what strength to use to avoid damaging the flowers, and improve the fruiting and seeding of fruits and vegetables. In short, the breeding base has been peaceful recently. The head of the base thought leisurely, and really hoped that such a peaceful and tranquil life could continue. Unfortunately, the head of the base's ambition to live in peace was soon broken by the vibration of his wrist communicator. The person who called him was Li Bin, the director of the logistics department. Listening to Li Bin's statement in the communication, the head of the base frowned more and more. After hanging up the call, the head of the base sighed, and then quickly became serious and hurried to the logistics department to learn the details. At this time, the planners had stopped playing, and when they saw Lin Wei coming out of the studio, they surrounded her enthusiastically. Naturally, they blew a bunch of rainbow farts to Lin Wei again. In fact, Lin Wei's ears were almost calloused, but she was happy today, so she didn't mind the noise of these planners talking at once. Is Consultant Lin in a good mood today? The careful Yan Lin noticed that Lin Wei's eyebrows were always curved, and he couldn't help but feel curious. It is said that Consultant Lin is easy to get along with and talk to, but he doesn't smile like this all day long. Yes. Lin Wei nodded and announced without hesitation, my attempt on the yellow fruit tree seedlings was successful. Jiang'an was surprised when he heard this, and uttered a puzzled sound. Is it that grafting? Wasn't it confirmed to be alive some time ago? Speaking of grafting, even if Jiang'an had seen it with his own eyes, he would still feel incredible in his heart. A small branch of a fruit tree is glued to another fruit tree, and then that small branch can actually survive. Do you believe it? If Jiang'an had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it even if he was beaten to death. Most of the planners knew about Lin Wei's grafting, and the yellow fruit tree seedlings she grafted, and they actively visited and checked in. For this clever idea of Consultant Lin, everyone's thoughts and feelings were similar to Jiang'an's, that is, incredible. Facing the doubtful or curious eyes of a group of planners, Lin Wei shook his head and said, survival is one thing, success is another, you can go and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, the planners rushed to Lin Wei's breeding field without any doubt. Lin Wei looked at the huge number of them and warned them, don't damage them. The planners responded immediately. Okay. Got it, Consultant Lin. We all know the rules, Consultant Lin, don't worry. Lin Wei did not go in with them, but stayed outside to get some fresh air, and thus saw the head of the base, who left in a hurry with a gloomy face. What happened? Did something happen to the base? Before Lin Wei could think about it, the planners' exclamations came from the breeding field inside. It's blooming! It's blooming! This is too much, Yanlini. Are you sure your uncle's Huang Chengcheng fruit tree seedlings have only been planted for 3 months? No, look carefully. The only one that blooms is the grafted branch. I think I understand. This grafted branch was cut from a Huang Chungchung fruit tree that has already bloomed and borne fruit, so it blooms, which is actually normal. What's normal about it? It was glued on, and then it came to life and bloomed. Will it bear fruit after a while? This is too magical. Didn't consultant Lin say that she wanted to try to see if she could make the Huang Chungchung fruit trees bloom and bear fruit earlier? Now it's obvious that she succeeded. The smart planter stared at the Huang Chungchung fruit tree seedlings that were still bandaged but had short branches and flowers, with bright eyes. The grafting of the Huang Chungchung fruit tree was successful, so can the Gala, Wangligyo, and Swanlihong be grafted in the same way? This awakened the dreamer. The other 3 fruit trees mentioned by the planter also have the same problem as Huang Chungchung. That is, it takes a year or even several years to bloom and bear fruit after being cultivated from seedlings after sowing. Someone encouraged, I think it might work, otherwise we should try it according to consultant Lin's grafting method. Lin Wei, who came in with a wheelchair, just heard this sentence and said, you can try it, everyone try it. She is alone, and she doesn't have 8 arms, so there is a limit to what she can do. It's better to have more people, and everyone can brainstorm. Planting should not be restricted, and should be tried freely, even if it fails. On this side, Lin Wei was just trying to popularize grafting with the planter. In addition to grafting, there are also plug grafting and cleft grafting. As for the sour red, or hawthorn tree, they mentioned, grafting may be more effective. However, before Lin Wei could speak, the alarm sound that had not sounded for a long time suddenly sounded at the base. Chapter 57. Emergency notice, all staff members of the base are requested to gather in the conference room. Emergency notice, all staff members of the base are requested. The electronic warning sounded throughout the base. Lin Wei and the planners who were discussing grafting in the breeding field were silent and looked at each other in confusion. One planter muttered in a low voice, what's going on? Lin Wei thought of the base manager who was in a hurry before and said, we will know after going to see it. Let's go! When Lin Wei and others arrived at the conference room, many people had gathered inside. Lin Wei still remembered that the previous conference room gatherings only summoned people from the planting department, but this time was different. Everyone from the entire breeding base was summoned. So even if everyone had not arrived yet, at a glance, the entire conference room was full of people. Finding a relatively empty corner, Lin Wei stopped the wheelchair. The planners who came with her, especially Jiangyan and Yanlini, knew that Lin Wei's legs were not so convenient, and they were very protective of her. Perhaps because they were afraid that the crowd would squeeze Lin Wei, they stood beside Lin Wei's wheelchair like guards, isolating her from the crowd. The robot counted the number of people, and confirmed that all the base staff had arrived. The head of the base, and the head of the logistics department stood on a lift in front of the conference room, and appeared in front of everyone at a relatively high position. Everyone soon noticed that the head of the base had a gloomy face. Even the head of the logistics department standing behind him, Li Bin, who always had a smiling face, and was a peacemaker, frowned for the first time. The head of the base made a gesture to silence the crowd, and said straight to the point, everyone is busy, I won't say any more nonsense here. I called everyone here today, because the base's logistics department was stolen. As soon as these words came out, the crowd that had just quieted down began to whisper and discuss. Someone stretched his neck and asked loudly, what was stolen from the logistics department? The head of the base glanced at Li Bin, the head of the logistics department, who stepped forward and said with an extremely serious expression, waste seeds. The logistics staff found that a bag of waste seeds of water-red fruit was missing during the inventory. The logistics department will conduct preliminary processing on the ripe and fallen fruits and vegetables submitted by the robot. For water-red fruit, the logistics staff will usually carefully take out the seeds with pulp from the ripe and rotten fruits with the help of the machine, and then wash them. Experienced logistics staff know that the seeds that float up during the washing process can be judged as waste seeds without the need for machine detection. Waste seeds are seeds that will not germinate and have no vitality. They are useless to the breeding base and even green source, and should be sent for degradation. However, if these seemingly useless waste seeds fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the meaning will be different. Thinking of this, Li Bin, the logistics director, narrowed his eyes dangerously. Hearing Li Bin's words, Lin Wei repeated in confusion, waste seeds? Why steal waste seeds? Hearing Lin Wei's puzzling words, Jiangyan looked at her in surprise. Advisor Lin, don't you know? What? Jiangyan was about to speak, and the head of the base on the stage shouted, quiet. Jiangyan had to wink at Lin Wei, meaning that he would tell you later. The head of the base said in a deep voice, all signs indicate that the people who stole the Wei seeds of Shuihong fruit should be internal personnel of our base. I will put my words here now. Considering that this kind of thing happened for the first time in our base, and that you are a first-time offender, if you come out and admit it now, I will not report it, and we will handle it ourselves. There is only one chance. If you give up. The head of the base, standing on a high position, his eyes swept across the faces of all the staff below, and said coldly, "The monitoring equipment in our base may not be as high-end as that of the research center, but in addition to the monitoring equipment, the robots that are busy around you and help you also have the function of ingestion. You can think carefully, have you really escaped all the monitoring?" When the head of the base finished speaking, the entire conference room was silent for a moment because of his overly sharp tone. Who? I don't know who asked this question, breaking the silence in the room. Who is it? I've given you a chance. Why don't you come out quickly? Come out quickly, everyone is busy. It's no big deal if you make a mistake once, when you're not sober. While everyone was encouraging the thief to confess, Jiang half squatted down and whispered to Lin Wei to continue the topic that was interrupted before. That person stole the Wei seeds, of course, to sell them. Sell? Lin Wei's eyes were still full of doubts. Can they be sold? The quality of the Wei seeds that can be washed out is usually visibly poor. Yin Lini, who was standing by, also imitated Jiang, half squatted down, and whispered to the rarely ignorant consultant Lin, usually they are sold to those unscrupulous seed shops or black markets. Green source seeds are expensive, so there is little room for retailers to raise prices. In order to maximize profits, they came up with such a trick, mixing dead seeds into good seeds, and then repackaging and selling them. Jiang nodded hurriedly, helpless and amused, saying, not only these Wei seeds, but even the seed packaging bags with green source anti-counterfeiting codes have related gray industry chains. Lin Wei had no intention of listening to what Jiang and Yin Lini said later. Even when the maintenance staff who stole the Wei seeds finally stood up and caused a lot of discussion, Lin Wei just looked up and glanced at him. As for the reason why the man stole the Wei seeds, his crying and confession, Lin Wei, who was sitting in a wheelchair in a daze, didn't hear a word. Just now, Jiang and Yin Lini explained to her the use of Wei seeds. The sweet memories of Lin Xuan and Galadwa left in Lin Wei's mind, those details that Lin Wei couldn't see or hear clearly before, suddenly became clear. In that memory, Lin Xuan secretly stuffed a bag of things into his inner pocket, but the bag was a little too much, making the bag too round, and his inner pocket was too small, so he had a hard time stuffing it. Just at this moment, the original body, who was 13 or 14 years old at the time, stepped forward and called softly, "Dad." Perhaps because he was guilty of his crime, Lin Xuan was obviously startled, and the bag almost slipped out of his hand before he could put it into his pocket. He was quick to grab the bag, but the seal of the bag opened in the meantime. Some small yellow-gray round pieces with velvety edges fell from the open bag mouth to the ground. The original body didn't know what those small round pieces were. In her memory, she saw Lin Xuan frantically picking up those small round pieces, so she squatted down to help pick them up. Later, the cautious Lin Xuan asked the original body a few questions and confirmed that she didn't recognize those small round pieces, and then she was relieved. But he still warned the original body not to tell others what she saw casually. The original body didn't understand, but nodded obediently. In fact, according to the original body's taciturn personality, even if Lin Xuan didn't warn her, she wouldn't say anything to anyone. She didn't seem to have any friends to talk to. The original body didn't recognize the yellow-gray small round pieces scattered on the ground, and later, she forgot them deep in her memory, but Lin Wei recognized them at a glance. Those were the seeds of golden flower vegetables, and they were also the first vegetables successfully bred by Green Source. It is said that the breeding was completed by the former chairman of Green Source. Given the Lin family situation, it is obviously impossible for Lin Xuan to buy such a large bag of golden flower vegetable seeds unless that bag of seeds are all useless dead seeds cleared from the plantation. Lin Wei knows that most of the growers in this world are too meticulous when planting. For example, if a seed does not germinate after being sown, Lin Wei will probably ignore it and let it rot in the soil on its own, and it can still be used as nutrients. But the meticulous growers in this world will pick it out to ensure the cleanliness of the sterile mud. Of course, Lin Wei believes that whether it is a plantation or a planting base, their operators will not support the sale of dead seeds. After all, how much profit can be made from selling dead seeds? As the main force in purchasing seeds, supporting the sale of dead seeds is equivalent to harming themselves. However, just like the breeding base this time, there will always be people who are obsessed with their own interests and take risks to harm others. Retracting his scattered thoughts, Lin Wei refocused his attention on Lin Xiuan's matter. Lin Xiuan should have been engaged in the business of buying and selling dead seeds at that time, which obviously violated the star law. I just don't know if he continued to do it later. Lin Wei tapped the wheelchair armrests with his fingers, feeling happy that he finally caught Lin Xiuan's pigtail. Whether Lin Xiuan continued to do this business that violated the star law, as long as he did it, even if it was only once, there would always be some clues left. Lin Wei smiled and thought, this is enough. Lin's waste electronic recycling store in District 3 of Luyuan Star, this day, until near noon, the door was still closed and had not been opened. If it were in the past, when encountering such a situation, there would always be a few good neighbors who would come to the Lin family to check. However, things are different now. Ever since the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 3 of Luyuan Star announced Lin Fay's crimes and the punishment he received, the neighbors would like to avoid the Lin family. If they can't avoid it, they will spit in front of the Lin family's door to show that they have nothing to do with the Lin family. What crime did Lin Fay commit? Poisoning his sister Lin Wei is fine. That's their Lin family's own family affair. But new addictive drugs, that's what anyone with a brain knows they must not touch. At the beginning, the Law Enforcement Bureau came to encircle the black market with full armed, although no one saw what it was like with their own eyes. But District 3 is not far from the black market, and the situation there will always be reported to some extent after the storm has passed. Anyway, I heard that the black market was well equipped and put up a desperate resistance, and many people died. Of course, these were not the main points for the neighbors of the Lin family. They resented the Lin family after the black market was sieged. All those who had contact with the Lin family and Lin Fay were called to the Law Enforcement Bureau for questioning and investigation many times. The neighbors were also afraid, especially those who had children of the same age as Lin Fay. They had never seen what the new addictive drug looked like, and they were afraid that their children would be harmed by Lin Fay accidentally. During that time, some neighbors were anxious because they were called to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and some were worried about their children, who could not sleep or eat all day. Fortunately, the new addictive drug was said to be very expensive, and Lin Fay only sold it to those who were rich at first glance, and he did not look down on them, the poor neighbors. Even so, the neighbors' resentment towards the Lin family was sown, and now every household has drawn a clear line with the Lin family. If anyone could come to the front door of the Lin family to check, they would probably notice something strange. Even if the door was locked, one could still smell the faint salty smell of blood coming from inside. At this time, inside the Lin family's house, Zhang Shuan and Lin Xiuan were tied up and covered in blood. Lin Xiuan, who had one leg removed, had been tortured to unconsciousness. Zhang Shuan's eyes were wide open, staring at the tall figure walking towards her with horror. The man was dressed in black and wore a black mask on his face. Zhang Shuan never saw his face clearly from beginning to end. She could only see that he had a short haircut and his stubble was cold and hard, like some kind of sharp needle-shaped weapon. As the figure got closer and closer, the fear and terror on Zhang Shuan's face seemed to be real. She kept shaking her head, as if she wanted to scream, but when she opened her mouth, blood gushed out of her mouth. It turned out that the man thought she was too noisy and had cut off Zhang Shuan's tongue. Zhang Shuan didn't know why the other party tortured her and Lin Xiuan so much. The man suddenly appeared in their house last night, but he took her and Lin Xiuan down and tied them up in a few moves. She and Lin Xiuan thought at first that the man was a burglar. In their Luyuan Star, especially in their District 3, which was adjacent to the black market, similar thefts and burglaries were not uncommon. Zhang Shuan was still thinking bitterly in her heart at that time. Because of Lin Fay, where did their Lin family have money now? Even the jewelry that Lin Fay bought for her before had been confiscated by the Law Enforcement Bureau. But soon the two found out that they were wrong. After tying them up, the man did not search the house. He didn't even say a word, just a pair of slightly red narrow eyes, looking at them indifferently. The cold eyes made it seem as if they were not two living people, but just two pieces of meat on the chopping board. This night was too long, so long that Zhang Shuan and Lin Xiuan almost thought that there would be no dawn at all. Lin Wei found Bai Yi and talked to him about the dead species. After listening, Bai Yi nodded and said, Supermanager AI has reported this matter to me before, and Green Source's legal department has been collecting relevant evidence. It is indeed time to deal with it properly. Lin Wei thought about it and finally said, I came to you to talk about this matter because I actually want to ask you to do me a favor. Bai Yi lowered his eyes and looked at her, listening leisurely. Lin Wei said, help me check a person, His name is Lin Wei, from Luyuan Star District 3. He may have been engaged in the business of buying and selling dead species. I want to get evidence of his buying and selling dead seeds. Lin Wei? Lin Wei looked directly at Bai Yi, without hesitation, and said, "My adoptive father. I want to use this as a bargaining chip to make my adoptive parents take the initiative to sever their kinship with me." Lin Wei also considered again and again before looking for Bai Yi. The biggest connection she has at the moment is Bai Yi. Instead of asking others for help, Lin Wei still trusts Bai Yi more. Of course, Lin Wei also considered reporting Lin Wei's buying and selling dead seeds directly to the Law Enforcement Bureau, but if so, it would be difficult to negotiate conditions with the Lin family. Bai Yi's focus seemed to be a little off, and he only heard him say, "They treat you badly." It's not a question, but a certainty. The original Lin Wei was not treated well by the Lin family, and she, Lin Wei, actually had little to do with her. But it was precisely because she had little to do with the Lin family that Lin Wei wanted to break off the relationship with them as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. After all, she can still hide from Zhang Shuan and Lin Wei now, but what about in the future? Lin Fay will serve more than 20 years in prison, and it is not known whether he can return safely from the mining planet full of death row prisoners with all his limbs intact. After more than 20 years, Zhang Shuan and Lin Wei have both grown old. If they have a disease, Lin Wei, who has been raised by them, will inevitably have to take care of the two. Not good. Lin Wei affirmed. "I will ask someone to investigate Lin Wei as soon as possible." Bai Yi said solemnly, "Whether it is the evidence of the crime you want to get or to break off the relationship with them, I will help you." Bai Yi's serious expression on his face would not be fake, and Lin Wei said gratefully, "Thank you." The unpleasant topic came to an end. Lin Wei asked Bai Yi about the breeding of number 00009. After the fourth breeding, Lin Wei went to observe the fifth breeding. Seeing that the orange status bars of the carrot seeds taken out by the robot from the reverse electromagnetic storm container were almost full, Lin Wei knew that it was successful. Bai Yi also told Lin Wei after the fifth breeding that they had marked the correct answer for gene number 00009. Because of this, Lin Wei did not observe the subsequent breeding process. At this time, Bai Yi replied, "Do another breeding for environmental adaptation, and the breeding of number 00009 will be completed." After a pause, Bai Yi looked at Lin Wei's profile and said, "But recently, there is a new problem about number 00009. Lin Wei couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What new problem?" "It hasn't been officially named yet." Lin Wei didn't show it on his face, but he was a little eager to try, but he still asked tentatively, "Can't you researchers come up with a suitable name?" Bai Yi's eyes showed a smile, and he said, "They thought of a name, but I don't think it's appropriate." Lin Wei asked curiously, "What name?" "White and fat." Lin Wei couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. "White and fat." Thinking of the appearance of the white radish after washing, Lin Wei said somewhat reluctantly, "It's actually quite descriptive." Lin Wei now knows the origin of the names of Bai Qingqing and Yuan Bai Bai. Now, with the addition of Bai Pangpang, the ABB camp has gained another powerful general. If the researchers at the research center knew about Lin Wei's inner complaints, they would definitely cry out that they were wronged. They have been rushing to make progress recently, and their minds are full of how to complete the breeding of number 00009 as soon as possible, so that they can have a holiday. How can they have the time to think about a name, whether it is Bai Qingqing, Yuan Bai Bai, or the current Bai Pangpang? The only one who likes to use the ABB format to name is the hidden Mr. Bai Yi. "Okay. You come up with one?" Bai Yi suggested. Lin Wei did not refuse, pretending to think for a while, and then said, "Radish? What do you think of this name?" Bai Yi repeated the pronunciation of radish seriously, nodded, and agreed. "I think it is more appropriate than Bai Pangpang, and it is easier to pronounce." Lin Wei raised her chin proudly, thinking that of course, as if she had completely forgotten that the name radish was not her own idea. At the end, Bai Yi did not forget to remind Lin Wei, "Pay attention to the concentration of green oxygen in your room." Even though Bai Yi was so busy that he could hardly go back to the apartment every 2 or 3 days, he still noticed that Lin Wei had moved one of the potted plants she lent him back home. Bai Yi did not ask any more questions about this. Lin Wei heard Bai Yi's concern and smiled and said, "I know my limits, don't worry." Back to her apartment, because Lin Wei lived on the top floor, she opened the window of the terrace a crack, so she could hear the whistling sound as soon as she opened the door. Obviously, opening the terrace window was Lin Wei's way of dealing with the excessive concentration of green oxygen in the room. It has been a while since Lin Wei's one pot became many pots. Now, if you look at Lin Wei's terrace again, Without looking at the potted plants and only looking at the status bubble emoticons, it is really a good mother-loving son, brother-friendly, brother-respectful. From the same mother plant, whether it is a division or a cutting, after survival, their status bubble emoticons can not only interact with their mother plant, but also with their brothers and sisters. So, isn't this lively? These days, Lin Wei has to sit on the terrace for half an hour after get off work, doing nothing but watching the emoticons interact, just like watching a pantomime, or a children's pantomime. Needless to say, the two divisions of Iris 2 are the first to show signs of survival, and now they have 2 or 3 new leaves. The white simple fat dolls in the status bubbles above them have also grown a little, from a baby to a little boy. The little boy of 2.1 is still quiet and well-behaved, very lovable. And the little boy of 2.2 is a complete cactus-like dog. Lin Wei has seen more than once that the little boy of 2.2 hit the little boy of 2.1 with colored stones, trying to attract the attention of 2.1. It was also a good thing that 2.2 could only interact with 2.1 and its mother plant. Otherwise, Lin Wei estimated that it would have smashed all other emoticons. Although it was a pity, Lin Wei still had to accept the reality that both ramets of Iris 3 did not survive. The only thing to be thankful for was that Iris 3, which had been in a bad situation for a while, finally survived. 3 of the 5 cuttings of Rose 2 survived. Like Iris 2.1 and 2.2, small status bubbles appeared above them after they survived. The white stick-pin dolls with different personalities all inherited the music hobby of their mother Rose 2 without exception. If you don't let them listen to music, they will cry loudly. But if you coax them well, for example, if the music they play happens to be their favorite, they might use their fat and short bodies to twist for you. The survival rate of gardenia cuttings is surprisingly high. All 5 of them survived. Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh at the time. The immortal is worthy of being the immortal. However, happiness is short-lived and reality is cruel. After all, Lin Wei only had to take care of 1 gardenia with mysophobia before, but now she has to take care of 6, which is too sad. Lin Wei did quality tests on all divisions and cuttings potted plants. The result is that her dream of having 1 excellent pot and many pots was completely shattered. Whether it is divisions or cuttings potted plants, none of them are excellent. Basically, good products are the mainstream, with 1 or 2 medium quality pots occasionally mixed in. Lin Wei looked at the results on the test paper and sighed helplessly. They were all downgraded. Lin Wei also thought that if these downgraded potted plants were raised and continued to be propagated and divided, would their offspring continue to be downgraded? Or would they be sterilized directly like Iris number 3? Thinking of this, Lin Wei couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The plants in this world are really amazing. Chapter 58. In the middle of the night, Lin Wei was awakened by the vibration of the communicator on the bedside table. "It's so late, who is it?" With sleepiness and an unhappy mood on his face, Lin Wei took the communicator and took a look. It was a short number. Lin Wei's sleepiness dissipated a little when he saw the short number clearly, and he rubbed his eyes and got up to confirm it. Yes, it was from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lin Wei was a little confused, but he immediately answered the voice call. "Hello, this is the Law Enforcement Bureau of Lichengxing District 3. My law enforcement officer number is 003128. Are you Lin Wei?" Lin Wei replied lightly, "I am." After the other party briefly confirmed Lin Wei's identity, he said, "Your parents, Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuan, were seriously injured by villains at home and have been sent to the Lichengxing District 3 Medical Center for treatment." Hearing this, Lin Wei's remaining sleepiness completely dissipated. Before going to bed, she was still thinking about how to break off the relationship with the Lin family as soon as possible and how to negotiate with the Lin family. As a result, what she feared came true. The 2 Lin family members are still her nominal parents. They were suddenly injured in an accident. As a daughter, she would definitely not be able to stay out of it completely. Although Lin Wei didn't like the 2 Lin family members, she would not gloat over their misfortune when they were in danger and injured. She just hated 2 strangers. Lin Wei still spoke in a light tone. "How are they now?" "They are out of danger and their injuries are basically stable, but their emotions are not stable yet." Lin Wei asked again, "Then what do you need me to do, or what do you need me to do with you?" The other parties seemed to be stumped by Lin Wei's question. He was silent for a few seconds before explaining. "It's like this. Our Law Enforcement Bureau is just making a routine notice to inform you of your parents' situation. As for what you will do next, our Law Enforcement Bureau has no right to interfere." After a pause, the law enforcement officer added, "Our Law Enforcement Bureau will give your contact number to the medical center, and the medical center may contact you about your parents' medical expenses. In addition, if your parents strongly request you to accompany them, then the parent management office should contact you at that time. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Wei understood. In short, the Law Enforcement Bureau only investigates murders and notifies on behalf of others. Other family disputes are not their responsibility. That is the matter of the parent management office. Okay, I understand, thank you. After that, the voice call was hung up. At the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 3 of Luyuan Star, the law enforcement officer, who was in charge of contacting Lin Wei, shook his head after hanging up the call. So one should not be too partial. If one does not treat his biological son and adopted daughter equally, at least there should be a limit. Otherwise, it will be like the two people in the Lin family, who are lying in the medical center. The biological son is unreliable and is in jail, and the adopted daughter is calm from beginning to end when she hears about the two people's experience, and has very little worry and concern. The law enforcement officer glanced at the scorching sun in the sky, which had not yet set, and recalled the sleepy nasal tone of the girl in the communication just now, and suddenly remembered that there was a time difference between their Luyuan star and the capital star. It should be midnight and early morning on the capital star now. Lin Wei lost her sleepiness, put on her clothes, and got out of bed, and did not sit in a wheelchair, but slowly walked to the living room. On the terrace, the emojis all fell asleep when the night came. At the moment, there were white figures of different sizes, sleeping in different postures, with ZZZ on their heads. Lin Wei frowned and thought, of course she could continue to hide. If they didn't take the initiative to find her, she would not show up and continue to live her life in the capital star. But this is too passive. It is not difficult to hear from the words of the law enforcement officer just now that the two people in the Lin family are probably in financial difficulties now, so the medical center will sooner or later ask Lin Wei for their medical expenses. According to the personalities of the two people in the Lin family, if Lin Wei paid the medical expenses, they would immediately realize that Lin Wei has money in his hands now. In that case, even if they still have a knot in their hearts about Lin Wei because of Lin Fay, they will probably pester Lin Wei to death. Before, they were in good health, and it was okay for Lin Wei to avoid them. Now they are injured. If they make trouble, the parent management office will definitely come forward to force Lin Wei to treat them well. Thinking of this, Lin Wei turned on the communicator and bought the earliest flight ticket from the capital star to Luyuan Star that day. Early in the morning, Lin Wei sent a message to the person in charge of the breeding base to ask for leave, packed up simply, and prepared to rush to the starport to take the spaceship. As soon as she opened the door, Lin Wei almost bumped into Bai Yi, who was standing at the door of her apartment at some point. Without a wheelchair, Lin Wei lost her balance and staggered backwards. She was about to fall, but fortunately Bai Yi reached out and pulled her arm in time. After standing firm, Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi with a little doubt. So early, do you have something to ask me? Bai Yi looked at Lin Wei's clothes that day. It was not the pure black employee uniform of Luyuan, but a casual uniform. Instead of answering, he asked, "Are you going to Luyuan Star now?" Lin Wei was surprised that Bai Yi guessed it right, but nodded. Bai Yi explained, "Luyuan has an industry in Luyuan Star. You asked me to help investigate Lin Xiuan yesterday, so I asked someone to investigate on the spot. I just received a message from there that Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan were attacked by villains at home and were seriously injured. Although it was just now, the message was actually sent in the early morning. Because Bai Yi asked the other party to report to him in time no matter what they found. Lin Wei understood, and felt the hugeness of Green Source's industry. Maybe there are green source industries everywhere in the 27 planets of the Star Federation. Lin Wei and Bai Yi explained that she had received the notice from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Bai Yi just said, "I will go to Luyuan Star with you." Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, "But I have already bought the spaceship ticket." "And the spaceship ticket she bought should have been sold out now. Refund it." Bai Yi said, "It will be faster to take my private spaceship." So, Lin Wei did not squeeze into the early long-distance spaceship. At this moment, Lin Wei was sitting in Bai Ye's top-of-the-line private business car, driving on the way to Bai Ye's private spaceship parking cabin. Bai Ye's top-of-the-line private business car is not much different from the luxury business cars customized by some big stars, and the upper class in the world that Lin Wei lived in before. The configuration inside includes everything a person needs for food, drink, and entertainment. In short, it can almost satisfy you. Lin Wei was a big internet celebrity in the past, so after the initial novelty, she quickly returned to being indifferent to this kind of high-end car. If there is anything that really makes Lin Wei feel a little uncomfortable, it must be the 4 tall and strong men in black sitting in a row in front of the car. Bai Yi gave Lin Wei a brief introduction. These 4 people are his bodyguards. For a moment, Lin Wei's mood was a little complicated. How to say it? It's probably that she suddenly realized that the man who was working all day and walked to work with her every now and then was really the general chairman of Green Source. After boarding Baiye's private spaceship, Lin Wei's mood has returned to calm. The capital star and Luyuan star are far apart. Even if you take Baiye's private spaceship and choose the shortest route, the entire journey will take nearly 28 hours. At the beginning, Lin Wei and Baiye sat down and did their own things. Lin Wei browsed the flight list, while Baiye concentrated on reading electronic documents. However, probably because Lin Wei had something on her mind, she lost interest in the flight list after a while. After not sleeping in the second half of last night, Lin Wei felt a little sore in her eyes, so she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Later, the pretended sleep turned into real sleep. I don't know how long she slept. Lin Wei seemed to be frightened by something and suddenly opened her eyes. Baiye heard her slightly rapid breathing and asked with concern, "Did you dream?" Lin Wei nodded. It was strange that she just dreamed of the S-level wanted criminal named Wang Weili. The other party stared at her with a pair of sinister and narrow eyes, like a cold-blooded animal aiming at its prey. Then Lin Wei woke up, and her rapid heartbeat made her feel uncomfortable. Lin Wei calmed her heartbeat and breathing, thinking that it was probably because she had just browsed the flight list and accidentally saw the wanted order again. The man's eyes left a deep impression on her, which made her dream full of those eyes. After thinking it through, Lin Wei no longer bothered about the dream. She glanced at the time on the communicator and realized that she had slept for nearly 5 hours. After sleeping enough, Lin Wei wanted to find someone to chat and talk. She turned her head to look at Baiye, who was sitting next to her, and found that he was no longer reading the electronic document, but twisting his neck to relax. Lin Wei cleared her throat and was about to speak, but Baiye said before her, "There is already a clue about Lin Xiuan's purchase and sale of dead species. I just received some information. Do you want to see it?" Lin Wei was a little surprised. So fast. Baiye sent a copy of the information to Lin Wei and said lightly, "They will find a breakthrough relatively easily if they follow the upper line all the way down." Lin Wei didn't think that things would be as simple as Baiye said. Or to be more precise, it was simple for Baiye, but not necessarily for her. She lowered her eyes and read the information carefully. After reading the information, Lin Wei's heart was settled. The two later discussed how to use this information to let Lin Wei successfully break away from the Lin family. "I can accept their medical expenses, or alimony paid in a reasonable range." Lin Wei said this during the discussion with Baiye. This money is not paid by Lin Wei to Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan, but by Lin Wei to the original body. She can only survive in this world by relying on the body of the original body. Although the game starts in the ultimate hard mode, life is precious and priceless. If the original body is still there, even if she encounters unfair treatment, she will most likely not give up her parents, who are dear to her. So, this money can be regarded as Lin Wei's repayment to the original body. However, this money must not be given or agreed to easily. How to negotiate with the two people of the Lin family depends on their current specific situation. In short, this relationship is settled by Lin Wei this time. Let's talk about Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan, the couple lying on the hospital bed. The injuries of the two people are just scary. The villain who committed the crime against them does not seem to really want their lives. He just wants them to be in pain and torture them, as if to vent his anger. Whether it was Lin Xiuan's broken leg or Zhang Shujuan's cut tongue, the cut surface was smooth. Even the Lichengxing Medical Center, which had a lower level of medical care, could easily reconnect the broken limbs for the two. The other wounds on the two were all small holes, so it was not difficult to guess that the villain used a sharp and slender needle-shaped weapon to torture them. The villain's method was insidious and professional. The parts he stabbed Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan were the kind that would make people extremely painful but not fatal. The reason why Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan were covered in blood when they were found was mainly because they were stabbed too many times. Even the law enforcement officers, who were used to seeing vicious murders, couldn't help but smack their lips and ask after learning about the injuries of Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan, what deep hatred is there that makes people torture like this? Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan were extremely emotionally unstable after waking up, and it took them a long time to gradually recover. Originally, when the two were emotionally unstable like frightened birds, the medical staff were quite sympathetic to them. But once they recovered, they were so restless, feeling pain here and there, wanting this and that, and never stopping. When they heard that their son was involved in a new type of addictive drug, the medical staff's little sympathy completely disappeared. Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan were in real pain. They still felt pain after the severed limbs were reattached, and the seemingly inconspicuous holes on their bodies made them feel pain when lying down, and even more pain when moving. The medical center certainly had highly effective and safe painkillers, but Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan had no money, so now they could only use the most common and basic painkillers. In fact, as the attending doctors of the two people pushed the door open, Lin Xiuan and Zhang Shuwan lost even the most basic treatment. The attending doctor told the two that because they'd lost too much blood when they were sent here, the medical center used some high-end hematopoietic drugs on them, plus the cost of their limb reattachment surgery. Lin Xiuan's personal account was empty. In fact, they still owe the medical center a sum of treatment fees. If the two still can't pay the treatment fee by 6 o'clock tonight, then I'm sorry, they can only pack up and leave the hospital. Zhang Shuwan was anxious when she heard it, and shouted to the attending doctor with a big tongue, "You medical center is trying to kill us, our injuries are not healed." Ouch. While shouting, the tongue that had just been reattached flashed, and Zhang Shuwan covered her mouth, her face wrinkled in pain. As it was about his own health, Lin Xiuan also raised his voice, "I will definitely pay for it later. You have to treat us well and make us better." The attending doctor was overwhelmed by the two people, but he still suggested very professionally, "I can't do anything about the treatment fee. It's the rule of the medical center. Otherwise, you can ask relatives?" Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan looked at each other. "Yes, we have a daughter, her name is Lin Wei, her contact number is..." Zhang Shuwan vaguely reported the contact number. She had dialed Lin Wei's contact number so many times before that she could blurt it out without even thinking about it. After reporting the contact number, Zhang Shuwan said, as if to vent her anger, "Call her and ask her to pay. I have raised her for so many years. Even if I cut off her flesh, it is also my duty." The attending doctor frowned after hearing what Zhang Shuwan said. His original intention was to let Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan make the call themselves. But now it was obvious that both patients were pointing at him to make the call. The attending doctor sighed helplessly at the burning gazes of the two. At the same time, Lin Wei, who had just stepped off the private spaceship, received a voice call from the attending doctor. After a few simple words, he hung up the call and met Bai Ye's sight. Lin Wei said briefly, "It's from the medical center, asking for medical expenses." Bai Ye nodded, "Let's go, we can go back as soon as possible." Lin Wei was infected by the casualness and ease in his tone, and the expression on his face relaxed. Bai Ye's top-of-the-line private business car also came together. Lin Wei only glanced at the unfamiliar and slightly dilapidated environment around him, and then got in the car with Bai Ye. Lin Wei got off the car in a wheelchair. This was Bai Ye's suggestion. Lin Wei came to negotiate. It would be more confusing if she showed a relatively weak performance at the beginning. Lin Wei also felt that Bai Ye was right. If she appeared in front of Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan freely, she would have the momentum. But Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan would definitely ask where she got the money to treat her illness. After all, Zhang Shuwan knew that it would take a lot of money to cure Lin Wei's hemiplegia. And just as Lin Wei was pushed out of the car, on the roof of a tall building in the distance, the man in black who had been waiting for a long time stared at the long-range laser sniper sight in his hand with a cold look. The sight has built-in facial recognition, and it immediately recognized and locked Lin Wei the moment she appeared, even if Lin Wei was wearing a mask on her face. Unfortunately, for tall and strong men suddenly walked out from the front seat of the car, blocking the best sniping angle for the men in black. Until Lin Wei entered the medical center, the men in black still couldn't find an opportunity to attack. When Lin Wei and Bai Ye arrived at the door of the ward, the attending doctor had not left yet. Zhang Shuwan was groaning in pain, and asked the attending doctor to check the wound on her waist for her. Lin Xiuan could endure it better than her. The two of them lived in the most ordinary four-person ward, but because Zhang Shuwan kept crying in pain and her voice was loud, the other two patients in the ward needed to rest, so they applied for a change of ward. Because of this, there were only two patients in the ward, Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan. After Lin Wei was pushed into the door, he greeted the attending doctor very politely and said, "Doctor, I want to talk to them alone. Is that okay?" The attending doctor was more than happy to do so. He reminded Lin Wei to pay the medical bills before 6 p.m. and left in a hurry. Zhang Shujuan's eyes spit fire when she saw Lin Wei. If she hadn't been injured and felt so painful when she moved, she would have rushed to Lin Wei and tore him apart. Lin Xiuan hadn't seen this adopted daughter for a long time. Seeing Lin Wei being pushed in a wheelchair near his bed, Lin Xiuan felt extremely unfamiliar. Is this his adopted daughter? Lin Wei? They have the same face, but because of their different spirits and temperaments, they give people a completely different feeling. Lin Wei didn't waste any more time talking to the two of them. She got straight to the point. I don't have money. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, which seemed to have no feeling, with her left hand and said, You saw that Lin Fay poisoned me like this. I have been receiving treatment all the time. Where did I get the money? Unless the personal management office comes forward, the medical center has no right to check the balance of Lin Wei's personal account. Lin Xiuan stared at Lin Wei's stiff right hand for a while, then turned to look at Zhang Xuan with a complicated expression. Zhang Xuan sneered, If you don't have money, go and make it up. Ever since Lin Fay was arrested, she hated Lin Wei. Noticing the man with good temperament behind Lin Wei, Zhang Xuan asked, Who is he? The man you are looking for? He looks quite rich. You don't have money, but he doesn't either? Serve him well, and make more money for our Lin family. Knowing that Zhang Xuan has no bottom line, Lin Wei still didn't expect her to say such a thing, and was stunned for a moment. Bai Yi glanced at Lin Wei, whose back was stiff because of Zhang Xuan's words, and said coldly, I am her friend. Without further explanation, he said directly, We came here today to talk to you about the kinship agreement. Lin Wei also came back to his senses at this time, and said with a serious face, Yes, since we have no family affection for each other, why not sever the kinship relationship? Impossible. Lin Xiuan suddenly said, Your mother and I are in need of someone to take care of us now. You want to sever the relationship with us and ignore us. It's impossible. Zhang Xuan didn't understand what the pledge and kinship were at first, but she understood after hearing what Lin Xiuan said, and immediately shouted, You are a heartless money loser, have we raised you for nothing for so many years? Aren't you afraid of being hit by a speeding car when you go out? Enough. Bai Yi shouted, Watch your words. Zhang Xuan still had some shadows of the torture she had suffered before, especially since Bai Yi was tall and slender, had short hair, and seemed to be about the same age as that man. When she met Bai Yi's cold gaze, Zhang Xuan felt a chill down her spine, and her momentum weakened. Lin Wei ignored Zhang Xuan's sudden weakness. She looked at Lin Xiuan and recalled, About 5 or 6 years ago, I saw you buying dead sand seeds from someone. Sand is the name of Jinwakai in this world. Lin Wei stared at Lin Xiuan without blinking, lowered her voice and threatened, What do you think will happen if I report this to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Lin Xiuan's face showed a brief panic, but he soon calmed down. He said indifferently, You go and sue. Our Lin family originally collects waste. When I was collecting waste, I didn't pay attention and collected a bag of seeds that people didn't want. What's wrong? Lin Xiuan was used to being cautious. Maybe at the beginning, because he was not familiar with the business, there would be omissions. Later, he and his old customers had already figured out a set of purchasing and selling methods that belonged to them. For example, those who sold him seeds and plantations now sell them to him together with electronic waste, sandwiching the seeds in the electronic waste. They didn't settle the bill right away, usually after a while, or even with physical goods that would maintain their value. He had even told his old customers how to deal with the law enforcement officers several times. In short, he didn't know anything, he just accidentally sold the seeds among the waste. If he hadn't read the information, facing Lin Xiuan's fearless behavior, Lin Wei might have been fooled by him. But now, he already knew Lin Xiuan's trump card, and also knew where Lin Xiuan's confidence came from. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't say anything, Lin Xiuan said, Your father has checked. If someone like me who sold seeds unintentionally is reported to the Law Enforcement Bureau, the most he will get is legal education and a fine. I don't have the money for the fine, so you have to pay it. Lin Wei was almost laughing at Lin Xiuan's shamelessness. She turned around and winked at Bai Yi, You do it. Bai Yi, who received Lin Wei's look, smiled, but the smile disappeared when he looked at Lin Xiuan. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Bai Yi walked from behind Lin Wei to the side of Lin Xiuan's bed. He was tall, and when he looked down at Lin Xiuan, he left a clear shadow on the bed. He said indifferently, Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Yi, and I am the General Chairman of Green Source Biology. Regarding your sale of dead seeds, I have asked people to investigate the details before and after. I will submit all the information to the Law Enforcement Bureau soon, and apply for a thorough investigation of the dead seeds. Lin Xiuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Bai Yi's words. If it was Luyuan who insisted on a thorough investigation, then the nature of his case would be different. Lin Xiuan stared at Bai Yi's face with a suspicious look on his face. Are you the General Chairman of Luyuan Biology? This is my electronic business card. Bai Yi turned on the communicator and showed it to Lin Xiuan. As if it was not enough, he said, You can also check the celebrity list yourself. There is my photo on it. But Zhang Xuan laughed at this time. You actually hooked up with the general chairman of Luyuan. You still want to break up with us? Don't even think about it. Lin Wei rolled her eyes to the sky. Even if this was what she had expected when she discussed with Bai Yi, she still felt speechless. I can take care of your retirement, Lin Wei directly said, but Lin Xiuan will probably spend the rest of his life in prison. Impossible, Lin Xiuan said firmly. My income from selling dead seeds is not high. Even if Luyuan conducts a thorough investigation, I will only serve 3 years in prison and pay compensation at most. Bai Yi reminded calmly, your sentence is not based on your income, but on the loss of our green source. According to the investigation, you have been buying and selling dead seeds for many years, causing huge losses to our green source. After a pause, Bai Yi looked at the speechless Lin Xiuan, and I have a high star citizen honor value. I can apply to the Law Enforcement Bureau to not require your compensation, and convert your compensation amount into your prison term. After the words fell, not only Lin Xiuan lost his voice, but even Zhang Shuwan opened her mouth and lost her voice. They only saw the benefits that the chairman of Green Source might bring to them, but they did not expect that the other party was rich and powerful, and it would be easy for him to deal with them. Chapter 59. In the hospital corridor, Bai Yi pushed Lin Wei out slowly. Lin Wei, sitting in a wheelchair, shrugged her shoulders and stretched her body in a not-so-obvious way. She seemed a little depressed and muttered in a low voice, in the end, it still depends on you. If I had known this would happen, why would I pretend to be weak and hemiplegic, and argue with them so much? I should just show you your identity, as the chairman of Green Source, and confront them directly. Bai Yi was behind her, and could not see the expression on her face at the moment, but he could hear the slight unwillingness and frustration in Lin Wei's tone. Negotiations are like this. It's normal for you to go back and forth. It's mainly to test their bottom line. If we show our cards at the beginning, what if Lin Xiuan refuses to give in? At that time, we have no tricks. Do you really want to take care of Zhang Shuwan in her old age? After a pause, Bai Yi said in a gentle tone, since the matter has been resolved, don't think too much. Don't think that you have lost to them. You want to break off relations with them legally and compliantly, but they are lawless and take detours. You are not at an advantage when dealing with people like them. Bai Yi's words finally made Lin Wei feel relieved. She turned her head and smiled at Bai Yi. Okay, I'm comforted by you. After being relieved, she was relieved. Lin Wei thought that Bai Yi was right. She should be happy that the matter was resolved. Why think so much? This time, Lin Wei completely broke off relations with the Lin family. Lin Wei has already received the kinship letter issued by the Parent Management Office. Of course, the original efficiency of the Personal Management Office was not that fast. But who can blame Lin Wei and Bai Yi for being prepared? They had already prepared the application for the 2 Lins, and they only needed to submit it and sign their fingerprints. In order to avoid trouble caused by the prolonged time, Bai Yi even spent 2 points of Star Citizen Honor points to expedite the process for them. Lin Wei paid a total of 71,000 Star Yuan for this, of which 6,000 Star Yuan were the medical expenses owed by the 2 Lins, and 15,000 Star Yuan were the basic treatment expenses for the 2 Lins. The other 50,000 Star Yuan was the alimony that Lin Wei paid to the 2 Lins in one lump sum. Both medical expenses and alimony were stipulated by the Parent-Child Care Office as what Lin Wei had to pay when he severed his relationship with the 2 Lins. After all, the 2 Lins were lying in bed, and the medical expenses were humanitarian care. As for alimony, the Parent-Child Care Office did not have a rigid amount, and it was usually negotiated between parents and children. The 2 members of the Lin family wanted to ask for a high price, but because of the presence of Bai Yi and the power of the chairman of Green Source, the alimony amount of 50,000 yuan was finally set by Lin Wei herself. Lin Wei's idea was very simple. She was returning the money to her original body. When she first came here, she received 50,000 yuan in compensation from Yuran. She didn't earn this money with her own hands, but got it from her original body. Now that she wants to break up with the Lin family, she should naturally return the money. From now on, Lin Wei is just Lin Wei, and has nothing to do with the Lin family and Lin Wei. Oh, her current territorial household registration has also been transferred from Luyuan Star to Capital Star, District 8 of Capital Star, because Lin Wei has real estate there. Thinking of this, Lin Wei leaned back on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, Lin Wei suddenly sighed. Star Citizen honor value is really a good thing. Whether it was the time with Xiao Qiao, or the intimidation of Lin Xiuan this time, and then the expedited processing of the Qingguan office, Lin Wei has repeatedly felt the benefits of having the Star Citizen honor value. Don't be envious, Bai Yi said. You can have it too. Lin Wei recalled the relevant information she had read on the Tianwang website before. Are you asking me to donate to charity organizations? In addition, the only way to get the Star Citizen honor value seems to be to do practical things. Lin Wei felt that if she was asked to do construction and scientific research projects in this world, she would probably not be able to do it. Bai Yi told Lin Wei a new way that was not written on the Tianwang website. Donating green oxygen to medical institutions can get Star Citizen honor value, and there is no upper limit to the value. In medicine, the reasonable use of green oxygen to treat hypoxia is still very effective. However, potted plants are difficult to grow, the number is scarce, and the price is expensive. This has led to the green oxygen stock in medical centers and medical stations, which has always been in short supply. Lin Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this, but soon the light dimmed again. You want me to extract the green oxygen from the potted plants and donate it? Earlier, Bai Yi reminded Lin Wei that too high a concentration of indoor green oxygen would be harmful to health. So Lin Wei searched for solutions on the internet, including a method of extracting green oxygen from potted plants. But I saw on the internet that extracting green oxygen from potted plants will cause irreversible damage to them, and even lead to the death of potted plants. It was because Lin Wei saw a lot of similar warnings that he turned to the method of opening windows for ventilation. Bai Yi said in a moderate voice, the situation you are talking about is usually caused by a small number of potted plants, a high frequency of extracting green oxygen, and an excessively high intensity of extracting green oxygen. Generally speaking, moderate and gentle extraction of green oxygen will not cause any damage to potted plants. In particular, the number of high-quality potted plants in Lin Wei's hands may be more than he initially expected. The day before, Bai Yi was guarding Lin Wei's door. When Lin Wei opened the door, he heard the sound of wind. He immediately guessed why Lin Wei opened the window. The indoor green oxygen was so dense that the window was open for ventilation. Based on his experience in potted plants, Bai Yi judged that there were at least 10 high-quality potted plants in Lin Wei's apartment. Lin Wei still believed Bai Yi's words. After all, what she found on Tianwang were all those gossips. Also, although she didn't want to admit it, Lin Wei had indeed been misled many times by some irresponsible remarks on Tianwang. Lin Wei then said happily, then I try it when I get back. Bai Yi hummed and said, I have a green oxygen extractor, and I give it to you when the time comes. As they talked, the two walked to the entrance of the medical center. Bai Yi's 4 bodyguards had been guarding outside the medical center. When they saw the 2 people coming out, they immediately surrounded them and protected them tightly. Lin Wei looked around at the 4 bodyguards, who seemed to be standing in a certain position. He wondered if the scene was a bit too big and too cautious. On the tall building in the distance, Wang Weili, who once again missed the best sniping angle because of the 4 bodyguards, frowned fiercely and made an impatient smacking sound. He knew very well that if he missed this time, it would be difficult to snipe Lin Wei again. Lin Wei's main activity area is the Capital Star, and the law enforcement management of the Capital Star is not as rough as Luyuan Star, which can leave him room for loopholes. Moreover, the popularity of new addictive drugs has not yet passed. If he appears on the capital planet now, he will probably be caught immediately even if he has a surveillance jammer. Wang Weili is the villain who attacked and tortured Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiwan. He is not very interested in the lives of the ignorant Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiwan. His target has always been Lin Wei. He attacked Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiwan in order to lead Lin Wei to Luyuan Star, where he can move more conveniently. Of course, to a certain extent, it is also to vent his anger. The fat man concealed the fact that Lin Fay was arrested for too long. When he reported everything to Scar and Scar reported it to him, it was too late. The cloud and mist sales chain that he had been operating for many years was destroyed overnight. This was nothing to Wang Weili, who had experienced ups and downs for half his life. He only needed to hide for a while and reconnect all the relationship networks to start over. However, Wang Weili no longer had the idea of starting over. All he had in mind was revenge for his dead daughter Shirui. The crackdown by the Law Enforcement Bureau came suddenly, leaving Wang Weili no time to move his seriously ill daughter Shirui. Shirui died, taking away all of Wang Weili's energy. He couldn't move the captured Lin Fay for the time being, otherwise he would make Lin Fay feel what it meant to be unable to live or die. However, he had already found a connection and greeted several old friends on the mining planet, where Lin Fay was exiled for labor reform. He would never let Lin Fay live too comfortably, including Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiwan, and spared their lives, but he didn't intend to let them go so easily. Play slowly. Lin Wei was the initiator of all this, and Wang Weili deliberately wanted her life, but now, he could only watch Lin Wei being pushed into the car. Wang Weili was filled with anger. In the scope, the man who appeared with Lin Wei seemed to be looking around, and did not get into the car immediately. The sniping angle was still not good. Wang Wei used the tip of his tongue to push his cheek, and the wooden hatch moved slightly with the man who appeared and disappeared in the scope. Lin Wei, who was pushed into the car, looked at Bai Yi, who did not get into the car immediately beside the car door. "What are you looking at?" Bai Yi retracted his gaze. "Nothing." He got into the car with a long leg. On a tall building in the distance, Wang Weili put away the laser sniper, and his anger was so strong that his narrow eyes were full of bloodshot. Just now, Wang Weili was about to pull the trigger, but he noticed an inconspicuous accessory on the man in the scope. He recognized that thing, the intelligent magnetic field shield, also called the life-saving shield, which can scan all dangerous factors close to the wearer and pop up protection in time. If he had pulled the trigger just now, he would have failed to hurt the man, but instead exposed himself. At the same time, the metal door leading to the rooftop where Wang Weili was opened. A middle-aged man rushed to Wang Weili, and seeing that he did not seem to have done anything, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't even think about touching the girl. The one who came with her is Bai Yi from Green Source Biology." "Bai Yi? Green Source?" Wang Weili recalled the appearance of the man he had seen in the scope just now. The middle-aged man saw that he did not know the seriousness of the matter and said, "Don't mess around. Green Source Biology is not what it used to be. If you touch Bai Yi, I'm afraid even the head of the association can't save you." At this point, the middle-aged man changed his tone and said, "The head of the association is very worried about you. You should leave with me quickly. When the storm is over, you can come back and start over." Wang Weili sneered, "Worried about me? Are you worried about him, or the network of relationships he has in his hands?" He thought he knew what kind of person that adult was. "I said, I won't leave." Wang Weili said coldly, "Tell your leader that I will give him what he wants, so now you get out." In the car, Lin Wei was surprised to find that Bai Yi was actually in a daze. This is obviously a rare sight for the chairman of Green Source, who always has something to do, and seems to be always busy. Lin Wei secretly glanced at Bai Yi's angular profile, silently calculating the time in her heart. She wanted to see how long Bai Yi would be in a daze. At this time, Bai Yi was thinking and analyzing in his mind. Did he think too much? Lin Wei asked him to help investigate Lin Wei. Not only did he ask his subordinates to investigate on the spot, he also retrieved Lin Wei's personal files through special permissions. As a result, Bai Yi learned about the poisoning case. It turned out that Lin Wei's leg disability was not caused by an accidental illness, but by poisoning by his brother. Lin Wei had never taken the initiative to tell him about this matter, and he restrained himself from asking more questions. But Bai Yi looked at the records and thought that if he had known Lin Wei earlier and knew these things earlier, he would have been able to help Lin Wei more. After learning about the poisoning case, Bai Yi naturally saw another related new addicted drug case. In connection with the sudden attack on Zhang Shuan and Lin Wei, Bai Yi's understanding of this case was probably better than that of the two victims themselves. He learned from his subordinates, who were secretly investigating, that the injuries on Zhang Shuan and Lin Wei were not fatal, and nothing was lost in the Lin family. This can rule out burglary and intentional murder. In addition, Bai Yi also learned that the Lichengxing Law Enforcement Bureau has no clues about the criminal so far. He is like a transparent person. The surveillance outside the Lin family and the surveillance on the street can't find any suspicious people. From this, it can be seen that the other party is experienced in committing crimes and is at least a habitual offender, or the S-level wanted order flashed before Bai Yi's eyes. Yes, Bai Yi suspected that the attack on Zhang Shuan and Lin Wei was not simple, and it was very likely a revenge plot. Because of this, he had to accompany Lin Wei on this trip. But now it seems that everything is calm. Maybe he was worrying too much. Think about Zhang Shuan and Lin Wei's two mouths. It's not surprising that they got into trouble without knowing it. Bai Yi came back to his senses, turned his head, and happened to meet Lin Wei, who was observing him in a daze. Lin Wei coughed dryly, her eyes wandering awkwardly. She just happened to see an accessory on Bai Yi's chest from the corner of her eye, and she casually praised, "Hey, your accessory is pretty good looking." In fact, the accessory was ordinary in shape and color, similar to Bai Yi's clothes. If it weren't for the unique reflection of metal, it would almost blend into Bai Yi's clothes. Bai Yi followed her line of sight and looked at his collar, explaining to Lin Wei, "This is not an accessory, it's a smart magnetic field shield." Lin Wei was stunned by Bai Yi's popular science on the smart magnetic field shield. When you encounter danger, it will pop up automatically. Is it so good? Lin Wei didn't think it was strange that Bai Yi wore this for self-defense. There are thousands of accidents, and it's good to be prepared before they happen. Lin Wei even thought that she would have to buy one in the future. It was a good thing. What Lin Wei didn't know was that Bai Yi had secretly installed an intelligent magnetic field shield on her wheelchair. Bai Yi didn't tell Lin Wei, mainly because his speculation about Wang Weili's revenge may not be correct. Telling Lin Wei would only make Lin Wei think more and even worry. Boarding the private spaceship, it was another 28-hour-long flight. Lin Wei was in a good mood all the time. Even if the spaceship encountered air turbulence shortly after takeoff, it couldn't break the faint smile on Lin Wei's face. Undoubtedly, the entangled relationship with the Lin family has always been a knot in Lin Wei's heart. Now that the knot has finally been untied, she is completely free and completely belongs to herself. How can Lin Wei not be happy? At this time, Lin Wei leaned against the soft and comfortable chair back and tilted her head to look at Bai Yi. She wanted to confess to Bai Yi now about her plug-in for growing flowers, grass, fruits, and vegetables. In fact, even if she didn't say it, her various behaviors in the selection of radish seeds alone were already considered to be confessing to Bai Yi. There was only one last step left, which was to make it clear in words. Lin Wei had actually thought about it before. After her relationship with the Lin family was over, she would no longer hide it in front of Bai Yi. After all, based on the time she spent with Bai Yi, she also saw clearly that Bai Yi was a person of character and was trustworthy. And they happened to have similar dreams and the same goals. But how to start? You can't just say dryly, "Hey, Bai Yi, I have a magical plug-in," and she also had some things that she didn't understand, and wanted to ask Bai Yi about it. After thinking for a while, Lin Wei called out softly, "Bai Yi." Bai Yi looked up from the electronic document and looked at Lin Wei with a questioning look. "I heard from the researchers that after the radish breeding is completed, there will be no fruit and vegetable seeds to breed, right?" Bai Yi nodded and said, "The seed hunters should be back soon. It depends on whether there are any usable seeds among the seeds they bring back." Lin Wei asked, "What if there are none? Will the seed hunters go to collect them again?" "I feel that their seed collection cycle is quite long. It is not clear when the seed hunters will set off, but Lin Wei has been working at Green Source for some time, and at least the seed hunters have been out during this period." Bai Yi said, "Even if there are no usable seeds, the seed hunters need to rest for a while and replenish supplies before setting off again." After a pause, Bai Yi patiently gave Lin Wei a popular science lesson. The alien star islands that can collect seeds are usually outside the gyre layer. It takes time to go back and forth, and it is not easy to collect seeds, so usually the seed hunters go out to collect them once every 2 to 3 months. Lin Wei learned from this. She asked tentatively, "Bai Yi, have you been to Alien Plant Star Island?" "Yes." Lin Wei asked again, "What is it like there? Is it dangerous?" The videos about Alien Plant Star Island on the internet are very blurry, and the camera is usually very close, so you can't see the surrounding environment clearly. Bai Yi didn't answer immediately, but stared at Lin Wei without blinking. Lin Wei probably didn't know that in Bai Yi's eyes, her face almost directly wrote, "I really want to go to Alien Plant Star Island to take a look." Lin Wei felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and subconsciously touched her face. "What's wrong?" Bai Yi suppressed his smile and said, "If you take proper measures, follow the instructions, and don't run around randomly, the risk factor is within controllable range." Then, without waiting for Lin Wei to speak again, Bai Yi said, "If you are not afraid of the hardship of the journey and those strange plants, I will make arrangements when the seed hunters come back this time, and we can go next time." Lin Wei was delighted when she heard it, and declared like a child, "I'm not afraid of anything, I want to go." Lin Wei really wanted to go to the Alien Plant Star Island in person. After all, those seed hunters seemed to only bring back seeds, and many flowers, plants, fruits and vegetables that Lin Wei knew might not only rely on seeds to reproduce. She could certainly teach the seed hunters not to just collect seeds, but also to break off some branches or bring back some leaves. But in the end, it was still not as good as her going in person. She had a plug-in that could see the vitality status bar of the seeds, and quickly distinguish between live and dead seeds. For some small seeds that might be ignored by seed hunters, she could also use the plug-in to find them in time. Thinking of this, Lin Wei became more and more eager to go to the alien plant Xingyu. Bai Yi looked at the smile on Lin Wei's face, and the childishness she inadvertently revealed, and couldn't help but laugh along, and kept the matter of going to the alien plant Xingyu firmly in his mind. After a long while, Lin Wei realized that her performance just now seemed a little forgetful. But fortunately, no one else saw it except Bai Yi. The 4 bodyguards were all in another cabin. Lin Wei found that she seemed to be less and less scruples in front of Bai Yi. Is this a good sign? At least, it's not bad. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wei casually said, "Bai Yi, you know I have a secret, right?" Bai Yi looked at her gently without saying anything. Lin Wei slowly said, "I'm going to tell you." Bai Yi's breathing stagnated slightly. "I tell you when I get back," Lin Wei said, "but before that, you have to answer a question for me." Bai Yi looked calm. "You ask?" The sound of shallow breathing lingered between the two. Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi. "You once said that you and I have similar dreams. If so, why does Luyuan only breed vegetables, and not have any research related to flower and potted plants? If it is because you want to focus on one and temporarily give up another, then Luyuan's research center is so large, and the research projects included are not only vegetable breeding, but also many other science and technology industries. Why did you give up the research on flower and potted plants?" Lin Wei herself couldn't figure it out, so she chose to ask Bai Yi directly. She didn't think Bai Yi had any prejudice against potted plants. When Bai Yi saw the 3 potted plants she lent him, his eyes showed clear appreciation and love. That can't be fate. Lin Wei wondered if Bai Yi had any unspeakable secrets. Bai Yi's answer was far beyond Lin Wei's expectations. Bai Yi said in a light tone, "Because I promised my mother. I made an agreement with her that I would not touch the research related to potted plants before completing the breeding of 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables." Hearing this answer, Lin Wei opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say for a while. The cabin was silent for a moment. "Why?" Lin Wei finally couldn't help asking out of curiosity. She never thought that the answer would be like this. "Because of my father," Bai Yi said openly. "When my father was alive, he devoted himself to the selection and breeding of flower and plant potted plants. He failed again and again until he died. My mother probably attributed my father's early death to his stubbornness in the study of flower and plant potted plants. She saw that I had the same ambition as my father and was worried that I would follow my father's old path, so she made such an agreement with me." Chapter 60. When Bai Yi talked about his father, there was nostalgia and admiration in his eyes, which was unfamiliar to Lin Wei, who had hardly experienced the love of her parents. Although Lin Wei could not empathize with Bai Yi, she was not emotionally deficient. She could clearly feel the fluctuations of Bai Yi's emotions, and therefore could understand the regret for the early death of her relatives in Bai Yi's words. "Sorry." Because of his curiosity, Bai Yi recalled the pain of his father's early death. Lin Wei still remembered when she first came here. She didn't know Bai Yi at that time, and she accidentally saw the gossip about Luyuan on the internet. It seemed that Luyuan had been defeated because the former chairman was involved in some vicious incident. Lin Wei only read it as gossip at the time, so she can't remember the specific content now. "I only remember that I seemed to have searched for that vicious incident, but unfortunately I didn't find anything." Undoubtedly, Lin Wei didn't have any malicious intentions at the time. She was just an ignorant bystander. But now, facing Bai Yi, listening to his description of his father, a man who dedicated his entire life to the study of flowers and potted plants, a man worthy of respect, Lin Wei unconsciously felt a little guilty. So this apology also included Lin Wei's apology for his previous unscrupulous gossip mentality. Bai Yi shook his head, saying that he didn't mind talking about his father who died young. "My father was doing what he wanted to do when he was alive. Maybe he had regrets, but I think he didn't regret it. His life was short, but because it was full of his own ambitions, it was also complete." Lin Wei stared at Bai Yi, who said this, feeling a little emotional. "Yes, the completeness and perfection of life never depend on its length, but on what you have done and what you have gained during this period. It is true that Bai Yi's father, the former chairman of Luyuan, failed in the breeding of potted flowers and plants, but your father successfully bred the first vegetable and the first fruit for Luyuan. This is a good start for Luyuan's subsequent fruit and vegetable breeding. The first vegetable, 3-leaf, and the first fruit, Gala, were all bred by Bai Yi's father, which is well known in Luyuan." Bai Yi's face was proud of his father's research results. He nodded and said, "Yes, the research records left by my father have helped me and the research team a lot." Research records? Lin Wei was a little helpless, and she was even a little annoyed with herself. How could she shift her attention to the research records when talking to Bai Yi about his father who died young? This shouldn't be the case. But Lin Wei really cares about the research records of his father mentioned by Bai Yi. The plants in this world, whether flowers and potted plants or fruits and vegetables, have become special and wonderful because of mutation, which often confuses Lin Wei. Before this, the only thing Lin Wei could rely on when encountering problems was his plug-in, his knowledge of plants in the past world, and searching on the internet. Of course, Lin Wei no longer wants to mention the credibility of the last item. Lin Wei has been suffering from irresponsible rumors on the internet for a long time. Hesitantly, Lin Wei was about to ask Bai Yi about his father's research records, but he saw Bai Yi open the holographic screen of the communicator on his wrist, lowered his head and operated it, as if he was going to start looking at his work electronic documents again. Lin Wei's words froze at her lips. Her own communicator vibrated at this moment. Meeting Bai Yi's gentle gaze, Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat for what she had sensed, and she immediately turned on the communicator to check. Sure enough, Bai Yi had sent her a message. There were a total of 4 electronic documents, with the titles of alien plants, flowers and grasses, fruits and vegetables, and sorting summary. Bai Yi's voice came to her ears. The first 3 electronic documents are my father's research records for many years. Some of the records are fragmentary, but the content is detailed. The last sorting summary is the summary I made after reading my father's records, as well as some of my own thoughts and judgments. Lin Wei was pleasantly surprised. When she heard Bai Yi's words, she only glanced at Bai Yi and quickly turned her gaze back. To be honest, Lin Wei really couldn't bear to move her eyes away from these 4 electronic documents. Although she hadn't started reading them yet, Lin Wei was convinced that after reading these 4 electronic documents, she would definitely have a completely new understanding of the special plants in this world. I'm going to start reading now. Take a deep breath, Lin Wei announced very solemnly. Bai Yi said with a smile in his eyes, Okay, then I won't bother you. The moment before clicking on the electronic document, Lin Wei realized that this confession to Bai Yi, which she started, was also Bai Yi's confession to her. Thinking of this, Lin Wei couldn't help but bow her head and curl her lips. In the following time, the return journey that should have been boring and long for Lin Wei became lively and interesting with the company of studying and recording text. Lin Wei did not click on the electronic documents in the order that Bai Yi sent them to her. She first clicked on the summary written by Bai Yi himself, which seemed to have the least number of pages. Just like reading an outline, Lin Wei read the summary from beginning to end, and then he had a clear idea in his mind, and then he clicked on the other 3 documents in order. As Bai Yi said, his father's research records were fragmentary, because in Lin Wei's opinion, it was more like Bai Yi's father's observation diary of alien plants, flowers, plants and fruits and vegetables. For example, the electronic document named Alien Plants records the nearly 1,000 field investigations of a specific alien plant star island that Bai Yi's father spent 7 or 8 years on. From the novelty and confusion of the first visit to the alien plant star island with the seed hunter, the thrill of encountering an alien plant attack and escaping death, the accidental injury, the sudden attack of hypoxia during observation, to the later familiarity with the terrain and habits of the alien plant star island. Lin Wei suddenly understood Bai Yi's mother's worries. If she saw such a diary, and saw the most important person in her life encounter so many dangers, she would probably find it difficult to remain calm. But it is not difficult to see from the words of Bai Yi's father that he enjoys all this, and he has no regrets even if he is in danger. And his determination is obviously not in vain. Lin Wei once saw the reason for the emergence of flower and grass-potted plants on the internet, saying that it is because foreign plants also need green oxygen, so quality flowers and plants that release green oxygen have been derived. But Bai Yi's father did not think so through his own observations, or to be more precise, he believed that green oxygen was only one of the reasons for the emergence of quality flowers and plants. He felt that the biggest reason for the emergence of quality flowers and plants was that foreign plants had breeding problems in the evolution of nearly 10,000 years. Lin Wei learned from Bai Yi's father's alien plant observation diary. For this world with highly developed technology and no shortage of cutting-edge weapons, the horror of alien plants lies mainly in their infinite regeneration ability. In other words, even if you kill it with cutting-edge weapons, as long as it has a little fragment left, it can regenerate immediately, and usually the more seriously injured it is, the faster it regenerates, which is completely contrary to conventional cognition. When Lin Wei saw this, he frowned slightly. If only a little fragment is needed for alien plants to regenerate and survive, then how can they have breeding problems? With such doubts, Lin Wei continued to read on. Soon, Lin Wei saw the answer he wanted. Maternal consciousness. This is undoubtedly a concept created by Bai Yi's father. What is maternal consciousness? Bai Yi's father explained that even if the mutant plant becomes countless fragments, only the largest and most complete one can make it regenerate. When one of the fragments begins to regenerate, it becomes the mother plant, and the moment it grows to maturity, the other fragments will immediately become inactive. At that moment, the 2 dead branches of Iris 3 suddenly popped up in Lin Wei's mind. Could it be the so-called maternal consciousness at work? What's more, all potted plants below the superior grade that cannot reproduce normally may be due to the shackles of maternal consciousness. This cognition made Lin Wei gasp. She suddenly noticed that because she was too excited, her fingers were trembling slightly when she flipped through the electronic documents. Perhaps it was because of the maternal consciousness, or it could be because of the over-the-top regeneration ability. Baiye's father could not make a complete judgment, but he was sure that there were some problems in the breeding of the alien plants. He was watching a bunch of strange plants. In Baiye's father's opinion, judging from their appearance and attack methods, most of them should belong to the same category. One day many years ago, while watching the strange plants, Baiye's father was surprised to find that one of the most active and aggressive plants suddenly withered and died. He was puzzled. After several days of sleepless observation, Baiye's father saw a strange sight. Green leaves grew at the roots of the dead plant. They were new, healthy leaves of flowers and plants. Baiye's father wrote in his diary, "The moment I saw the tender leaves, I even forgot my instinctive breathing, and my mind seemed to suddenly become clear." Seeing this, Lin Wei thought of a strange fish in the sea in the world where she lived in the past. This kind of fish, when its group cannot reproduce due to gender imbalance, for example, the entire group is all male fish, then at this time, one or more of them will spontaneously change their gender to take on the responsibility of group reproduction. Undoubtedly, this is what Baiye's father wanted to express. There was a problem with the breeding of the alien plants, so in order to continue the group, some of the alien plants directly committed suicide and started over with their regeneration ability. Lin Wei thought, perhaps at the moment when the alien plants committed suicide and were reborn, they also had a choice, just like the options of plant metamorphosis and animal metamorphosis when potted plants mutated. In order to continue the group, they went against their nature and took the initiative to choose plant metamorphosis. Perhaps because of their strength during the alien plant period, they can directly break through the bottleneck moment of the late metamorphosis without the blessing of any key items. That's right, according to the observation of Baiye's father, almost all the flowers and plants in the wild are of high quality. Lin Wei closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, the reason why the high-quality flowers and plants in this world appeared, or the meaning of their existence, was deciphered by Lin Wei. Lin Wei then looked at the electronic document called Flowers and Plants. If the electronic document of alien plants is the observation diary of Baiye's father, then the electronic document of flowers and plants is the daily experimental record of Baiye's father on the selection and breeding of flowers and plants. Failure again and again, no clue, no way. Lin Wei looked at one section of experimental records after another, because there were many professional terms related to genes in between, Lin Wei could not fully understand. Even so, Lin Wei still felt numb and felt shocked and depressed. No matter how enthusiastic you are, it will be cooled by endless failures. Baiye's father never gave up, but at some stages, he would feel frustrated and depressed. From some of the records, we can see that he didn't want to give up, but he really had no idea what to do when faced with the flowers and plants that seemed to be born to rebel. Here, Baiye's father called the difficulty of breeding flowers and plants as born to rebel, and compared it with the successful breeding of fruits and vegetables. In Baiye's father's records, fruits and vegetables were just an accidental discovery when he was young while squatting and observing foreign plants and flowers and plants. At first, he thought that fruits and vegetables were the same as flowers and plants, but soon the characteristics of fruits and vegetables that almost did not produce green oxygen separated them from flowers and plants. On the foreign plant star island, the growing places of fruits and vegetables are also clearly separated from flowers and plants. Flowers and plants are heavily protected by foreign plants, while fruits and vegetables are like lonely and isolated little pitiful things. They basically grow in some inconspicuous corners, and their number is very rare. Baiye's father was obsessed with flowers and plants at that time. After discovering the difference between fruits and vegetables and flowers and plants, although he was somewhat interested in fruits and vegetables, he was more attracted to flowers and plants that could produce green oxygen that was beneficial to humans. Later, the breeding of flowers and plants continued to fail, and Baiye's father's health deteriorated. Finally, he had to stop his work and receive treatment. At that time, Baiye's father probably realized that he would never be able to complete the breeding of flowers and plants in his lifetime. While Baiye's father was receiving treatment, a free scientific expedition team in Heilongjiang claimed that they had discovered a piece of ancient video data. They restored the video data and posted it on Heilongjiang Star Network, and it was moved to the Star Federation's Sky Network by netizens who were willing to share. Baiye's father, who was recuperating at the time, happened to see the video data. Even if the video data from tens of millions of years ago is restored with the best technology, the picture is still blurry. But the ancestors in the picture were eating, which was still clear. Baiye's father distinguished the food that the ancestors ate, like green leaves and red fruits. Not long after that video material was officially identified as a false synthesis by Luyuan 2, and the entire star network was deleted. Even the Star Federation Sky Network was not spared. But Bai Ye's father did not think it was false. There was no other reason. The blurred red fruit in the picture made Bai Ye's father feel very familiar. That was the first fruit tree he saw on the alien star island, and the first fruit he successfully bred later, the gala fruit. He sent gala fruit and some fruits and vegetables found later on the alien star island to professional institutions for relevant nutritional analysis, and then found that the nutrition brought by eating fruits and vegetables to people may not be as direct as the nourishment of green oxygen to their lungs and respiratory tract. But long-term consumption of fruits and vegetables can indeed improve people's physical fitness and prevent the onset of hypoxia. In other words, eating fruits and vegetables, like breathing green oxygen, can subtly bring benefits to people's bodies. At this point, Bai Ye's father began to breed fruits and vegetables. Compared with the fruitless breeding of flowers and plants after years of hard work, the breeding of fruits and vegetables can be said to be unusually smooth for Bai Ye's father. I found that there is a piece of data with similar rules in their genes, which is like a lock. When you find the correct answer, the lock will immediately lock it and pass on the correct answer from generation to generation. It's just a pity that I have never been able to find that lock in the genes of flowers and plants. There is no annotation for this sentence of Bai Ye's father, and Lin Wei is a little confused. She opened the summary written by Bai Ye again and compared them. Bai Ye's research on fruits and vegetables is undoubtedly in the same vein as his father. After Lin Wei read Bai Ye's summary again, she understood. They found a series of similar sequence fragments in the genetic data of fruits and vegetables. Both Bai Ye's father and Bai Ye himself guessed that this was a mark. The two believed that the ancestors must have carried out targeted cultivation of fruits and vegetables, and left a mark of domestication in their genes. And this mark of domestication is the key to the successful selection of fruits and vegetables. Lin Wei couldn't understand those overly complicated genetic instructions, so she used her own way to understand. Simply put, fruits and vegetables are like the cats and dogs raised by people in the world where she lived in the past. Cats and dogs may break free from the leash in their owner's hands because of momentary excitement or fright. However, when they have had enough fun and the things that frighten them have subsided, they will always want to return to their owners, because they have been raised and domesticated. Similarly, the fruits and vegetables in this world are the same. They were domesticated by their ancestors. Although they have mutated due to external forces, the domestication marks left by their ancestors in their genes have always been there. This makes them actively reverse their own mutated traits when the external environment reaches a certain condition, so that they can return to their original healthy state. This is probably the reason why fruits and vegetables that produce almost no green oxygen suddenly appear on the alien star island. Although most of the genes of fruits and vegetables after the active reversal of the mutant traits are still in an unstable state, through breeding, when the correct answer appears, the domestication mark will firmly lock it, so that its offspring can completely inherit the correct answer. And this characteristic is obviously not possessed by flowers and plants, which is why Bai Ye's father called flowers and plants born with rebellious bones. So do flowers and plants really not have this characteristic? Is it just that Bai Ye's father did not find it? Lin Wei's doubts are not groundless. After all, her excellent potted plants, Rose No. 2, Iris No. 2 and Gardenia, have now bred healthy offspring or divisions. Although the quality of these ramets has been degraded, at least none of them show signs of mutation. This means that they should have inherited the stable genes of the mother plant, right? Lin Wei thought again that the samples she listed were all propagated by ramets and cuttings. Perhaps it was because of this that they did not show signs of mutation. After all, they could not be considered as offspring in the true sense. Then when she returned, she would try to propagate offspring by sowing. It just so happened that the sunflower seeds of her excellent sunflower were about to mature. After reading all 4 electronic documents, Lin Wei turned off the holographic screen of the communicator, blinked her sore eyes, and then took a long breath. Her brain was filled with too much useful information at once, and it seemed that it could not function properly. Lin Wei shook her head a little dully. Then Lin Wei thought, somewhat out of place, that fruits and vegetables were trying so hard to reverse their mutations, and their ultimate goal seemed to be to return to the human table. Thinking of this, why did she feel a little sad for the fruits and vegetables? How could she eat fruits and vegetables in the future? Have you finished reading? Bai Ye's sudden voice interrupted Lin Wei's false sympathy for the fruits and vegetables. Only then did Lin Wei realize that the private spacecraft had landed steadily at some point. When did it land? I was so engrossed in reading that I didn't notice it. Lin Wei stood up a little embarrassedly, but because she maintained a posture for too long when reading the electronic document, and her right leg was not flexible, she staggered as if she had lost her center before she could stand firmly. Bai Yi held her arm with his hand, letting her stand firmly, and comforted her. "Don't worry, we just landed. An hour and a half ago can indeed be called just now." When they got off the spaceship, it was midnight on the capital planet. When they got on the business car and returned to the staff apartment, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. The research records of Bai Ye's father were so wonderful that Lin Wei didn't close her eyes at all during the 28-hour spaceship journey. In addition to the 3 hours on the car, and the previous flight to Luyuan Star to deal with the relationship, Lin Wei actually didn't sleep well. So, when Lin Wei returned to the door of the apartment, she could hardly open her eyelids. Because of lack of sleep, Lin Wei's body was already exhausted to the extreme, but her brain was still active because of the stimulation of various research records, and even clamored that she could continue to have fun. At least, she could complete her confession to Bai Yi. Opening the door of the apartment, the fresh air blowing in made Lin Wei's exhausted body a little more comfortable. She half-turned and invited Bai Yi, "Come and see my secret?" Bai Yi, who was about to open the door of his apartment, looked over when he heard the voice. The girl with blurry eyes had a slightly abnormal blush on her cheeks due to excessive lack of sleep and the stuffiness when she was wearing a mask, as if she was drunk. Bai Yi walked slowly to the girl, leaned slightly to look at the girl sitting in the wheelchair. "No, you have a good rest. We will see your secret tomorrow." The tone was as if he was coaxing Lin Wei, low but very gentle. Seeing that the girl's hair was a little messy, Bai Yi raised his hand, restrained himself from touching the girl's skin, and just used his fingers to gently pick up the hair behind the girl's ears. Lin Wei was about to fall asleep, and she nodded slowly with a slow reaction. Bai Yi stood at the door of her apartment, watching the nursing robot Misha gently push the girl, who was sleeping in the wheelchair with her head tilted into the house, and then reached out to close the door for them. Chapter 61. Lin Wei slept like a log. The moment she woke up and opened her eyes, she even felt a trance that she didn't know where she was. She still remembered that when she first came here, she was weak from the poisoning, and had all kinds of discomforts from hemiplegia. Every time before she closed her eyes and fell asleep, she would fantasize that everything in this world was just an absurd dream of hers when she woke up. Unfortunately, fantasy is just fantasy after all. Today, Lin Wei has accepted reality, and can face this world that is still a little strange to her calmly. Putting aside the strange thoughts in her mind, Lin Wei stretched and got up. She didn't forget that she hadn't finished her confession to Bai Yi yet. Bai Yi went to the Green Source headquarters to deal with the crackdown on bad vendors selling dead seeds. As soon as Lin Wei walked out of the bedroom, Misha told her the news and handed her the communicator. Lin Wei, who was still a little confused after sleeping too much, realized it later. She said something seemed to be missing, and it turned out that the communicator was not on her wrist. Misha said, "Mr. Bai Yi said you need to sleep, so he asked me to keep your communicator for you. Unless there is an urgent message or communication, I will not disturb you." Lin Wei nodded, took the communicator and buckled it on his wrist, then looked at Misha with a smile, and asked in a fake way, "Didn't Misha say that she would only listen to me? Why do you follow Mr. Bai Yi's words now?" The wave pattern on Misha's head, which represents emotions, showed a small fluctuation. "I scanned your physical condition at the time, and you were indeed very tired and needed enough sleep." "Lin Wei, are you angry?" She is an intelligent nursing robot with emotional feedback. She can vaguely feel Lin Wei's emotional fluctuations. It doesn't seem like she is angry, but she scanned the expression on Lin Wei's face, and it seemed that there were some signs of anger. Lin Wei wanted to tease Misha again, but seeing that the waves on her head were almost turning into an electrocardiogram, she put away the unhappy expression on her face, curved her eyebrows, and said, "I am kidding you. Misha is so nice. How can I be angry with Misha?" Misha's electrocardiogram reached a peak because of Lin Wei's words, and finally calmed down. Lin Wei went forward and gave Misha a hug. She and Misha hadn't seen each other for almost 3 days on this trip to Luyuan Star. Lin Wei checked the communicator. There were no missed calls, but there were a few unread messages. Bai Yi sent her a message. The content was almost the same as what he told Misha, with only one extra dot. That was the time he would come back. He said he would try to come back before dark. In other words, Lin Wei's confession would be postponed to the evening again. Lin Wei didn't feel. She felt that she would become exhausted again and again because of this, and she was a little worried about Bai Yi's health. After accompanying her on a trip to Luyuan Star, Bai Yi didn't sleep much during the trip, just like her. Now she was well slept, but Bai Yi, from the time he sent the message, could tell that he had gone to work early in the morning. Don't get too tired to have hypoxia again, so Lin Wei sent a message to Bai Yi, asking him to combine work and rest, and not to exhaust himself, and she would wait for him to come back in the apartment. After the message was sent, Lin Wei realized that the content of her message was a bit too intimate and ambiguous. Especially the last sentence, "I wait for you in the apartment." Lin Wei felt something was wrong the more she read it. Her ears were a little hot, and she was about to move her fingers to withdraw the message. But it was too late. Bai Yi replied he had seen it. Okay. Bai Yi's reply was still his usual conciseness, which made Lin Wei, who was almost digging her toes into the ground in embarrassment, feel a little relieved. Looking at the message she sent again, it seemed that there was nothing abnormal. She was waiting for Bai Yi to come back in the apartment to complete the confession. Lin Wei slapped her head and warned herself not to think about it. She and Bai Yi are now serious and like-minded partners. The atmosphere in the meeting room of the Green Source headquarters was solemn at that time. Green Source's legal department is not a decoration. In recent years, they have never stopped cracking down on the gray industry chain of dead seed sales. But what is frustrating is that those illegal vendors with large industrial scales can be directly reported to the Law Enforcement Bureau for handling. What they are most afraid of is the small vendors. It takes time and effort to investigate them, but they will just clear out the dead seeds in their hands, or close the store, or report to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and at most they will be criticized and educated plus a small fine. Once the storm is over, they can continue to open stores and sell dead seeds, completely unaffected, just like the indestructible Cuomo, who will continue to thrive. And what Mr. Bai Yi proposed this time is that they should clean up this gray industry chain from top to bottom. The Law Enforcement Bureau and the major sales platforms of Tianwang will jointly launch investigations and crackdowns. This workload is not small. The meeting had lasted for more than 2 hours without a break, and all the participants were a little tired. The Minister of Justice was reporting the recent work progress to Bai Yi and all the participants. The buzzing sound of the communicator suddenly sounded. Everyone looked at each other with doubts on their faces. Before entering the meeting room, they had temporarily turned off their communicators in accordance with regulations. Bai Yi raised his hand and signaled to everyone that it was his communicator that disturbed the meeting. The participants did not show it on their faces, but they were a little surprised in their hearts. You know, before this, they had never heard Mr. Bai Yi's communicator vibrate during working hours. What surprised them even more was that Mr. Bai Yi not only did not turn off the vibrating communicator, but also operated to open the holographic screen to check, and seemed to have replied. Everyone thought that if a workaholic like Mr. Bai Yi could wait and reply to a message without turning off his communicator during working hours, it must be very important to Green Source, right? Maybe it was related to the life and death of Green Source. Bai Yi didn't know what everyone was thinking. After turning off the communicator, he looked up at everyone. Because he was in a good mood, his eyes were no longer as serious as before, and his tone was much more relaxed than before. He said, "I violated the company's regulations, and did not turn off my communicator before entering the meeting room. This is a punishment for me, and a reward for your hard work during this period. I will ask the Supermanager AI to take out 2% of my personal year-end income, and give it to everyone here as a bonus." The sudden windfall instantly shocked everyone in the meeting room. Don't underestimate this 2% year-end income. If it were the year-end income of an ordinary working class, or a small company owner, it would not be enough. But now this 2% year-end income belongs to Mr. Bai Yi. Even if we put aside Green Source and its subsidiaries, the year-end income settled by Mr. Bai Yi's private Xingyu every year is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Back to Lin Wei. In addition to Bai Yi, the person in charge of the breeding base, Jiang'an, Yanlini and Qiao also sent messages to Lin Wei. The messages sent by the person in charge, Jiang'an and Yanlini, basically had the same content, asking Lin Wei when she would return to the breeding base to work. Lin Wei glanced at the sky outside the French window. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She didn't expect that a trip to Luyuan Star would make her miss 4 days of work. "I don't know how much salary will be deducted," Lin Wei replied to the 3 people separately. "If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to go to work tomorrow." Lin Wei first sent a message to Qiao, and then made a voice call to her to make sure she was free. The 2 girls had not had a good chat for a while, because of their respective careers. Qiao was still filming in the crew, so she told Lin Wei about some interesting things that happened in the crew during the filming. Lin Wei could tell from her tone that Qiao got along well with the other people in the crew. There might be some minor frictions occasionally, but doing what you like is always happy. Lin Wei also told Qiao that she had severed her relationship with the Lin family. Xiao Xiao was happy for her to be able to get out of such a bad family, but she was also worried about her being alone. But Xiao Xiao did not express her worries, and only said, "I will go to play with you after I finish filming." The best solution for Lin Wei being lonely is, of course, to accompany her as much as possible. After hanging up the voice call with Xiao Xiao, Lin Wei smiled warmly. It is a rare luck to meet the lovely and kind Xiao Xiao at the beginning of coming to this world. After 3 or 4 days of not seeing each other, the flowers and plants on Lin Wei's terrace have grown up, whether they grow vertically or horizontally. Obviously, Misha took good care of them during the time when Lin Wei was away. Misha has a strong ability to learn and imitate. Because she has always been by Lin Wei's side, she has memorized all the details of Lin Wei's care of flowers, plants, fruits and vegetables. Seeing this, Lin Wei looked satisfied, thinking that this time it was a pre-rehearsal. Later, if she could really go to Alien Star Island and not come back for 2 or 3 months, with Misha watching over the house, she would not have any worries. The only problem now was, Lin Wei set his sights on Mao Mao, who was so happy about her return that he almost twisted himself into a dough. From Misha, Lin Wei learned that Mao Mao had attacked Misha for 3 days when she was away for 3 days. Even if Misha tried not to get close to Mao Mao, and watered and sprayed Mao Mao with nutrients by extending her mechanical arm, Mao Mao would still attack its mechanical arm. Misha showed Lin Wei her mechanical arm that was attacked by Mao Mao, and Lin Wei saw some pits and bumps on it, as well as almost invisible burn marks at the bottom of the pits. It was clear that Mao Mao's attack on Misha would not leave any marks before. Obviously, Mao Mao's attack power is getting stronger as it grows. Or maybe, Mao Mao's attack power is very strong, but it didn't show it when Lin Wei was there. This is difficult. Lin Wei sighed in her heart. Mao Mao has messed up Misha's mechanical arm in just 3 days of her absence. If she goes to Alien Plant Star Island and doesn't come back for 2 or 3 months, Misha will be dismantled by it. Lin Wei glared at Mao Mao's expression pack in annoyance. The yellow-faced dwarf horse was facing a non-existent air wall, and his face was deformed, with an innocent and flattering expression. Lin Wei sighed helplessly, and gently touched Mao Mao's leaves, which were becoming more and more strange in texture. What should I do with you? The next day, Lin Wei arrived at the breeding base on time to punch in for work. When the growers saw Lin Wei, they immediately came forward to greet him enthusiastically. Consultant Lin, good morning. Good morning, Consultant Lin. Consultant Lin, you're here. I haven't seen you for a few days. No matter who greeted her, Lin Wei smiled and nodded in response. Controlling the wheelchair, Lin Wei shuttled through the enthusiasm of the planters, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. Hey, have you noticed that Consultant Lin seems a little different today? Now that you put it like that, it seems a little, but I can't put my finger on it. I feel like Consultant Lin has become prettier after taking a few days off. Yes, and she looks especially pretty when she smiles. Lin Wei didn't hear the planter's comments. If she had heard them, she would have told them bluntly that it wasn't that she became prettier after taking a leave, but that she was in a good mood today and put on some light makeup before going out. As for why Lin Wei was in such a good mood, it all started with Lin Wei's confession to Bai Yi last night. Yesterday, Bai Yi returned to the apartment before dark as he had promised, and Lin Wei welcomed him indirectly. Lin Wei still clearly remembers the shock on Bai Yi's face when he saw the potted plants on her terrace. Bai Yi rarely showed his emotions, so his shocked face last night was particularly strange. Lin Wei almost couldn't help but take a picture of him with the camera of the communicator. Fortunately, she was smart. If she took a picture in person, it would be embarrassing if Bai Yi found out. So Lin Wei waited until Bai Yi left before she went to Misha to retrieve the surveillance footage, and took a few screenshots of Bai Yi's shocked face from different angles as a souvenir. Lin Wei confessed to Bai Yi her ability to see the needs of plants, and told him the contents of the 2 option boxes that would appear when flowers and plants mutated, and the orange status bar that would briefly appear when fruit and vegetable seeds left the reverse electromagnetic storm. Bai Yi pondered for a long time after hearing this, but in the end, he said nothing. Even though his burning eyes full of desire, when he looked at Lin Wei, and all the flowers and plants were almost scalding, he finally restrained himself. Lin Wei understood him. Bai Yi was keeping his promise to his mother. In this confession, Lin Wei and Bai Yi talked a lot. If Lin Wei hadn't thought that Bai Yi hadn't slept well for several days, they would probably have talked all night. When sending Bai Yi out, Lin Wei didn't forget to remind him, after you go back, take a shower and go to bed quickly, be careful of hypoxia recurring. Okay. Bai Yi's eyes were still lingering in Lin Wei's room. Seeing his reluctant look, Lin Wei thought for a moment and asked, Did you and your mother agree to breed 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables? 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables each, or a total of 50 kinds? Bai Yi replied, a total of 50 kinds. Lin Wei calculated in his mind that radish was the 9th kind of vegetable and water red tomato was the 7th kind of fruit, which means 16 kinds of fruits and vegetables had been successfully bred. Even if the 3-leaf and gala fruit that Bai Yi's father successfully bred were excluded, there were already 14 kinds. Lin Wei had previously thought that Bai Yi and his mother had agreed to breed 50 kinds of fruits and vegetables each, which was quite troublesome. After all, 100 kinds of fruits and vegetables, even in the world where Lin Wei used to live, not to mention breeding, it was not easy for you to just go to the market and find all 100 kinds of fruits and vegetables. Lin Wei looked up at Bai Yi, who looked tired, and said in a relaxed tone, let's work together. As long as we breed another 30 kinds of fruits and vegetables, you will be able to lift the ban. It will be very soon. She could see the orange status bar of the seeds, which could help speed up the breeding process of Bai Yi and the researchers. The breeding of radishes was an example. Lin Wei thought that as long as she could find enough kinds of fruit and vegetable seeds, she would calculate it according to the breeding cycle of radishes. It would only take 30 kinds of fruits and vegetables. At most, 1 year, Bai Yi would definitely lift the ban. Facing Lin Wei's bold words, Bai Yi had a smile in his eyes, and the same ambition as Lin Wei. Well, let's work together. Lin Wei pulled back her thoughts from the memories of the confession bureau last night, moved her fingers away, and the wheelchair just stopped at the door of her breeding studio. Probably because she had a clear goal, Lin Wei found the reason for her good mood that had lasted from last night to now. With a goal, a direction to work towards, and companions to work with, isn't this worth celebrating? Anyway, Lin Wei is now full of energy. Chapter 62. Lin Wei had been gone for 4 days. She asked Misha to take care of the flowers, plants, fruits and vegetables at home, and entrusted the breeding fields at the base to Jiangyan and Yanlini. Hearing that Lin Wei had finally come to work, Jiangyan and Yanlini hurried to Lin Wei to take credit. Consultant Lin, how is it? We have taken good care of your breeding fields during your absence, right? Jiangyan said this, winked at Yanlini, and then the two of them pushed Lin Wei deeper into the breeding fields to Lin Wei's surprise. Lin Wei was helpless as she was pushed through the breeding fields. What are you doing? But then again, Jiangyan and Yanlini did take good care of her breeding fields. Lin Wei was pushed all the way, and watched all the way. The spinach on the left side of the field had already stretched out its leaf stems, and you could see layers of tiny flower buds dotted under the leaf axils. When Lin Wei was taking care of them herself, she had the habit of loosening the soil and spreading some wood ash on the spinach field every now and then. Jiangyan and Yanlini obviously took note of her actions. Lin Wei knew at a glance that the spinach field should have been soiled and fertilized yesterday. The spinach, which was carefully cared for, grew exceptionally tall and fluffy. Lin Wei estimated that the tallest spinach had a leaf stem that was about 1 meter high. It is not difficult to imagine that when these spinaches bloom, they will produce a considerable amount of seeds. Looking at the right side, the tomato trees that are connected in a row have both fruits and inflorescences. Lin Wei glanced at the inflorescence that was about to bloom to the top of the tomato tree. This should be the last round of inflorescences of this batch of tomato trees. Even if the tomato trees are carefully cared for, they will no longer look as vigorous and lush as they did at the beginning after having produced 2 rounds of harvests. But their new useless axillary buds were picked cleanly, which was obviously the result of Jiangyan and Yanlini's hard work. Going further in, you can see the shallots planted by Lin Wei. Scallions like moisture but cannot tolerate waterlogging, so it is particularly important to control the amount of water each time you water them, and you must water them frequently with small amounts of water. The shallots planted by Lin Wei have begun to tiller, and the single onion petals, when they were planted, have gradually grown into round onion bulbs again. The onion leaves on the onion bulbs have also changed from 1 or 2 pitiful ones to dense ones, each of which is distinctly green. Lin Wei looked at the scallions that were growing well, thinking that she could pick 2 handfuls to go home in the evening and make scallion scrambled eggs or scallion oil noodles, which are simple to make and taste good. Just as Lin Wei was thinking about the menu for the evening, the wheelchair suddenly stopped. Jiangyan and Yanlini pushed her to the innermost part of the breeding field. Here, Lin Wei planted yellow fruit saplings, which had been grafted and successfully bloomed. Jiangyan and Yanlin stood on both sides of Lin Wei's wheelchair, like 2 waiters, smiling and stretching out their arms, making a gesture of invitation to Lin Wei. Lin Wei was amused by these 2 funny guys, and looked over at their invitation. The main trunk of the 3-month-old yellow fruit saplings was only as thick as a thumb, and there were not many branches. Even if there were more branches originally, Lin Wei had cut them all off in order to increase the success rate of grafting, and to allow the successfully grafted branches to absorb more nutrients. Now, each yellow fruit sapling basically has a main trunk with a grafted branch of slightly inconsistent color extending obliquely. The leaves on the grafted branches are not lush, but they look healthy. Because the leaves are sparse, the immature fruits, that are not even the size of soybeans hanging under the leaves, are particularly eye-catching. Lin Wei reached out to a small fruit, almost touching it, as if cherishing it. When Jiangyan and Yanlin saw this, they winked at each other with some pride. Jiangyan said happily, "I haven't seen you for 4 days. Are you surprised?" "Hey, Consultant Lin?" Before he could show off, Jiangyan's face changed because of Lin Wei's sudden action, and Yanlin next to him also looked at Lin Wei with a puzzled look. It turned out that just now, Lin Wei picked the newly formed small yellow fruit. Before the shocked and confused two people could ask questions, Lin Wei explained, "Fruit trees that have just completed grafting are not suitable for fruiting. First, the grafted branches are not stable enough, and second, the rootstock plants are relatively young and have shallow roots. Fruiting requires a lot of nutrients, and premature fruiting may damage their roots." After hearing this, Jiangyan and Yanlin understood. Apart from anything else, the grafting alone seemed very magical to them. Especially after the bandage was removed, the grafted branches could still be firmly connected to the trunk. The yellow fruit grows fast. Don't look at the small one now. In 2 days, it will swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiangyan and Yanlin's idea was simple. Although the grafted branch was alive, it was not grown by the main trunk after all. If they were to bear the weight now, what if it fell off? Yanlin thought for a moment and said, "Then pick the others as well." Obviously, it wasn't just one grafted yellow fruit tree seedling that bore fruit. Seeing the two people picking fruits with bitter faces, Lin Wei comforted them. "I plan to ask the administrator for another breeding field to transplant these grafted Huangchengcheng fruit tree seedlings. After this round of transplanting, they should be able to bloom and bear fruit again. The fruits and vegetables in this world do not bloom and bear fruit according to the 4 seasons. Of course, this is probably related to the fact that the 4 seasons in this world are not distinct. Anyway, Lin Wei has not felt the changes of the 4 seasons for such a long time. In addition, fruits and vegetables are now planted in a temperature and humidity control planting shed. Even if there are changes in the 4 seasons outside, they can't feel it at all. For example, according to Lin Wei's observation, it takes about 2 months for the Huangchengcheng fruit tree to bloom and bear fruit until the fruit matures. After that, it will rest for a month, and then bloom and bear fruit again. In other words, a mature Huangchengcheng fruit tree can bloom and bear fruit up to 4 times a year. Of course, frequent flowering and fruiting doom the yellow fruit tree to produce a low yield at a time. Even if it was well taken care of, it could not reach the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, where the orange tree could produce a yield of less than 100 kilograms at a time. When Jiangyan and Yanlin heard that Lin Wei wanted to transplant the yellow fruit tree, they immediately raised their hands and actively signed up. "Remember to call us when the time comes, and we will help you transplant." The breeding field that Lin Wei asked the administrator for this time was much larger, second only to the mixed orchard. With such a large area, Lin Wei naturally could not use it to plant only 20 or so yellow fruit seedlings. Lin Wei found Bai Yi and told him his idea. "I want to use this breeding field as a trial field for everyone." "Try planting?" Bai Yi repeated in a low voice, waiting for Lin Wei's next words. The successful grafting of the yellow fruit tree not only gave Lin Wei confidence, but also made the growers, who saw her achievement, more active. Lin Wei had thought before that she had to get everyone to work together. It was not that she had to produce any results, but mainly to stimulate everyone's brains and let the growers no longer stick to the old way of planting fruits and vegetables by sowing. One person's power is limited, and Lin Wei knew this very well. She had a plug-in and experience in fruit and vegetable planting in the past world, but the fruits and vegetables in this world were obviously not completely the same as those in the world she lived in the past. Just like Gala and Huang Durian, these were fruits she didn't know, which meant that Lin Wei knew the same way as the growers about the planting methods of these 2 fruits. Lin Wei thought that she could provide ideas, and then everyone could do it together. Whether it was cuttings, layering, or grafting, anyway, as long as everyone was interested, they could try it together. The fruit trees in this experimental field can be used as the mother plant of the new planting method in the future. Take the yellow fruit tree seedlings I planted as an example. After the grafting, if they can completely inherit the excellent quality of the scion plant, then when they grow up, they can also be used as scions to graft the next batch of new yellow fruit tree seedlings. At this point, Lin Wei looked up at Bai Yi with a burning gaze. In this way, we can ensure that the fruit trees provided to the outside world can maintain a constant good quality. Lin Wei believes that if people in this world, who have only a preliminary understanding of fruits and vegetables, can accept eating fruits and vegetables more quickly. In addition to breeding more fruit and vegetable varieties, and increasing production, to achieve the goal of price reduction, the quality of the fruits and vegetables themselves is also very important. Take Lin Wei herself as an example. She has the habit of eating fruit after meals. During this period, she ate tomatoes grown by herself, but before that, Lin Wei bought Huang Chengcheng several times at the online fruit stall. Almost every time she bought Huang Chengcheng, the quality was uneven. The size was different. Not to mention the bumpy growth, the main thing was the taste. Lin Wei had eaten sour and bitter Huang Chengcheng, and also eaten dry Huang Chengcheng with cotton-like flesh. How can Huang Chengcheng of such poor quality be compared with the synthetic ingredients with sophisticated manufacturing technology and good taste nowadays? But if every Huang Chengcheng can achieve thin skin, rich flesh, rich juice, sweet and delicious taste, Lin Wei thinks that most people's taste buds are the same, and no one should be able to refuse the rich and sweet original ecological fresh fruit. After listening to Lin Wei's analysis, Bai Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Just do it according to your ideas. Whether it is promoting seeds or fruit tree seedlings, you don't need to worry about these." When Lin Wei heard Bai Ye's words about promoting fruit tree seedlings, he knew that he understood what he meant. That's right. If Lin Wei follows his current ideas, then Luyuan will no longer sell most of the fruit seeds to the outside world in the future, but will instead sell cuttings, layering and grafted fruit seedlings with more stable quality. The head of the base received the notice, and convened a small meeting with the staff of the planting department to tell everyone about Lin Wei's idea of setting up a test field. The planters, who were already itching for the magical grafting technique, naturally agreed with this with both hands and feet. Lin Wei rarely took the stage and shared with everyone the planting methods of grafting, cuttings and layering. Of course, she left room when she spoke, saying that they were just some of her own ideas. Except for the grafting method of the Huang Chengcheng fruit tree, she had not personally practiced other methods. However, it was precisely because of Lin Wei's words that she had not personally practiced them that made the young growers more eager to try. Most people had the same idea in their minds. Consultant Lin only thought about the new planting method that had never been done before. If they succeeded in practice, wouldn't they be the first to use this new planting method? The first person or something, for the passionate young growers. Just thinking about it was exciting. After this day, the growers at the green source breeding base were like chicken blood. It was often seen that some growers ran to the test field early in the morning to check the fruit seedlings they planted with the new planting method. It was also often seen that after get off work, when it was dark, there were still growers lingering in the test field. Lin Wei was naturally happy to see the above situation. After all, with the enthusiasm of the growers, they had determined in just 3 days that yellow pomegranate and gala fruit were not suitable for cuttings, while the sour red, which has a similar fruit tree shape to gala fruit, successfully completed the rooting of cuttings in the hands of some growers. Although Lin Wei knew that sour red, also known as hawthorn, could be propagated by cuttings, she couldn't help but cheer with them when she saw the real joy on the faces of the growers. Later, as more and more successful examples appeared, some growers' planting ideas were also opened up as Lin Wei expected. Just like this day, a planter came to ask Lin Wei, "Consultant Lin, do you think it is possible to graft gala fruit onto yellow pomegranate or other fruit trees?" Lin Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. Cross-species grafting was widely used in the world where she lived in the past. The difficulty of this method is that the scion and the rootstock need to have a certain relationship, or the affinity and adaptability of the scion must be strong. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, if you don't know whether the two plants at hand can be cross-grafted or whether they have a relationship, you can search online or go to some professional planting forums to ask. Obviously, this world does not have such conditions. But it is a huge breakthrough for the planter to have such an idea. Lin Wei didn't say much, just smiled and encouraged the planter, "Try it, I think your idea is very good." After cross-species grafting was recognized by Lin Wei, it instantly set off a wave of enthusiasm among the planters. As everyone's imaginations grew, Lin Wei saw a grower trying to graft the water-red fruit onto the yellow pomegranate tree, saying that he wanted to use the deliciousness of the water-red fruit to neutralize the bad taste of the yellow pomegranate. The grower's idea was good, but although the tomato plant is called a tomato tree, it is actually not a tree but a herb, and its relationship with the woody yellow pomegranate tree is very different. Of course, nothing is absolute, and the plants in this world are very strange, maybe. So, Lin Wei still supports the grower's attempt. Gradually, The rare fruits can no longer satisfy the growers with wild imaginations. Every time Lin Wei went to the experimental field, she could see some planters making strange attempts. For example, inserting the leaves of small cabbage into the stems of water spinach, which is probably plug-in, breaking off the leaves of large cabbage one by one and inserting them diagonally into the soil. This should be cutting. Lin Wei always felt amused and helpless, but she never said anything to stop any planter from making any weird attempts. Failure in attempts is normal, Lin Wei thought. What is feared is that if you dare not even try, there will only be a pool of numb stagnant water. With the concerted efforts of all the staff at the breeding base, the breeding volume of water red fruit finally reached the standard. With the strong promotion of green source biology, water red fruit seeds were sold to the entire network. At the same time, Lin Wei's water red fruit planting video entertainment version was also released on Filin that night. Damn! What did I see? Wei Rui actually posted a new planting video. Ah mom, the video blogger you follow has updated. The missing person has finally returned. Warmly welcome. I thought you had quit the circle and almost unfollowed you. Fortunately, I controlled myself. No more words, watch the video first. The focus of the entertainment version of the video is to catch people's eyes, so it is different from the pure narration of the teaching version of the video. At the beginning of this entertainment version of the video, Lin Wei spent 30 seconds to show the 4 potted water red fruits from multiple angles. There was also a close-up shot of the water red fruits that had just matured and showed fresh pink, and after washing, with water droplets, the water red fruits were dripping with juice when cut with a knife. The scene turned, Lin Wei pinched half of the water red fruit, took a bite, and his face was full of enjoyment, and the corners of his mouth were even stained with a little water red fruit juice. Slurp, my saliva is free. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. It looks delicious. Wipe your saliva. Open your eyes wide. Doesn't the title say, water red fruit? Green Source's advertisements are everywhere. Don't you know about it? Water red fruit. But it looks really delicious. Hiss. So Wei Rui has received the promotion work of Green Source? Awesome. Either don't update, or once updated, they actually cooperate with Green Source directly. Go buy seeds now, and plant with Wei Rui, hee. I am a fan of cloud planting, and I am a little tempted this time. This water red fruit is so beautiful. Wait for me in front, I will also buy seeds. After the visual impact, the video enters the relatively bland description of planting points. Unlike the teaching version of the video, soaking seeds in warm water is also a bit more difficult for novice growers. Therefore, Lin Wei only said here that soaking seeds in warm water at about 30 degrees can be used. After all, most netizens would plant it for personal hobbies or to satisfy their appetites. They would not have high requirements for the final yield. Lin Wei had just finished dinner and was free, so he sat in front of his laptop and looked through the comments under the video. If you listen carefully, you can hear a slight buzzing sound in Lin Wei's apartment at this time. That was the sound of the green oxygen extractor in operation. While reading the comments, Lin Wei did not forget to glance at the green oxygen extractor and the potted plants being extracted. This green oxygen extractor was lent to Lin Wei by Bai Yi. In Lin Wei's opinion, the main body of the green oxygen extractor looked a bit like a retro small refrigerator, with some pipes extending from the bottom of the small refrigerator. These pipes are connected to transparent capsule-shaped jars, and a total of 10 capsule jars can be connected. When pumping green oxygen for potted plants, put the potted plants into the capsule jars and turn on the green oxygen extractor. The instrument will fill the extracted green oxygen into its built-in small bottle. Lin Wei only needs to remember to replace the full small bottle. It was only after Lin Wei first pumped green oxygen for potted plants that he knew why green oxygen was called green oxygen. The small bottle for the instrument to hold green oxygen is transparent, shaped like a glass bottle for cola soda, only slightly larger, and of course, the material is completely different from glass. Through the transparent shell of the bottle, Lin Wei can clearly see the high concentration green oxygen that has been extracted and compressed. It is really green, although very light. At first, the potted plants were somewhat resistant to being put into jars to pump green oxygen. At least Lin Wei looked at their status bubble emoticons, and they all looked unhappy. However, except for the cleanliness fairy, other potted plants can be coaxed with their key items, including the offspring of the cleanliness fairy. Just give them a little breeze, and they will be happy. As for the cleanliness fairy, Lin Wei also found that although he was angry, he would still grow as he should. So as long as he could withstand his killing eyes, it was actually not a big deal. After starting to draw green oxygen, Lin Wei moved the sunflowers that were placed at Bai Ye's place back, left a pot of morning glory for Bai Yi, and moved iris number 3 over to improve the air in Bai Ye's apartment. The sunflower seeds were ripe. After collecting them, Lin Wei picked out the live seeds and put them away properly. She was not in a hurry to plant them, because Bai Yi told her that the seed hunter should be back in the next 2 days, and when the seed hunter comes back, it will not be long before Lin Wei goes to explore the alien plant Star Island. Just as she was imagining the subsequent trip to the alien plant Star Island, she heard a subtle movement. Lin Wei turned his head and looked towards the entrance, guessing that the noise must be the return of his neighbor Bai Yi. Lin Wei then stood up and prepared to greet Bai Yi and wish him good night. Chapter 63. Through the video doorbell, Lin Wei saw a figure that was not familiar to Bai Yi. The man stood at the door of Bai Ye's apartment, as if he was trying to open the door. When he failed, he slammed the door. "Beta, open the door for me." Lin Wei heard the other party's voice through the door, and it sounded familiar. After thinking about it, Lin Wei was sure that the voice belonged to Xia Yujia, the owner of Subian Wako. At this time, Xia Yujia outside the door was thinking about whether he had done anything to offend Bai Yi during this period. If not, how could Bai Yi delete his fingerprint authentication in his apartment without saying anything? You know, Xia Yujia often stayed at Bai Yi's place when he came to District 1 before. Anyway, Bai Yi might not come back to stay for 3 or 5 days, so the apartment was empty anyway. Moreover, the capsule apartment provided by Green Source to employees is not worse than that of ordinary hotels. The most important point is that there are large air filters at the Green Source Research Center, and the air quality is much better than outside. When Lin Wei opened the door to check, Xia Yujia was calling Bai Yi and just got through. "Boss Bai Yi, did you delete my fingerprint authentication in your apartment? Did you make a mistake when re-recording fingerprints?" "No way, you still make mistakes sometimes? So why did you suddenly think of re-recording fingerprints? What should I do now? Beta seems to be dormant, I can't wake him up. When will you come back?" Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, Xia Yujia turned sideways, while mumbling to the communicator. When he met Lin Wei's eyes, Xia Yujia was obviously stunned for a moment, and uttered a sound of huh. At this time, Bai Yi on the other end of the communicator said something, and Xia Yujia said, "I don't live in the hotel, you should hurry back." "Hey, so Lin Wei lives across from you." As he said this, Xia Yujia waved to Lin Wei as a greeting. Lin Wei nodded in response. Xia Yujia and Bai Yi are friends, and Lin Wei knows this. Through Xia Yujia's words, Lin Wei has roughly understood the current situation. Xia Yujia's fingerprint authentication in Bai Yi's apartment was deleted by mistake, and now he can't enter the door, so he could only wait for Bai Yi to come back and open the door for him. Lin Wei, who had just entered Bai Yi's apartment to water the morning glory and iris number 3 not long ago, looked at Xia Yujia, and then at the closed apartment door behind him. After thinking for a while, Lin Wei walked forward slowly. This was the first time Xia Yujia saw Lin Wei walking upright, and his face was full of surprise. "You look like you have recovered well." Before he finished speaking, something that surprised Xia Yujia even more happened in front of him. Lin Wei's finger was pressed on the door lock of Bai Yi's apartment. With a beep, the fingerprint authentication was successful, and the apartment door opened. Lin Wei turned to Xia Yujia, who seemed a little stunned, and said, "Tell Bai Yi that the door is open." Xia Yujia came back to his senses, said "oh" twice, and said to the communicator, "The door is open, you go ahead." Lin Wei helped open it. After a pause, he glanced at Lin Wei unintentionally, lowered his voice, and said with a slightly teasing tone, "I didn't expect that your relationship with Lin Wei developed so quickly. Now I seem to understand why you need to re-record your fingerprints." The corridor is so small that even if Xia Yujia lowered his voice, Lin Wei couldn't fail to hear it right next to him. Moreover, Lin Wei felt that Xia Yujia was deliberately telling her. Her face was a little hot, and Lin Wei regretted it a little. If she had known, she would not have meddled in other people's business, and let Xia Yujia wait outside. After hanging up the voice communication with Bai Yi, Xia Yujia stopped Lin Wei, who was about to return to his apartment. "Don't leave in a hurry. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Don't you want to chat?" Without waiting for Lin Wei to reply, Xia Yujia shared his communicator holographic screen. "Come and see the purple jasmine and hollyhock. I took them yesterday." Lin Wei was a little unhappy about Xia Yujia's teasing, but she thought about it. Xia Yujia was just like this. He never kept his mouth shut. There was really no need to argue with him. Lin Wei was still very concerned about the potted plants she had carefully raised, so she leaned over to take a look. The 2 potted plants were now past their flowering period. Although there are no gorgeous flowers to decorate, It can be seen that the two potted plants are well taken care of, with lush branches and leaves, green and beautiful shapes. Looking at the vibrant mirabilis jalapa and hollyhock, Lin Wei couldn't help but think of another potted Luyuan that she sold. After reading the research records of Bai Ye's father, Lin Wei no longer needed to ask Xia Yujia about the seeding of mirabilis jalapa or hollyhock. The two potted plants, which were good and medium quality, respectively, had no reproductive ability. But Luyuan was different. It was a high-quality product that had gone through the vegetative metamorphosis with difficulty, and it had reproductive ability. At least Iris number 2, which was also a high-quality product, already had 2 healthy ramets in Lin Wei's hands. Lin Wei had already contacted Luyuan's buyer through the person in charge of Jiaofel some time ago. The other party had bought Luyuan at a high price, which showed her love for Luyuan. Lin Wei also knew the principle of buying and leaving. If she didn't feel sorry, she wouldn't have contacted the buyer rashly. Therefore, Lin Wei didn't tell the other party that she wanted to buy back Luyuan, nor did she talk about dividing Luyuan. After all, after a brief chat with the other party, Lin Wei already knew that the other party was only an enthusiast in planting, not even a novice. Asking the other party to divide Luyuan was not only embarrassing the other party, but also embarrassing Luyuan. Lin Wei just told the other party that she wanted to buy Luyuan's capsules, hoping that the other party would preserve Luyuan's capsules and sell them to her if it was convenient. The buyer of Luyuan was a woman with a straightforward personality. She liked Luyuan, and she also had a good impression of Lin Wei, the original owner of Luyuan. After all, she didn't know how to plant Luyuan's capsules, and she couldn't grow them well, so when Lin Wei wanted to buy it, she agreed. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Yujia's voice interrupted Lin Wei's thoughts. Lin Wei came back to her senses, and said to the photos of mirabilis jalapa and hollyhock sincerely, "You take good care of him." Xia Yujia was not modest at all, and raised his chin proudly. "That's right." Xia Yujia was a chatterbox, and he didn't need Lin Wei to ask. He chattered on and on about the purpose of this trip to Area 1. "Didn't I receive news that the seed hunters are coming back? I came here mainly to check the goods and replenish the stock." Lin Wei then knew that the flower seeds of Subian Wako and the fruit and vegetable seeds of Luyuan were from the same seed hunter team. Seed hunters? Are they all very powerful? Lin Wei was still very curious about the profession of seed hunter. As a special profession in this world, Lin Wei had read some related descriptions on the Skynet, and felt that those who could be seed hunters must be martial arts masters. Seeing Lin Wei's face full of interest, Xia Yujia told her in detail about the seed hunter team of Green Source. They are indeed very powerful. There are 5 people. Each of them is very good at fighting, especially the Captain Lao He. Lin Wei was surprised. Only 5 people? She thought there must be at least 10 or 20 people. After all, the Skynet made the alien plant Star Island so dangerous that it felt like going there would be a life or death, and it would be difficult to come back intact. Xia Yujia showed an expression that you don't understand this, and said, "The environment of the alien plant Star Island is complex, and the seed hunter team is usually streamlined as much as possible. Too many people will cause trouble." Lin Wei nodded when he heard it. Xia Yujia continued to tell her about the strength of the seed hunter team. For example, their Captain Lao He could fight against Bai Ye's 4 bodyguards alone. Even the 2 girls in the team were very skilled, and had no problem fighting the bodyguards one-on-one. TSK, their skills were honed by fighting with alien plants. Their punches and kicks were fierce. "Oh, Bai Yi is back." Lin Wei was listening carefully, and suddenly, she heard Bai Ye's name from Xia Yujia's mouth. She was stunned for a moment. When she raised her eyes, she saw Bai Yi coming out of the elevator. "What are you talking about?" Bai Ye's eyes swept across Xia Yujia's face, and fell on Lin Wei. Xia Yujia said casually, "We are talking about the seed hunters." Noticing the box in Bai Ye's hand, "What are you holding?" Bai Yi took 2 steps forward, stopped in front of Lin Wei, and handed the box in his hand to Lin Wei. Lin Wei did not reach out to take it, but looked at Bai Yi in confusion. Bai Yi said, "I asked a friend to order an intelligent mechanical auxiliary device, which may help your legs." At this moment, Lin Wei felt her heartbeat a little faster. She was looking forward to going to the alien plant Star Island, but she couldn't help but worry about her legs. Her legs could barely walk on flat ground, and the terrain of the alien plant Star Island must not be like flat ground. She couldn't go to the alien plant Star Island in a wheelchair, so her inconvenient legs and feet would probably become a burden to others. Lin Wei has been practicing walking these days, but unfortunately her legs have nerve problems. No matter how much she practices, there is still little effect. After taking the box, Lin Wei didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. She was probably more happy, and there were also some emotions that she couldn't understand for the time being. After opening the box, the device lying quietly inside looked like a complicated metal joint. Bai Yi reached out and took out the metal joint, and looked at Lin Wei inquiringly. "Do you want to try it?" Lin Wei looked at him and nodded, yes. She was about to reach out to take the metal joint in Bai Yi's hand, but heard Bai Yi say, "It may be a little troublesome to wear it for the first time. I will help you put it on." Lin Wei retracted her hand halfway, responded with a okay, and then watched Bai Yi half squat in front of her. Bai Yi carefully put on the metal joint for Lin Wei, while explaining some hidden buttons on the metal joint to her. The two spoke in low voices, one talking and the other responding, and the air became a little sticky. Xia Yujia, who was lazily leaning against the door frame next to him, almost couldn't help whistling for the two when Bai Yi half knelt down. This is really a wonder. Boss Bai Yi, who has always been full of work, actually has such a warm side. After the metal joint was put on, Lin Wei tried to walk a few steps with Bai Yi's encouragement. Originally, Lin Wei was still trapped in the inexplicably charming atmosphere just now. After walking a few steps, she was filled with the joy of walking freely. Okay. Lin Wei looked down at the metal joint worn on her knee with surprise. She didn't know the specific transfer mode of this device. She could only say from her own feelings that the part of her right calf connected to the knee was originally stiff, so there was a sense of drag when walking. But after wearing this metal joint, the stiffness disappeared. Seeing her happy, Bai Yi also smiled. Lin Wei took 2 more steps and looked at Bai Yi, smiling. "Thank you, Bai Yi." Bai Yi waited until Lin Wei's novelty of walking back and forth wore off before he spoke. "You should receive a special travel permit tomorrow." Lin Wei was still looking at the magical metal joints on his knees, but he didn't expect to hear another good news. His legs could move freely, and the official permit to go to the alien plant Star Island was about to be obtained. Lin Wei thought that basically everything was ready. Special travel permit? Where are we going? Xia Yujia, who was listening, couldn't help but interrupt and asked. Bai Yi said simply, "Alien plant Star Island." Xia Yujia stood up straight, obviously interested. "When? Are you two going?" "Take me with you. I just happened to be too idle recently." Lin Wei and Bai Yi looked at each other. Lin Wei said, "Then I go back to sleep first." "Well, good night." Xia Yujia was like a background voice. "Did you hear me?" Lin Wei. "Bai Yi? Hey! Take me with you." 2 days later, Lin Wei finally met the rumored seed hunter team. At that time, the seed hunters were delivering the seeds they had collected from the alien Star Island with great difficulty to the research center. Lin Wei, who rushed over from the breeding base, saw 5 tall men and women, all dressed in black clothes, and they were capable and sharp at a glance. One of the men and women, each holding a box in their hands. They handed the boxes to the researchers. Obviously, the 2 boxes should be filled with seeds. Bai Yi was talking to Lao He, the leader of the seed hunter team. Lin Wei did not go over and only heard some fragmentary words, like at least 1 week, rest, supplies, etc. Based on this, Lin Wei could roughly judge that Bai Yi should be at the time when Lao He confirmed the next trip to the alien plant Star Island. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze, Lin Wei was speechless and pointed to the laboratory next to her, signaling Bai Yi to go check the situation of the seeds first. Bai Yi nodded slightly, retracted his gaze, and continued to talk with Lao He. In the laboratory, the 2 boxes delivered by the seed hunters had been opened by the researchers. Lin Wei ignored the scrutiny cast by the 2 seed hunters, 1 man and 1 woman, and her eyes wandered over the 2 boxes. The seeds in the boxes, except for the picked seeds, were mixed and packaged without any particular care. The rest of the seeds were classified and packed in transparent sealed boxes, and most of the boxes were attached with image recording chips of the seed plants. The capacity of the 2 boxes seemed large, but in fact, there were not many seeds in them. However, Lin Wei's eyes flashed when he fell on the 2 transparent boxes. The seeds in these 2 boxes alone were already a good harvest in Lin Wei's eyes. The 2 boxes that Lin Wei was staring at, one contained round seeds, about 50 or 60, and the other contained a small bunch of dark yellow fruits, a total of 5. When he saw the former, Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. It was because it was soybeans. Soybeans are a good thing with a lot of treasures. In addition to being made into a variety of delicious soybean products, soybean meal is also a good fertilizer. As for the latter, although the fruit was ripe, the skin and flesh were shriveled and wrinkled. Lin Wei still recognized it at a glance. It was 5 loquats. Unfortunately, there were only 5, too few. Lin Wei used his plug-in to look at the vitality status bar of the 2 boxes of seeds. The soybean box was okay. After all, the number was there, and there were probably more than half of them alive. The 5 loquats were not good. Lin Wei only saw 1 alive seed. In addition to these 2 boxes, the remaining boxes were basically filled with flower and grass seeds, and there might also be fruit and vegetable seeds that Lin Wei could not recognize. Anyway, most of them were dead seeds. Lin Wei couldn't help sighing when he saw it. Bai Yi walked in at this time and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Lin Wei answered clearly, "There are gains." Bai Yi responded with a hum and said, "We will leave for Alien Plant Star Island in 7 days. During this period, we should be able to complete 2 rounds of breeding for new seeds." Lin Wei glanced at the workaholic boss beside her. It was obvious that the other party wanted to start the breeding process of soybeans before going to Alien Plant Star Island. Lin Wei, who only needed to open the plug-in and look at the orange status bar of the soybean seeds, had no objection to this. She just felt sorry for the researchers, who were waiting for a long vacation. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye after the soybean breeding process started. Wearing the metal joints, Lin Wei walked steadily and boarded the spaceship to Alien Plant Star Island with Bai Yi. Chapter 64. The spaceship flew steadily, and Lin Wei leaned back in her chair and listened to the 2 people chatting in the back seat. Some alien plants can talk. When I first arrived at the Alien Plant Star Island, I didn't understand anything and was scared. Can talk? So magical? Do they talk like us? That's not the case. They just make weird laughs, and then turn into eerie sobs, scream, and make sounds like people shouting for help. In short, they use these sounds to attract you and bring you into its attack range. When Lin Wei heard that alien plants could laugh, the first thing that came to her mind was a tree in the world where she lived in the past, called the laughing tree. The fruit structure of this tree is special. Whenever the wind blows, it will make a laugh similar to that of a human. But the other party also said that alien plants can not only laugh, but also cry, scream, and even shout for help. That is obviously not on the same level as ordinary laughing trees. Sitting behind Lin Wei is the youngest of the 5 seed hunters, named Yu Hui. When introducing herself, she asked everyone to just call her Xiao Wei. She was a girl about 25 or 26 years old, with a cheerful personality. She was mainly responsible for the video recording of plants and some logistical support work in the seed hunter team. Chatting with her at this moment, sitting next to her was Xiao Yujia, who insisted on joining this journey halfway. Neither Bai Yi nor Lin Wei had any intention of bringing Xiao Yujia along at first, but Xiao Yujia had many friends, and he got a special travel permit through his own connections, and barely passed the test given to him by Bai Yi, so he followed along. The chat in the back seat continued. Anything else? In addition to the ones that can talk, are there any other plants with more special and powerful abilities? Don't think that Xiao Yujia seemed to know everything when he was popularizing seed hunters with Lin Wei before. But in fact, like Lin Wei, this was his first time to go to the Alien Plant Star Island. Obviously, even though he is a native of this world, Xiao Yujia even worked in a flower and grass seed store, and he didn't know much about the Alien Plant Star Island and alien plants. However, Lin Wei rarely felt the benefits of Xiao Yujia's chatter. It was by listening to his and Xiao Wei's chat that Lin Wei didn't need to ask questions herself, and she had already learned a lot of useful information about the Alien Plant Star Island and alien plants. There is a kind of alien plant that can attack from a distance. Its body is covered with energy balls similar to fruits. Its attack method is to eject the energy balls. Once hit by the energy balls, it will explode instantly, which can blow people to pieces. Moreover, the energy liquid in the energy balls is highly corrosive, and even special metal armor can be easily corroded and penetrated. Hiss. This is the sound that made Xiao Yujia gasp. The alien plant Xiao Wei mentioned reminded Lin Wei of the bomb tree in the past world. The fruit of this tree will automatically explode when it is ripe. Because the shell of its fruit is harder than coconut, the fragments scattered after the explosion can easily reach people or animals around. In addition, this tree will secrete a large amount of hydrocarbon juice, which can even be used directly as fuel, so in the place where this tree grows, it may cause a forest fire if you are not careful. Lin Wei thought that although the mutant plants had strange abilities, those abilities did not seem to be untraceable in ordinary plants. However, the mutant plant that Xiao Hui mentioned next had special abilities that were somewhat beyond Lin Wei's cognition. Do you know that seed hunter teams, like ours, are as streamlined as possible in terms of personnel configuration? Xiao Yujia knew how to answer this question. He had previously given Lin Wei a popular science lesson. I've heard that it seems that the smell of some mutant plants can cause hallucinations. If the team has more people, it's easier to cause trouble. Xiao Wei agreed with Xiao Yujia's statement. That's right. He added, If it's just the smell that causes hallucinations, it's actually easier to deal with. Just wear an auxiliary respirator. What I'm afraid of is that other things that can't be explained clearly will cause you to hallucinate. If you don't get in, you will be caught off guard. What's more, it's not an illusion. Not an illusion? Xiao Yujie was so surprised that his voice rose. What is it? Shall we give an example? This is what I heard from others, not my own experience. It is said that there was a very powerful 20-man team before, and later the team collapsed because they encountered mutant plants that can use light and shadow to create images. Not only can they create images of your teammates to deceive you, but they can also create some beautiful or bizarre images to lure you into a trap. TSK. Xiao Yujie couldn't help smacking his lips when he heard it. Perhaps because she was afraid of scaring people, Shall We explained in a soothing tone. Don't worry, mutant plants of that level can only be found on the extremely dangerous Star Islands. This time we went to the dangerous second-level Star Island. The mutant plants there don't have many strange abilities. Most of them are physical attacks. The Star Islands are divided into 4 levels according to the danger level of the mutant plants on them, namely, Dangerous 1, Dangerous 2, Dangerous 3, and Extremely Dangerous. Shall We had already explained this to Xiao Yujie before, and Lin Wei also heard about it. According to Shall We, their seed hunters actually have a union in private, and they will share various alien plant information they encounter in the union. The danger level of the alien plant Star Island is also determined by the union after referring to the alien plant information shared by everyone. The number of alien plant Star Islands in the first 3 levels is still relatively large, such as the alien plant Star Islands of Dangerous 1 and Dangerous 2. The total number has reached dozens. The Star Islands of Dangerous 3 are slightly less. Shall We knows that there are 5 recorded in the Union. The extremely dangerous Star Island is much rarer. It is recorded by the Union, and there is only 1 extremely dangerous Star Island known so far. Nowadays, almost no seed hunters have set foot on this Star Island, or more accurately, almost no seed hunters who have set foot on this extremely dangerous Star Island have survived. Most of the information about this extremely dangerous Star Island was obtained by some early archaeological exploration teams who were not afraid of death, using the human wave tactics and at the cost of their lives. Lin Wei was very interested in this extremely dangerous Star Island that few people had set foot on, and wanted to hear more useful information. Unfortunately, Xiao Hui obviously didn't know much, and she mentioned it briefly, and then nothing more. While Lin Wei was recalling the classification of the alien plant Star Island, the 2 people in the back seat had already changed the topic. At the moment, Xiao Hui was complaining to Xiao Yujie, telling him about the various speechless incidents their team encountered when collecting seeds. It's okay if you encounter a plant that only grows leaves but doesn't bloom or produce seeds. Anyway, there is no hope. What I fear most is that the flowers are blooming very well and beautifully, or the flowers are beginning to wither, and it feels like it will soon produce seeds. We wait for it with all our expectations, but after several rounds of blooming and withering, it doesn't produce a single seed, and once the flowers fall, it starts to grow leaves, skipping the seed-producing step. Don't you think it's infuriating? Hearing this, Lin Wei stopped thinking about the extremely dangerous Star Island. After all, you can't get rich overnight. She hasn't even set foot on the ordinary dangerous level of the alien plant Star Island yet. She should wait until she has a general understanding of the situation of the alien plant Star Island before making plans for the extremely dangerous Star Island. Lin Wei is more interested in the plant mentioned by Xiao Wei that blooms but does not produce seeds, and starts to grow leaves after the flowers fall. This kind of plant, which obviously does not use seeds as the main way of reproduction, is one of the purposes of Lin Wei's trip to the alien plant Star Island. Lin Wei turned sideways, and wanted to ask Xiao Wei in the back seat in detail. The movement was too large, and Lin Wei didn't check it for a while, and the flower pot in her hand hit the metal armrest of the chair, making a muffled clang. Bai Yi, who was sitting next to her, looked over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Lin Wei lowered her eyes to look at the flower pot in her hand, and the seemingly ordinary small rose in the flower pot. She touched the leaves of the small rose with strange texture and shook her head. "It's okay." There is no doubt that the little rose in Lin Wei's arms is Mao Mao after self-disguise and transformation. After the trip to Luoqinqing, Lin Wei noticed that Mao Mao seemed to have entered a period of crazy growth. Of course, the crazy growth here is in contrast to Mao Mao's previous extremely slow growth rate. At least at the beginning, Lin Wei saw that Mao Mao's crazy growth was just that the branches changed from 2 forks to 4, the main stem grew from less than 1 finger thick to nearly 1.5 fingers thick, and the total length of the branches grew from less than 50 centimeters to nearly 80 centimeters. Considering the speed of plant growth in this world, Mau Mau's crazy growth is still within the reasonable range. After all, its brother Rose number 2 has grown to the point where it can be propagated by cuttings. However, the real situation of Mau Mau's crazy growth is not as simple as Lin Wei saw. That day, Misha took the initiative to show Lin Wei the surveillance video she shot in real time. In that surveillance video, it can be seen that at first Mau Mau was just harassing Misha, who was cleaning the terrace as a joke. But gradually, the harassment turned into an attack, and Mau Mau's vine whip-like branches hit Misha's metal shell again and again, and the force was visibly getting heavier. Misha is a robot, and has no sense of pain, so when Mau Mau did not cause her serious damage, she never fought back or paid attention to Mau Mau from beginning to end. After cleaning, Misha left the terrace. Do you think it's over? If that were the case, Lin Wei would not have brought Mau Mau, a troublesome little burden, with him on his first trip to the alien plant Star Island. On the surveillance screen, Mau Mau's branches kept chasing Misha, forcing Misha to the entrance. At that moment, in Lin Wei's eyes, Mau Mau was like a rubber band or a spring. In short, Mau Mau's brown and black branches with sharp thorns kept extending in front of Lin Wei. You should know that the Green Source employee apartment is not small. From the terrace to the entrance, it is at least 7 or 8 meters, not 10 meters. And Mau Mau almost runs across the entire apartment. In the surveillance screen, it is like a long rope lying on the floor of the apartment. In addition, there is another surveillance video. It was still Mau Mau who tried to harass and attack Misha, but this time, it did not choose to extend its branches, but relied on the grip of the sharp thorns on its branches, like a larva of a geometric moth, with its branches arched and arched, dragging its flower pot to chase Misha in an extremely weird marching posture. Of course, whether it was extending its branches or using its branches to drag the flower pot to crawl, all of this would return to its original state when Lin Wei returned to the apartment after get off work, as if nothing had happened. If Misha had not had the real-time monitoring function, Lin Wei would have seen the 2 surveillance videos. The Mau Mau she saw was just an ordinary plant that always used flattering expressions to please her, liked to listen to music, and was occasionally a little naughty and mischievous. But who could have thought that it was just a plant? Even if it had mutated, how could it have 2 faces? After watching the surveillance video, and then seeing the innocent and flattering Mau Mau in the emoticon pack, Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a good acting. Afterwards, Lin Wei did try to communicate with Mau Mau. Judging from the various performances of this guy, Lin Wei didn't believe that it didn't understand anything. However, Mau Mau was like a naughty child by nature. It listened to Lin Wei, but this was only limited to when Lin Wei was in front of it. Once Lin Wei was not watching, it would soon become solid again. Lin Wei also saw that Mau Mau's attacks on Misha were mostly playful in nature. It was like a child who didn't know the world. When he was bored, he wanted to find someone to play with him, but he didn't know how strong his lethality was, and what kind of harm he would cause to others. After gaining a new understanding of Mau Mau, Lin Wei dared not leave it alone in the apartment to be taken care of by Misha. After all, with Mau Mau's current fighting power, Lin Wei was afraid that when she returned from alien plant Star Island in 2 or 3 months, not only would Misha be torn down by Mau Mau, but even her apartment would be in danger. Because of this, Lin Wei could only go to Bai Yi to discuss it, and finally brought Mau Mau on the spaceship. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Wei plucked the leaves of Mau Mau, who was disguised as a normal rose. Mau Mau's camouflage ability was probably acquired only 3 days ago. It is undeniable that this guy is still very cute sometimes. Just like the day when it had the camouflage ability, as if to make Lin Wei happy, it took the initiative to show this ability to Lin Wei, and played super change in front of Lin Wei for a long time. Lin Wei withdrew his eyes from the small rose in the flower pot, and sighed silently in his heart. If Mau Mau did not have that cute side, but was naughty to the end, Lin Wei would not be entangled now. The reason why Lin Wei brought Mau Mau with her on this trip was not only because she was worried that it would cause trouble if it was left alone in the apartment, but also because she wanted to see if Mau Mau could adapt to the living environment of alien plant Star Island. If it could, she might release Mau Mau on alien plant Star Island. Mau Mau's attack power was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Wei couldn't be sure when it would become sensible. If it became more and more naughty as it grew up, it would be too dangerous to leave it in a densely populated social environment. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Lin Wei shook her head. After all, whether to release Mau Mau or not depended on the environment of alien plant Star Island. If Mau Mau couldn't adapt, Lin Wei had also thought about it. At worst, she would work hard to make money, and then either go to the third-tier star circle to get a piece of land or directly buy a private star island for Mao Mao. As long as Mao Mao can be separated from human life, nothing serious should happen. Having made up her mind, Lin Wei raised her eyes, and was about to turn around to ask Xiao Hui behind her about the plant that only bloomed but did not produce seeds. Her eyes unexpectedly bumped into the cold eyebrows of the woman sitting next to her across the aisle. This is Sister Ling, whose full name is Yi Ling, and she is the deputy captain of the Seed Hunter team. Sister Ling only glanced at Lin Wei indifferently, and then said to Xiao Hui behind Lin Wei, "Stop chatting, fasten the safety lock, and enter the gyrosphere." After that, Sister Ling pulled the eye mask on her face, and leaned against the back of the chair as if she fell asleep again. Sister Ling's indifference to her was obvious, and Lin Wei did not find it strange, and could even fully understand it. After all, she was the only weakling among all the people on this trip. Speaking of which, Lin Wei did not expect that Xiao Yujia, who looked unruly on weekdays, actually had some boxing skills. Bai Yi gave Xiao Yujia a test, or it could be said that Xiao Yujia himself took the initiative to ask him to take him with him if he could defeat one of the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team. Xiao Yujia challenged Xiao Hui. In the end, he won. Although Xiao Hui was suspected of letting him win, it also showed that Xiao Yujia was really good. So, Lin Wei became the last one in terms of combat power among the 8 people. And she was the last one and had no self-awareness. She knew that this trip was dangerous, and she was already a burden, but she still insisted on taking a pot of flowers. Put yourself in her shoes. If she was Sister Ling, she would not like me if they were not familiar with each other. She was weak and had a lot of troubles. Chapter 65. Everyone pay attention. The spacecraft is about to enter the gyrosphere. Lao Hei's deep voice came from the loudspeaker. He and another member of the team, Gao Jian, were in the cockpit, responsible for driving the spacecraft. Bai Yi confirmed the safety lock on Lin Wei's waist and whispered, "It will be very uncomfortable, bear with it." Lin Wei hugged the flower pot in his hand tightly, nodded to Bai Yi, and responded with a "hmm." When Lin Wei first heard the term gyrosphere, he subconsciously equated it with the atmosphere in his impression. But after learning about it on Skynet, Lin Wei knew that there was still a big difference between the gyrosphere and the atmosphere. The gyrosphere that their spacecraft is now entering is like a colorful halo in the interstellar space. This halo is so large that it can surround all 27 planets of the Star Federation. And the significance of its existence is to keep the gravity, environmental conditions, temperature, etc. of the 27 planets of the Star Federation at a relatively consistent level. The gyre layer looks beautiful in the picture, just like the ring belt of Saturn in Lin Wei's memory, but when the spacecraft is about to fly over it, the passengers sitting in the spacecraft feel not so beautiful. Lin Wei has consulted relevant information and knows that the spacecraft will be violently bumpy when flying over the gyre layer, but she thought it was at most like the plane encountering a strong air current. However, the actual situation is much more painful than Lin Wei expected. When the spacecraft just entered the gyre layer, Lin Wei felt like being pushed into the deep sea while snorkeling. The whole person was squeezed by the invisible things around him, and it was difficult to breathe. Even the bones in his body seemed to be creaking. After finally getting through the squeezing and stagnation, Lin Wei had no time to catch her breath before she was forced to ride the roller coaster again, the superspeed version. The intense feeling of weightlessness made her scalp numb. Her body was repeatedly tortured by squeezing and weightlessness. Lin Wei's mind was always clear. She knew very well that she would not die from it, but the discomfort was indeed close to the limit of her endurance. It was not until the spacecraft landed smoothly on the designated dangerous second-level alien plant star island that Lin Wei was able to break free from the uncomfortable state of top-heavy. The impact of flying over the gyrosphere was huge, and Lin Wei was not the only one affected. In fact, even the experienced Sister Ling, and another team member Lin Fay, and Xiao Hui who sat with her, all looked unhappy. But compared to Lin Wei, the 3 of them adapted and recovered faster. As for Xiao Yujia, his skills are indeed good, but he often stays up late to play games, and his work and rest schedule are irregular, so his physical condition is a little worse. Lin Wei heard the sound of his retching, and in the most difficult stage, Xiao Yujia's helpless cry for help. On the other hand, Bai Yi, who is also a frequent stay-up-nighter, has a recovery ability comparable to that of the members of the Seed Hunter team. And Lin Wei still remembers that when Xiao Yujia challenged Xiao Hui to join them, he once muttered that if he fought with Bai Yi, he would only stand at attention and get beaten. In other words, Bai Yi has good skills. Lin Wei looked at Bai Yi, who was walking in front of her, with a slender back, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, he is really a hidden talent. As if he noticed her gaze, Bai Yi looked back at her, but soon turned his head back. After all, They were now walking in a dangerous forest of alien plants. After the spaceship stabilized, the 8 people wearing protective combat uniforms and weapons officially embarked on this trip to the alien plant Star Island. Of course, before the official departure, Lao He showed them the electronic map of this dangerous second-level alien plant Star Island and roughly determined the next route with them. Lin Wei walked forward while stepping on Bai Ye's footprints in front of her, recalling the electronic map she had seen before. In fact, when she just got off the spaceship, Lin Wei was a little confused because she didn't see any strange mutant plants as far as she could see, and there was a wasteland with some rolling hills in front of her. You need to look far away to see the black shadow that looks like a jungle at the end of the wasteland. Perhaps the doubt in her eyes was too obvious. Lao He, who looked fierce but had a kind tone, explained, "This area is a safe zone cleared by humans, and it can also be regarded as a buffer zone." As he spoke, Lao He opened the electronic map and pointed to the green area on the map and said, "These areas are the safe zones we have marked. Most of them are cleared by humans, and some are naturally existing." Gao Jian, who was next to him, smiled and interrupted, "That is, the number of alien plants on the dangerous level 1 and 2 star islands is small, and they are not so fierce and strong, so there will be natural safe zones. There will be no such good thing when it comes to the dangerous level 3 star island. Even the buffer zone cleared by humans needs to be continuously consolidated and repeatedly cleaned, otherwise it will be swallowed by alien plants." Lin Wei nodded silently. In addition to the green area marked on the electronic map, there are also some circles of different colors. Without Lin Wei asking, Lao He, like a diligent tour guide, explained to them in detail the meaning of all the signs on this electronic map. The relatively large number of red circles on the electronic map are the places where the Seed Hunter team has marked the growth of flowers and plants, and the white circles are the places where they have marked the growth of fruits and vegetables. Lin Wei saw that there was another place marked with a gray dotted line on the electronic map, so she asked, "What is this?" Lao He glanced at her inconspicuously and replied, "This is also the place where we have marked the growth of flowers and plants." Xiao Hui whispered to Xia Yujie, who was standing weakly beside her, "This is the kind of flower and plant that I mentioned to you before, which only blooms but does not produce seeds. We collected fewer seeds last time, partly because of it. In order to wait for it to produce seeds, we wasted a lot of time, but in the end it didn't produce seeds at all." Lin Wei glanced at Xiao Hui, whose tone was still a little angry, and her eyes finally fixed on the gray dotted circle. Then, when Lao He was confirming the route with them, Lin Wei pointed to the gray dotted circle and said, "I want to go to this point to have a look, is it okay?" Lao He agreed without saying anything, "Okay." The gray dotted circle was thus included in their route this time. Lao He, or the entire Seed Hunter team, knew very well that the main purpose of their trip was not to collect seeds. Otherwise, they would not have come to this dangerous second-level star island again. They collected seeds on this alien plant star island last time, but the harvest was not good. In theory, they should go to the more dangerous third-level alien plant star island, which has more opportunities for collection, to try their luck this time. However, Bai Yi suddenly found Lao He and said that he would take people to the alien plant star island to have a look. In order to ensure the safety of the two newcomers, Lao He chose this dangerous second-level star island, which they had just explored and were relatively familiar with the environment and distribution of alien plants, as a tourist destination. In other words, the role of the 5 Seed Hunters on this trip is indeed a tour guide, at least they think so. While being a tour guide, they also have to escort the two newcomers and protect their safety. When Bai Yi first took over Green Source, he had followed the Seed Hunters into the alien plant star island many times. His skills were enough to protect himself, so in the eyes of the 5 Seed Hunters, Bai Yi was not someone they needed to worry about. Back to the present. Under the guidance of the Seed Hunters, Lin Wei was walking in the dimly lit alien plant forest at this moment. Lin Wei looked around curiously from time to time, but did not see anything that interested her. This forest path was obviously carefully selected by the Seed Hunter team. The branches around only looked gnarled and ghostly, but they were actually rotten dead branches. In other words, there were no living mutant plants on both sides of this forest trail. When Lin Wei first walked in, he turned on the plug-in to take a look and did not see any vitality status bar. These rotten and intricate dead branches were like a barrier, protecting this forest trail, allowing the 8 of them to walk through it relatively safely. Although it was a bit inappropriate, Lin Wei felt a little bored with such strict protection. At that time, Lao He, who was walking at the front of the 8-man column, suddenly raised his hand, which was a gesture for the team members behind him to stop temporarily. Lao He whispered, there is a carpet in front. Before entering the alien plant forest, Lao He reminded everyone, of course, mainly to the two newcomers, Lin Wei and Xiaoyujie, to try to speak less and avoid loud noises after entering the alien plant forest. Although there is no clear evidence that alien plants can hear sounds, it is true that many troubles start from sounds. After hearing this, Lin Wei came back to her senses and repeated in a curious whisper, "Carpet?" Sister Ling behind her seemed to notice her doubts, stepped forward, and described to her in detail what a carpet is. Although Sister Ling couldn't stand Lin Wei, she thought that Lin Wei was just a young lady who was impulsive and bored and wanted to go to the alien plant Xingyu to find excitement, but the journey had already begun, and work was work. Even if Lin Wei was a burden and a scum, as long as she was in this team of 8, she was a companion in Sister Ling's eyes. Lin Wei listened carefully to Sister Ling's description. Carpet, as its name suggests, is a kind of alien plant that grows or adheres to the ground in a flat manner. At first glance, it is almost the same as the gray-black land of the alien Xingyu. You have to look very carefully to see its fluffy tentacles. If you accidentally step on it, its tentacles will immediately secrete mucus to stick to you, and at the same time, its body attached to the surface will quickly wrap you up like a felt and drag you underground. Sister Ling said. Generally, the land that the felt is attached to will be dissolved by it into a thick and sticky viscous liquid. Once a person is dragged into that viscous liquid, it is not completely impossible to get out, but that viscous liquid is difficult to clean off once it gets on the body, and as time goes by, it will become more and more sticky, making you stick to everything you touch. In a word, this carpet may not be fatal, but it is very troublesome. Lin Wei listened with great interest and felt that the attack method of this carpet was somewhat similar to the impression of a swamp plant, the sundew. The tentacles also secrete mucus, and then the leaves curl up to catch food. Of course, the sundew is small, and the largest prey it can catch is a beetle, which is definitely not comparable to the carpet that can catch people at will. Lin Wei's position is in the middle of the 8-person team. Because of the tall Baiyi standing in front of her, her vision is not clear. Fortunately, Lao He is well aware of the curiosity of tourists. He pointed out several safe footholds for Lin Wei and Xiaoyujie, so that they can go forward and take a close look at the carpet, which ranks last in the dangerousness of known alien plants. After the vision is widened, Lin Wei follows Lao He's pointing to see the place where the carpet grows. She did not immediately turn on her plug-in, but carefully looked at the piece of land that seemed normal with her naked eyes through the goggles. She was careful, so she quickly discovered the carpet fluff that Sister Ling mentioned before. Lin Wei looked at the fluff that might be even sparser and finer than her own sweat hair, and was truly impressed by Lao He's meticulous observation. Then, Lin Wei turned on her own plug-in. As expected, she saw the carpet's almost full vitality status bar, and the status bubble expression package floating above it. In fact, Lin Wei had turned on the plug-in once from a distance before entering this exotic plant forest. But because the distance was too far, the status bubble she saw was very small, and she couldn't see clearly what the expression package inside was. She could only barely recognize that it seemed to be a black animal. Now that she was closer, Lin Wei finally saw clearly what the black animal was. It turned out to be a black unicorn in a simple sketch. This unicorn was all black except for its horn and eyes, which were white. At this time, Lin Wei looked at the status bubble emoticon package of the carpet and looked puzzled. The reason why Lin Wei, who was a scumbag, dared to ask to come to the alien plant Star Island to have a look was because she still remembered that she had a plug-in with plant affinity. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, the effect of this plug-in was not so obvious. At most, it made the flowers she planted look better, and the fruits and vegetables she planted taste better. But in this world, Lin Wei felt that if mutant plants still belonged to the category of plants, then for her with plant affinity, not to say that the mutant plants would like her, but at least they should not attack her. However, now, the status bubble emoticon package of the carpet really made Lin Wei a little confused. The black stick figure unicorn seemed to be frightened by something, curled up in the corner of the status bubble, shivering. Although the unicorn's white stick figure eyes didn't have much vision, Lin Wei, relying on her years of understanding of the plant status bubble emoticons, still realized from the eyes without vision that the thing that made the unicorn feel afraid should be in her direction. So, could it be that her plant affinity plug-in had changed after coming to this world? For example, it became plant deterrence? Here, the tour guide Lao He was dutifully showing the two curious tourists the hunting process of the carpet. He raised his hand to signal Lin Wei and Xiaoyujie to step back, and then picked up a palm-sized stone on the ground. After Lin Wei and Xiaoyujie retreated to the safety line, Lao He smashed the stone in his hand against the carpet. With a puff, the place where the carpet was hit by the stone surged like a waterbed. Then, the surge ended, and the stone was indeed stuck by the mucus secreted by the villi, but the carpet did not turn into a towel roll and roll up the stone and drag it underground. Staring at the carpet still lying flat on the ground. Lao He, ? The other 4 members of the Seed Hunter team, ? Maybe the stone is too small, or it found that it is not a living thing. This thing is sometimes very smart. Lao He explained the strike of the carpet in this way, and did not give up. I try another one. This time, Lao He picked up a dead branch as thick as his arm, and threw it hard at the carpet again. Finally, the carpet responded. Xia Yujia, who was just there to watch the fun, pointed at the slightly raised corner of the carpet and said, "Oh, it's moving." However, the reaction of the carpet obviously did not meet the expectations of the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team. Gao Jian glanced at the carpet that was hit twice and still looked half dead, patted Lao He on the shoulder and said, "I think this carpet is not very active. It's probably dying." Lao He nodded in agreement. Mutated plants are not everlasting, and occasionally they will encounter mutant plants that are about to become inactive and dying. Let's go! Lao He no longer entangled with the carpet's lack of face, and waved his hand, signaling everyone to move forward. Lin Wei, who was staring at the carpet's status bubble emoticon, saw everything clearly. When Lao He smashed the wood on the carpet, which was hit twice in a row, was a little angry. Lin Wei watched the black unicorn stand up, kicking its hooves, as if it was ready to use a big move. However, when the sight glanced at Lin Wei, the unicorn, which was just aggressive, suddenly shuddered and shrank back into the corner at lightning speed, turning into a small black coward. So what is it afraid of? Lin Wei lowered her eyes to examine herself, and her sight fell on the flower pot that she had almost forgotten about because she had been holding it for a long time. The small rose branches and leaves were waving, and the status bubble emoticon on it, the yellow-faced short-legged horse was running happily in the same place, still with that flattering and stupid look, and there was nothing abnormal. As the team moved forward, Lin Wei quickly walked to the carpet. As if understanding that Lin Wei was about to leave, the black unicorn curled up in the corner mustered up the courage to come out. It looked at Lin Wei with its round white eyes, full of love and reluctance. Lin Wei looked at that look and thought to herself, "This is right." At this time, the black unicorn knelt down and lay on the ground, facing Lin Wei with its 4 hooves facing the sky, revealing its round black belly. What is this? If Lin Wei understood correctly, this guy seemed to want him to step on it. Seeing the black unicorn rolling on the ground like a spoiled child, begging to be stepped on, Lin Wei was speechless for a moment. Could this be? Feeling that the black unicorn was obviously trembling with fear, but still insisted on showing its belly and begging to be stepped on. Lin Wei finally softened her heart and quietly stepped on the edge of the carpet with the tip of her shoe. Not to mention, although Lin Wei only stepped on a little, she could still feel that the touch was soft and bouncy, a bit like jelly. The black unicorn, who got what he wanted, quickly blushed on his face, as if he had forgotten even the fear, and lowered his eyes shyly, and snorted silently at Lin Wei. Lin Wei looked away, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, thinking, what a... Chapter 66. Walking out of the shady forest path, the 8-man team arrived at the first red circle mark on the map. At this time, the 8 people hid in a pile of rocks. This pile of rocks is about 100 meters away from the first red circle mark. Hiding in it, they can use the rocks as cover to avoid being attacked by alien plants, and they can also climb on the boulders to observe the healthy flowers and plants surrounded by alien plants not far away from them at an excellent angle. With the help of others, even though it was inconvenient to climb with a flower pot, Lin Wei still managed to lie on top of a boulder very smoothly. Lao He, who was also lying on top of another boulder next to him, reminded the 2 newcomers, "Adjust the focus of your goggles so that you can see more clearly." According to the instructions, Lin Wei adjusted the focus of the goggles on his face. Sure enough, this seemingly ordinary goggles had the function of a telescope after debugging. More than 100 meters is not far. Even without a telescope, Lin Wei and his team can see the large-scale alien plants clearly with their naked eyes. In Lin Wei's eyes, the alien plants not far away looked like many and large stick insects stacked together. He could see countless slender limbs with joints, but he could not see the bodies of the stick insects. After turning on the telescope function of the goggles, the field of vision became extremely clear. Lin Wei could even see the densely arranged sharp barbs on those slender limbs. Well, the limbs of herbivorous stick insects cannot grow such hidden weapons. After staring at the cold barbs for a while, Lin Wei thought to himself. As expected, none of the mutant plants are good, even though the bodies of these terrifying barbed limbs may have been just one or a few ordinary Mirabilis jalapa plants before they mutated. Under the guidance of Lao He and others, Lin Wei saw the healthy flowers and plants among the chaotic dancing limbs through the goggles. Judging from the number of their main stems, there should be 3 Mirabilis jalapa plants growing together. Xia Yujia, who bought the Mirabilis jalapa potted plants from Lin Wei and took care of them himself, is very familiar with the appearance of Mirabilis jalapa. Therefore, when he saw the familiar leaves and branches in the goggles, he couldn't help but excitedly confirm with Lin Wei beside him, "That's Mirabilis jalapa. Is it wild Mirabilis jalapa?" After Lin Wei nodded in affirmation, Xia Yujia proudly whispered to Xiao Wei beside him about his precious Mirabilis jalapa potted plant, and said, "The seeds of my Mirabilis jalapa potted plant probably came from here." Xia Yujia was obviously very happy to be able to trace his precious potted plant back to its parent. Xiao Wei hesitated and said, "It shouldn't be. This bunch of flowers and plants was only discovered when we came to collect seeds last time." She didn't want to pour cold water on Xia Yujia, but still felt that she should tell the truth. Xia Yujia also remembered at this time that his Mirabilis jalapa potted plant seemed to be planted by Lin Wei with picked seeds. And there is no way to verify where the bag of picked seeds was picked from. Xiao Wei then concluded, that is to say, there may be this kind of plant on other exotic islands. Mirabilis jalapa? Is this the name you gave it? It fits it very well. I remember that the flowers I photographed were indeed bright purple. Lin Wei listened to the conversation between Xia Yujia and Xiao Wei, and she expressed deep regret for the failure of the recognition of the Mirabilis potted plant. After the recognition episode ended, Lin Wei opened her green plant eye, frowned and looked at the alien plants and 3 Mirabilis plants not far away. The distance of more than 100 meters is indeed not an obstacle for viewing the huge alien plants, but it is not so easy to see their small status bubble emoticons clearly. Unfortunately, the goggles did not have any effect on Lin Wei's green plant eye. Lin Wei pursed her lips under the gas mask, slid down from the boulder, and asked Lao He, who was guarding them under the boulder, "Can you get closer?" Lao He still responded to request this time yes. However, he quickly added, "If I say stop, you must stop, you can't just walk around." Lin Wei had no objection and responded with a yes. In fact, the request made by Lin Wei was purely looking for trouble in the eyes of ordinary seed hunter teams. After all, the flowers and grass 100 meters away were carefully collected by Lao He and his team the last time they came back. Now, there is no trace of any seeds on the branches or around the flowers and grass. In other words, if they approach the flowers and grass, the strange plants, they will not get anything in the end, but they will risk their lives. It is because Lao He and his team are clear about their identities and positioning on this trip that they easily agreed to Lin Wei's outrageous request. Of course, this is also because Lao He and his team of seed hunters are really strong. In order to collect seeds, they have naturally fought with the strange plants before. The clump of alien plants looked very powerful because of their limbs, but in fact, they only had physical attacks, and the attack trajectory was regular. In short, they were not to be feared. Lao He believed that he could protect Lin Wei and even Xia Yujia by himself, so he readily agreed. At that time, under the leadership of Lao He, the 8-person team walked to a position less than 50 meters away from the clump of alien plants. This place was already the critical point of the alien plants' attack range. If they took even one step forward, they would definitely be attacked by those yellow-green limbs covered with barbs. Huh? Xiao Hui uttered a doubtful hum and almost whispered, "Why is it not moving?" Without Xiao Hui's reminder, the remaining 4 members of the seed hunter team more or less noticed the abnormality. In theory, based on their understanding of alien plants over the years, they were so close now, and even if the alien plants could not attack them, they would definitely become restless. However, the cluster of alien plants in front of them was full of vitality before, dancing wildly, but as they approached step by step, the vitality of those limbs seemed to be sucked away. From dancing to wriggling, from wriggling to trembling, and finally, just stopped moving. Lao He and his companion Gao Jian looked at each other. Both of them were puzzled by the abnormality of the cluster of alien plants. It couldn't be like the carpet they encountered before, which just happened to be in the decay period. Then they were really lucky this time. You know, even if they went to the alien plant Star Island 10 times to collect, they might not encounter a dying mutant plant. The seed hunters didn't know why the alien plants didn't move, and they were confused. Lin Wei, who used the plug-in green plant eye, once again saw all the changes. So why did the alien plants suddenly stop moving? After seeing the 6 status bubble emoticons of the alien plants, Lin Wei could give a clear answer. It's very simple, just like the carpet, because of fear. The distance of less than 50 meters was enough for Lin Wei to see the status bubble emoticons of the 6 alien plants and 3 purple jasmines clearly. Lin Wei is now roughly sure that the status bubble emoticons of the alien plants are black unicorns. At the moment, the 6 black unicorns are huddled in the corner, looking at the direction of Lin Wei with fear trembling. This time, while Lin Wei was observing the status bubble emoticons of the alien plants, he also paid attention to the emoticons of Mao Mao in his arms, with the corner of his eyes. It was no surprise that Lin Wei easily caught the braid of the troublemaker Mao Mao. When they were still far away from the alien plant, the 6 black unicorns showed signs of fear, but they did not shrink back immediately. It was Mao Mao who suddenly narrowed his eyes dangerously at them, and then suddenly made a big face at the 6 black unicorns. Almost instantly, the 6 frightened black unicorns retreated to the corner at the speed of light, curling up their weak, helpless, and pitiful selves. Lin Wei pinched the leaves of the small rose with a strange texture. The yellow-faced dwarf horse in the status bubble obviously didn't know that he had been exposed, and still looked innocent and stupid. Lin Wei glared at it unhappily, and was too lazy to bother with it at this moment. After confirming that it was not her affinity for plants that had changed, but the little rose in her arms had its own divine power, Lin Wei did not think much about it. After all, considering the environment she was in now, Mao Mao's ability would not harm her, but would facilitate what she wanted to do next. Lin Wei's eyes moved down and fell on the 3 purple jalapas. Undoubtedly, Lin Wei was more concerned about the status bubble emoticons of these 3 purple jalapas. How could this be? Lin Wei stared at the 3 status bubble emoticons with doubts. According to the research records of Baiye's father, the flowers and plants in the wild should all be high quality, so their status bubble emoticons should be the same as the high-quality potted plants grown by Lin Wei. However, in the 3 status bubbles in front of her, the protagonists of the emoticons were indeed the white stick figures that Lin Wei was familiar with, but there were some parts on them that Lin Wei was not familiar with. For example, from left to right, the white man number 1 has a pair of animal ears on his head, the man number 2 has a tail behind him, and the man number 3 is the most outrageous, with 2 short legs that have become 2 black hooves. Lin Wei is not stupid. As long as he compares the animal parts on the white man with the black unicorn, he can tell that they are the ears, tail, and hooves of the unicorn. What is this? Is it the same as Mao Mao? The vegetative transformation is not completely successful. Or, Lin Wei's mind flashed with inspiration. So, could it be that this is the reason why Baiye's father could not successfully breed flowers and plants? The flowers and plants in the wild are indeed of high quality, but their vegetative transformation is not complete, so their offspring are unstable. For a moment, Lin Wei's mind was full of thoughts. Until Baiye reminded her, "Let's go." Lin Wei came back to her senses, and found that everyone was looking at her, and waiting for her. They had spent a long time at the red circle number 1. Although the alien plants guarding the 3 purple jasmines were not moving for some reason, this was not a surprise to the seed hunter team. After all, there were no seeds for them to collect. Formal seed hunter teams have unwritten rules, that is, they cannot exhaust the pond to fish, that is, only collect seeds, and do not damage healthy flowers and plants in the wild unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, generally speaking, it is unrealistic to want to collect healthy flowers and plants in the wild under the guard of many alien plants, unless you don't want to die. The journey continues. The next journey was incredibly smooth for the 5 members of the seed hunter team. It is true that they have just been to this star island, and the routes chosen by Lao He are all relatively safe ones that they have explored before. Even so, the journey was too peaceful. On the alien plant star island, even if you have just walked the day before and have confirmed the safe path, you may not be able to walk it again the next day without any problems. This is the normal state of danger on the alien plant star island. However, the 8-member team led by Lao He walked along the road. There was no sudden bend that would trip people, no bumps that suddenly appeared without warning and would explode people with corrosive juice if they were not careful, and no gnarled branches that stretched out from nowhere and would be dragged away if they were not careful. There was nothing, and the surroundings were even more eerie and quiet. How strange. Xiao Hui couldn't help but sigh, it's too quiet. Xiao Yujie, who didn't know much about the alien plant island, asked in confusion, what's wrong? There should be the kind of alien plants that you mentioned before that can cry and laugh? Xiao Hui shook her head and said, no, there shouldn't be that kind of alien plants on this star island, I can't tell. It's too smooth, it's never been so smooth, it makes me a little flustered. Xiao Yujie laughed at her, it's not good to go smoothly? How can you be more nervous than me? who comes to the alien plant island for the first time. Xiao Hui just shook her head and didn't argue with Xia Yujia. Precisely because it was not her first time to come to the alien plant island, she was more aware of the discord between this quietness and smoothness. Like Xiao Hui, the remaining 4 members of the Seed Hunter team did not relax because of the smooth journey. Although there was no obvious expression on their faces, their bodies were all tense. Lin Wei felt the inquiring gaze from the side, and it was obvious that Bai Yi had noticed something. Lin Wei raised her eyes to meet Bai Ye's gaze, gave him an affirmative look without hiding anything, and pointed at the little rose in her arms. Bai Yi understood. He knew about Mao Mao, and when Lin Wei confessed, Bai Yi was also shocked by Mao Mao's existence. Chapter 67. At that time, the team of 8 people was heading towards the gray dotted circle marking point that Lin Wei requested to add. Before that, they had passed 2 marking points, namely the red circle marking point of Mirabilis jalapa and 1 white circle marking point. According to Lao He, the white circle marking point was originally a patch of lettuce. At that time, Xia Yujia couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Feather vegetable? I remember that Luyuan had successfully bred it 2 years ago, right?" "That's right, but, shall we explain to Xia Yujia, it's hard to find the growing points of fruits and vegetables in the wild. They are not like flowers and plants. Where there are many foreign plants, you can mostly find flowers and plants there. Fruits and vegetables can only be found by pure luck. So generally speaking, as long as we find a growing point for fruits and vegetables in the wild, regardless of whether the fruits and vegetables grown there are successfully bred or not, we will mark it out." Xiao Hui smiled and said, "After all, it is a place suitable for the growth of fruits and vegetables. Maybe one day, there will grow fruits and vegetables that we have never seen before." Lin Wei thought, no wonder she saw that the proportion of flower and grass seeds in the seeds collected by the Seed Hunter team was much higher than that of fruit and vegetable seeds. Flowers and plants are obviously protected by foreign plants, but fruits and vegetables are not treated in this way. Now after Xiao Hui's explanation, everything makes sense. Maybe it's because flowers and plants and fruits and vegetables appeared at different times, Lin Wei guessed. According to Bai Ye's father's research on flowers and plants, the emergence of flowers and plants is for the reproduction of the population, while fruits and vegetables are due to the domestication mark in the genes. The difference between the two is that the emergence of flowers and plants is more autonomous and strong, while the reversal of mutations in fruits and vegetables may be more dependent on changes in the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, when they arrived near the white circle mark point, they did not see any trace of feather vegetables there. It was already completely occupied by some large groups of mutant plants that looked like the bleeding tooth fungus in Lin Wei's impression. And judging from the reactions of the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team, similar situations should not be uncommon. Think about the situation of wild fruits and vegetables. It is really difficult. Affected by the domestication mark in their genes, they reverse mutation in certain specific environments. This is probably like a betrayal for other mutant plants. After reversing the mutation, they completely lost their attack power. However, even if they have been as isolated as possible, they will still be excluded by the domineering mutant plants and occupy their living places. It's really pitiful. Just as Lin Wei was sighing for the fruits and vegetables that had a hard time surviving in the wild, the team stopped at the signal of Lao He. The gray dotted circle mark point has arrived. This should be their last sightseeing spot of the day. On this dangerous second-level star island, there is no distinction between day and night. The sun shines all day long here. But the lack of night doesn't mean that Lin Wei and his team don't need to rest. From the time they got off the spaceship to now, Lin Wei and his team have been walking for nearly 10 hours. Although the gravity on this star island is different from that of the stars in the Star Federation due to the different circumsphere, the gravity is smaller, and walking is not so strenuous. But more than 10 hours of non-stop travel will still make people feel tired. Because of this, Lao He suggested before that after seeing this gray dotted circle mark point, they will detour to a nearby buffer zone to eat, drink, rest, and then continue the journey. At this moment, Lin Wei paused and looked up to see the strange plant at the foot of the mountain not far away. The growth point of the strange plant is quite special. It grows close to a nearly vertical mountain wall. Xia Yujia, who saw the appearance of the strange plant, couldn't help but praise, "This strange plant grows well." Lin Wei felt the same way. The strange plant not far away was blood red, like a blooming lotus, with rhizomes exposed on the surface, and on it were leaves that would move without wind, like wide and flat kelp. The surging leaves were thick green, which had an extremely strong color contrast with its bright red lotus-shaped rhizomes, giving people a great visual impact. Of course, this is the first impression from a distance. It will be different if you use a pair of eye protection binoculars to take a closer look. The dark green kelp-shaped leaves were nothing special, but the bright red lotus-shaped rhizome was composed of countless sharp scales. As the dark green leaves above surged, the bright red blood-stained scales seemed to breathe, opening and closing. It is not difficult to imagine that those scales must be a certain means of attack of this alien plant. This time, without Lin Wei taking the initiative to speak up, Lao He had brought them to the ground less than 30 meters away from the cluster of alien plants. According to Lao He, this cluster of alien plants seemed to be a relatively good-tempered type. Even if you walked into its attack range, as long as you didn't make any big noise to disturb it, or do something that made it feel dangerous, it would not take the initiative to attack. It's a pity that the flowers and plants here only bloom, but don't produce seeds. Xiao Hui couldn't help but complain again, obviously still worried about the time-consuming and useless waiting when she came to collect last time. Since this cluster of alien plants is relatively docile and harmless in the eyes of the 5 seed hunters, when Lin Wei approached with Mao Mao in her arms, the alien plants were frightened like a cat with its fur blown up. The kelp leaves stood straight up, and the scales on the lotus-shaped rhizomes even forgot to breathe. These not-so-obvious changes can be explained by the good temper of this cluster of alien plants in the eyes of the 5 seed hunters. But good temper is good temper. Lin Wei wanted to take the risk alone and go deep into the cluster of alien plants, but Lao He still subconsciously refused. No, it's too dangerous. Not to mention that Lin Wei wanted to go alone. Even if they were escorted by their seed hunter team, Lao He could not guarantee that he could bring Lin Wei back absolutely safely. Lao He analyzed the pros and cons with Lin Wei and explained in detail the troubles of the cluster of alien plants. This cluster of good-tempered alien plants is not as easy to deal with as the cluster of alien plants guarding the purple jasmine. Its attack methods include the upper leaves wrapping around it, and the lower rhizome scales deforming to attack. In addition, the most troublesome thing for the seed hunter team is that the scales on the rhizome of this alien plant will release a fragrant poisonous gas when it deforms and attacks. Even if you wear a gas mask, you will still be infected by the poisonous gas after a long time. Lao He's series of explanations were interrupted by Bai Yi. Bai Yi just patted Lao He on the shoulder and said, "It's okay." Although Lao He and the other 4 members of the seed hunter team still looked disapproving, since Mr. Bai Yi had spoken, they didn't say anything more. Lin Wei glanced at Bai Yi, nodded to him firmly, and then carried Mao Mao forward alone. Xia Yujia, who was lost in thought, didn't realize it until Lin Wei walked away. Staring at Lin Wei's back, he gently leaned on Bai Yi with his elbow and asked with a somewhat worried tone, "Are you sure it will be okay to let Lin Wei go alone?" "Yes," Bai Yi responded without hesitation. His eyes never left Lin Wei from beginning to end. Lin Wei was sure of herself. In her vision, in the bubble emojis of the status of several alien plants, the little black unicorns were busy fearing Mao Mao and had no intention of attacking at all. As she got closer and closer, the black unicorn's white eyes showed some love or desire. Lin Wei set her sights on the healthy flower among the alien plants. Unlike ordinary flowers and plants that grow on the surface, this flower is directly rooted in the lotus-shaped rhizome of the alien plant. Perhaps because it was not stained with a bit of soil, the root ball of this flower was very white and beautiful, and the garlic-like leaves on it were even more lush and green. The flower stalks between the leaves were almost the same color as the leaves. The emerald flower stalks were decorated with white flowers, and the stamens were golden, emitting bursts of fragrance. Lin Wei recognized it at a glance. It was a narcissus known for its cool and elegant beauty. Narcissus is indeed a flower that is extremely difficult to produce seeds. Of course, it is not that it does not produce seeds, but compared to seed reproduction, it is faster to reproduce narcissus by root balls, root buds, and even tissue scales. As for the narcissus itself, perhaps because its balls and buds have too strong reproductive ability, it rarely produces seeds, as if it has voluntarily given up the relatively difficult seed reproduction method. 30 meters away, the 7 people who were watching Lin Wei's every move held their breath when Lin Wei went deep into the alien plant bush. When they saw Lin Wei stepping on the bright red scaly bulbs of the alien plant like an ignorant and fearless person, Xiao Hui and Lin Fay, who were relatively young in the seed hunter team, couldn't help but gasp. In order to make sure that the flowers and plants did not produce seeds, they also fought with the alien plants. Because of this, they knew better how difficult those bulbs were to deal with. Those bright red scales seemed to be able to reassemble intelligently. Although they are now beautiful petal shapes, once they launch an attack, they can arbitrarily transform into various tricky forms that you can't even imagine and can take your life in an instant. However, after Lin Wei stepped on those bulbs, nothing happened. Lao He and Gao Jian looked at each other, and could no longer deceive themselves by using the inactivation of the alien plants to explain the weirdness in front of them. The girl squatted down in the alien plants without any precautions, as if she was in a normal environment, and fiddled with them without any scruples. Sister Ling saw Lin Wei put down the pot of flowers she had been holding, and took out a knife from the small bag on her side. She is going to. No! If you dig up the flowers and plants, the alien plants will go crazy. Sister Ling couldn't help but raise her voice. Years of experience in collecting seeds made her know the importance of flowers and plants to alien plants. Flowers and plants are equivalent to the lifeblood of alien plants. Digging flowers and plants will inevitably attract suicidal retaliatory attacks from alien plants. No one and no team can resist the attack of the completely out-of-control mutant plants. Sister Ling wanted to speak out to stop Lin Wei, but she was afraid that her voice would be too loud and counterproductive. It was Ling Jie's hesitation of less than a second that made Lin Wei, who always worked neatly, cut the rhizomes of the flowers and plants. Seeing this, Ling Jie's eyes widened slightly, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound in the end. But Ling Jie soon found that her worries were unnecessary. Lin Wei had already cut, but the strange plants were still motionless as if they were dead. What's going on? When you don't touch the key points, some things may be passed off as coincidences or accidents, but once you find the right direction to think, all the strangeness and mysteries that could not be explained before will be solved in an instant. Assuming that the carpet and the strange plants they encountered before were not inactive, the peace and tranquility they had along the way was not because they were lucky this time or there was a big disaster waiting for them. Looking at Lin Wei moving freely in the strange plants, as if there was no one. All these abnormalities were undoubtedly explained. The 5 members of the Seed Hunter team are not stupid. What Sister Ling can think of, others naturally have more or less noticed. Lao He hesitated and said, Mr. Bai Yi? Bai Yi looked at him calmly. His tone was not strong, but he did not allow any arguments. After returning, everyone will sign a confidentiality agreement. Bai Yi's words were self-evident, which confirmed the guesses in the hearts of the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team. Okay. The 5 people responded solemnly. Xia Yujia, the only outsider, rolled his eyes to the sky. Xia Yujia was much more accepting of Lin Wei's ability to move freely among the alien plants than the seed hunters present. After all, in his eyes, Lin Wei has always been a green plant apostle. People who can grow high-quality potted plants and are liked by plants will certainly not be attacked by alien plants. Isn't this the most normal thing? There was only one narcissus in the plant bush. Although it looked lush and like a large clump, there was only one status bubble emoticon package on top of it. There were many bulblets and root buds growing on the huge root ball of the narcissus. The bulblets of the narcissus were basically connected to its main root ball by only one layer of skin, so Lin Wei was relatively casual when collecting the bulblets and just broke them off with his hands. In comparison, the root buds were more fragile. Because they were closely connected to the root ball, a knife had to be used to handle them. While collecting the bulblets and root buds of the narcissus, Lin Wei occasionally raised his eyelids to look at the status bubble emoticon package of the narcissus. The white man had an animal ear and a black hoof, which looked a little weird, but also cute. No matter what Lin Wei did, the white man of the narcissus always stood there upright, looking at Lin Wei quietly. Are all the emoticons of wild flowers and plants so quiet and natural? Lin Wei couldn't help but think of the emoticons of her family, who loved to play and make trouble, and she seems to like the little naughty ones at home more. Of course, well-behaved ones are also good, but Lin Wei still prefers those she raised by herself. Putting the bulbs and root buds into the bag on her side, Lin Wei stood up and jumped off the lotus-shaped rhizome of the alien plant. Oh, I almost forgot about Mao Mao. Lin Wei turned around and picked up Mao Mao's flower pot, and then walked back. When they found that Lin Wei was leaving, the kelp leaves, which were so straight and frightened by Mao Mao, fluttered to Lin Wei's side, just like kittens and puppies asking their owners for a touch. They gently rubbed Lin Wei's body with their smooth skin. Lin Wei raised her hand and casually grabbed a kelp leaf. The silky touch of the tentacles startled Lin Wei a little. The leaves felt just like silk, smooth, delicate, but tough. So nice to touch. Lin Wei would never have thought that these leaves that felt as smooth as silk to her would have amazing entanglement strength if they were to launch a serious attack. Because of their smooth and thin surface, people couldn't even break free with their hands after being entangled. The seemingly thin, but extremely tough leaves would embed into people's muscles and bones as the entanglement strength continued to increase, and eventually break people's bones inch by inch. Watching Lin Wei's intimate interaction with those leaves, even if they saw it with their own eyes, the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team still felt unbelievable. Lin Wei carelessly let the leaves slip from her palms. She looked up at the 7 people waiting for her not far away, and tilted her head at them. Of course, there was a smiling face under the gas mask that complemented the tilted head. The 7 people unconsciously stepped forward, as if preparing to welcome Lin Wei. Just then, a slightly strong wind blew past. There was a faint sound of something flapping in the wind, and Lin Wei looked up and saw yellow-green butterflies flying all over the sky. Butterflies? A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. She remembered that Sister Ling had previously told her that on the alien plant Star Island, due to the cruelty of the alien plants and the harsh environment, no other living creatures could survive here for a long time except for the tenacious Kumo. At the same time, seeing the butterflies flying all over the sky, the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team were so frightened that their pupils shrank. As they stopped abruptly, Lao He and Gao Jian grabbed by Yi and Xiao Yujia respectively. "It's the vampire leaf butterfly. How could they appear here? Everyone scatter." He whispered to Lin Wei again, "Don't move, we rescue you right away. If we talk about the most dangerous plant on Xingyu, it must be the vampire tree." But what puzzled Lao He was that he had clearly avoided the vampire tree as much as possible. Why did the vampire leaf butterfly appear here? Because of Lao He's whisper, Lin Wei subconsciously paused. She looked up at the sky and saw butterflies circling above her head. If it weren't for the tense atmosphere of Lao He and others not far away, just looking at this scene, the slender girl in white combat uniform, standing under the sky, with butterflies lingering above her head, undoubtedly, this is a very beautiful scene. The butterflies did not approach Lin Wei, but always hovered above her head, keeping a relatively safe distance from her. Lin Wei could see clearly now that the flying things above her head were not butterflies, but some butterfly-like leaves with filaments on their petioles. Lin Wei looked up along the filaments, but her vision was blocked by the mountain wall, so she could not find the end of the filaments. Lao He rushed to save Lin Wei, but found that the group of butterflies had no intention of attacking Lin Wei at all. He then remembered that the girl in front of him seemed to have a special ability that could protect her and the people who were traveling with her from being attacked by alien plants. Lao He, who had come to his senses, sighed in his heart. This was completely a conditioned reflex that he had cultivated after years of fighting with alien plants. Especially now, the alien plant that appeared was the blood-sucking tree, which was extremely troublesome. The main body of the blood-sucking tree was not scary, and it even looked like a tall, ordinary tree. However, each of its branches had slender filaments, and at the end of these filaments were beautiful leaves that would flutter in the wind. If you are fooled by the appearance of these leaves, you will definitely suffer a great loss. The leaves of the blood-sucking tree are called blood-sucking leaf butterflies. As the name suggests, they suck blood. When the blood-sucking leaf butterfly lands on you, its leaves will quickly secrete a strong corrosive liquid that can paralyze the nerves. Even heavy armor can be corroded in an instant. Those leaves will attach to your skin and quickly absorb your blood. Because of the paralysis of the nerves, you can neither escape nor struggle. You can only watch your blood dye the slender hanging silk into bright red. The alien blood-sucking leaf butterflies that come with the wind often make seed hunters unable to defend themselves. That's why Lao He is so concerned. Another gust of wind passed, and the butterflies dispersed. Everyone was safe and sound. Lao He, who walked towards his companions with Lin Wei, shrugged as if he was mocking himself. The other members of the Seed Hunter team also had a look of laughter and tears in their eyes. There is no way around it. They are always nervous when facing alien plants. This is a habit they have developed over the years, and it will be difficult to change it in a short period of time. Chapter 68. After resting for several hours in the buffer zone, the 8-man team set out again. They did not follow the previously designated route, because during the rest period, Lin Wei asked everyone to go directly to see the tree with orange-yellow fruits, which was the loquat tree in Lin Wei's cognition. Lin Wei's idea was very simple. The main purpose of her trip was to test whether her plant affinity was effective against alien plants. Now the test was almost done, and the results were satisfactory. By the way, she also found out that Mao Mao had alien plant deterrence, which was an unexpected surprise. And the alien plant Star Island they were exploring at the moment, not to mention that the Seed Hunter team had already collected it once before. The flower, grass, fruit and vegetable resources of the second-level dangerous alien plant Star Island were not rich. Lin Wei was not really a tourist. Her ultimate goal was to collect more seeds, more flowers, grasses, fruits and vegetables that could be selected and planted. To Lin Wei, it would be a sheer waste of time to continue to spend time on this alien plant Star Island, following the established route step by step. Based on the alien plants she tested and their love for her, plus Mao Mao, Lin Wei felt that they could definitely go to the dangerous level 3 alien plant star island or even the extremely dangerous alien plant star island to take a look. After learning about Lin Wei's special ability, everyone had no objection to Lin Wei's proposal, and some were even eager to try. However, Lao He, who was used to being cautious, chose the route that the Seed Hunter team had explored before when reselecting and changing the route, and did not take shortcuts full of alien plants based on Lin Wei's special ability. The environment of the alien plant star island is still special after all, and it is not a big deal to be cautious. Lin Wei fully supports the decision made by Lao He on the route. The growth point of that fruit tree is a bit special and relatively remote. When Lin Wei proposed to go directly to see the loqua tree, Lao He told her so. In fact, this was also within Lin Wei's expectations. After all, the alien plants are strong and overbearing, while the fruits and vegetables that have reversed the mutation are weak and harmless. Their growth environment in the alien plant star island is visibly difficult. In Lin Wei's cognition, the loqua tree, which grows from a small seedling to blooming and bearing fruit by sowing, takes at least 7 or 8 years. Lin Wei is not sure at the moment whether the reverse mutation of fruits and vegetables is like the transformation of alien plants into flowers and plants, whether it is suicide and rebirth, or in some other way. But it is impossible to transform to the point where it can bloom and bear fruit all at once. In other words, the wild loqua tree must have experienced a long period of difficult growth before it can bloom and bear fruit. In other words, its growth point must be in a corner, and foreign plants are too lazy to compete for it, so it can grow to maturity safely. Lin Wei expected that the loqua tree would grow sideways, but he didn't expect it to grow so sideways. Under the guidance of Lao He and others, Lin Wei climbed up a bare peak along the rugged mountain path. From the degree of bareness of this peak, it is not difficult to see that its geology and stone must be extremely unsuitable for plant growth. The loqua tree grew in a crack on the top of such a peak. At this time, Lin Wei stood beside the crack on the top of the peak and looked down. From this point of view, this crack is extremely narrow, just like a ray of sky, and only invisible skylight can pass through. However, the further in, the larger the crack, the wider the space becomes. Through this crack, Lin Wei could only vaguely see a few leaves of the loqua tree. Looking up from the crack, Lin Wei looked at the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team with a look of great admiration. Such a hidden place, you can actually find it. As the first discoverer, Xiao Hui proudly described to Lin Wei the process of discovering the loqua tree. The crack looked narrow and hidden at the top of the peak, but from the side at the foot of the mountain, it was a big gap. It had 2 leaves sticking out of the gap, and I just saw it when I looked up. Xiao Hui's it was obviously the loqua tree. Xiao Hui said it easily, but Lin Wei knew that if it weren't for excellent observation, how could ordinary people find the 2 leaves above hundreds of meters below? You have to know that this dangerous peak is not ordinary steep and rugged. The crack at the top of the peak is too narrow, and it is difficult to reach the loqua tree below even with the help of tools. Lin Wei couldn't help but ask Lao He in confusion how they picked the fruits before. People hang on safety ropes and swing into the gap from the cliff on the side. Lao He probably saw the fearless interest in Lin Wei's eyes and wanted to explore it himself, so he advised, "Tell us what you want, and we will go down to help you find it. It's too dangerous for you to go down." If it were the old Lin Wei, because of her good physical fitness, she could do well in climbing mountains and seas, rock climbing and snorkeling. However, after all, she changed her body, and Lin Wei didn't dare to be careless, so she thought about it and said, "I try it, and if it doesn't work, I let you do it. Don't worry, I know my limits and won't joke with my life. My physical fitness is not as good as before, but at least my skills are still there." This loqua tree grew too far to the side. Although the Seed Hunter team picked its fruits, they were unable to take pictures of the plant. So, Lin Wei still wanted to see its growth with his own eyes. In addition, loquats are usually propagated by seedlings and grafting, but in fact, as long as the branches are well selected and handled properly, loquats can also survive and propagate by cuttings. Lin Wei thought, if the growth is good, she can also cut some of its branches as breeding samples. Lin Wei spoke in a serious and firm tone. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lao He, and then looked at Bai Yi, who was staring at her. Lao He looked at Lin Wei's slender body, and still felt that it was inappropriate, but Bai Yi agreed, so he didn't say anything more. Lin Wei temporarily handed Mao Mao to Bai Yi, secretly pinched its leaves, and ordered Mao Mao to be obedient. With the help of Sister Ling and Xiao Hui, Lin Wei tied a safety rope. "Be careful," Bai Yi warned. Lin Wei nodded at him, promising that she would not show off, and then took a deep breath, and with the help of the safety rope on her waist, she slowly slid down along the steep cliff. Xiao Yujia watched Lin Wei slide down the steep cliff, walked to Bai Yi and patted his shoulder, and said with emotion, "I didn't expect Lin Wei to be so brave." Bai Yi did not comment, but just stared at the girl's every move as she slid down the cliff. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly understood his mother's feelings, supported all her decisions, believed in her, but couldn't help but worry about her. Lin Wei still had the climbing skills. He tried only twice before he swung into the gap smoothly with the help of the inertia of the safety rope, and his feet were firmly planted on the naturally formed platform in the gap. At the same time, Lin Wei finally saw the wild loquat tree clearly. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, there was a folk saying about loquat trees. It is said that loquat trees need to grow 100 branches before they can bloom and bear fruit. This is of course referring to seedling loquat trees. 100 branches is an imaginary number, but it is true that seedling loquat trees will grow many branches before they bloom and bear fruit, and these branches cannot be pruned at will, otherwise the loquat tree may get angry next year and refuse to bloom and bear fruit. Although it is a folk saying, it actually has a certain scientific basis. It is not that the branches of loquat trees cannot be pruned, but there are many requirements when pruning. If the branches are pruned casually, the loquat tree will not bloom or bear fruit at best, or it will wither and die directly. This is why Lin Wei wanted to take a look at the loquat tree in person. It would be difficult for her to teach the seed hunter team the details of pruning the loquat tree in a short period of time. If she asked them to help prune the loquat branches, Lin Wei was afraid that the loquat tree, which was already struggling to survive, would not be saved. There were 3 regular pulls on the safety rope, and Lao He and Gao Jian, who were responsible for pulling the safety rope, immediately understood and pulled the safety rope upwards. Not long after, Lin Wei, whose side bag was full of loquat branches, was pulled up safely. Lin Wei, who removed the safety rope, was a little exhausted and out of breath, but along with the ups and downs of his chest, Lin Wei could hear his own lively heartbeat. This was the first time that Lin Wei had done outdoor sports since she came to this world, and it was an exciting and adventurous high-altitude swing. She was sweating, but she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She just felt refreshed and happy from the bottom of her heart because she did what she wanted to do and liked to do. After calming her breathing, Lin Wei immediately took out the loquat branches from her bag, and Bai Yi, who had a tacit understanding with her, had already opened the suitcase he had been holding. White cold air poured out from the open suitcase. This is a low-temperature box with constant temperature and humidity. Before leaving, Bai Yi specially asked the relevant scientific researchers of the research center to help make it. The branches used for cuttings are not like seeds. Most seeds can keep their vitality as long as they are given a relatively dry container. But branches are different. From the moment they are cut, their vitality begins to decline. If they are not handled immediately, their vitality will soon decline to the critical point. Considering this, Lin Wei thought about how to solve this problem. The alien star island is far away, and it takes several days to go back and forth. If the branches are preserved by conventional means, there will be few branches with vitality when they return to the capital star. However, the branches cannot be preserved too well, otherwise they will take root silently during the journey, which will be more troublesome. After all, whether it is flowers and plants or fruits and vegetables, they are unstable in the wild. The genes of seeds are unstable, and branches are mostly unstable. In case of signs of mutation, Lin Wei can still deal with flowers and plants, but fruits and vegetables can only be dealt with on the spot. After thinking about it, Lin Wei finally thought of a way to keep the branches dormant at low temperatures before leaving, so as to maintain their vitality. After arranging the loquat branches neatly into the suitcase, Lin Wei picked up Mao Mao, who was acting cute to her with emoticons. Because she was on high ground, Lin Wei looked around and could see patches of alien plants that seemed to occupy their own territories. Retracting her gaze, Lin Wei made a summary in her mind in advance. The exploration of this dangerous second-level alien plant star island came to an end here. However, Lin Wei's summary was still a little early. On the way back, everyone walked very relaxed. Look at that alien plant. Does it look like it's saying hello to us? Xiao Yujia pointed to a strange-looking alien plant on the side of the road and said to everyone with an expression of discovering a new world. Xiao Hui looked over with great support and said with some surprise, "The swaying branches really seem to be greeting us." After a pause, Xiao Hui glanced at Lin Wei, who was chatting with Lao He and Bai Yi, and said, "But even if it is greeting, it must be greeting Lin Wei." Hearing this, Xiao Yujia nodded in agreement. On the side, Sister Ling, who was always indifferent, also joined in the fun. She turned her head to look at the alien plant that was said to be greeting them, and said to herself, "The alien plant that doesn't attack is quite pleasing to the eye." Lin Fay, who was walking beside her, pulled a gas mask on his face and sighed, "I'm really not used to this kind of alien plant, Xingyu." Gao Jian pushed Lin Fay's shoulder and said, "Don't be so naive. Be careful that Miss Lin won't take you to play." He heard that Miss Lin Wei wanted to go directly to the extremely dangerous Xingyu, and was now discussing it with Lao He and Mr. Bai Yi. That is the extremely dangerous Star Island. Many seed hunters' lifelong wish is to explore the extremely dangerous Star Island, but it is too dangerous and treacherous there. Going there is basically equivalent to committing suicide, which makes people have to give up. Gao Jian and Lin Fay looked at each other, and saw the expectation of the trip to the extremely dangerous Star Island in each other's eyes. There is a dangerous level 3 Star Island nearby, and it only takes about 10 hours to fly there. Otherwise, let's go to that dangerous level 3 Star Island first. Lao He suggested so. Obviously, he still prefers to be safe. Although Lin Wei has special abilities, it has been difficult for anyone to set foot on that extremely dangerous Star Island for so many years, and its degree of danger is not just talk. Lin Wei wanted to go directly to that extremely dangerous Star Island mainly for efficiency, but Lao He's words made her realize that the extremely dangerous Star Island is not only dangerous, but also very far away from here. After all, if they went directly to the extremely dangerous Star Island, they would have to pass by the dangerous level 3 Star Island mentioned by Lao He. It wouldn't take much time to stop and take a look. Thinking of this, Lin Wei accepted Lao He's suggestion. She turned her head and looked at Bai Yi, who was silent, with a questioning look. "You decide?" Bai Yi said. His tone was natural, as if he was not the decision-maker of a company as big as Luyuan, but a loyal fan of Lin Wei. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, and did not miss the smile that flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. How did this person manage to tease himself with a serious tone? While talking and laughing, the group stepped out of the exotic plant forest, and walked onto the buffer zone, where they parked the spacecraft, when they first came to this Star Island. The barren hilly belt did not have a good view. Halfway through the walk, Lao He suddenly stopped. He had always been at the forefront of the team. Because of his cautious personality, even if everyone relaxed their vigilance because of the peace and tranquility of this trip, Lao He still had a string in his mind. At this time, Lao He frowned and looked in the direction of their spaceship, and said in an unclear tone, "There is another spaceship parked next to our spaceship." Chapter 69. Lao He's words made everyone else adjust their goggles, and look forward. The strong wind blew up the yellow-brown sand, and after the dust settled, Lin Wei saw the other spaceship that Lao He mentioned in the goggles. The spaceship was parked near their spaceship. Perhaps it had just landed, and people could be seen getting off the spaceship one after another. Was it a seed hunter team that came to this alien Star Island to collect seeds like them? Lin Wei retracted his gaze and guessed so, but heard Sister Ling next to him say in a heavy tone, "I didn't see the Union logo, so I'm not sure if it's a new team or poachers." "Poachers?" Xia Yujia took a breath. "I can't be so unlucky." Xiao Hui comforted him. "Don't worry, if it's just an ordinary poacher, we can handle it." Gao Jian interrupted. "Ordinary poachers don't dare to fight with us casually." The confident tone contained disdain for poachers. Lin Wei had learned about the seed hunter industry. Although there was not much relevant information on the internet, along the way, relying on Xiao Hui and Xia Yujia's casual chats and Bai Yi's brief popular science, it was enough for her to fill in her knowledge gaps. The so-called poachers are seed hunter teams or individuals who have not obtained official qualifications. Usually, poachers are roughly divided into two types. One is the common speculators, who take advantage of the loose flight control on some planets, and venture to the alien Star Island to collect seeds, and sell them on the black market. This type of poacher is mostly unorganized and undisciplined. Compared with the well-trained green source seed hunter team, they are obviously just a mob. Of course, this type of poachers generally do not conflict with regular seed hunter teams, and even more often they avoid them. The other type is more troublesome. Instead of calling them poachers, perhaps the names of star pirates and star bandits are more suitable for what they do. This type of poachers generally do not collect seeds by themselves, but choose to wait for the return of seed hunter teams, and kill and rob them. However, Gao Jian's confidence is not without reason. Their green source team has already made a name for themselves in the seed hunter industry 2 years ago. Maybe there were some blind poachers who targeted them in the past few years, but now there are almost none. At least in the past 2 years, they have not encountered them once. Occasionally, they met other teams on the way to collect seeds. Whether they were regular teams or poachers, they were mostly polite, when they saw the green source grass logo on them. Of course, Gao Jian also understood the Captain Lao Hei's vigilance. After all, there are now 3 people in their team who absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Lao Hei took out a fluorescent stick-shaped transmitter from his pocket, turned it on, and held it above his head, with dazzling green light flickering. Lin Wei was blinded by the green light of the device, and as he looked away, Bai Ye's orderly voice rang in his ears. This is a friendly way for seed hunters to greet each other. Lin Wei closed his eyes, and after recovering from the ominous red dots that appeared in front of his eyes due to the strong green light, he nodded in response. Not long after, Sister Ling said with a slightly relaxed tone. They responded. Lin Wei looked up and saw a green light flashing not far away, responding to the frequency of Lao Hei's transmitter, like a Morse code-like communication code. As if confirming the other party's identity, Lao Hei put away the messaging device and said, "Let's go." After a pause, he added, "Try to walk close to the hills." It's not that Lao Hei is suspicious. Even if the other party typed the union code, it doesn't mean that they must be his own people. The sudden turn of events that followed also proved that Lao Hei's caution was not redundant. Born in a peaceful era, even if he traveled through time, his identity was just an ordinary person. Lin Wei never thought that one day he would face the fierce battle of Mu Sonlin's bullet rain. At that time, the team of 8 people walked forward. Their spaceship was already in sight. The people who got off another spaceship next to them did not leave, as if they were waiting for them. The number of the other party was similar to theirs, less than 10 people, all wearing uniform black combat uniforms, helmets and gas masks covering their faces, but judging from the sturdy and strong figures of these people, they should all be martial artists. As they got closer, the group of people suddenly walked towards them. Lin Wei noticed that as they walked, their hands were touching their waists. He only heard Lao Hei say, "Something is wrong." The battle of the wooden warehouse started without warning. Lin Wei's brain didn't even react for a while, but his body had reacted first. Under the cover of Sister Ling and Bai Yi, he hugged the flower pot tightly and rolled on the ground, hiding behind a huge rock. After panting and coming to his senses, Lin Wei leaned against the rock and looked around. The 5 members of the Seed Hunter team have all entered the combat state, facing the wooden warehouse with murderous aura. Lin Wei and Bai Yi beside him looked at each other, and then looked at Xiao Yujia. When Xiao Yujia was dodging, his leg accidentally hit a protruding rock. When Lin Wei heard his groan of pain, she asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Xiao Yujia waved his hand slightly at her, "Nothing." He smacked his lips in annoyance, "TSK, bad luck." In just 1 or 2 sentences, their situation seemed to get worse. Due to the special environment of the alien planet Star Island, many sophisticated instruments from high-tech civilized societies, including lasers, laser cannons, and other weapons, cannot be used here. So at the moment, both the Seed Hunter team and the unidentified person on the opposite side are using the old live ammunition cannons. But the other side is obviously well prepared, and the firepower of the cannon bullets is much stronger than theirs. Seeing that the other side obviously wanted to use the firepower of the cannonball to suppress them and catch them all, Lao Hei made a prompt decision and said, "Gao Jian, Ling, and I will divert their firepower. Lin Fay, you and Xiao Hui will cover Mr. Bai Yi and his men back to the spaceship." Before he finished speaking, Lin Wei saw Lao Hei, Gao Jian, and Sister Ling rushing out of the stone shelter like wind and lightning. The dense cannonballs immediately chased them at high speed, and the bullet marks on the ground near Lin Wei and his men were significantly reduced. Lin Fay looked out to determine the situation and said, "Let's go." Lin Wei was sandwiched among several people. Following their footsteps, she bent over and slowly approached their spaceship. Walking and stopping, the infinite pulling of the tense nerves made Lin Wei feel that her breathing was tightening and her heartbeat was rumbling. She was so focused on the movements of her feet and the others around her that she never noticed that Mao Mao's expression pack seemed a little anxious because of her overly nervous mood. The yellow-faced dwarf horse no longer had a silly smile on his face, but an angry face. It was like a pet dog with a mental illness, constantly circling and repeatedly stretching its legs and kicking its hooves. After a long and seemingly endless dodging and walking, the spaceship was finally in sight. Just cross a small hill. However, at this moment, 3 men in black suddenly rushed over. Lin Fay and Xiao Hui looked at each other and rushed towards the 3 men in black with their wooden cannons. "Mr. Bai Yi, please go. We are here to block them." Xiao Hui said so before rushing out. She and Lin Fay consciously led the 3 men in black away from the spaceship. But the 3 men in black were not fools. 2 of them were led away by Xiao Hui and Lin Fay, but one of them was left holding a wooden cannon with a continuous shotgun, blocking the way Lin Wei and his men had to take to return to the spaceship. Lin Wei tightly hugged the flower pot in her arms, stared at the smoking shotgun barrel in the other person's hand, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In a flash, Bai Yi pushed Lin Wei to Xiao Yujia, pulled out a short barrel, dodged the other person's shotgun, and fired several barrels at the man in black. While the other person's arm was hit by a bullet, Bai Yi took a few steps forward, grabbed the other person's wrist holding the barrel, and tried to remove the powerful shotgun barrel in the other person's hand. The man in black saw the situation, and used his remaining hand to hold Bai Yi back. Both of them obviously wanted to remove the barrel in the other person's hand. The tense struggle between the two made Lin Wei, who was hiding on the side, feel his heart jump out of his throat. It seemed that the stalemate lasted for a long time, but in a moment, the two barrels fell to the ground at the same time, and Bai Yi kicked the other person's shotgun barrel away, and the other person kicked the short barrel aside when Bai Yi tried to pick up his short barrel. The wooden gun was gone, and the two sides started a pure fist and kick contest. But the man in black obviously had a trick up his sleeve. When he was fighting with Bai Yi, he bent over and pulled out the short blade stuck in his boot. He raised his hand and stabbed Bai Yi. A string of blood splashed from the back of Bai Yi's cut hand to the ground. Lin Wei looked at the red dots on the ground and her breathing stagnated. She glanced at Bai Yi, who was still struggling with the man in black, and her eyes moved down to the short wooden gun that was relatively close to her. There were stray bullets splashing from time to time. Lin Wei bit her lower lip and estimated the distance between herself and the short wooden gun in her mind. Just when she was about to jump out to pick up the gun, Xiao Yuqi grabbed her arm in time and whispered, "Don't move, I go." Lin Wei looked at his leg. Xiao Yuji's collision just now was not light. There was an obvious bulge on his leg, which should be red and swollen. Xiao Yuji just said nonchalantly, "It's okay." Then he took a deep breath, dodged the stray bullets that came from nowhere, and rushed to pick up the wood. However, the man in black still noticed Xiao Yuji. He waved his knife to force back Bai Yi, who was fighting with him, and ran towards Xiao Yuji and kicked him. Xiao Yuji could have avoided the kick of the man in black, but he was dragged down by his legs, and was kicked hard in the waist and abdomen. He was kicked back 2 steps, and almost fell down. He barely stood up with the support of his uninjured leg. The man in black was swift, and caught up with him in a few steps. He raised his hand to make another knife. Fortunately, Bai Yi arrived in time, and kicked the hand of the man in black holding the knife with force, kicking the knife away. In this way, the situation became 2-1. With Xiao Yuji's help, Bai Yi's chances of winning against the tall and strong man in black should have increased. But Lin Wei soon discovered that this was not the case. Xiao Yuji's skills, which were trained indoors with a sparring robot, were almost useless in real combat. And the tacit understanding between him and Bai Yi was almost zero. Originally, Bai Yi and the tall and strong man in black could barely fight to a draw, but now with Xiao Yuji, Bai Yi was hindered everywhere, and was beaten back by the tall and strong man in black. Lin Wei was very anxious, but he couldn't blame Xiao Yuji. It was obvious that he was trying hard to help Bai Yi, but it was just counterproductive. His sight fell on the short wooden cannon that was kicked away again. Lin Wei stood up and went around, avoiding the sight of the man in black and the scattered bullets, and approached the short wooden cannon carefully. Just as Lin Wei was about to touch the short wooden cannon, she suddenly heard a strange voice calling her name. Lin Wei. She subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a tall and tight man in black slowly walking out from the back of the hill in front of her. The man in black held the wooden cannon in his hand, and the mouth of the wooden cannon was facing her. With a bang, Lin Wei saw white smoke coming out of the mouth of the wooden cannon. At that moment, the passage of time seemed to become extremely slow. Lin Wei felt as if she had clearly seen the bullet coming out of the barrel, and watched it fly towards her heart. She tried to dodge, but her body's reaction speed was no match for the speed of the bullet. With a ding, an extremely subtle sound rang in her ears. A black thorny vine was pulled out from the flower pot, blocking the bullet with great accuracy, causing the bullet that was originally shot at Lin Wei's heart to deviate from its direction instantly. The bullet grazed Lin Wei's arm, leaving a deep blood mark. The intense pain made Lin Wei's hand loosen, and the flower pot she had been holding tightly in her arms fell to the ground. The material of the flower pot was not easy to break, but the ground was hard, so it still broke into 2 petals. The sterile mud mixed with eggshell and bone fragments was scattered on the ground, and the small, seemingly ordinary rose also fell to the ground. Lin Wei had no time to care about Mao's situation, because the muzzle of the man in black was still pointed at her. She should have taken a look. If she had, she would have found that Mau Mau's seemingly weak roots were deeply embedded in the extremely hard hilly soil without any obstacles. The man in black seemed to be wondering how he could miss with his wooden cannon method. The speed of Mau Mau's vine's expansion and contraction was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The man in black obviously did not see clearly. So at this moment, the man in black approached Lin Wei with a wooden can, as if he wanted to find out what was going on, and seemed to think that if he got closer, then killing Lin Wei would be a sure thing. Lin Wei stared at the dark wooden can opening that was getting closer and closer, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Not far away, Bai Yi and Xia Yujia noticed the critical situation on Lin Wei's side, and tried their best to get rid of the entanglement of the other man in black. Bai Yi shouted in fear, almost losing his composure, "Lin Wei!" The ground suddenly began to shake violently. Lin Wei only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and something gushed out from under the ground. When she raised her eyes, Lin Wei saw countless surging, thorny black vines. She saw the man in black who wanted to open the wooden can again at her was hit by a thorny black vine, and flew several meters away, and even his helmet was torn. The man in black choked and coughed, and blood oozed out of his gas mask. He raised the wooden gun to shoot the black vine, and the bullet hit the sharp thorns of the black vine, making a clanging sound, but it had no effect. The sharp thorn vine seemed to be enraged by him, and it seemed to hate him to the core. It launched an attack like a cobra and wrapped the man in black. Its extremely hard thorns easily penetrated the combat uniform of the man in black and pierced deeply into his flesh. As the sharp thorn vine stirred tightly, the man in black instantly became a blood gourd, and the blood that flowed down accumulated in a pool below him. It was not just the man in black in front of Lin Wei. Although Lin Wei's vision was blocked by the tens of meters high thorn vines in front of her, she heard the screams of pain, and those screams were silent in a moment as if they had died. The sound of the wooden gun also stopped. Lin Wei covered her arm, that was bleeding and painful, and looked up at the huge plant bush in front of her with a daze. She heard her own voice as if in a dream, and heard herself say, "Mau Mau, it's all right, stop." Chapter 70. Bai Yi, Xia Yujia, and the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team were all stunned at the moment, or more accurately, they had to be stunned. The black-clad men who were fighting fiercely with them just a moment ago were blown away one by the black thorny vines that seemed to fall from the sky without any warning. This was originally a good thing for them, as all the opponents were solved in an instant. But the problem was that those black thorny vines were thick and long, and there were many of them. Their attacks were chaotic, just like a child who was in a tantrum, scratching and hitting people. They might not have meant it, but those thorns were extremely sharp. Just by brushing past, the combat uniforms that should have been strong and protective were directly cut open. If you are lucky and there is no blood, there is no problem. Once there is blood, the whole person will instantly enter a state of stiffness. The body cannot move, and the eyes are dark, but the consciousness is clear, and you can hear the sounds around you and feel the wind whistling from time to time. This state of being blind and dazed can take a few seconds or even minutes to gradually recover. And this is just the result of the black thorn vine scratching the oily skin a little. As for those black-clothed men who were beaten with blood by the black thorn vine, how long will it take for them to recover, or whether they can recover? No one can say for sure. "How is it? Can you get up?" Lao He reached out to his teammate Lin Fay, who was still lying on the ground. Lin Fay was the worst of the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team. When the black thorn vine attacked, he was fighting with a black-clothed man in close combat, and he was not able to react in time. When the black-clothed man was beaten, he was also affected and beaten hard by the black thorn vine. Lying on his back on the ground, Lin Fay tilted his head to shake off the broken goggles on his face. His confused and distracted eyes only began to focus gradually until now. He looked at the several black thorny vines that had settled down above his head, and sighed with anger and amusement. This thing is a bit exaggerated. As he spoke, he held the hand that Lao He stretched out to pull him, and stood up with a force. Xia Yujia had a similar experience to Lin Fay. He was also hit by the black thorny vine, because of his slow reaction. Xia Yujia was even worse than Lin Fay. He was caught off guard and hit by the black thorny vine in the chest. Because one of his legs was injured, it was difficult for him to stabilize his body, and could not use clever strength to relieve the force. His back hit the ground heavily, and a fishy and sweet mouthful of food gushed out of his throat. At this time, he hooked one arm around Bai Ye's shoulder, and was supported to stand up. While pouring the special medicine Xiao Hui gave him into his mouth, he covered his chest and cried, "Internal injury, definitely internal injury." After confirming that he was fine, Bai Yi ignored him, and just stared at the girl surrounded by black thorny vines not far away. Not only Bai Yi, but also the 5 members of the Seed Hunter team, including Xiao Yujia, and all the sane people present, all looked at the girl without exception. There was curiosity and confusion in their eyes. However, the scene in front of them was completely beyond their cognition, and no one asked a question. The Seed Hunter team had its own professional ethics. Before this, Bai Yi had already told them that the girl had a special ability that could not be told to outsiders. Not being attacked by alien plants was the girl's special ability, and now, driving alien plants to attack was obviously also the girl's special ability. They saw it, and that was all. As for Xiao Yujia, he was always open-minded, and he had long positioned Lin Wei as a mysterious green plant apostle. Because of this, no matter what ability Lin Wei showed in front of him, he would at most say fuck, and accept it without any obstacles. Bai Yi handed Xiao Yujia to Lao He, and his eyes swept indifferently over the black-clothed men lying on the ground, checked their identities. Having given such an order, Bai Yi walked straight towards Lin Wei. At that time, when Lin Wei revealed Mao Mao's identity, the black thorny vines, which were full of domineering and had the momentum of the boss is the boss, and I am the second, were like countless times when they made trouble on the terrace, and were angrily named by the intolerable Lin Wei. All the vines froze as if they were caught on the spot, and then drooped their heads timidly. It was completely like a look of admitting mistakes. What to do? The owner likes quiet and well-behaved flowers and plants, not those that are disturbed. Is she angry? Is she angry again? If Mao Mao has human-like thinking ability, this is probably what it is thinking in a panic. Lin Wei didn't mean to blame Mao Mao. After all, if Mao Mao hadn't transformed and exploded at the critical moment, she would be dead now. When she thought of the dark wooden warehouse, Lin Wei felt a chill on her back. Lin Wei just wanted to say enough, that's enough. She looked over her shoulder to see the miserable state of those men in black. They had no ability to resist. If Mao Mao continued to torture and whip them, Lin Wei was afraid that those men in black would die. Of course, those men in black who used knives and wooden warehouses without saying a word deserved to die, but Lin Wei still didn't want Mao Mao to kill anyone. From the time she spent with Mao Mao, especially after watching the surveillance video of Mao Mao harassing Misha, Lin Wei knew very well that Mao Mao had the wildness of a mutant plant inside. It suppressed that wildness, or rather, Mao Mao was still ignorant of that wildness. In Lin Wei's view, killing is a boundary, and she doesn't want Mao Mao to cross the boundary. She is afraid that Mao Mao will lose control. If Mao Mao still wants to live with her, and live in a civilized society, then it needs to have some respect for human life. However, what Lin Wei didn't expect was that even if it became huge and terrifying, Mao Mao was still the same Mao Mao, knowing that he would make mistakes and admitting mistakes first. You are worthy of it. No matter how special Mao Mao is, its essence is still a plant. It can feel Lin Wei's emotional fluctuations, and has a certain ability to think and feedback, which is already the highest level of its mutation and evolution. Perhaps even Lin Wei herself didn't know that her current emotional fluctuations were still lingering in complex fear and trembling. The fear of being almost killed by Mu Song has not dissipated. This made Mao Mao mistakenly believe that Lin Wei was afraid of it. Mao Mao tried to shrink itself. Whenever it annoyed Lin Wei, it would do this to make itself look helpless, weak and pitiful. In this way, Lin Wei would not lose her temper with it, and would not be afraid of it. Unfortunately, it was too big now. No matter how hard it tried, it could not shrink itself into the small ball it expected. What to do? Lin Wei saw that the stiff and cowardly thorny vines suddenly moved again. As if they were cleaning up the scene, they swept the black-clothed men lying on the ground one by one. Lin Wei was a little confused about what Mao Mao was doing at first, but as she watched, she understood. Isn't the way the thorny vine sweeps the black-clad men just like how Misha sweeps the terrace after Mao Mao's mischief? Misha does this, sweeping the dirt that Mao Mao stirs up from the flower pot into one place, and then disposing of it. In Mao Mao's perception, every time the cold big guy cleans the area around it, Lin Wei's mood will become very good. Because of this, Mao Mao naturally thinks that as long as these black-clad men are cleaned up, Lin Wei's mood will improve, and Lin Wei will continue to like it, and touch it. The thorny vine does it in a very realistic way, seriously and diligently. Lin Wei couldn't help but laugh, and the fear hidden deep in his heart completely dissipated. Okay, I'm not angry. Don't bother them anymore. Lin Wei's voice still contained a smile, and his tone was gentle. To be honest, those black-clad men were unlucky to run into Mao Mao. Mao Mao's sharp thorn vines were sharp and poisonous. With them sweeping back and forth like this, Lin Wei estimated that the black-clad men would be stabbed like a hornet's nest. Their bodies were paralyzed by the toxins, and they couldn't even move to avoid it. It was so miserable. Mao Mao sensed Lin Wei's emotions, knew that Lin Wei was fine, and Lin Wei liked it again, so he immediately stopped caring about the black-clad men. Among the countless sharp-thorn vines with fangs and claws, only one sharp-thorn vine was special, and it was obviously Mau Mau's main stem. Unlike other sharp-thorn vines that were covered with sharp thorns, the sharp thorns on this vine were sparser, and the top had the rose leaves that Lin Wei was familiar with. Of course, along with the swollen branches, the rose leaves grew as big as Lin Wei's face. At this time, this special vine hung down and coiled around Lin Wei like a snake. When Lin Wei reached out to it, the sharp thorns on the vine shrank into the stem, making the skin of the entire vine smooth like an ordinary plant. Lin Wei touched the smooth vine, and then touched a few leaves that opened and closed like breathing, and then Lin Wei looked up at Mau Mau's status bubble emoticon package. Mau Mau's status bubble emoticon package changed, and Lin Wei didn't notice when it changed. The previous situation did not allow her to observe Mau Mau. Now, in Mau Mau's status bubble, there is no longer a silly yellow-faced dwarf horse but a simple white centaur. Lin Wei stared at the white centaur for a while, and the white centaur in the status bubble seemed to notice Lin Wei's sight, as if it was not until this time that it realized its change. It looked down at itself, blinked at Lin Wei with its confused eyes, and then turned around twice in the status bubble, stomping around with its 4 hooves in a bit of a panic. Lin Wei saw it, and Mau Mau was also puzzled by his transformation. At this time, Bai Yi came over, and he carefully looked at Lin Wei from head to toe. Seeing the bloodstains on Lin Wei's arm, Bai Yi's eyes sank. "You are injured." As he spoke, Bai Yi had already taken out the trauma spray from his pocket. Taking the spray bottle, Lin Wei sprayed the wound on his arm twice, and said indifferently, "It's just a minor injury, it's okay." It really hurt at first, but the wound was not deep, and the trauma spray had a good analgesic effect, so now it basically doesn't feel anything. Seeing that Lin Wei looked up again after spraying the medicine, staring at the huge alien plant in front of him without blinking, Bai Yi asked, "Is this Mau Mau? What is he looking at?" Lin Wei responded with a and described the changes in Mau Mau's emoji package to Bai Yi without any hesitation. "It's so handsome now, a white centaur, with abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles." Speaking of the abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles on the Mau Mau emoji centaur, Lin Wei just wanted to laugh. It's obviously a simple drawing, but it has such details. The point is, it has abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, so why can't the round head with simple strokes have some details? The round face of the white man, the upper body with clear contours and abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, and the round horse body and 4 hooves of the simple strokes are handsome, but there is something wrong. Mau Mau seemed to know that Lin Wei was talking about it. It covered its face with its 2 simple round hands, and was so shy that it only dared to secretly look at Lin Wei through its fingers. Bai Yi couldn't see anything, but he still looked at the void from the angle that Lin Wei looked up. Hearing Lin Wei's doubts about Mau Mau's transformation, Bai Yi thought for a while, and said, "You guessed that Mau Mau might have merged plant and animal transformations before, and maybe its fusion was not complete at that time. Now is its real complete fusion." Lin Wei actually thought so in his heart. Assuming that there are degrees of plant mutation, then the fruits and vegetables and ordinary flowers and plants to which the yellow face emoji belongs, even if they have undergone plant transformation, the degree should be relatively shallow. On the contrary, the high-quality potted plants that the white man belongs to are obviously a higher degree of vegetative transformation. According to this, just looking at what the white centaur shows, the degree of integration of Mau Mau's vegetative and animal transformation should indeed be improved. Lin Wei couldn't help but think of Mau Mau's deterrent power on mutant plants. Lin Wei guessed that Mau Mau's deterrent power might come from its 2-way mutation. After all, in general, 2-way mutation is more advanced than 1-way mutation. If the mutation of plants is regarded as an evolution, then Mau Mau's 2-way fusion evolution is obviously at the top of evolution. And Mau Mau, who is at the top of evolution, even if the previous fusion is not complete, in front of ordinary mutant plants of the next level of evolution, it still needs them to look up and worship it. Lin Wei thought about it ramblingly, remembering that she almost sprayed Mau Mau to death with refrigerant at that time. The poor little thing, who was on the verge of death several times, unexpectedly became a big boss standing at the top of the mutant plant food chain. Thinking of this, her Mau Mau is quite inspiring. However, problems also followed one after another. Looking at the huge Mau Mau now, Lin Wei frowned tightly. She seemed to be talking to herself, or asking Bai Yi or Mau Mau, "Is it possible to change back? Mau Mau is so big, even if they can dig it out, the spaceship can't fit it. And even if they change to a flying machine that can fit Mau Mau, such as a large transport ship, when they arrive at the starport, With Mau Mau's current appearance, it is not a pure mutant plant, but even worse than a mutant plant, and they will definitely be stopped.